Is there something about females that you wanted to know but could never figure out? Are you struggling with relationships? Do you feel like you're being taken advantage of by the women in your life? Do you want to know how to leverage the playing field to your favor? Well, did you know that the female mind and the female psyche are mysterious and unexplored regions like the dark web of the internet? For this reason, men need a method of decrypting or hacking the manipulative psyche or dark web of the female mind. Once a man has a deep understanding of true female nature, he will then be able to hack her programming.
Access granted.
The purpose of this book is to help grown males evolve into men so that they can treat the women in their lives accordingly.
You win.
I hate you, I guess. What's going on, y'all? It's Player Talk Radio. What's going on, She? Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show. Shout outs to everybody here. If you on the show, drop the low. Let me know where you chiming in from. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. We just gonna get straight into it, man. Got a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. Listen, man, y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Let's get it started. There's a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show, so we're just gonna get straight into it. What was I about to say? I hate when they do these shows because they go after the worst men ever to represent men, and they go after the worst. They find the worst examples they could possibly find. You know, when they do shows like this, it's just there's like a big disingenuous, I don't know. I don't know why they always. Well, I do know why they always do this, but there's like it's just disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a whole bunch of men up there saying shit that the majority of men don't agree with. I'm not even gonna lie. Even though he might not say too much stuff I agree with, I'm somewhat kind of glad they got Steve the Dean on this show. So I heard Steve the Dean is on this show. So that might be a little different. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna talk about it. It's Player Talk Radio, man. Good to have you guys here. Shout outs to everybody here. You know what I'm saying? Drop your where you chiming in from. It's Player Talk Radio. Hit the like button. Support the show as we proceed. Let's go.
Younger society.
Actually, this is not it. Hold on. Is this it? Hold on. Because I don't. Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay.
I've literally heard women.
What I hate is that we sit up here and listen to women talk about this goofy shit all fucking day. And now all of a sudden, I mean, this to y'all detriment, I be telling y'all to hit the like button, support the show. This is the conversations y'all want to listen to. Now all of a sudden, you got men. First of all, up there arguing about what manhood is, and then having these stupid ass conversations. I mean, it's a good conversation, but it's dumb at the same time. You got a whole bunch of men huddled around talking about something. This is non-binary, and this is non-gendered, and this is. What am I saying? Now you got men having the same, not even the same, probably even worse. Same goofball, stupid ass conversations that they make the bitches have. Can't make this shit up, but it exists. Let's get it. Production expert. What's going on, player? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I got you, man. Let me know. I'm going to throw that on. I got you. The show started, but I definitely, I'm going to have a little intermission where you guys can hit the like button and support the show via Cash App or PayPal. I absolutely would throw that on. Let me save that. I'm going to throw that on. Yeah, I was supposed to listen to Larry and 2 Chainz tape. I heard what you call it. We were talking about Erica Badu, right? On the last show because she did the whole and I did a segment on this years ago. last year, almost every year, even up to last week we were talking about this, and it's funny now this pop out. She did a whole little Sarah Bartman tribute. We're gonna talk about that, because we talked about that not too long ago. Some of y'all may have forgotten, but yeah, man, I'm gonna definitely throw that on. Make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. Um, it's about to say, I heard Erica Badu got a collab with the Alchemist, or trying to collab with the Alchemist. My first instinct was like, that's gonna be whack. But then again, it's not. Jay Dilla created a sound with Erica Badu, possibly even created her sound. Uh, so that might be interesting. I just wonder what the subject matter would be in 2025 with those two. Never know. He cut him off because he was really trying to blur the lines. Like I said, if you do your history. Um, like I said on the last show, there's a lot of stuff that men did that women took from them. I mean, not necessarily took from them, but or maybe was given to women. You never know. In certain societies, they give it to women, or it's a gift, or not a gift, but you know what I'm saying, a hand me down. But heels was one of them. Women started wearing high heels and stuff, and I don't know. A lot of the fashion that's given to women today, I'm not even gonna lie, has came from men. I'm not arguing for it back though. I'm not saying, oh man, men need to start wearing heels again and skirts and nah, hell no. But um, don't try to blur the lines again. You know, some of those garbs, I would say, because I'm not trying to give you guys nomenclature and all kinds of not kitten heels, man. What's going on, Fighter? I'm up here trying to be serious. Shout outs to Fighter Complex, man. What's going on, player? Good to see you, man. Thank you guys for holding down the last show. You said, look at my last live, I look at the okay. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm just gathering my bearings and stuff like that, coming to running the show. Okay, I'll take a look at it. I got you, bro. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Good morning, everybody. Shout outs to everybody coming in. Drop the low. Let me know where you guys are from and where you guys are chiming in from. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. You know what I'm saying? April Fools. You dig? Well, it's not necessarily April Fools, but y'all know what I mean. Um, Shout outs to everybody here. Hold on, y'all. Okay. But yeah, like I said, I'm not arguing to get, the clothing back and stuff like that, but also too, I'm not down for men being duped with stuff that we gave women, or the other sex and stuff like that. If you've seen certain men wearing skirts and shit like that, there might be shorts under it. I don't know. Nigga might be free balling. I don't know nor care. Um some of that stuff makes it easy for warriors to move around. You understand what I'm saying? Some things restrict movement. If you guys are into certain martial arts and stuff like that, you can go look up this martial art named Aikido. Where the pants or the skirt, some of it's pants though, but it's made a particular type of way to look a type of way. But they use certain garbs and outfit and stuff like that. So uh you can't detect foot movement. If you go look at Aikido, it's one of those martial arts where they'll slap you with I ain't gonna lie, that shit is crazy. They'll walk you into a slap, run you into a slap, damn near. But what they do is they take your power or your energy, and they exploit it. Because me saying they use it against you, that's an understatement. They exploit it. So if you throw a punch at somebody, the force that you're throwing at somebody, they will take that and utilize it, add more power to it to send you in one direction and misguide you into another direction and literally flip you, or throw you, off of one punch. And it's the craziest thing I've ever seen, even kicks and stuff. And many times, plenty times, I've told you that, fighting is a dance, it's a dance, and some of y'all have two left feet. And what I'm telling you is that, the foot movements, if you see some of the foot movements that they take versus you being on rhythm or off rhythm, they will throw your ass, or walk you into a punch. But the thing is that you can't really see their feet, and how, or that's all you will see is their foot. But you can't really detect their foot movements really with the garb that they have on. So certain things are for practical use. Now, when you do your research and learn some of these things, you will kind of see the divide that they're trying to use it for when it comes to dressing and fashion and things like that. Um, yeah, people are bold to wear certain garbs and clothes and fashion and stuff like that, but also keep in mind that most people ain't going nowhere. Most people ain't doing shit. If you Gunna or some rapper or something like that, yeah, nigga, go ahead, put on the fucking skirt. And niggas don't care. Did the other week Playboy thong play I said Playboy thong. Playboy Cardi had a thong on. This nigga had panties on. Or whatever the hell he was wearing. I'm like, you know what? Okay. I guess. You know? So it's also weaponized and used to feminize men. But clearly, if you do your research, shit like this shouldn't work on you. And men shouldn't be up there arguing about shit like this, let alone, I'd rather teach this point than argue it. You get my drift? Let alone argue with somebody about wearing a fucking skirt. Really trying to. That's the first thing they try to do is make you seem like a misogynist and try to make, being feminine is evil. No, it's not. Jubilee knows who to pick. To get on a show like this as a real man, damn near, you damn near got to be just super extreme, just full on misogynistic, right? Or cosplay. Play like your G-Hay or your you know what I'm saying, or you're some type of soft guy that believe in certain things, and then when you get on the show, flip. Just like that dude that was pretending to be a dude talking to cooking with Kaya. Then all of a sudden he just flipped and was just unbelievably zesty. That's how you get these people. Make them think you one thing and be another thing. And then you go viral. Flip. And he's on the defensive. Oh, are you gonna try to call me gay? I am gay, but are you gonna try to call me gay? Like don't get into this bullshit. And then I don't like how they always, especially these type of cats. Because I look, I will 110% tell you that the most homophobic comments he's probably ever heard came from somebody that looked like him or in his family. You understand what I'm saying? Telling you. And it's goofy. The most homophobic comments this man probably heard came from his family or somebody that looks like him. Because they always forever trying to blame that, and I get it, it's still in rap music and shit. But they always trying to blame black men for being homophobic, when actually that lifestyle has been injected into the black community. You know, ask anybody from the islands or maybe from the state. It's been injected into our community. It's like, damn, you lost me there, bro. What are you talking about? Okay.
A lot of people try to push
that's
that
feminization.
that gay people are groomers,
No,
and they're
on top of that, bro, like I get it, bro. Like I get.
Did they knock my stream? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Hold on. What the hell? Where's my stream? Hold on, y'all. Man. Give me 1 second. All right, we back. Yeah, man. They've been. I'm up here providing commentaries. See, everybody can. Hold on. I'm up here providing commentary. Everybody, I've seen a bunch of people and women do commentary on that show, but the moment I want to do commentary on it, oh, all of a sudden, it's bad. See how that works? Y'all see how that works? Please hit the like button and support the show. This is gonna be a rough show today, man. This is gonna be a rough show today. Might have to do clips. If I can do clips. You did? Give me 1 second. It's a lot of news and it's a lot of shit that we gotta go over. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why it's doing this. Hold on. Y'all hit the like button, please, and support the show. Give me 1 second. Hold on, y'all. All right, let's get into the next segment. I guess it's not gonna let me go over that, and I'm not gonna get the stream taken down again. All right, let's get into it. Hold on. Shout outs to MTR. Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Hold on. Let's get back into it. Some commentary. What the fuck? Hold on, y'all. Why is it doing this?
Why is it that anytime older women try to give game to younger women, it always circles back to being about a man? No disrespect to Phylicia Rashad. I respect that lady. I think she's beautiful. She's talented. She's everything. But she is a Pikmi also.
Now, what did I tell you guys about modern women today and basically the zillennial women? What did I tell y'all about the zillennial women? I'm like, I don't even know why Phylicia Rashad took her ass up there on the Breakfast Club. These women ain't about to listen to her. These women is definitely not about to listen to her. Right? And they don't even know who she is. You know? They don't care. Like, what the hell is a Phylicia Rashad gonna say? They don't even know who she is. Talking about she's a good actor or whatever. Like, she's not even from their generation. They're gonna tell her old ass to go sit down. And slowly but surely, these videos start to get put on the internet after I did that live stream. And like and like they said on the last like who was saying it on the last episode? I know I said it, but I knew it was gonna happen anyway. Phylicia Rashad got attacked by younger women from the Breakfast Club. You know, from her Breakfast Club interview, basically telling those women to put clothes on. So let's go. All right, fighter, I got you. Hold on.
Why is it that anytime older women try to give game to younger women, it always circles back to being about a man? No disrespect to Phylicia Rashad. I respect that lady. I think she's beautiful. She's talented. She's everything.
Damn.
But she is a Pikmi also.
Not hypocrisy. What the hell? Fighter, what made you do this? What happened to you and Sharon? Not hypocrisy. The Diddy oil? Oh, no. Hey, yo. Not hypocrisy. Yeah, they don't know the Cosby Show. They don't know none of that shit, man. Oh, yeah. And I was going to do a show about this. They put out a picture. They put out a picture of Americans' dads, like the dads in America. It had like Carl Winslow. It had Bud, I think from Married with Children. Danny Tanner from Family Matters, not Family Matters. What you call it, Full House. It basically had a bunch of the American dads. I don't know if y'all see those pictures, that picture floating around. Pretty sure it's AI, right? They didn't have Bill Cosby on that picture, or the guy from Good Times. Maybe it probably would have made the picture controversial if they did. But anyway, yeah, they don't know who Phylicia Rashad is at all. Never watched the Cosby Show a day in their life. But hate Bill Cosby.
Phylicia Rashad was recently featured on a Breakfast Club interview, and the entirety of the conversation was actually really dope. I appreciate the opportunity to listen to older people speak about their life experiences, because you can often pick up a gem or two. Nevertheless, the reason why I'm bringing it to you guys here today is that she was asked on the Breakfast Club regarding the state or the behavior of the modern woman today. And she had very interesting things to say. But even more interesting than that was the modern woman response across the internet, which I can only describe as disgusting. Let's get active on this one. Without further ado.
You came up in an era, Ms. Rashad, where dignity and grace were everything. So you ever look at how wild Hollywood is now, and you just think to yourself, boy, y'all got it easy. Y'all wouldn't have got away with that in my day.
And no, that's cap. You know, about you know, the whole dignity and grace was a thing. Phylicia Rashad didn't come up in the era where dignity and grace was really a thing. It's just that, hold on, y'all. She didn't really necessarily come up in the era where dignity and grace is a thing. It's just that hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on. I'm doing a couple things at once. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let me do this. Hold on, y'all. Okay, yeah. She didn't really necessarily come up in an era where dignity and grace is a thing. It's just that the thoughts today they outnumber what's going on, Ray? The thoughts today they outnumber I guess you could say square women, and most of the women that are square, they operate and act like thoughts. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, um, I don't know. Phylicia Rashad came up in an era where you had kids. It came up in the era. She came up in an era where you could be a woman or you could choose to be a thought. But she didn't come up in an era where thoughts outnumber regular women. Because there was a such thing as regular women in her day. And then also too, I'm telling y'all, the internet has fucked up society. It has. The internet. It's a completely different beast. It's a completely different beast. And the only people that's going to really, really tell y'all about it is Gen X and the millennials. If they're not super caught up and wrapped up in it. The ones that still got their head on their shoulders. Do you understand? Y'all not hearing me, but I'm telling y'all the God-forsaken truth, I'm telling you. Because the zillennials, they're gonna talk. They might talk about it, but guess what? They're wrapped up into it. What are they comparing it to? They know nothing else. So they really can't talk about it the way that they probably would like to, respectfully. Like I said, we beta tested all of that stuff. All of that stuff that y'all are seeing right now, we beta tested it. And what I mean by beta tested it is we've used it in its purest form. You understand what I'm saying? We used it in its purest form before it was used as a tool to control anything, before people even really realized how to utilize what it was doing and the effect that it has on people's thinking and also society. We've utilized it in its pure form. Before people thought about advertising, before it was used for dating, and before it was used for a lot of different things. You know, y'all hit the like button on the way in. Definitely support the show. Drop something on the Player Talk tariffs. And definitely support the tuition. What's going on, UFO Kamikaze? Y'all drop your low. Let me know where you guys are chiming in from. All right. So what I'm saying is that, we have used the internet in its purest form. Some of us do remember. And I honestly find it dumb to try to use the internet to restore yesteryear, But it reminds people and humans of when they were genuinely happy, when they really had something, when you could really have a girlfriend and not have to worry about what the hell's going on in her phone. I know I don't, but I know a lot of you guys do. You guys have shit. Damn near all y'all girlfriends. Some of y'all have went through their phone. You know what I mean? Some of all of y'all have snuck around and probably even got caught cheating or through her phone. You know, but personal items. Those are personal items. Disguised as something else. So Phylicia Rashad don't know how to deal with I mean, I would even say that Phylicia Rashad's generation maybe would have act even worse. I mean, I'm not gonna say that the zillennials and the millennials acclimated to technology kind of are, but a lot of these younger generations, and I'm not even gonna lie, I'm gonna throw the millennials and Gen Xers into it. Phylicia Rashad's generation don't know how to really act with no goddamn technology. You know, I mean, I'm not going to the Gen Xers and millennials know how to act with technology, but Phylicia Rashad's generation would handle the technology boom a lot different. You know what I'm saying? If they were exposed to technology the way you know, X's and millennials are. You know, what's going on, Chris G? They would, you know, they would fumble it a little bit more. You know, now it's kind of normal to us, but yeah, we're living in a hyper generation compared to her generation. You can't expect, you know, you can't really expect, you know, a certain generation of women, which are the, you know, the disease women. You know, you can't expect them to react gracefully to no goddamn Phylicia Rashad. You know, um, they got to relearn grace. I'm not even gonna lie. They say that the generation that will bring, not, you know, basically that will have the type of women and the type of society that we kind of want. They say it's Generation Beta, which is the generation coming out now, or maybe in a couple years. I don't know. I think Beta's already out, but they say those are going to be more. There's going to be more quality. That's going to be a more quality generation. So they say. They say for the dating arena. I don't know how that's going to work because I don't know. That's getting into grandkid territory. What's going on, Sin? You know, but like I said, and I'm the only one in these spaces talking about it. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. Let's get at least one contributor within the first hour, 50 minutes into the madness, 54 minutes past the hour. They killed off the Mammy generation. You know, what's going on, Sin? I'm good. I'm good. Just up working, dropping some good content as always. The marathon shows, y'all, they take a lot out of me, man. You know. You said not gonna happen with Zeta. I don't know. They say, you know, what's going on, New? Good to see you, big dog. They say the older generate the younger generations are gonna breed a little bit more quality, you know, compared to the internet. But I don't know. I don't, you know, the direction that I'm seeing the world going technology wise, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any thoughts on that at the moment. You know, no solid thoughts on it at the moment. But they killed off the Mammy class. You know, so advice coming from older women like that, and man, these younger girls ain't gonna listen unless you telling them to scam or go do some hoe shit and some mo shit. You know, women have abandoned every opportunity that they have in their natural life to even teach young girls. You understand what I'm saying? Not like that, you know? I mean, think about it like this. There was other social opportunities that women had that they, especially nowadays, that they don't take advantage of to teach younger women. You know, we talked about it on the last show. Oh, spill the tea. Oh, well, spilling the tea used to, you know, tea time used to be a time where women used to talk to, you know, talk to other women, commune with them, actually really, you know, talk about certain things, maybe teach them things. Hey, this is a recipe for a dish that I like to cook, you know. Um, you know, check this out and stuff like that. You know, there was other opportunities that women have to teach other women, right? That gets abandoned. That gets abandoned. Now all they really teaching each other is just to do dysfunctional shit. Maybe how to handle their period. I hate to say it like that because that's a wild conversation right there. But that's really it. Even women socially feel the burn when it comes down to dealing with other women and stuff like that. It's like a lot of women, when you know, like I even said it to a lot of the young ladies here in in these spaces, about talking to other young women. That's a task. They ain't finna really talk to no other young woman like that. They ain't finna. And then a lot of women can't even, a lot of women, they locked out. A lot of women can't even or don't even want to talk to other women because guess what? Why the hell would you give your competition the keys? But then something else, another question that you gotta ask yourself: why are y'all competing for the same group of men? Numbers wise, we know why they're competing for the same group of men. But when you start looking at other things that I can bring up, you'll start to really see where I'm coming from when it comes down to the situation. If you look at these women and you go to the clubs, nightclubs, it is not rare for you to see a group of women in there, and one woman will say, "I'm the mother," and she up there in the club with her daughters. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, it's not rare. And honestly, it's crazy when a player or anybody, a regular square or a man, is presented with the opportunity to pull the mother and the daughter at the same time in the same setting, or at least feel that he has the opportunity, or both of them are an option. You know what I'm saying? Because like I've told you guys so many times, as young men, you need to have women. You need to have women. As a man, you need to have women. You know, and what I mean by women, I mean women. You need to have women around you. You need to have women. You know, um, but like I said, it's an indication that they're competing for the same type of men, or have been competing for the same type of men. And then again, every man in their generation or another generation, it's scarce. Again, if every woman got a man, there'll still be millions of women without a man. You know what I'm saying? This is not a plea or argument for men to be polygamous or have multiple women. Like I said, as a man, whether you want one woman or multiple, you still need to have women. You understand what I'm saying? You still need to have women or have had women, you know, and not for pleasure purposes. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, show some love. Almost an hour into the madness. But like I said, they don't care about Phylicia Rashad. And they're not going to listen to each other. Women know that dealing with other women, even as a woman, is like pulling teeth. You understand what I'm saying? It's the elephant in the room. It's the elephant in the room. And a lot of men need to know that you're getting a shitty deal. Even women in but so many words will tell you this. Hopefully, you also have men that are telling you this, if you haven't come to this conclusion, or even if you have. All right? Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get back into it.
Yeah, I don't even have to look at Hollywood. I can look at the way young ladies dress.
Mm-hmm. And it's not even Hollywood. People in Hollywood are supposed to dress like that. I'm gonna lie. I mean, maybe she might not, but I'm gonna tell you some real shit. I need y'all to really soak up what I'm telling y'all. If Phylicia Rashad grew up with the internet the way it is today, would she be the woman that we know speaking like this?
You know, I should have put some other pants.
I'm talking about elbow shoulder right here. You know, you want my coat?
The young ladies are so beautiful. They're so beautiful.
It's actually crazy that the host at the Breakfast Club would stop to say a dumbass joke like that when the Breakfast Club promotes Phylicia Rashad is about to speak.
Why she said that dumbass that she wanted to say.
When Phylicia Rashad was growing up, the singers would wear gowns. Now they wear thongs. Let's continue.
And something has happened in popular culture. You know, and I don't mean to be critical, and I hope young ladies listening don't take this as personal criticism, because I don't mean it that way. But you're young queens.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even see women wearing thongs like that these days, y'all. Maybe y'all do, but I'm gonna tell y'all that I don't. I don't see women wearing thongs these days. Yesteryear, like the diva era, yeah. But I don't even see women wearing thongs like that these days. These bitches just be naked. Disintegrating clothing. These bitches just be naked. I don't even see them wearing no goddamn thong like that. No homo. I be seeing, I told y'all that there was a picture of Playboy Cardi and all them. Y'all niggas, some of these zesty dudes are doing that shit. They just, the women nowadays just be naked. Just butterball naked, just commando. You know? So, let's go.
I'm taken aback when I see on a college campus young women dressed in strips of clothing. But more importantly than that, no man wants his woman to be out like that.
More importantly.
Right?
I grew up on Method Man saying wearing 3/4 of cloth and never showing your stuff off. Boo. That's what you say.
You know, it's like there's today's designers. I mean, there's ways. You know, there are other things, and I just
leave something to the imagination.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Something for my eyes only. You know.
Yeah, but like you said, there are ways of being sexy without showing so much.
Oh, please. And that's really not sexy.
I mean, one of the most sexiest, most beautiful pictures is you. I forgot.
King Groove.
But you got a basketball jersey and like some jeans, you use some popcorn. That's an iconic picture.
The white jersey?
Yes.
That was, that
is a beautiful picture. That's like, that is the epitome of sexy.
Oh, well. I think it has a lot to do with what they see. What they're emulating what they see.
Yeah.
See, we grew up in a time where, you know, the singers, these ladies were dressed down.
Now listen to what I'm telling y'all. A lot of these women aren't emulating what they see. I mean, of course, most of them are repeating and copying what they see. But what I'm gonna say to you guys is this, and I've said this before. If y'all go look at the artists of today, like the musicians and the rappers and some of the people, it's not even the artists, it's the influencers. It's YouTubers, it's everything. You know, to just strictly put this on Hollywood and rap is crazy. You understand? You don't have to watch a rap video to see some of these women in a thong. These are influencers. You know, your Ruby Roses, even though you may see her in a video, but your Ruby Roses, your Jada Waiters, certain people, maybe even people that has gotten into music and stuff like that, right? But what I'm saying is, we're living in a day and age, and I don't even know if y'all picked up on this or not, but we're living in a day and age where the women in society, they're more bolder than a Glorilla. You know, some of y'all, listen to what I'm about to tell y'all. All right, y'all hit the like button and support the show. Listen to what I'm about to tell y'all. Because, like I said, I've been in the industry. I've been around artists and stuff like that. I've been an artist. I'm still an artist, and I know about these things. Even DJing, I've seen a lot of strange shit that I can't even get on here to begin to tell you. Right? Listen to what I'm telling you. All right, and support what I'm telling you. Support what you're about to hear. In the future, you would rather date a Jada Waiter or a Ruby Rose or a well, not I don't know about the Ruby Rose right now. I mean, actually, I would, but and it's an inside joke because what's going on right now? She's getting she's mad that a lot of people don't like that she has her OnlyFans. But guess what? That's because she's a really good looking woman that didn't have to do that. You know, she's a star. Of course, somebody's gonna say that. But guess what? Let me give you the game. Regular men would date a regular chick that has her OnlyFans before they would date a known chick that has an OnlyFans. You know, this is how backwards men are. And if you soaking up this game that I'm putting down, it would inspire you to definitely support the show. If you knew what I was talking about or know what I'm talking about, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Regular women are worse than a glorilla in a lot of cases. Regular women are worse than a socialite in a lot of cases, because at least if you dating a Ruby Rose or a woman that really got a social media and some shit going on, you could say that, well, at least she's making money from it, number one, which isn't a big deal because that's her money. We don't care about their money like that. But at least she has a reason to be there. Your girl that work at CVS or wherever she works, she don't got a reason to be on OnlyFans like that. You know what I'm saying? Out there like that, or, like I said, we living in different times now. We've beta tested social media. Some of y'all are getting into the years, if you haven't noticed it or not, where women that been on the internet butt naked for almost 20 years, if not 20 plus years. She been butt naked on the internet since MySpace or whatever. What I'm saying to you is this: is regular women nowadays, they are more bolder than the artists that they follow. You understand? They are way more bolder than the artists that they follow. You can see this with your naked eye. You don't need social media to see this. They are way more bolder than the artists that they follow. These bitches will be outside butt naked. And say what you want about Sexy Red and Glorilla and all them other, entertainers and shit like that. They can't go outside butt naked. You understand what I'm saying? This is what women fought for. This is the quote unquote autonomy that they fought for. The irony of it is that this has to be explained to you as a man, observing this, is that how your woman go outside butt naked to listen to another woman's music that talks about it, but she got clothes on, even if it's a little bit or less, it's still not naked. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to make a argument about class or anything like that. I'm not trying to make an argument about any of that stuff. But what I'm saying is regular women are more bolder than these artists. And in the future, because see, this is the thing. Let's say if you a young woman right now listening to Glorilla or Sexy Red or another vulgar chick, Cardi B or whatever, right? Let's say you're a young lady and that's the type of music that you want to emulate. That's what you listen to. You like strippers. You probably got an OnlyFans and whoop de whoop and stuff like that. Well, the artists that you're following, they don't have all of that stuff. Glorilla ain't butt naked in the club, but you are. Does that make sense? The fans are more bolder than the rappers. Playboy Cardi ain't about to spin on somebody and go shoot guns and shit like that. But guess what? The people that follow him probably will. We got our own version of it too. Not excluding dudes, but what I'm saying is that that's crazy how the artists ain't naked, but the fans are. And they're more bold, you know? As much as some of y'all may like Lotto, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there might be some naked pictures of Lotto floating around the internet. But what I'm saying is you got to go find it. Whereas, like I said, some of y'all girlfriends, you 3 clicks away from seeing her butt naked on social media, not just in your phone. You know? So what I'm telling you is the difference in the mindset of today's women versus what this woman would tell them. Hell no, they ain't about to listen. They're nigga. Phylicia Rashad versus women. What's going on, Larry? Phylicia Rashad versus the women of today, man, is warped. These bitches are warped compared to a Phylicia Rashad. And then the funny part is, a lot of you dudes are asking for the women to be like Phylicia Rashad, but guess what? You don't want your girl to mother you. You have to deal and have dealt and get along with the warped women of today. You do. Kind of makes your, you know what I'm saying? It puts you in the forest of your dreams. It kind of makes your dreams a little bit more distant when you think about it. Because if you haven't spent the majority of your dating career, whatever that means nowadays with that device in your hand, if you haven't spent the majority of your days dating the Phylicia Rashad type, you and modern women are like 2 peas in a pod, whether you want to believe it or not. You can call yourself traditional all you want, but I'm telling you, you and modern women are like 2 peas in a pod. It's just that you haven't modernized as much as she is. As a matter of fact, I can even put in a plea that modern woman is warped compared to y'all. If y'all, other than them putting cameras on themselves when they want to, if y'all really was to follow around modern women, you'd be surprised. You'd be like, damn. And then you know what's crazy? On top of that, the crazy part is that modern women aren't really good catalysts for female behavior. They're just modernized. Yeah, you can learn female behavior from modern women, but you're really not learning female behavior. You're just learning how bitches act with a phone in their hand. And taking advantage of today's dating pool and today's dating society. Like I said, everybody's dating dating pool greatly rose with the internet. So if your dating pool greatly rose with the internet, you're gonna have to find methods and you're gonna have to figure it out. You're gonna have to find a way to figure it out. And as men, we got to figure it out. Women are gonna be getting, they're gonna be receiving. So you can't really get mad at them for taking advantage of that, because whether she had a phone in her hand or not, she was gonna take advantage of it. Whether she's stuck in a village or got to pillage, she gonna take advantage of it. And the funny part is that, what's going on, third ward? The funny part is that, sometimes you got to look back and be like, damn, you're judging women on doing something that you would like to do also. A lot of you guys are here trying to learn how to take more advantage of your dating pool, or have shown some type of interest in it. If not, why are you watching dating content? Why are you watching dating content? Or content that talks about dating and relationships. Cynical said, after my parents' marriage ended, Boomer mother moved in with her silent generation parents, and my brothers and I were early millennials, by the way. That's what's up. Yeah. And a lot of times too, when we talk about the topic of dating and traditional stuff, you would hear a lot of people try to elude or warp your mind back to the 1940s or the 50s or the 60s and stuff like that. Look how fast time flies. What we would call the 90s, if you were in the 90s, that would have been the 50s and 60s, or the 40s. So it's not that long ago. It's kind of like, and if you think about it, people can't even think that far back. You got millennials and zillennials talking about the love or the relationships that we had back in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Just look at that correlation. We're talking about a 20 to 30 years apart from each other, which isn't it's a good chunk of time, but it's not a long time. It's not a long time. But I say that to say this. A lot of the stuff that we argue about, because like people, I ain't gonna lie, y'all be going hard on the boomers, Y'all go hard on the boomers, Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Y'all be enjoying the hell out of these shows, man. These shows be long as hell sometimes. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. I'm giving y'all some good content. Show some love, all right? Especially if you chiming in and listening and rocking with it. The stuff that y'all blame on the boomers is really the silent generation. That tail end, that medium to tail end of the silent generation started a lot of this mess when it comes down to dating, politics, and certain things that's going on in the world. The silent generation did what they need to do. Be silent about it. Creep out the back door. If you do your history, it's the silent generation that started a lot of this shit. A lot of y'all wouldn't be interested in dating. You said, why is everything blamed on the boomers? Well, I mean, because of their work ethic and stuff like that, and some of the stuff that they say. Things are gonna have to fluctuate and change. Every generation to a certain degree has a thought pattern, a impression. You know what I'm saying? Something that's put on to them. That may be true or might not be true, or might have held true for at least during their generation. It's kind of like it's like like every generation. If we're gonna cut the story short, every generation are hypocrites with modern society, if that makes sense, because things are forever changing. And a lot of stuff gets blamed on the boomers, like the housing, the economy, politics, and stuff like that. But this is what I wanted to say. If you think about it and you listen to some of the stuff that's being said in these spaces, some of y'all wouldn't give a damn about politics if it wasn't for women. And some of y'all are into politics, and with costs and stuff rising and different things going on, and what women are asking for, and the lifestyle they're trying to get men to they're trying to dupe men into paying for them to live, because but so many words, they're like, okay, well, a man is a meal ticket to a lot of women, or should be a meal ticket to he need to present himself as a meal ticket to a lot of women. Some of y'all are like, well, it's expensive to deal with women. Some of y'all, well, it's expensive to go on dates. Some of y'all are like, okay, well, I don't care about politics as much, but to date these women and stuff like that, we got to see what's going on with the economy, what's going on with the dollar, what's going on with why are some of y'all don't even know about like the different type of consumerism and things that they push towards women and stuff like that. A lot of stuff that are for men can be fairly cheap, and just regular shit that's for women, it's expensive. And as a like they've always used women to tax men. That's something that's not really talked about. And if you're into politics, sometimes y'all got into politics because you wanted to chase women. Then you start realizing that, damn, this ain't the climate to date. Damn, all of this stuff going on in the world, hey, some of y'all got into the red pill because you wanted to date women, or you were inquiring about women. So it's a lot. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting hit up. I need you guys to hit the like button and support the show. Let's at least try to get one supporter within you said Val Kilmer passed away? Dang, he passed away on April Fool's Day. That's crazy. That's cold-blooded. Hold on, y'all. Please hit this link in the chat and support the show. Thank you to everybody that has been supporting the show. Please hit the link in the chat and support the show. Hold on, y'all. Millennials, also known as Gen Y, are generally defined as those born between 81 and 96, meaning that April 1st, meaning as that of the April 1st they are currently. What do you mean, Sin? Now, what I'm saying, when I mean that a lot of the people in the generations are hypocrites, it just basically say that they basically understand that they lived in a generation and they moved accordingly to handle things in that period of time. Meaning this, a lot of people are mad at the boomers because the boomers, to a certain degree, of yesteryear, they like to lecture people. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, well, if you work hard, you know what I'm saying? If you work hard, you will have it, or y'all are lazy and y'all are not working enough and stuff like that. They're more, I wouldn't say entrepreneurial minded, but they're more like just work, just be a tool your whole life. Some people want to relax, but then again, you got to work to relax, right? But they're like, you got to work. It's a lot. It's a lot that comes with the boomers. When we're talking about this topic, right? But because I'm trying to speed the show up along. Hurry the show up along a little bit. Y'all hit that link that I put in the chat. Support the show, y'all. Now, millennials, and I remember, even back in the early 2000s, reading articles about how millennials handle the workload. We're trying to work smarter. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to work smarter, right? Keep it simple, stupid, right? KISS. We're trying to work smarter, blah, blah, blah. Not harder, but smarter. And then, a little bit further into the 2000s, we started utilizing technology. If you look at what they're trying with AI, it's the same exact thing. You understand? But see, millennials, we had to survive a lot of bullshit. Again, if you've listened to the shows, you've heard me said multiple times that what was supposed to fall on Gen X fell on the millennials. I think Gen X got a sweeter deal, the better end of the stick. You know what I'm saying? Because by the time technology really starts taking over, hey, you in your 20s and in your 30s, you can utilize that. You can utilize that. You can make dating work because you've been dating for a while and you know a trick or two, or should know a trick or two. You see what I'm saying? Whereas the millennial, thank God, this is why I honorary player. You know, I'm glad I picked up being a pickup artist and doing some other shit before texting really was a thing. I go in on this subject. You know, if y'all support the show, I'll go in a little bit more. I'll go in a lot a bit more actually, because nobody's talking about this. Again, I come from a generation where you had to speak to women. Women were oral. You get on the phone. You know, on the phone, I'm not even gonna lie, you can kind of navigate that a little bit better because that's how women figure that they're utilizing your time. Phones became advanced because there was no, at one point, depending on the type of phone y'all had, with technology, there was no I'm on the phone and I'm texting at the same damn time. Some phones couldn't do that. That came a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? It's like without spending time. She doesn't physically have to be near you. Do you understand that? Guys don't like doing that shit. Guys kind of wanted to maximize their time. Why? Because they were working. And they can't be on the phone with you while they at work for the most part. And texting, it was literally for men to communicate with men. It was a business thing. That's why people were getting charged per text message. You know, when you do your history, right? Women didn't understand it at first. They dominate it now. You understand? They've dominated it mid 2010s. They've dominated it. They figured out what it was. They added to it and all kinds of stuff. And honestly, it really wasn't a big jump or a stretch for women also, because like I said, back in the day when we were using Black Planet and AOL and MSN Messenger and all that other stuff, it was just a long thread. It was just a thread. So women were women were into that also. You had a lot of women that were very up to date on technology and stuff like that, and were into computers and stuff like that. So, they were in these chat rooms and stuff. So and also too, back in the day, that's where the manosphere was there. The manosphere was definitely alive and popping back then. Or guys that have come to be manosphere minded. Anyway, so I come from a generation where if you didn't know what you were doing, you were going to be lost when the internet was at, when the internet really get a chance to go full speed. You're going to be lost because you didn't know how to date. Now these women got now these women got devices in their hands. You understand what I'm saying? They're more occupied, because when phones was out at first, damn near almost every. Honestly, I'm that's a lie. Honestly, you got because I gotta think. Honestly, when phones were out, it was a privilege to have a phone. There's a barrier that comes with all this stuff that nobody is talking about. Your kid will have to communicate with you, and there will have to be trust there. That's gone now. That type of trust and bond that a parent has with their child is not there anymore. What do I mean? Hey, it's 5 o'clock. You need to meet me here at 6 p.m. Like literally, your kid would be out of your sight. And there would be no way to contact your kid. You know? Going out to go play, go to school, or go to the youth center or wherever you're sending your children. But they would know, you would have that type of bond with your kid. Okay, 6 p.m. they're gonna be here. You know? Kids didn't have phones like that. You had to be privileged, you had to be on a family plan, you had to be like, kids didn't have phones like that. They had to ask they folks for a cell phone. Because the concept of putting a device like that in a child's hand is like, why? You're a kid. Why do you have a phone? It's normal to see kids with phones now. We're actually now asking the opposite question. Why doesn't your kid have a phone? Because I was around during that time where a lot of parents were getting duped into phone contracts because you need to have contact with your kid, which is true. You know, it's true. But what I'm saying is, now it seems it's crazy. Yeah, you got to contact your kid, but like now you're texting your kid. That's a lot of trust. Like I said, you put a phone in your kid's hand, your kid is an adult. I don't damn what you say. You put a phone in a kid's hand, they're with the internet on it. Oh, they're an adult. You don't even have to have the internet on it. But they're an adult at that point. They can go do whatever the hell they want. I've always said that in the future too, that kids will become a different class of people. Because kids nowadays can be self-sufficient. Obviously, children are young adults, little adults, or adolescents, right? But kids can go make their money right now. They don't have to finish. They don't have to fit. Man, kids can put themselves through college right now. What are we talking about? Kids can put themselves through college right now playing Minecraft. So y'all hit the like button, support the gems that I'm dropping. Like I said, if you fast forward now, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But if you fast forward now with the millennials and the mindset, that's why I was like so surprised that Vance is a millennial. I'm like, damn, we in the office. This is gonna be interesting now. Because you want to know why? Millennials don't believe in ownership. All the stuff that we've been through. How much recessions have millennials been through? How much, like, I was just thinking about certain things because I'm studying a lot, right? To a certain degree when I'm not on here busting my ass, to bring you guys content. If y'all could please hit the like button and support the show. Let's get to our goal. We have a goal of $50. If we could at least get to that goal. I've seen you guys support less, and I'm up here dropping gems. Listen to what I'm telling you while you support the show, okay? And I drop more when y'all support. I'm telling y'all. The show gets better when y'all support. You gonna get that. That's how you get the best. But I'm telling y'all, all the recessions, all the economic collapses, all of that stuff, millennials have been through it. Doomed, honestly, to tell you the truth. Consumerism, mall culture, All of that stuff. Millennials have been through that. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all ever watched or like listened to lo-fi or anything that drums up nostalgic feelings? You know, when you go through a fit of nostalgia, where it's like it transmutes you to a childhood you probably never had, or a childhood that you have, or certain things that remind you of your childhood. When you start reminiscing about good times where things were more happier, times were more happier, people were more genuine. You could do certain things. You reminisce about some of that stuff, right? Go look at the old days where you had commercials, like I said, culture, you know, Pokemon, video games, going to the mall, eating ice cream, roller skating, certain cars. It's an era, right? Sell, 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 sell. Christmas time, everybody fighting over each other for toys. Niggas ain't fighting each other over toys anymore. Kids don't play with toys. They get tablets. They get iPhone. Like the high-tech shit that kids are playing with, we could only dream of that shit. Niggas was playing with Gigapets and Furbies and shit. And Mr. Bucket. Think about what I'm telling you. That was high-tech to us. Right? But look at what the millennials believe in right now. We don't believe in ownership. Because guess what? We've learned and seen so many times people work for something and lose it because of honest mistake or because they're human, or you know what I'm saying? We millennials have seen that. Right? And then with the zillennials, they've seen during the pandemic that there honestly really isn't no such thing as true ownership, because they got to see some of that shit. They got to see the world panic. I would say the pandemic was probably the worst things, the worst thing that zillennials that could have happened to them. I write about it in my book that I spent a lot of time to sit down and it took me a good amount of time to sit down and write this book about dating after COVID and the world after COVID. Some interesting stuff. The zillennials, they got to see the world panic. They got to see the world hiccup. So did the millennials. We knew it, but like the pandemic was the last straw. That was a straw that broke the camel's back. Could call you out on it, you know. You could call the world out on it. Millennials knew and invested and played the game. But after the pandemic, millennials know not to play the game. Zillennials, yeah, they know not to play the game, but they want to play the game so bad. Millennials knew by the time COVID happened, these people are uncertain of this future that they're promising us. Very uncertain of the future that they're promising us. What are we working for? Damn, shit just getting taken away from people. You never really own shit. People lose their life. Like the quality of life that you were promised if you did certain things was diminished. What's the point of getting rich? You're just gonna lose it all. You know? What's the point of having a whole business and something like this happen? Blah, blah, blah. And then you know what the zillennials saw? They saw that none of that shit matters. None of this shit matters. That's what the millennials saw. Why think? Get into AI. Have something think for you. What was sold to the millennials? Man, it's a completely different story what they selling to the millennials now. And the world gonna call the world will, even just the internet, it'll call a lot of people's bluff. Why will it call a lot of people's bluff? It's gonna call their bluff because it's like the millennials, they've seen how uncertain the world was when certain things was happening, like COVID and stuff like that. What are we gonna do? So that's why the millennials, they'll rather listen to technology. But the funny part is like, okay, well, they don't feel like they can listen. They honestly, I'm not even gonna lie, I can't even blame them. They don't have to listen to the older generations for a lot of things. They don't have to listen to the older generations like that. It would be wise that they do, but they don't have to. Because if you can't find a millennial writer, you can't find, honestly, you'll find millennials that will agree with what I'm saying, but they're just as invested in technology as the millennial. They got to actually hear somebody say something that they've lived through or been through before they even snap out of it and remember, like, damn, times was like that. Damn, we did used to do that. Damn, I remember those days. They're so invested in the future right now. And can you believe them? Work easier, I guess. Or can you blame them? But the millennials, they're gonna take a step back. Oh, we kind of want what y'all were, last time y'all saw real relationships and love and people working together and all this unity and stuff like that. That was in the millennial era. I mean, the millennial era. Early. Half the shit that y'all are seeing on the internet right now when it pertains to the opposite sex and women and stuff like that, these used to be stories that men used to tell amongst each other. And guess what? When we used to tell or talk about some of this stuff, some of the shit that we were talking about, people wouldn't believe it. People wouldn't believe it back then. People wouldn't believe it. You tell dudes back in the day, hey bro, she done got a train ran on her, oh, that girl, she's sleeping with every dude in the city and whoop de whoop and blah blah blah, and dudes would be like, what? Nah, you wouldn't believe it. Dudes wouldn't believe it. Right? Now it's for display on the internet. Now the woman that don't want you to know she got a train ran on her is posting the video of it. You can see it for $5 on OnlyFans. It's warped. It's warped. The world that we live in right now, if you think about it, it's warped. And imagine, y'all would believe a lot more stuff if you grew up with Instagram. I didn't grow up with Instagram, thank God. Y'all would believe it a lot more now because you can see it. You don't even have to tell a story no more. You can share a video. So who the hell at this point, with everything that I'm just laying back down to y'all, is going to listen to Phylicia Rashad tell these women to put clothes on when she's sitting on a radio platform that pumps the music that help those women take those clothes off? They'll have Phylicia Rashad on there telling y'all to have some dignity and then play Cardi B and G-Eazy as soon as they go to commercials from y'all talking to Phylicia Rashad or listening to what she has to say. It'll go from her lecturing you to put some clothes on to fuck them then, get some money. You know, I'm just saying. Who's gonna listen to her? What woman is gonna run around and listen to her? But then the other day I saw something. And I can explain this to y'all too. Have y'all been watching not even TikTok? Remember I told y'all they said Generation Beta is supposed to help bring back people or a generation of people that's worth a damn. If you go on TikTok, TikTok is resurrecting a lot of older music from that time. I was just listening to a video with Zaytoven, and like they're going back to old songs, like shit. I mean, the sound from 2007 is actually coming back, which is crazy, by the way. The early 2000s is coming back. Some of y'all may have seen there's an artist named Young LA, right? He's from Atlanta. And he had a song with T.I. and Young Dro called Ain't I, right? Y'all know this song. Put a one in the chat. Y'all know Ain't I. You know. TikTok brought back about 15 seconds, like a couple bars of that song. T.I. fumbled with Young Lay. And Young Lay fumbled it also too. You know, Young LA fumbled it. You know what I'm saying? Because he got into it with Alley Boy and Duct Tape and Trouble and all of them. You know, recipes Trouble and stuff. He kind of got into, you know, a whole squabble with them. And it was a crazy video where Alley Boy beat the hell out of you know, Young Lay because he got backdoored by one of his homeboys out there in Atlanta, whatever, right? But either way, T.I. fumbled that, right? Fumbled. It's an artist that T.I. fumbled. If y'all don't know who he is, but y'all probably remember the song. The younger generation, they go listen to it on TikTok right now, and they like it. They love it. You understand what I'm saying? They love it. Oh man, you know, I remember this song, right? What's going on, Dollar Washer? Oh man, I remember this song. And Young Lay, he look crazy right now. But guess what? It resurrected his career. That the song is trending right now. Now he can go perform and get money now. Off that one bar. Resurrected his career. I think that's cool. But guess what? T.I. and Young Dro's on it. And guess what happened? When they all fell out, they were dissing Young Lay. Dro was like, "Oh, I just bought him around and blah blah blah. He was a dude from the block." T.I. didn't want to have anything to do with them and stuff like that. All kinds of shit start happening, right? And I saw the other day Young Dro try to post a video of his verse for the same song because the song is trending. But only a couple bars is trending. You know? What bar is trending? What bar is trending? Where did his bar start? I remember his verse. You got to know we rock it. Pockets extra socket. Don't I love my vegetables and extra cheese and broccoli? Don't Young Lay like to kick it like karate? Don't I be with J Money serving everybody? That's the only part they remember. That's the only part they remember. If you go look at modern DJs right now that's playing that club in the song, playing that song in the club, my bad. If you go look at modern DJs right now playing that song in the club, you can tell who knows the bars after it and who knew the bars before it. If you go listen to that song getting played in the club, they only know that one part because of TikTok. You know, after that bar, it goes quiet. They don't be like, don't we be in Magic City throwing up the rocket? You know, they're not gonna say that part. You know, yeah, I remember, yeah, when he and he's like, the duck gotta come off the face. Yeah, y'all remember that? Shout outs to everybody here, man. Hit the like button, y'all. Show some support. Hit the Cash App. I really want to get into this topic. All right. The younger generation don't know anything after that bar. They're just rediscovering that song. What they're doing right now is rediscovering old music. We do that in hip hop. What do you think when DJs go crate diving? What we're doing? We're rediscovering old music. Now we might sample it, but we're also rediscovering old music. And the whole point of sampling is to add to the recording. You know what I'm saying? Or modernize the recording. You know? I didn't know until later. I'm slow. I didn't know that Anxiety song and from Doechii and what's the group that sing that it's the same beat that now you're just somebody that I used to know. Same beat. Same beat, same melody, same everything. I was looking at what the producers are doing nowadays, Mustard and stuff like that. What they do is they play the recorded compilation. They don't even sample anymore. You want to know why? Because if you sample, they get more money. But if you use the actual, the actual, never mind. That's gonna open up another can of worms. But anyway, the old sound is coming back, and the old styles are coming back again. You want to know why? Because the kids and the stuff and people that's being birthed right now, they coming out the womb hopeless romantics. You see, before the internet, nobody cared about a social anything. Your social life was more important than your social media. You didn't have social media. You had to work to be a hopeless romantic. Why do you think all these kids nowadays are on depressants and all kinds of stuff? Why do you think the manosphere and all this other stuff is starting to boom right now? Kids are on depressants and medicine and all kinds of shit now, right? Why? If anybody has the internet coming up, you wasn't gonna figure it out. You had to live life a little bit and then come to the internet. If the internet is the only thing that you can rely on, you are in fucking trouble. When it comes down to like just, because you're gonna use the internet to try to become a human. What was I listening to the other night? You know what song I was listening to? And same thing, like I said, younger generation going back. My generation goes back too. You know what song I was listening to the other night, y'all? I was listening to Shalimar, A Night to Remember. Nigga was going crazy on that guitar. Zillennials don't know about this, but I was listening to a lot of millennials don't know about that shit neither. I was listening to Shalimar, Night to Remember, right? What's the first bars in that Shalimar song? I'm about to butcher it now that I'm telling y'all to remember it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. What'd she say? Okay, yeah. The first bars on that song is, when you love someone, it's natural, not demanding. Just that bar alone. Just that bar alone. Should turn some of y'all gears. When you love someone, it's natural, not demanding. Niggas gotta get on the internet nowadays to look up, hey, if you love someone, is that natural? Is that natural? Yes. Google God tells you that that's natural. You knew this before the internet. We didn't need the internet to tell us this. Yeah, you know, you rely on your family, maybe the TV or the radio and shit, right? Yeah, Night to Remember. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna catch up on the comments because I'm so behind on the comments because I'm about to let this play. We need at least one person to hit the like button and support the show. Let's get at least one supporter. All right. Start it off. Who gonna start off the cauldron? All right. Who gonna who gonna start it off? All right. We need somebody to start the show. All right. So listen. Your dating pool greatly rose when the internet came. But guess what? It made it more confusing. It made it more confusing. Because nowadays, you don't have a social life. You have a social media. Okay? Nowadays, you don't have a social life. You have a social media. So, who gonna tell you how to navigate that? Who gonna teach you how to navigate that? A lot of meaningless relationships came out of social media too. And you're using social media to restore your social life. You understand? About to say. These kids nowadays, man, they got this shit. They got social media. They're just trying to have a social life. It's hard to have a social life with social media. The original intent for social media was to enhance your social life. But if you don't even know what the hell you're trying to enhance, oh man. Oh man. Not again. It's gonna be a long road for a lot of people. Even millennials. I can't just blame it on the Z's. The millennials are caught up into this shit. That's where a lot of the Z's get their beliefs on social media from. Who were they watching on social media? They were watching millennials on social media. They were watching millennials on social media. They were watching us, and they were watching Gen Xers on social media. You know? But social media was imitating your social life. Some of y'all religiously have beliefs about some of y'all have beliefs about dating from watching skits all fucking day. Some of y'all to this day, y'all watch skits that is supposed to reflect dating, but it doesn't reflect dating. Not today's dating. It's just supposed to reinforce a point. It's not necessarily real, you know? What do I mean by that? Some of y'all be watching those videos, right? Y'all ever see the video where the guy try to go talk to the girl? And then he go walk over to his car and the girl follows him in every single video. Nice car. It's to sell. It's to sell. Even the fact that they're telling some of you guys to be successful, right? Hey, go be successful. You go listen to an Andrew Tate video. What they going to show you? They're going to show you a Rolls Royce. They're going to show you all of this stuff. It's to sell. Yes, of course, if you become successful, yeah, you want to go get you a nice Rolls Royce or whatever. You know, you know, if that's what success is to you. Some guys, success to them is a family. You know, some guys, success to them is is other things. It's not necessarily, hey, grind to go get the money, and when you get the money, go get the girl, and when you get some guys, that's not how some guys work. But that's what's sold to you. Of course, if you see the guy pull the girl in the Lamborghini Urus, you're gonna, oh well, I gotta buy a Urus. You know, it's goofy. But anyway, that's something else. What I'm saying is that like the people were using the internet skits and stuff like that before TikTok and all of and all of that other stuff. What was the name of that website? Vine. We had Vine. Vine was before all of that stuff. We had Vine. So you know, some of the stuff that y'all were watching on the internet, it was especially pertaining to dating. It was to imitate certain things that go on in the dating world. Like a lot of people used to think that women would splash drinks in men's faces. Some dudes that did happen to them, but guess what? It's rare. It's rare that happens. And plus, ain't nobody trying to waste no drink. You know? But anyway, these are all taboo stuff nowadays. But you still see them on the internet. That's what a lot of the Zillennials grew up with. That's what they saw. The phone was their TV. You understand? Stimulates more dopamine. You know? Stimulates more dopamine. This is why I call the phone the external organ. Because that's what it is. It's an external organ. It's an external organ. Some people don't have insurance on themselves, but they got insurance on their phone. Right? Now, if y'all will kindly support the show, I'm going to get back to the video. Hitting the 2-hour mark. Whereas most people that do these shows, they'd leave. I'm going to kick it with you guys. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. Now, look at this. Phylicia Rashad. What's going on, Jay? Who the hell is she talking to at this point? You know? If this was in 2007, maybe she would have, you know, maybe somebody would listen. But at this point, they're looking at her like, who's that? Was she in Black Panther? Like nobody's listening to what Phylicia Rashad is gonna say. It's too late. She 15 years late. Who? Morality is gone. You got to put morality back into people before they start thinking about putting some clothes on.
And let's get into Brittany Renner.
Hold on.
Oh,
why is it that anytime older women try to give game to younger women, it always circles?
They're so beautiful.
It's actually crazy that the host at the Breakfast Club would stop to say a dumbass joke like that when the Breakfast Club promotes the type of garb that Phylicia Rashad is about to speak out against. When Phylicia Rashad was growing up, the singers would wear gowns. Now they wear thongs. Let's continue.
And something has happened in popular culture.
I gotta do a video on that. Square women are more bold than these artists. Yes, square women are more bold than Glorilla in a certain way. Square women are more bold than Sexy Red in a certain way. Square women are more bold than Lotto in a certain way. Yes, they are. They'll actually go to the club naked. Let's get it.
Culture. You know, and I don't mean to be critical, and I hope young ladies listening don't take this as personal criticism, because I don't mean it that way. But you're young queens. I'm taken aback when I see on a college campus, young women dressed in strips of clothing.
Extra sloppy.
But more importantly than that,
On the
no man wants his woman
that's cheese and broccoli
to be out like that.
More importantly,
right?
I grew up on Method Man saying, wearing 3/4 of cloth, never showing your stuff off. Boo.
You know, it's like there's today's designers. I mean, there's ways. You know, there are other things, and I just
leave something to the imagination.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Something for my eyes only. You know.
Yeah, but like you said, there are ways of being sexy without showing so much.
Oh, please, and that's really not sexy.
I mean, one of the most sexiest, most beautiful pictures is you. I forgot what year it was, but you got on like a basketball jersey and like some jeans, you eat some popcorn. That's an iconic picture.
The white jersey?
Yes.
That was, yeah. That
is a beautiful picture. That's like, that is the epitome of sexy.
Oh, well. I think it has a lot to do with what they see. What they're emulating what they see.
Yeah.
See, we grew up in a time where, you know, the singers, these ladies were dressed down, darling. These women, they were wearing robes and gowns and right? Well, it's a little different today.
Yeah.
She said what she said. She told not one lie. And to be honest with you, it's a damn shame that a woman that is damn near 80 years old is better looking, more easy on the eyes, more graceful than some 20 to 39-year-olds. But what I also appreciated about her words, and this is the thing, this is why I love watching these types of interviews and you're watching the game that's being played, is Phylicia, who stands for modesty, who stands for traditionalism. When Just Hilarious levied the idea that you can still be sexy, Phylicia Rashad clapped back in her own feminine way as to say, is that really the goal? Is the goal to be representing yourself as sexy? And then I love how they broke.
I mean, look at the young generation. They don't even refer to older women as ma'am or miss. But guess what? They're in school right now trying to tell you to call them sis. Ooh, boy, have mercy. Woo! You know what I'm saying? They're trying to tell you to call them sis. That's crazy. You will call an older generation of women as a younger woman a sis before you call them a miss. You know, because, I mean, if you grew up with a little bit of manners, whatever that is nowadays, which is not instilled in kids, which was back in the day, you're not referring to, you know, as young men, we you know, sir, you know, yes, ma'am, right? You don't see women, and you don't see women referring to other women like that. You don't see women having that politeness amongst other women like that. And also, too, you kind of barely see the men regarding each other as sir or gentleman, or, you know what I'm saying? So, clap back in her own feminine way. What does that mean? What does that mean? I've always hated the concept of learning to be masculine. But that's what a lot of people are doing. They're learning to be masculine. It's like, you're not a man. You're not masculine. You got to learn to be masculine. Hey, okay. Oh, you're using the internet to learn to be man. Okay. Because it used to be the gym. You know. But that doesn't work. Because sometimes masculinity is a mentality. Not even sometimes, all the time. You know. Some of the greatest thinking men were not these big physical specimens. You know. But we respect different types of men that come from all walks of thought, right? There's really not going to be no real respect. Because a lot of these Gen Z kids, these are millennial children. You know? And the millennials, they're going to spin the block and have beta kids. So, what I'm saying is, they killed off the Mammy class. So if Phylicia Rashad stands, she don't stand. All right, I'm going to say this. I'm going to drop a gem. I'm going to bless y'all. Y'all bless the show and support the show. People would rather listen to Kendra G before they listen to Phylicia Rashad. Kendra G has more of a reach and influence over today's women, and she just came out. Even though she's been doing radio for a minute, she just came out. She has more influence over modern women than Phylicia Rashad. Ain't that sad? Ain't that sad? Let's get the point from A to B. Ain't that sad? Get my message across. That's sad. That's sad. Let's get it.
Brought up the photo of her not being sexy, but still being beautiful in an old jersey from back in the day. And then adding this lemming idea that I often say on my platform, the idea that many of these women just look at the influencers and they're just following. But see, Hollywood has been corrupted, and being corrupted is maybe inaccurate. Maybe it's always been corrupted, but they pedestalize what is debaucherous because it draws the most eyes, and they don't give a goddamn what it does to the families in that community that look like the influencers that are being paid to look like pieces of shit. But you must understand to the degree of damage done within a community, within a culture, when a woman can be potentially ostracized or canceled for having a message as wholesome as what this is, but it never fails.
Why is it that anytime older women try to give game to younger women, it always circles back to being about a man?
See? Look at this fool right here. Look at this fool right here. Here we go. See? I told y'all they're not going to listen to them. And Phylicia Rashad should have known this. They're not going to listen to them. They're going to run that same goofy feminist pump fake on y'all. Why does every time I got to listen to a woman, it always got to be circled around being a man or doing something for a man? Some of these girls gay as hell. It's like, Phylicia, how do you assume I'm doing something for a man? I have a whole girlfriend. Who are you talking to? Some of these women are in LGBT relationships. Phylicia don't know who the fuck she talking to. I remember when one of the only female content creators on here that I do follow, and I've been crushing on her for the longest time, is this content creator named Olivia Alexa. She disappeared for like about 4 or 5 years, maybe 4 years, right? And then came back and was talking about trying to restore the kingdom and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, you're out of touch. You have no idea what's going on in modern dating right now. And the funny part is that you only left for a couple of years. It's the world changed so quick. It's like you wake up one day and it's like, did you get the new update? And you're like, what update? The world it updates itself like iOS. It does. The world is moving so fast. By the time new technology comes out, it's obsolete. Think about that. By the time new technology comes out, it's obsolete. They just build shit unfinished to add technology to it later. They don't even, everybody up here waiting for Grand Theft Auto to come out. They're putting out unfinished games and just patching it up. Guess what? The women are on their program, and so are a lot of guys. This is how they're manufacturing people. This is the new robot right now. This ain't finna listen to no goddamn Phylicia Rashad. Phylicia Rashad is trying to talk to this.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation. Yeah, because of inflammation. Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Yeah. Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Offended by everything, ashamed by nothing.
No disrespect to Phylicia Rashad. I respect that lady. I think she's beautiful. She's talented. She's everything. But she is a Pikmi also. I already peeped the game when she was riding for Bill Cosby. I don't feel like getting into all of that. But
she don't even know why she was riding for Bill Cosby. Anyway.
But she was on the Breakfast Club and she was talking about the way that women dress today. Now she's entitled to her opinion. That's totally fine. And I was okay with the message until she's
no disrespect to Phylicia Rashad, but I'm about to disrespect Phylicia Rashad.
Said, and most importantly, no man wants a woman that dresses whatever way they were talking about. Why is that the most important element when it comes?
That's not true. A lot of men want a lot of men want women that dress slutty in these clubs. Come on now.
To how a woman is dressing. And why don't people understand that not all women date men? There are some women that don't date men. There are.
See? What'd I tell y'all?
And let's get into Brittany Renner.
God damn it, Flacco.
Why is it that anytime...
What'd I tell y'all? That's the generation. I keep telling y'all young men, and shouts to my bro. We were just talking about this shit, but I'm telling y'all. Y'all better. I think men should get full custody of their sons going into the future. I'm telling y'all, you need to have those little boys with their father. I think men should file for full custody. I'm telling you, you need to have them boys with their father now more than ever. Because society is gonna have a bigger impression on your child than you are in a lot of cases. And you need to prepare for that. You should know this already. Because now, as a heterosexual man, I'm telling you, and I've been saying this, but this is what I've been giving y'all game, and I've always give y'all game. Let's get the support up. I always give y'all game. Don't say I never did nothing for you. Y'all support the show. 2 hours and 17 minutes into the madness. Listen to what I'm telling you. I've been telling y'all for the longest time. When y'all be like, oh, my girl, she can't have male friends. My girl, she can't hang around men like that. Whoop-de-whoop. I'm telling y'all some real shit. I'm like, you are assuming that she hasn't already slept with her female friends. Or poked around. Or went on a girls trip. Right? You think you safe from that? And then you know what a lot of dudes' response is? Well, I like girls too. Wrong answer. And it's not wrong if you got a little lesbian girl or whatever. Hey, look, I'm just telling you, you don't know. I'm just telling you, you got to think twice when it comes and when you're dealing with women. But look how slow older women are. That you got younger women in this generation. I'm telling you, these women be eating ass and ghosting niggas, man. I'm telling you, you got women in this younger generation telling older women, what makes you think that I'm dating men? That's some wild shit to say to an older woman. What? Like, oh, y'all. And the funny part is that Phylicia Rashad might have some feminist bones in her body. That's the crazy part about all of this shit. You know, standing for women in the industry and stuff like that. Yeah, she probably got duped into some feminist shit back in the day also. Look at your creation, Phylicia. Yes, this is a byproduct. That woman sat up there and looked at, what make you think that I'm dating men? Oof. Oof. What make you think that she's dating men? God damn. That's wild. Older women shouldn't be so much offended. Some of y'all fought for that shit. What makes you think, because they blaming it on the men and shit, you know, but what makes you think that she only dates men? The fact that you try to give a little girl some game and that's the response that you get is crazy. It's not just the birds and the bees no more. Think about it. What was women in Phylicia? I mean, obviously lesbianism has been everywhere, right? That's nothing new. Come on, think about it. Follow me. But Phylicia Rashad, right? What were girls doing back in her era? Come on, y'all, use your brain. They were like, oh, I would never, we're going to say fellatio. I would never do fellatio. I would, even though they were doing it, I guess it didn't really cross their mind. That was probably the most nasty thing you could do at that time, right? Fellatio. Fellatio, right? Man, you are talking to women out here that are full-fledged eating ass. Pause. Women, you are talking to women, young girls out here that are full-fledged eating ass. Full-fledged. No shame in their game. And it's not like they're doing it to just one sex. That's another thing too. See, y'all, pay attention. It's not like they're doing it to just one sex. They're doing it on both sides. They eating man and nigga. That's some prison shit. Hey, look, I'm just getting y'all some real shit. That's some prison shit. That is some prison shit. They eating women's ass and they eating dudes' ass. I'm like, damn. The younger generation don't even kiss anymore. Anyway, get a load of it.
Older women try to give game to younger women. It always circles back to being about a man. No disrespect to Phylicia Rashad. I respect that lady. I think she's beautiful. She's talented. She's everything. But she is a Pikmi also.
Fucking Pikmi.
But it never fails.
Why is it that anytime older women try to give game to younger women, it always circles back to being about a man.
Offended by everything, ashamed by nothing.
No disrespect to Phylicia Rashad. I respect that lady. I think she's beautiful. She's talented. She's everything. But she is a Pikmi also. I already peeped the game when she was riding for Bill Cosby. I don't feel like getting into all of that. But she was on the Breakfast Club and she was talking about the way that women dress today. Now, she's entitled to her opinion. That's totally fine. And I was okay with the message until she said,
"What's going on, 1,000 Sons? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. If you guys could do me a huge favor and support the show." Kind of getting redundant at this point. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all support the show. There's a link right there in the chat. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. All right? It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
And most importantly,
shout out to everybody here.
To want
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna
whatever.
Give you shout outs to everybody here. Let's get it.
Why is that the most important element when it comes to how a woman is dressing? And why don't people understand that not all women date men? There are some women that don't date men. There are a lot of women out here that have opted out of dating entirely and don't care about what a man want to see her in. Why does everything older women say always have to go back to a man? I don't understand that. They need to reprogram their minds.
Now you got women out here saying y'all got it wrong. Y'all need to reprogram y'all minds. Wow. She's saying y'all tweaking. Imagine that. Imagine that. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show.
Swag like mine, because it ain't a nan nother like me. Huh? Since the day of my birth until I leave God's green earth, it ain't gonna be a nan nother like me. They can duplicate, they can replicate, they can make carbon copies. A motherfucker could do me better than me if we swap bodies. Cause it ain't a nan nother like me.
Bitch, I drop dick on the bitch. I drop a dick on the bitch. I drop a dick on the bitch. What? Oh shit.
Of course they not gonna listen to Phylicia Rashad. Hell no, they ain't gonna listen to her. She said y'all tweaking. Damn.
Who hurt you, man? First off, let me ask you, do you think that that is natural? Do you think that it is natural for men and women to decide not to date one another into eternity, forever? I'm not talking about taking a break. Do you think that that is natural? If you think that it is, you are beyond low IQ. And in fact, if most people thought about that, that would lead to the extinction on our planet. Remember before when I said that Phylicia Rashad is stunting on many of these young ass chicks? This would be a perfect example of one.
What's going on, Aunt T? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, bro. Good to see you, man. Let's get it.
And that's because Phylicia Rashad.
How's the Aunt T in the building? Let's go. Make sure you guys head over to Aunt T's channel. If you already aren't subscribed, subscribe to home of the YouTube Purge. Aunt T right here in the building. Make sure y'all head over to his channel. Hit the like button. Subscribe to my brother's channel. Let's get it.
God leads in a degree of grace within that modesty. You, ma'am, are a bitter woman, and more than likely.
What's going on, War Master? Welcome back. Shout outs to everybody here. Good to see everybody in the building. Let's get it.
A bitter baby mama. And the anguish that you speak from, or the hate that you derive your words from, is from your
damn. What's going on, Link? God damn, y'all coming in. YouTube probably put out the notification. Shout outs to Aunt T in the building. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Shout outs to 1,000 Sons in the building. Shout outs to Link in the building. Shout outs to Degenerate Sherigan in the building, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to the Broskis in the building. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. 2 hours and 27 minutes into the show. 31 minutes past the hour. Shout outs to production expert in the building, also on the Rumble side of the game. Yeah, we might go over the Rumble because I was doing the Jubilee show, War Master, about traditional versus woke, and they got a part 2. So at some point during this show, guys, we're gonna we might head over to Rumble. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna put the Rumble link in the chat, and we might finish the rest of the show off on Rumble. You know what I'm saying? But let's get it. Let's get back into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it.
Bad past experience.
Yeah, absolutely, Link. Because I wanted to I want to see if this turns into a marathon show. Granted, you guys support the show. I want to do movie night over there, and I want us to go over the movie Diary of a Tired Black Man. I just need to update my VPN and pull it up on my laptop. I think that's the way I'm gonna do it, because I can get it on my phone. I just can't get it on my laptop. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm gonna get cursed out for having a crapple, but yeah, that, you know, I want us to watch Diary of a Tired Black Man. That came out in 2008, y'all. So it's going to be a lot of good game being chopped up over there. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
This is with men, which is now leading you not to...
I think 2006. But let's get it.
Date men into the future. You're upset because she's triggered you because it was most importantly to a man. But let's not even say that. Let's say that it's most importantly to...
What's going on, Tampa?
...to your place of business. Would you still be mad then? Would you still be triggered if she said to the family of that man? Would you still be triggered then? Because the same logic applies. Well, none of those people will respect those that dress like they do not respect themselves. But you lose the lesson and instead go ad hominem and call her a Pikmi, which is just so crazy. Conservative, modest women, no matter what you do,
that would have to be explained to Phylicia Rashad. She don't know what a Pikmi is. Phylicia don't know what a Pikmi is. She don't know what a Pikmi is.
Say, if you value a man, then you're a Pikmi. Having class makes you a Pikmi. It's absolutely absurd. Let's finish up with her comments.
You said you are most definitely going to get cursed out. You're trying to get War Master to partake in the Apple product. Hey, look, he said he still got an iPod. He's done it before. You said, what's wrong with her nose? I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with this woman's nose. But she's asking Phylicia Rashad what's wrong with her. You know, she's asking Phylicia Rashad what's wrong with her. Shout outs to Link over on the Rumble side of the game. Let's get it. Yes, sir. She's, oh, my bad. I said she asking Phylicia Rashad what's wrong with her nose. Hold on, my bad. I'm looking at a whole bunch of stuff. She's asking Phylicia Rashad what's wrong with her. Basically, she's saying the old generation of women are tripping because guess what? How do you know she's dating a woman? Which I'm not even going to lie. You know, going into the future, y'all, it is a viable answer. I mean, question. I've told you guys to assume that women are dealing with other women. It's rule of thumb nowadays to assume a woman is gay before you assume she's straight. For real. I assume all women are gay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ladies. You can't blame us. I assume all women are gay or have it in them. Honestly. It surprises me when she's straight. It surprises me when a woman is like, no, I don't play that. It surprises me if I bring sand to the beach, my woman ain't gonna get groped up by her own friends or other women at that. Women literally walk up to other women and say, oh my God, that's a nice dress, and start touching their titties immediately. They literally walk up to other women and start touching their titties immediately. But if that was a man, oh my God. I remember when they used to have clubs back in the day. What a joke. I'm a DJ. I remember they used to have remember they used to have clubs back in the day that if you were gay, you go to that club, by the way. Like, they had designated gay clubs. Bitches didn't give a fuck. They started dancing on each other at straight clubs. And had dudes dumbfounded. So like I said, it's interesting when I found out that a woman is not gay and she actually is like, no, I'm straight. No, my daughter ain't gonna be doing this. No, my son ain't gonna be doing that. It's like, oh. But let's go. Let's go.
They need to reprogram their minds. Like, it's 2025. We work too hard to have autonomy to always have to be connected to what a man likes and what a man doesn't like. If y'all constantly keep saying, oh, men don't like when women dress like this, men don't like when women wear their hair like this, wear lashes, wear makeup, this or whatever, and the woman is still doing those things that a man doesn't want, wouldn't that tell you that we don't fucking care?
I hate your voice.
Coco and Ice-T. She dressed however she wants to dress. She do whatever she want to do. And he's been married to her for how long? There are plenty of men that don't be getting in women's business. Like,
I was just about to say something about that's a horrible example. That's a horrible example. A whore, enabling whores, right? Enabling whores, right? That's a horrible example. This is crazy.
That they don't care about policing women and trying to control a woman's every move.
Sims.
Y'all be the ones who try to control everything y'all women do because y'all are insecure and y'all care about the public's perception of you. And like I said, I would be totally fine with the...
No, I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, like I said earlier, if Phylicia Rashad's generation had the internet, they would have been doing the same exact thing. They would have, some women would have, there would have been a little bit of pushback. I'll say that. I'll give you that one. There would have been a little bit of pushback. But a lot of those women, low key, would want to do the same thing if they saw that other women are getting attention from it. You understand? They would want, not even low key, high key. But the funny part is that women can also snap back at other women and say, that's easy for you to say because the internet wasn't around like that in your day. And she kind of would be right in hindsight. Who's to say Phylicia Rashad would be acting the way that she would today if the internet was around in her day? Again, that's a good question.
The message if she kept it about the women and themselves, but to constantly always have to bring something back to a man, it's crazy. It's getting old. It's been old.
Why so many men that begin to do great things in life leave women like this in the dust, even as far as going across the damn pond to go find one. Women like this perfectly demonstrate how deep the brain rot in regards to men that is inseminated into these modern women's minds, amplified even more so by the internet of morons that allow this shit to continue. Imagine calling a 76-year-old classy, poised Phylicia Rashad a Pikmi just for speaking the truth about the issue she's observed with women today. You cannot make this shit up. Go in the comment section. Women are bad-mouthing Phylicia Rashad.
Yeah, a lot of men gonna have to save women from themselves. War Master said a man controls his woman because she is autistic. Yeah. Respectfully, you know. Shouts to my autistic people, but you know, or people that's on the spectrum. But it's like we need you guys to hit the like button and support the show. What War Master said is true. Shout outs to everybody here. What War Master said is true. A lot of times you are saving them from themselves. Hold on, let me see. I'm reading. Link says, not a fan of MTR neither. I heard Coco showers like once a week. I'm good. Laugh out loud. I saw a clip of Coco and Ice-T on the show, and I guess they were on the show where a guy was like a I guess he's like a guy that does like the BBLs, like the Brazilian butt lifts and stuff like that. And literally, she's like a dog, like a happy dog. She just kind of turned around and she was like on the show with Ice-T, and she let the guy touch her butt. And Ice-T's sitting there looking, and he's like, I don't know if I should be offended by now or something like that or whatnot. Because the guy's like touching her ass to kind of see what type of work she got done. You know, they could go by off a feel. Basically, the guy's copping a feel. A free feel, right? Now everybody knows that Coco got surgery, but she's really trying to say that it's natural. Some girls can get a booty if they in the gym, but most girls won't. You know what I'm saying? A bitch gonna have a muscle butt, you know, little muscle butt girl, little muscle butt. Speed bump booty, little muscle butt, you know. But like, if you get like those girls, like go look at wrestling, go look at like the Jade Cargills, go look at like the Bianca Belairs, go look at those girls in wrestling. They're already shredded, so if they do gain a little bit of weight, they get a butt. But most girls will have a muscle butt. Coco is not in the WWE. She's not training. She's not trying to get cut. She's just trying to have that stripper booty, that stripper body. You know? So when strippers, when they put on the weight, a lot of strippers, they are in shape, you know? But they're cut under all of that stuff. Anyway, everybody knew she had surgery and whatnot. But, you know, just like a kid, she can't wait to show off her backside. So I'm telling you, if Phylicia Rashad's generation had the cell phone and had the internet and had all of that stuff going on the way we have it going on today, rap music and all that, man, Phylicia Rashad would be doing the same thing also. Half the job is saving them from themselves. I'm telling you, man. But, and like I've been saying for the last several shows, is that look at women when they objectify themselves. It's worse than anything any man could think of, you know, when they objectify themselves. So it's like they lucky they objectify themselves. Well, they're not lucky, my bad. They're lucky men objectify them. Or they would be lucky to have men objectify them, because at least there's a layer of protection. Now, it's horrible on the man's side of things because, you know, men, we have what's called the Madonna whore complex. If y'all don't know what the Madonna whore complex is, the Madonna whore complex is basically, if I go to a club or a party or something like that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get at the, you know, the hoes or whatever, if I'm on that type of time, the Madonna whore complex is basically, and it comes from being in the patriarchy, is that, yeah, I want to go to a club, but guess what? All the girls in the club are women that I want or women that I desire to be with. That's someone's daughter. You know? And men have this guilt. Like, it's like basically a guilt that gets held over men, you know? Daughter dads have it. And just men have it. If you have a family and you know, you have a sister or you grew up around mainly women and stuff like that, it's instilled in you. You know, you would want to go to a club or a party to go have fun, But you don't want that person there to be your sister. You don't want that person there to be your grandma, your auntie, or your mama, or all these other people and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's close to you. People that you would be obligated to protect, you know, or obligated, you know, secondhand embarrassment, or people that you feel that you would have to say something, you know, that's a part of the family. You want to protect them. They don't want to protect themselves to a certain degree. Some women gotta sit back and be like, damn, you know what? I could put on a shirt. Damn, you know what? I could cover up. We're seeing it right now. Again, I told you, I've known women that been naked on the internet for 15 plus years. And whatever they thought was going to pop off for them probably still haven't popped off for them. Sometimes, too, just like men, a woman navigating her dating pool or mismanaging the attention or how she's trying to go about getting attention will never get the right man. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you're actively working towards your demise and don't even know it. The same way as a guy that think he can trick, or a guy that think he can buy and pay for everything to get in on something, you will fund your own demise. But anyway, keep getting BBLs, ladies.
Y'all got her word. If they talk shit about Phylicia Rashad, you already know the coach is cooked, baby. I literally hate the rhetoric that comes from the generation around women's clothes. What? It's rooted in hypocrisy, hatred for women, and quite frankly, it's about...
Shout out to T. Riddler. Shout out to Gail at Night in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to Gail at Night. Yes, you said women who work out are my speed for real. Yeah, I like women that work out. You know? You said, how about Naomi Cooter? I think that's a pretty good example. Yeah. You got the Naomis. You got the Rhea Ripleys. I ain't gonna lie. I like Rhea Ripley. She's hot. She got a big ass back. So does Jade Cargill. A big ass back. Some of them girls are in big Backistan also too. But you know, that's because they work out. You know, but let's go.
But policing our bodies, our shapes, and our expressions. Comments like this help you guys understand when I do the reviews on Pop the Balloon why so many of these young women go up on their ask for a God-fearing man, and you go up on their profile and they're half naked. It's highly weird, leading these women to have limited results within their life. It's the blind leading the blind. Women like this think that they're fighting against something. Meanwhile, they'll call Phylicia Rashad a Pikmi when Phylicia Rashad was probably born in the 1940s.
Shout outs to D-Mac the trucker in the building. Yeah, shout outs to the truckers in the building. Y'all hit your horn one time for me. Yeah. I gotta check her out. I'm not really familiar with her. Yeah, WWE, man, them girls are wrestling, man. I'm telling you, I'm gonna do a wrestling segments over on Rumble. I'm putting all of that stuff together. You know? So hopefully you guys will be there to support that. You know what I'm saying? I definitely want to go over a lot of, you know, I don't really want to have to heavily edit. You know, I think if I could do it on YouTube, I have to heavily edit. You know, but I like Bianca Belair. I like the Mercedes Moné. I like and they wrestling. You know who I actually like? I like Liv Morgan. She grew on me. I like Liv Morgan. And that other weird girl that had a baby, I think she's with Seth Rollins or whatever, that Italian girl. She know how to wrestle. Some of them know how to wrestle, but let's get it. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the Cash App. Support the show. Let's get it started. I want to open up the panel. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Where she's literally seen the transition. She was literally there for not having rights as a woman to having all of the rights as a woman, if not more so, actually being in a position to fight for rights. But y'all call her a pick-me because of her perspective on the matter. And then y'all get up on here.
And I'm telling you, the new age LGBT people do not agree with the older age LGBT people. this is the same equivalent. You know, when like something happens in the LGBT community, they wheel out that what's her name? Damn, I just forgot this woman's name. T.S. Giselle or T.S. Madison or whatever. There's like this comedian woman or man. I don't know if it's a woman or a man. I forgot, but like it's this comedian. And she gets like Corey Holcomb and Dave Chappelle's approval and stuff like that. And then they wheel out like other people like RuPaul and all these other people and shit like, and it's like, bro, that's a whole different generation. They not about to listen to what this person got to say. You know, like RuPaul and them, they probably G-hay, but these newer cats, they triple G-hay. You know, even amongst Muslims. You know, you got people that dabble in it. You know, you got your Brittany Renners, and then you got your Super Saiyan 3 Muslim. The nigga that's willing to blow some shit up. Them two different types of Muslims. You got the kamikaze Muslim, right? So there's generations. There's different, man. Them people ain't about to listen. These kids ain't about to listen to no Phylicia Rashad. Bye, Phylicia. She got the wrong name. Yeah, that's crazy as hell. The Transformer that got 3 kids. I forgot she got kids. Yeah, Becky Lynch is dope. You said Becky Lynch is painfully Irish. Just the same way Rhea Ripley's painfully Australian, right? She got a pass because Dave Chappelle likes her. You know, so she gets a pass. But let's get it.
And act like this one saying, oh, what we're fighting for. You ain't had to fight for shit. You're like 20-something years old. But It's going to take perspectives like Phylicia Rashad and strength that she shows through the monotonous bullshit that the common modern woman espouses. And she actually talked about this.
You are like the perfect like image of like a black woman. Like, so I always wondered if you felt that pressure.
No. Light is not heavy. Carry light. Share light. Light is not heavy.
And that's why I'm gonna leave this conversation here today. Guys, drop me a note down below. What is it that you think about Phylicia Rashad being on the breakfast?
Her name is Flame. You said even young black men didn't disrespect Bill Cosby this bad, and he told us to stop. Yeah, he told us to pull the pants up. But even the same black men that he told to pull their pants up, they rode with him. So that shit is crazy, man. That shit is crazy. You dig? You said, shout outs to Mark Henry, who's the person that discovered Bianca Belair. That's what's up. I didn't know he did that. Wow. Yeah, Mark was pretty cool. I forgot that like back in the day. I remember Mark Henry more from the Sexual Chocolate era. That shit was funny when he was dating Mae Young. But I didn't know, you know, Mark Henry was I think like the first wrestler to really make a M like that. To have like a certain contract, like an actual contract with the company. He said Vince McMahon believed in them and stuff like that. You know, he was on a couple of I think he has his own podcast now too, which is cool. Mark Henry, I didn't know he discovered Bianca Belair. That's dope. But like I said, these women they don't give a damn about the older women. I don't know if that's the good attitude to have, because there's a lot of older women on bullshit. When they do listen to an older woman, they usually listening to one that's on bullshit. You see, as guys, in a lot of cases, we hand down good information. I know I do. But a lot of women, they hand, it's called tainted game. They hand down half truths. And some of these women and these younger girls, they don't get the full story until they go through a fuckload of pain. And they become a relationship war vet. And then guess what? The cycle continues. They hand down that bullshit too. Yeah, man, that sexual chocolate shit was funny as hell. We would never ever be able to have another Attitude Era. The Attitude Era was the best. But listen, y'all, let's open up the panel. Let's at least get 2 supporters on the channel so we can open up the panel. It's Player Talk Radio. We're going to take a slight break. Let's get it. Let's go.
But you do know who I'm talking about. Shut your bitch ass up before I get to talking shit about you. You don't want me to expose you. Selling that weed, boy.
We're going to talk about the Sauce Walker situation when we get back. Also, the killer of his artist Say So P was found lit up in Houston, Texas. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. We're going to get to the radio break. Let's open up the panel. Support the channel. It's Player Talk. Let's go. Absolutely, absolutely. Getting this gaming in on April Fools. Absolutely. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this thing muted me. But yeah, we here. We need at least 5 contributors. We have a show goal of 50. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Shout outs to everybody over on Kick. And shout outs to everybody over on YouTube. What I was saying, War Master, I found this Snow White movie, but I think it's the wrong movie because I was laughing because War Master said that Snow White is Latina, and then all of a sudden stuff start popping up on my timeline, and I found a Snow White movie, but it might be a different movie. Hold on, y'all. See if I can find it. Hold on, y'all. I found 2 of them. Hold on. Don't tell me I gotta start all over. Hold on, y'all. Check this out.
on the wall. Who's the fairest one of all?
Let's see.
Excuse me, your curtain. Please allow me to help.
Help? From you? Spare me your white savior complex.
I didn't mean to offend. I just thought you should know that
That I should know what? That some privileged white guy thinks his opinion matters? Get over your entitlement. I'm not some damsel in distress waiting for you to ride in on your high horse.
I'm really sorry. I was just trying to be kind.
Kind? If you want to be kind, disappear and take the patriarchy with you. Seriously, go away, stalker. You're weird. Weird.
My queen, you're the fairest, but no longer the most evil.
Wait, what?
Y'all, I think the bootleg man sold me the wrong DVD, y'all.
Ordinary apple, my dear. It's a magic wishing apple.
A wishing apple?
Yes, one bite and all your dreams will come true.
You offer it to me freely.
In place of the patriarchy, you would have a queen! Not white, but diverse, inclusive, and equitable! I will become the leader I know I can be! All shall love me and despair!
Get away from her, you hideous hag! Oh, what has she done to you? Fear not, first love's kiss can break any curse.
I think that's a better ending. Notice how when she turned into like the ultimate feminist after eating the apple, she went down. She was asking for some shit. Even the evil woman was like, "Oh damn, okay, shit. You done took it to a whole new level. I'm bad, but not that bad." Shit, I'm bad, but not that bad. God damn. Knocked herself out. Play that one more time.
No ordinary apple, my dear. It's a magic wishing apple.
A wishing apple?
Yes, one bite and all your dreams will come true.
You offer it to me freely.
In place of the patriarchy, you would have a queen! Not white, but diverse, inclusive, and equitable! I will become the leader I know I can be! All shall love me and despair!
Get away from her, you hideous hag! Oh, what has she done to you? Fear not, first love's kiss can break any curse.
You said Gen Z hated this movie. I'm pretty sure they did, because it got to get updated. Think about it, y'all. If y'all are familiar with the story of Snow White, one day they're gonna say I'm cocaine. If y'all updated with the story of Snow White, first of all, the name Snow White is crazy work. Think about it. The name Snow White is crazy work. Snow White, cocaine. So that name's out of the question. Then look at the dwarves. What happened to the elves and the dwarves that was around Snow White? You know, each and every single one of them, other than Dopey, we're going to get to that later, other than Dopey, they were all different emotions. Now they got to be all different types of genders. Think about it. And then why stop at Dopey? You know, Dopey was the one that, if you like weed, you like Dopey. Dopey was the cool one. Nobody remembers the other ones. They only remember Dopey. 2025. So now you got to start coming up with new types of drugs for the dwarves. One of them got to be ecstasy. One of them got to be whippets. One of them got to be lean. But it looks like Snow White is all of them because she fell asleep. So she leaned out. Her name is Snow White. She got all these orbiters around her. That's crazy. Crazy work. And shit, they don't like the dwarves of being around Snow White. They don't like the show that, hey, see, at least women knew what to do with their simps back in the day, put them niggas to work. Now if you do Snow White and she's like arbitrarily putting them dwarfs to work and shit, now it's gonna look like she need to depend on a man. You know what I'm saying? Now it's gonna look like, now if she got a whole bunch of dwarfs working for her, you know, they don't know how to correlate that back to no real shit. You know, it's kind of like Willy Wonka and the Oompa Loompas. You know, them Oompa Loompas was slaving. Willy Wonka put them Oompa Loompas to work. He didn't care if they were 3 feet. Get your ass on that tractor. You know, he didn't care. So Snow White can't really be around the dwarves like that, because then that would prove that women need a bunch of niggas, even if they orbiters to work for them. Snow White wasn't trying to put in no damn work. She's trying to keep her dress intact. Snow White listen, for real, like really listen to what I'm telling you. Snow White had all them dwarves around her working for her, right? Putting in work. But was still waiting for some random nigga to come in and kiss her. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. Still waiting on a prince. Raven said, Kuda, you know them dwarfs ran a train on her. That's funny as hell. That's funny as hell. You said Martin Snow White is a drugged out prostitute. Oh man, that's crazy, Ray. That's crazy work right there, man. Shout outs to Aunt T. Aunt T said, I'm working and listening in. You cooking, Kuda. I appreciate that, man. As always, you know. Gotta chef it up. I wanted to go over this again, because we went over this. All right, so we were talking about Phylicia Rashad, right? And we were talking about even the L Gibbet and just the Pandora's box that women open up, even when they want to. Even women trying to sexualize themselves is not them sexualizing themselves, you know. The L Gibbet got a foothold of quote unquote women sexualizing themselves. They already got a agenda for you. You know what I'm saying? They already got a whole agenda for y'all. So y'all are just, you know, don't listen to men, ladies. Think that, see where that gets you. You know, y'all are surrendering yourself over to another subcategory, another subgroup of men and women that's already dogging y'all out even way worse. But anyway, this is the future that we're headed into. Shout outs to Aunt T being here. I wish I could on the panel, because I definitely want to go over this again. Some of y'all probably didn't see this when we went over it the first time, because it was real late in the show, and I don't know if it got recorded. But we were talking about Umar and his daughter, right? And we were talking about how Umar, his daughter, she's surrendering and selling herself out to the LGBT. You understand what I'm saying? And, you know, we were talking about how Umar a couple years ago was talking about being GA, getting taken out of the DSM-5. You know what I'm saying? And how he was against it and everything else. So his daughter knows how to play her cards and try to shock the world and say that she's Jihad. You know what I'm saying? And hey, it's just a lot that we gotta cover, right? So we are now talking about child support and family court and divorce court and all of this stuff. And I played a video the other day going over it. And it gets worse. Hold on. Shout outs to everybody that was here. It gets worse. Look
with
at this.
Robert that he would.
Now look at
we
this.
had an agreement.
These are two women that done drug this man to court. Right? Done drug this man to court. Hold on. I need you guys to support the show. Let's open up the panel. All right. They drugged this man to court because he became I guess he was going to become the surrogate father, right? So not only one person in this LGBT relationship is getting pregnant, two of them are getting pregnant, and they all want the same baby daddy, right? But check this out. I'm gonna let this play for a little bit. Shout outs to everybody coming into the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Support the show via Cash App, via PayPal. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
With Robert that he would be the father to both of our babies. You know, this is my wife. We are married. We have always wanted a family. It's very important to us that the children are related. So unfortunately, the only way to do that is if they have the same father. And he made an agreement.
I appreciate you, bro.
His idea that he would be the father to both those babies because, you know, everything's so expensive. And artificial insemination, sperm donor, it's like so expensive. And yeah.
Correct.
Why did you agree?
Well, I've known these people for 10 years. We were really good friends. We spent a lot of time together. They make a beautiful couple and they're beautiful people. And, you know, they're unable to have this kid on their own. And so I agreed to help them with that.
All right.
Out of the kindness of my own heart.
So he consented and you all started the process?
Yes. Yes. We slept together. Yes.
Oh, okay. So you all did it the old-fashioned way?
Yep. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Saved on costs?
Yep. Saved on costs.
Okay. Yes, got it. Got it. Just use the parts that we got.
Yeah. Precisely.
Okay. Got it.
So basically, they having a little baby hopper, you know? They're having a baby from this Asian man who's known them for a long time. So the butch one, the one that's supposed to be the man in this situation, the one that's on the left, the one that looked like Justin Bieber, the one that's supposed to be the man in this situation, she's getting pregnant also, and the one on the right that's supposed to be the female, the femme and the dom. So the dom and the femme, they're both pregnant. All right, it gets worse, y'all. Let's go.
Both of you, or who got pregnant?
We both are. We're both pregnant. Yeah.
Oh, right now?
Yes,
Correct.
right now. Right now, Your Honor. We are both expecting.
Yes. Oh, this is good.
All right. Now, this is gonna be the future of divorce court. Divorce court's gonna get way more fucked up. It's gonna get way more goofy as we know it. Quote unquote divorce court or parental court, right? This is the future that women are plunging us into. And the crazy part is that This is a lesbian relationship. Why are you dragging a guy down to the courtroom anyway? Always got to drag a man into their madness, right? Always got to drag a man into their madness, right? So this Asian man about to be the baby daddy still need a man. This Asian man about to be the baby daddy to 2 women, right? The babies aren't even born yet and he's already getting drugged to court. Can you believe it? The babies aren't even born yet and he's getting drugged to court. Let's go.
Okay. So you're both pregnant right now by Mr. Pham.
Yes.
Correct. And so were the genders revealed?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, what are we having?
I'm having a girl.
Yes.
And I'm having a boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, look at the one that's having a boy. She proudly say, I'm having a boy. Oh, that makes it, you think you a man with that baby? Just because you can produce a male child, that makes you think you a man? You think you a man with that baby? All right, let's go.
So we've got girl and boy. Oh, you all did really well.
I know,
girl
right?
And boy.
That's what I'm saying.
Got it done. All right, so we got girl and boy. And why is there an issue? I thought we're all happy. This means the plan worked. Why are you suing him for the cost of the party? He agreed to pay for it?
He agreed to pay for it and
is now refusing. Yes, so at the party, it was at a restaurant that we rented out for $5,000. We invited our family, our friends, exes in relationships, because we invited the exes that we're still on good terms with.
Why are you inviting your ex to your baby shower? This is that goofy bullshit. Why are you inviting your exes to the baby shower? Just send them a picture and go on about your day. Why does your ex have to be at your baby shower?
You know, we're all civil, we're all friends.
Yeah.
That's big.
This is an adult relationship.
Yes.
We're very
This is the kind of goofy shit that you guys are gonna get pulled into in the future. Cause a lot of you guys that are incels right now, so y'all not thinking, I'm trying to show y'all support the show. Y'all are just thinking about the next step, if that. I'm trying to show y'all the stairwell, my nigga. I'm trying to show y'all the stairwell. Support the show, y'all. Don't treat me like a step kid. All right? Drop something on the player talk tariffs, y'all. Listen to what I'm telling you. You know how much guys that will settle for a relationship like this or a position like this because they don't want to be an incel? I keep telling y'all it's called incel farming. They farm up, they simp farm. They incel and simp farm. They farm up a bunch of simps and incels, and they use that as a class of man to extract things from other than time, resources, and sperm. Just like they would a husband. Do you not understand what I'm telling y'all? What will happen is the gay friend, she takes sperm from him. The orbiter, the guy that she would never sleep with, or maybe guess what? They thought about it and she'll take that from him. You dudes are becoming utilities. That's the next step. And you know how much incel dudes or dudes that don't want to be incel will take these deals and back up the child support courts and divorce courts? Ladies in the community, certain communities are single-handedly screwing over dating in relationships as you know it. Let me catch up on the comments, y'all. Let me let this play.
Yeah, we're
in our commitment.
Yeah, and one of those exes happens to be my ex-husband from a handful of years ago.
Okay.
Auntie said this will not stop. Oh, it's gonna get worse. I'm just showing them the tip of the iceberg right here. We went over this video and shout outs to Truth, you know? And shout outs to Chris G. Yeah, dude was thinking he could have both of them and realized he messed up. How much incels do you think are gonna take this deal? And you know what I'm saying? Like I said before, you have a lot of lesbian couples that went to a sperm bank, got a donor, and then later on in life, they go track that donor down. And I don't know if they get the information from the sperm bank or whatever, but they track those donors down. And bring them dudes to child support court. They take those dudes to for child support, and a lot of them end up winning. So look at this, fellas. You can't even beat your meat and get paid for it without getting dragged down to child support court. You need to be going to certain places where they're like, hey, you can't disclose my identity, just my DNA, which is your identity. You can't disclose, you know. Hey, look, you gotta draft up your own paperwork. If you trying to get paid to skeet, pause. If you trying to have some fun yun for some mun yun, you gonna pay. If you trying to have some fun yun for some mun yun, you pay. So when I tell you as men, you don't control your sexuality, you more monetized than women in certain ways. Y'all don't understand. They've always used the opposite sex to tax the other. Women are greatly used to tax men. Absolutely. Marriage is still the #1 way women can attain wealth and become millionaires. And he said, remember that Spike Lee movie, She Hate Me? Anthony Mackie, Kerry Washington, they were paying him $25K per pregnancy. I think I do remember that movie. Shout outs to Aunt T. You said, where's the link? We need a couple of contributors to open up the panel. Shout outs to Aunt T in the building. Yeah. Definitely. I want to drop the link so you guys can chime in on this. Definitely, I would love to hear what you have to say. Because I know you probably missed this segment when we went over it the first time, and I'm like, man, I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this. But trust me, y'all, it gets worse. I'm going to let this play real quick. It gets worse. All right? Yeah, Gail, they invited the exes. That's a red flag right there. But guess what? A lot of women are going to miss red flags because guess what? Well, I'm not a misogynist, or I trust my partner, or we trauma bond, or okay. Women going to have to take endless pages from the manosphere once they get over this hump, I guess. You know? Yeah, they wanted to stun on the exes right there in real time. Definitely a recipe for disaster. You dig? Okay, Auntie, I got you. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I got you, bro. Hold on. Let me get the link. I got you, man. Shout outs to everybody here. Yes, y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the Cash app. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Let's go.
Okay.
Yes.
More the merrier.
And we are on civil, positive terms.
Yeah.
And at some point during the party at the restaurant, I was speaking with Kevin, my ex-husband, outside of the restaurant, and Robert came up and saw us speaking and seemed to think that something was two ways going along romantically, consensually, and he thinks that he is now not the father of the child that I'm carrying.
Oh, so let him tell that part of the story, because I do want to hear from you, Mr. Pham. So you're at the gender reveal party?
That's correct.
The one you agreed to pay for?
Yes, under the terms that they were my kids.
Okay, well, that's understandable. What is it about her interaction with her ex that made you just fly off the handle and decide, I'm not paying?
Well, she's saying they were speaking outside, Your Honor. I believe they were doing a lot more than just speaking outside.
Oh.
As a matter of fact.
What did you see?
Well, there was a couple things. Initially.
Shout outs to Auntie. Bro, It's cool. I dropped the link for you. Thank you again for supporting the show. I dropped the link.
Nah, it's all good. I was sending
You
it anyway.
are the main
Sending it
person
anyway.
I want to hear chime in on this.
Nah, because I'm not gonna say I went
Yeah.
through it, because I almost got caught up with some shit like that. So I ain't get caught up with that shit. I'm just in the club one night, and bro, I got approached by I'm talking about a baddie and her stud fucking girlfriend, bro. And they, now luckily it's some alcohol involved, so they just got pissed off and just said, "Look, man, we just want your sperm. That's it. Like, fuck out of here, bro. I'm good."
No, but
like
no,
nigga
but
ain't that
but see-
desperate for a three-way that y'all about to have me caught up like this, because that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Right, but see, he slept with both of them.
Yeah,
So
that's what they
right.
want, because bro, if they go the legal way, artificial insemination, they gotta pay, bro.
Expensive. Yeah, it's
They gotta
expensive.
pay big money, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of them chicks don't do that. Like I say, check out that movie She Hate Me. It's not even that old, bro. It's from like the 2000s.
I'm gonna see
So
if we can watch
it's
it over on Rumble.
Bro, check it out. This is this exact story. But yo, I'm not gonna give y'all the whole thing. It was Anthony Mack, the new Captain America, Kerry Washington. Yeah, Kerry Washington was like his fiance. He came in there. You know what I'm saying? He came in, busted her with her girlfriend type shit. And then, hey, whatever. She's like, I'm in the girl. You know what I'm saying? And then it was like, yo, she just pimped out her ex. He got caught up with some debt, whatever, and was like, yo, she just brought in a bunch of lesbians, and they was paying him like, it was like 20 grand a piece or whatever. So he ended up fathering like, I think it was like 25 or 30 kids or something like that. Nigga was eating Viagra like Skittles. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they was doing it, man. You see the studs. Like, they had like, you know what I'm saying, studs, WNBA players playing in the movie and stuff. Yeah, bro, check it out, bro.
So no turkey baster. She wasn't using no damn turkey baster.
That was it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And of course, you know what I'm saying, they got him tested and stuff like that. And of course, the dude has, you know what I'm saying, he's a smart, intelligent dude. You know what I'm saying? He's got good genetics and all of that other stuff. So them chicks was doing it, but they was literally just using that dude as a human sex toy. And then they get pregnant. And then at the end of it, he ended up in prison for that shit, bro. One no child support. Motherfucker got hit with the prostitution, bro. Prostitution, solicitation. You know what I'm saying? All of them counts of it. And I think might have been like a trafficking charge too.
All right, let me put this movie
bro,
down.
for real,
We gotta watch it.
jail
We
over
gotta
that
watch
shit,
this on
bro.
Rumble. It's called She Hates Me from Spike Lee. Okay, we gotta
Hate
watch
Me.
this on.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, we gotta watch. Hold on.
Yeah.
We gotta watch this on Rumble.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, be careful even watching it on Rumble. Just be careful, dog, because it's like a lot of sex scenes and stuff like that in it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, a lot that movie. But
good look for the heads up. But I mean, do you think a lot of the incels and a lot of these guys are gonna take this option in the future?
Yeah.
Because guess
Nah,
what?
I already know. Most of these niggas, bro, if you going through a year, 2 year, 3 year drought, there's no way in hell, bro. Some
You'll
chicks,
turn that down.
even if one's a stud, just like this situation you see right here, you might not, whatever, the chick look like a little boy, whatever, but she got this baddie girlfriend with her talking about, yeah, you know what I'm saying, hey, you can fuck me, all that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, we just want your sperm. These motherfuckers ain't gonna say no to that.
They say studs got good coochie.
No, but that's how they hit you.
That's a talking point. Yeah, that's how they hit you. Yeah,
no, that's the way they hit you. No, they throw the baddie at you. You know what I'm saying? They throw the baddie at you, and then it's like, okay, well, we want to be pregnant together. You got to do, you know what I'm saying? You got to get, because they can be pregnant together. They want to go through it together because they're in this together and all. Yeah,
right.
All that situation is not new. It's common. I'm saying it's not new. This has been going on for a while, bro. And that's what I mean. Just like you said, it's only gonna get worse. Keep in mind, it was so bad, a motherfucker made a movie about it 20 years ago.
But see, this
movie about this 20 years ago.
But this is the thing, though. I'm looking at it like this, and like, you know, and me and you have been covering the Umar, the Umar thing, right? And now that his daughter's coming out gay and all this other shit, right? Which she said that in the first video, but look at how and Umar's talking about child support and the child support court and blah 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 and all the stuff that we've talked about till we're blue in the face, right? Look at how cases like this that's complicated will be backing up the whole child support and like it'll be backing up the courts with just fuckery, right? And a lot of guys are gonna take this option even if it's for some free coochie, or they're gonna take this option if guys wisen up and get smart and monetize it, because you can make good money doing this. You know, Raven put 50K in the chat. There's couples out there, you know, lesbians got fuck you money, some of them. A lot of them. The L Gibbons.
Yeah, because that might have been the number in that movie. It might have been like 50 racks or something like that, bro. But it was up there, bro.
So if let's say if that's the going rate, let's say 50K, men ain't gonna turn down that 50K.
No.
This is where our stupidity as men come into play. You know what I'm saying? Men will sell themselves for less.
And you get to be a sex toy for like 2 chicks at a time, because that's the thing. They don't just get pregnant the first time. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta do that until it works.
Until
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I was like, bro, I'm good. Granted, that was my younger. Yeah, that was my younger days. What was this? Probably about 15 years ago. So I'm not that desperate for a 3-way. You know, but had I been maybe 10 years younger than that, I probably would have did it for easy money and a couple of bras, and it's alcohol involved and all of that other stuff. So
but
I know
as men, we know there's always going to be a right. No, but as men, we know there's always going to be a guy that's going to take it.
Yeah, of course. That's why I said this ain't going to
be a guy that's going to take it.
This ain't going to stop.
And then like what Raven said, because of genetics, and then, you know, they're going to have some shit set up where the L Gibbet probably can get that through Medicare, so you probably not even gonna see them. You probably gonna be working with the insurance company to ensure that they're, you know, to ensure that whole process. So you'll probably never run out of work if that's what y'all are gonna be doing. 50K is a lot of money, even though it might go down. Even if it's 10 racks, that's a lot of money. 50K for his seed. Imagine that. Imagine that. All right, let's go. Let me know when you want to chime in, Auntie, because it gets worse.
I saw them dancing very intimately on the dance floor, and when I say
so, he said he was supposed to. So this is what's going on, Auntie. He's supposed to be paying $5,000 for a gender reveal party, right? And they invited their exes to the gender reveal party. What's going on, Brownie? They invited their exes to the gender reveal party, or she invited her ex, the stud, the male, the dom, the male one. And basically, he saw her at the party doing inappropriate things with her husband. All of a sudden, her wife is nowhere to be found, mind you, right? So he saw the boy in the relationship doing inappropriate things with her ex-husband, right? And now he's saying that, hey, you know, because, you know, mother's baby, father's maybe. Now he's saying that he don't want to pay for the gender reveal party because he thinks that she probably was messing around, and I'm pretty sure the ex is probably a white man. Keep in mind. Not to bring race into it, but sometimes you can bring race to kind of, you know, put 2 and 2 together. He's an Asian guy, you know, and even Asian people will tell you, trust me, I know, I'm here. They will tell you that they're kind of the bottom on the totem pole in a lot of places. And America is one of those places, you know, when you look at the numbers and the statistics, you know, and compared to their Asian women is high up there on that list, you know, especially if you go out west, the further west you go. But anyway, that's why, like when we were talking about the beauty standard in America not too long ago, y'all, I kind of laughed at it because I'm like, Asian women are kind of taking the beauty standard in America for a good minute now. But anyway, but it depends on where you are. But yeah, you know, basically the ex-husband is in the mix. So you got 2 men in the mix that's basically over these 2 women, you know, why is your ex at this party? And basically, I'm the guy that got y'all pregnant. Whoop-de-whoop. So honestly, he should have left. But these are his friends. You know damn well you shouldn't help out your friends like this. But he saw the boy one messing around with her ex at the party. So now he's saying that he doesn't want to pay for the gender reveal party because of what he saw, that the kid might not be his. And that's always, even marriage was built on, a good side of marriage was built on those principles, because men didn't want to have fleeting thoughts. It's like, that's my wife, not necessarily your property, but it ensures and it entails a lot of different things on how men think. You know what I'm saying? Because there are aspects of marriage that come from male insecurity, but it's not necessarily insecurity. It's a man trusting his gut feeling. Many men have died because they didn't trust that gut feeling. But when you decide to trust that gut feeling, guess what? You get drugged down to court. The kids aren't even here yet and he's in court because he's having second thoughts. Pay attention, y'all, because it comes during the marriage, it comes during inception, it comes during, it's how men are. So he doesn't want to pay for it. They drag him down to court. Now he says this is why he didn't want to pay for it. And let's check out their response, y'all.
Ultimately, I mean, it looked like they were having intercourse with clothes on.
What?
And on top of that, when they didn't think that anyone
noticed, it looked like they were having intercourse with clothes on.
I saw both of them go to the side of the restaurant, exchange kisses, fondling with each other, doing God knows what else.
And look at her goofball lady standing beside her, looking like, no, this can't be true. Oh, it's true, bitch. Oh, it's true.
So what's the deal with this situation here? Tell me what's up. Are they what do they want? Child support?
They I guess for now they want him to pay $5,000 for the gender reveal.
What?
So basically, all right. So basically, I guess you know how like you probably will mention it or blurt it out. So basically, I guess the guy agreed to pay for the gender reveal party. That's about $5,000, right? And while he was at the party, he saw the boy stud still messing around with her ex-boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, these are supposed to be my kids, but now I'm having second thoughts because of how close I saw her and her ex, or how close her and her ex are. He's starting to think that the kid ain't his, So he's saying that no, I'm not gonna pay for the gender reveal party, and they dragged him down to court, and he got a paternity test.
Okay, so now they done had the kids.
They're still pregnant. No, they're still pregnant.
So he's getting the paternity test while they're pregnant. Okay, so that's the expensive test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know you could do that. I thought you had to wait for the baby to get here, but
you can. It's just expensive as hell.
Okay.
It's expensive as hell. It's expensive, and it's more than just a regular test, because of course they got to go in there. Yeah, but yeah.
When y'all say very expensive,
that's why most people don't do it. That's why most people don't do it.
But when y'all say very expensive, give me a number, Mark. Like how, like what we talking? Like 10K, 5K?
I don't think it's that much. But it might be that much. Oh.
Well, maybe nowadays, maybe back in the day, it probably was, but nowadays, with technology, probably okay. All right.
Yeah, he said more than 1,500. I know it's more than that. I don't think it's that much.
Right. Let's say about $3,000.
Yeah. It's not a regular paternity test though. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Because you get a regular paternity test for under $100. Like under $100, you get those just for like $60. You know what I'm saying? They'll send you a kit in the mail. That ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll send you a kit in the mail. You send it back. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
But nah, with that, it has to be, you know what I'm saying, administered by a doctor. All of that, they got to go in there. I think it's like a needle. They got to use a needle and some other shit. So it's deep.
So the woman really would have to be like participating to get that done. Okay.
Yeah. Right. I mean, this is wild, bro. So this is more like some small claims court type shit.
No, but this is what the courts are going to be backed up with in the future, because the LGBT are going to spin the block and monetize men. Men are listen. Where we talking the sector that we're in, Auntie, you got to understand that this is very delicate. We got to handle this like a baby, bro. Like we're in a place and in a position where we're talking to a concentration of men that are sexually compromised. You understand what I'm saying? We've been in these spaces and we're exposed to that, and they're here in this space. They're going to the source. They're not going around the perimeter.
Larry Legend said $4,000. Yeah. You said $4,000.
Right. Okay, $4,000. Okay, yeah. So we were right. But no, these guys in these spaces are compromised. Like when I start seeing like Turf Flinging Monkey and all them dudes getting prepared to sell dudes in these spaces as dolls, I said, "Oh, this is a bigger problem than I thought."
Rich folks get that shit done. That's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? The rich folks get that shit done.
They don't even play. Yeah,
they don't fucking play. You know what I'm saying? They ain't taking that 9-month gamble, bro. They're not. They don't because they stay setting up trust funds. They setting up all of that stuff. They making sure everything's straight ahead of time. They are not taking that gamble. That's why you don't see the mega rich in paternity court.
Yeah, they're not playing. Yeah, and honestly. Well, I'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, that's true.
No.
So, but yeah, like I said, what they're gonna be trying to sell to young men in the future is inconsequential sex. And trust me, this is gonna get wrapped up into that shit.
I'm just saying. I mean, bro. But before you go, I'm like, look, for real. If you're a black man and you haven't been approached on something like this, and you like over the age of 35, you don't get out enough. I'm just being real. Somebody done approached you on some shit like this. Yeah, either to impregnate a lesbian couple or something, or some dude might offer you some money to screw his wife or something right in front of him. Right. Some weird shit. Yeah, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. I'm just saying, bro. Dog, it's crazy, bro. That's why when they be saying, "Oh, I'm sexualized" and all of that, ain't nothing more sexualized on earth than the black man.
Right.
Like there's nothing that's been more sexually exploited on earth over the course of history.
Nah, even Cynthia G, somebody that I remember I caught her one time on her birthday a couple years ago. All the girls, they were sitting up there talking about that divesting shit, and I guess they were sitting around drinking wine, and I you know, so I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I'm not gonna tell y'all to go get you a little alcoholic bitch, but sometimes that's post stupid whole clarity. Sometimes
no, true serum. You get that true serum. That's that true
serum.
Yeah, when that's wine, how I was able to see when them two. You know what I'm saying, because you know what I'm saying, we sitting around, we drinking, and them bitches just got pissed off because you know the motherfucker asking questions and shit. And they're like, "Fuck that, man! Look, fuck all that. We just want your sperm." I'm like, "Yeah, I see what y'all bitch crazy."
No, but when that wine hit her ass, she was like, "I need some Dizzy. I need a black man." and all the girls in the chat got mad at Cynthia G. Pause. All the girls in the chat got mad at Cynthia G. Because they're like, "Hold on, I thought we were going for Chads and Brads and stuff like that." Cynthia G said, "Nah, fuck that. I need me a nigga up in here." Bro,
I seen that on
I saw it kicked
off of Chris Logic's one day over that shit. It's like, I know we ain't supposed to deal with black men, but can we at least still screw them? Like
but that's what they've been doing.
At least, and they were like, "Now, if you're trying to deal with black men at all, you're not welcome here." Boom, she got kicked out for this shit. Like, I'm with you. I mean, black men aren't shit, but can we at least have sex with them still? You know?
Yeah, they're not ready. They're not ready to accept what comes with other races and stuff like that. And then, believe it or not, no homo. I don't know. I wouldn't know. So I'm not even going to finish that sentence because Anyway, like the fact that you have to be a straight man and wrap your head around some of this shit, because this is what's coming down the pipeline. And honestly, I'm not telling y'all to familiarize yourself with this shit, but you better familiarize yourself with some of this shit before you lost.
This dude is
that's a part of protection.
He's screwed. Like he's just screwed. He has.
Well, hold on. Well, I'm gonna let it play. Let's see how screwed he is. Pause.
No, I'm talking about like, yeah, he's on the hook because I'm just listening. Like, you got any dealing? First of all, you did it like the natural way, so you're on the hook, bro. That's not even a legal sperm bank or nothing. You can be absolved from any and all responsibility if you do that shit the legal way, where you just donate sperm. Everything's anonymous, and they can still get your information, but they can't hold you with nothing. But you do it like that. Nigga, that's what I said, bro. That's support. That's prostitution. All of that stuff. And I think they might even be able to get you with like a trafficking charge, bro. Don't quote me on that.
I think I was looking at something earlier. Somebody was talking about like a trafficking charge and stuff like that. And it was like an innocent dude that didn't do nothing. But no, you're right. You're right.
And you're on the hook. You talking about you showing up to baby showers and gender reveals, and then you tripping about what the chick's doing and who else she dealing with, nigga. It seemed like y'all had some weird kinky relationship going. Like, no, you ain't just a sperm donor, homie. You not.
Right.
It looked like all of y'all was in a relationship.
But that's another thing too. I'm not even gonna lie. If I donated sperm, I'm not trying to be around that family.
Nah,
unless it's like on like occasions.
Yeah.
Because guess what? I'm gonna be like, hey, you're not holding the baby the right way. Like my fatherly skills gonna kick in. So it's like let me go.
But it's just like a surrogate. A surrogate. Which people get those all of the time.
Surrogate. Basically,
dudes get them, women get them. But I think Kim K did that with like most of her children or something like that. I don't know. I think Beyonce might have did it too. A bunch of them chicks do that, you know what I'm saying, and stuff. They don't want to put their bodies through, you know what I'm saying, the stress and all of that other stuff. Look, that ain't the surrogate's child. That's it. Right. So just like a sperm donor, bro, that's not you just donated sperm. That ain't your baby. At least it's not supposed to be. If all you're doing is donating sperm. That's it. That's not your baby. At least it's not supposed to be.
That's what I said. And not on paper. Yeah, that's why I said I would just, well, not yet until you get dragged into some shit like this. But I would I wouldn't want to be around if I was a surrogate. You know, because I ain't gonna lie, I will have an opinion on how somebody's handling my kid. You know what I'm saying? Like any father would. But yeah, especially growing up in a dysfunctional household like this. So one is having a boy and one is having a girl. You know, so imagine how much
I'm like this, man. I get it.
It's gonna be a circus. It's gonna be a zoo.
Yeah, no, it's that they want to go through the pregnancy thing at the same time. Because that's the purpose of us being together, because we're women and we're supposed to be able to go through everything together. Right. So even pregnancy, we can go through it together. Blah. Right. I'm like, this is weird. I'm just like, look, alternative lifestyles, I get it. I got opinions on it. Everybody got opinions on it. Whatever. Right. It's cool. I'm just saying, if you select an alternative lifestyle, you got to deal with the results of an alternative lifestyle. If you're a man that chooses to be with men, accept the fact that you're not going to be able to have babies.
Right.
Like, for real, you're not going to be able to have babies. Same with women. If you're going to be with women, you can't have babies. If you want to have babies, you need to be with a man. Like, that's it. Right. You need men and women to make babies. It's like all that happy at both ways, bro. This is. I'm telling you, bro, Kuda, I hate to get all religious and stuff, but bro, this is the fall of Babylon, bro.
It is. That's what I said. They opened up Pandora's box. They opened up Pandora's box with that shit. You know?
It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, respectfully. All right, but let's go. Let's get back into it. It gets worse, bro.
Approach them.
Did y'all have liquor at this gender reveal?
I was sober, Your Honor.
Kevin
I was sober.
Drunk. We were, of course.
He said he was sober.
We were sober. But Robert had been drinking, and as had Kevin.
It was open bar.
Shout out to LT Man in the building.
Your Honor, I went up to them and confronted them about the situation, and that's when she was actually defending her ex-husband, talking about how he was so much better in bed and all of this crazy nonsense. It was just bizarre.
But see, she was pregnant, so she said she didn't have a drink. Because, you know, sometimes they say a drunk person's words are a sober person's thoughts. But they weren't drinking. So she started telling you how the ex-husband was better in bed than you?
That's correct.
Were you saying that, Ms. Marshall?
I was not. And
Oh, he's making all of this up.
The interaction between Kevin and I on the side of the restaurant, from untrained eyes, looked suggestive. Kevin was drunk. He was happy for us that we are having a family.
She's trying to run game on y'all. Here we go.
And he was getting a little affectionate, maybe overly affectionate, and I didn't want to cause a scene. I knew that he was happy for me, so I went along with it.
So he was like hugging you and I'm so happy for you, but being a little bit too handsy.
Yes, and I knew he means well. It was not any kind of anything like that. And
you weren't offended by it. You just felt like it was somebody that had had a few too many to drink and that was very familiar with you.
Yes.
So they were kind of overstepping the personal boundaries.
Yes, and I didn't want to make a scene at this party, so it was all fair game.
So when
you up there dancing with your ex inappropriately, but you didn't want to make a scene, sounds like women to me. All right.
Mr. Pham confronted you like, well, wait, if you like this with your ex, I don't know if this baby is mine or not. What did you say?
As he should be.
Again, I was not making a scene, trying to mitigate the situation. Like, it's all good. There's nothing problem happening here. I don't know what he's talking about you are so much better in bed than I am.
Let me ask you something. Were you drinking? Like, do you think your judgment was impaired a little bit? Maybe you were just being a little paranoid.
I don't drink,
extra.
Your Honor.
You don't drink at all. You sober. You saw what you saw.
I saw what I saw.
What did you see?
I saw hands going in places where they shouldn't have been going.
Okay, Robert. Okay.
Lips making connections with necks. And it was just a situation that shouldn't have happened. It just was.
So once you confronted her and she said, listen, it's nothing. Like, he's had some drinks. I'm fine. There's nothing. I'm not. That did not ease your doubt?
Not at all, Your Honor. I know Ashley. I've known her for 10 years, and there was a look in her eyes that let me know that there was something much more going on with her and her ex-husband. And you know what? His ex-husband even looked at me. Her ex-husband even looked at me and told me that they wanted him initially to be the father.
Oh.
And that was another red flag.
So he said,
you heard that? They initially wanted him to be the father. I'm telling you, it has to be a
Well,
white guy.
because that's the thing. See, keep in mind, this dude doesn't drink. Now, it's not that he must have been a white guy. This dude doesn't drink. So understand, now you understand this, Kuda, because you get out. Bro, it's more than alcohol involved. There's some drugs, and let's keep it real, there's some other behavioral modifications involved. So the reason why they wanted him to be the, more than likely, I don't know this because I ain't in their shit, but more than likely, the reason why they wanted him to be the father, but he ain't the father, either number one, the motherfucker shooting blanks, or number two, that motherfucker on that shit and he can't get it up. Type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like real shit. He can't get, or both. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you gotta, I mean, you got a half white, half Asian baby, or or you got the white baby. I don't know, but I don't think. But all right. So look, I think what happened with them, right, Auntie, is that they had a contract, right? I guess they had like some type of a contract, and basically the contract is that the both of their babies are supposed to be his. You know what I'm saying? Like they're supposed to be his. Yeah. So that
way they would want to do that so that way the children can actually be biological siblings.
Siblings. Yeah, exactly. So you peeped that. Okay, good. So
no, because they do that. That's what I'm saying. They would want to get pregnant at the same time by the same dude.
Yeah, but you don't hear the other girl, the femme girl, the one that's supposed to be the woman. You don't hear her saying that she slept with the other girl's ex. You just hear about the stud girl and her ex. You see what I'm saying? So it's like
well, he's saying that's why he decided to not pay and all of that other stuff. Which, believe it or not, that he's within his rights to do that until paternity is established or whatever. He really don't have to do nothing. And then even once paternity is established, he's not obligated to do a damn thing
if you don't
until
sign
it's
the child,
court ordered.
if you don't,
Not
you don't
until
have
it's
to-
court ordered.
you
You don't have to sign the child support, but the court
Yeah, you
has
don't
to
have to
order.
sign the birth
You don't have to sign the birth
Okay.
certificate. You don't have to sign the birth certificate. It's just when a judge or magistrate tells you on the hook, that's when your ass is on
Right.
the hook. You know
Right,
what I'm saying?
that's
That's
when you're
it.
on
But
the hook. Right.
just be, you know what I'm
Right.
saying, you can go get your own paternity test, all that. Unless that shit's court ordered, and then there's some kind of court ordered mandate for you to pay a certain amount or pay for this or what, you ain't got to do a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying, in
No,
a
but
situation like this, you know, I get on motherfucker like Umar or whatever. That's different. In a situation like this, y'all had an agreement.
Right.
Y'all had an agreement
Right.
that this motherfucker ain't nothing but a donor.
Right. But I think with this part right here, I guess he suggested that he would pay for the gender reveal party. So he's on the hook for this probably.
Check
on
this out, though,
paperwork.
Kuda. That's weird. Like, that's weird.
I know that
If
is.
you're
I know.
just a
And it's a
donor,
weird
why
situation.
the
This is
fuck
a
are you
confusing
paying for
situation.
anything? Like, why are you
Right,
paying for
right.
anything? That makes
But
no
you know
sense.
No, but this is how I was looking at it. He probably, you know how like if you're happy or you're just excited or something, you probably will suggest it and then you get hold to it. So it's like, oh shit, okay. I guess I gotta pay
But
for
this
the. You
ain't
know,
your baby.
It's
You
supposed
just
to be
donated
theirs.
some
That's what
sperm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You ain't
That's what I'm
paying for
saying, yeah.
nothing. They supposed to be paying you. If
That's
anything.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You said 50K. God damn.
Like,
And
trust
they
me,
said
a
it- and they
surrogate
said it
mother
was
they ain't paying for nothing. She's getting paid.
Right.
So what
Right.
the hell? This makes no sense.
And
This
she get
makes
a
no
bonus
sense.
if
Even
she
if you
take
go
to
to a
child
sperm
support.
bank, the sperm donor ain't paying for nothing. He's getting paid.
Right. And she get a bonus if she take you for child support. So, you know, hey. But look.
Nah,
let's
we're
keep it
here. They
going.
would be
It
within
gets-
their
it
rights
gets worse.
to sue him for child support. They would be within their legal rights
Yeah,
to
they
do it
could. Yeah,
because this
yeah, they
dude is
could,
doing
right.
he's doing fatherly shit. Like, come on, bro.
Right. And then that's what I'm saying. Like if he offered to pay, now he's somewhat on the hook because he's offering to pitch in.
Yeah.
You know, and that's, you know, so I'm telling the you know, the fathers too. Well, I'll get to it because I went over last time we went over this. I said a little bit more, but we'll get to it.
I'm just like,
I do
before
want to
you
get your opinion
yeah,
on that.
yeah. Before you get into it, I'm just saying he's just a little to be a donor. He's just a little
That's why I
too
said I
close
would
to the
leave.
situation. He's too. Yeah, I was about to say
Right,
he's
that's what
a
I'm
little
saying.
too close to the
Right, right.
situation, or way too close to the
Right.
situation. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't want to be around them, you know, so
Of
all right,
course.
let's go.
So he was like, listen, they wanted me to be the father first, but I didn't want to do it, so now you're doing it.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And now you have doubt.
And now I have
About just Ashley's baby or Katrina's as well?
at the very least, Ashley's baby. And I don't know if Katrina seems to be completely content and enabling this whole situation.
Robert,
so she's cool with that.
You know that that's
it makes
a
me
reach.
question whether
That
or
is
not
such a
she's
reach.
also having sex with
You know
other
what? We
men.
are in a committed adult relationship.
Oh, I just had a light bulb. So are you feeling like they may have been having sex with her ex and you because their intent was to make sure they conceived? So maybe he was a part of this too, and whoever gets us pregnant first, we're pregnant.
That's correct, Your Honor. And
Facts.
if I'm
That's what he's thinking, because see, he's putting it together
he's
logically.
likely right. Like, they don't care.
Right.
You're just a human sex toy and
Right.
and some semen. That's all you are. So they don't give a
Right.
damn about that. They just want the money for that damn party. Everything else, they don't give a damn about that, man.
Exactly. All right. So yeah, and it comes out in court. That's exactly what you are. So if you feel that type of way, yeah, don't pay for that damn. Don't pay for a damn thing. You know, because once that first receipt show up, it's curtains.
But that's why. Okay, even a situation, even if you're gonna do it like naturally like that, which there are legal ways to do it, just like they did it. Where we're not gonna do the you're not gonna do the artificial insemination thing where he goes and beats off and they freeze it and all that other stuff and inject. You know what I'm saying? No, you don't have to do that. You can do it like this and still not be on the not be on the hook for it as long as everything is contractual. You know what I'm saying? It's all stipulated by contract and shit. So I mean, you could do that, but This just.
But that's what I'm saying. That's a red flag there too, because he knows that she's still having sex if he physically penetrated both of them.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, these chicks seem to be cheaper than a motherfucker, bro. Because when these chicks just be trying to conceive or whatever, and these couples do this all the time, like consistently, they be willing to pay for everything to make it super easy for the dude to just come, give them what they want and leave. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to pay for anything, so there's a way to go about it, even if you're going to do it that way that I just mentioned, where it's like, okay, we want to do it naturally because too much of that medical stuff, we don't know how many complications that can cause with the baby, so we want to do it naturally. You know what I'm saying? Cool, you sign the stipulation in the contracts, but then it will require the women to go to fertility, go to fertility clinics and make sure that they are, you know what I'm saying, fertile and all of that. And also, he would have to be checking his sperm count as well to make sure that he is even capable on his end. So that way ain't no questions about it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no questions about it. But y'all just had a conversation and just try to do it. Nah, bro. None of this is done.
But not even, Auntie. They penny pinched, and then did it with a friend of the family. That's their friend. He said he knew them for more than 10 years.
And don't get me wrong, these chicks probably saved about a good $150,000 by doing it this way.
Yeah, they can save 100% by stealing their
But
friend.
look at them.
So
you get what you pay for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get what you pay for.
So look at it like this. Like they basically penny pinched. Like, you know, even when you were saying earlier that that like the L Gibbet, like I said, like they got fuck you money. Honestly, to tell you the truth, that behavior was relegated for the rich. Like even other L Gibbet people look down on poor other. They look down on poor.
Sarah gets all of that. That was for the rich.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah, they were. There's classism and all of that stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? The game that Auntie is telling y'all, what he's telling y'all is the truth, because the money wasn't even an issue. The whole time when they get into those relationships, Auntie, the boy, the dom, just like us as men, we're supposed to be getting all of that money saved up for that. The same way, like, the moment you meet the love of your life, you're supposed to be saving for that engagement ring, which is this percent of your paycheck out of this. It's like you know, people get into that. What's the engagement ring, like 30%?
They say it should be like a month of pay or something like that.
Like it's
1 to 3 months of your pay, ideally.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, me personally, I'm like, bro, you should be able to max out one credit card on it.
Okay.
I think that's standard. That's just me personally. I'm like, you should be able to max out one credit card. You know.
So there is a rule for the engagement ring.
Ideally, I mean, it's I mean, there's no rule, but they said ideally it's like 1 to 3 months of your salary, something like that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're making like, let's say $5,000 a month or whatever, a $15,000 ring, you know what I'm saying? Between like $5,000 and $15,000 ring would be, you know what I'm saying, standard.
Yeah. I think that's what they were saying at K Jewelers and all that other stuff, you know. Brownie Ellie said that's the usual rules. Okay. Yeah, I knew there was some type of like stipulation on it. Okay, so I don't know, man. You know, they need to hold them to that same standard though, because like there's a lot of I ain't gonna lie, it's bad and good. Like there's perks and then there's horrible shit that go on with being a dom. You know what I'm saying? A stud or whatever, right? A bull dagger, right? Like women throw all that bullshit out the window for them. They don't when they start dating bull daggers, all of a sudden their mate don't need to be 6 feet, make 6 figures, have a 6-inch. You can go to the store and go buy one, but have a 6-inch. You know what? Have a 600 horsepower car, a 6-figure house. And then it's something else.
But check this out. This motherfucker was supposed to be a sperm donor. This motherfucker got jealous, man. Let's keep it real. This is what it looked like to me. This motherfucker caught feelings, man. That's why you ain't supposed to do this type of shit.
Exactly. Exactly, and he's friends with them, so he should have
Talk about, I saw hands going where they shouldn't have gone, and she said, "Nigga, you have feelings for a stud, nigga. Fuck out, you look stupid."
Yeah, I
Them
can't
chicks
even
is,
deny that.
and you told them you pay them. Like, what are you, stupid?
Right. Again, even in his position, he still hasn't put value. He still has failed to put value on his manhood and got himself into this bullshit. So, hey, all right, hold on. Let's keep it going. All right, let's.
You think that was the plan?
From what they told me, that wasn't supposed to be the plan. From what they told me, I was supposed to be the father.
Correct.
And if I'm supposed to be the one
because
paying,
then they wouldn't be siblings because one of you could have gotten. Yeah.
Correct.
See, and look at the sisters. Shout outs to the judge, but look at the sisters trying to figure it out. It's like, oh, scandalous. Ladies, y'all be trying to figure out a puzzle also, man. Y'all got an evil side to y'all also, because this is evil, man. Woo, scandalous.
Yeah, yes, and no, bro. I mean, I get it, but it's just, fellas, you can't fall for this type of shit. And don't fall for it the other way neither. Like, even when these old fucking white dudes and shit try to come and offer you $1,000 to screw their wife in front of them or something, yo, be careful, dog. Don't do it, bro. It's not worth it.
But it gets crazy when a man gets put in the mix, because you can tell that's their kids because it came from them. But when men start getting put in the mix, it's like, oh, hell no. Hell no.
It just proves the confusion that goes on in a lot of these damn relationships. Like, look at the confusion, and all it did was spread confusion to men. Like, bro, this is supposed to be a relationship between two women. Why they're, just like you said, why are they men really involved in at all?
Right.
Like, at all.
Right.
Like, if that's the case,
no man should be involved. Right.
Facts.
Right.
You pay, if y'all really want a baby that bad, you go and adopt the legal way. But let's keep it real. Y'all ain't got the dough for that. Obviously, you don't have the dough for that. You would have been on a waiting list forever. I get it. Or just go to the sperm bank. Huh?
But you said something early though, Auntie, about this being kind of like a small claims. So wouldn't in the future, because this is just the tip of the iceberg that we're covering now. The divorce courts are gonna be backed up with extra BS.
This
so
is
how are
paternity
heterosexual
court,
fathers?
This is paternity court.
I mean, paternity courts. Yeah, that's what I meant. My bad. I said divorce. Paternity court. My bad, y'all. So how are the fathers how are dads, like, even this shit gonna blow? All of this shit going on is gonna blow heterosexual politics out the water. Honestly, even from a court perspective.
Yeah, I mean, look,
so
he's
how
on the
men
hook.
are gonna be able to navigate?
He's on the hook, bro. There's no judge or whatever, bro. He's on the hook, bro. Like, you're on the hook for whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, all parental whatever, bro. Like, you're just on the hook for it. There's no sperm donor. I don't give a damn what documents you have signed or whatever. All them contracts are breached just by the way y'all went about it, bro.
Right.
Like, all that
Right.
breached, bro. You're on the hook.
Well, let's see. All right, let's go. Hold on.
Yes.
But your point was maybe they had tried this previously with him, and now they're trying it with me, and now you have doubt.
That's correct.
And so at the end of the day, once you felt like you didn't know if the babies were yours, you were like, I'm not paying for this shower.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it is clear that the reason why you would agree to pay for their gender reveal is to reveal the gender of babies you thought were yours. So I'm going to agree to pay for this $5,000, have a big party, let's have a big celebration because you think you're the dad. Then you see this intimate moment and you start thinking and you're like, hold on, before I drop $5,000, I want to make sure these kids are mine.
That's right.
And it seems reasonable under the circumstances, even though we don't know if you're overreacting or not. But I'll tell you one thing about a paternity doubt. It never minimizes. It only maximizes.
Go ahead, sister. But look at this. The man in the relationship, which is supposed to be Harry Potter standing next to her, she's supposed to have all of this shit figured out. She's the one that's supposed to have all of this shit figured out. You know, like how a man is supposed to do. She even abandoning her post as the man she needs to be and still ends up being a little boy, y'all. She's supposed to figure this out.
But cool. Yeah, you just being funny with that one because that's not a man. That's just a woman with a haircut and some clothes from the men's section of Old Navy.
Right.
That's it,
Right.
bro. You're not a man.
Right. Right.
You know? So I mean, I know I got in to a little disagreement, whatever, with one of them chicks in one of them other sectors about the like, yeah, I get in touch with my masculine side. I got a feminine side and a masculine side. That's why, I shop in the men's section of Macy's. And I'm like, you really think masculinity is some shit you buy in a department store, bitch? You really think that?
Yeah. Yeah,
You think
like her hair.
like that's the way they see it. They think that shit is something that they can buy in a
you go
fucking
buy it.
department store. Now ask me, where the fuck can I go buy some femininity at? Where the fuck can I go buy that shit? They'll never tell you that. They will tell you, you can't buy femininity. You're either born with that shit or you're not. Even the studs will tell you that, but they have such a disregard and disrespect for masculinity that they really think that they can just buy that shit somewhere.
No, I mean, when you're walking around them, you see them watching you, and it's like, oh, she's studying me.
They think
men
that's
and
all
pay
that
too.
it is.
Yeah.
And y'all know damn well no woman will ever tell you, oh, well, all you got to do is put on a dress and a wig and then you're feminine. They're like, nah, there's an essence of a woman that you can't just, it's more than your clothes. It's more than your hairstyle. It's more than the makeup you put on. It's more than the shoes and the way you walk and all of that shit, man. It's just more to it than that. Women, even the studs and they'll tell you the same thing, but they have such a disrespect and disdain for masculinity that they really think it's well, that's just yelling and being loud and aggressive and just you're wearing baggy clothes and jeans.
Yeah,
and,
but
and
I
a
mean,
short
but
haircut. That's it.
But that's them people's business, because guess what? It goes both ways also too, because they, when like you have like the Caitlyn Jenner types and the like the Bruce Jenner, my bad, and like the guys that's trying to be the women also, they have a huge disregard for femininity also, because some of the stuff that women go through their younger years as a young girl, and they start to having to adapt and stuff like that. A lot of those dudes are jealous of them for that same reason also. And can't capture that and fathom that. That's why a lot of times when they turn into women, they turn right back into dudes or just stay right there in the middle. You know what I'm saying? So that shit is goofy, man. And sadly, two heterosexual males got to fucking sort through all this bullshit and try to figure this shit out. And then now look, if you look at this case right here, y'all, two would-be heterosexual men are dragged into this also. Like, if both of those women don't just go split, the other girl go with him and the other girl go with her ex-husband, if they just don't split and stop wasting everybody's time. But no, they're gonna waste everybody's time on the taxpayer's dime. All right, so let's check it out.
I've been doing this a long time. I've rarely seen paternity doubt minimized to where someone just says, okay. It usually just keeps festering and festering until you know for sure. So before we get to the ruling on the gender reveal party and the costs associated with it, I think it's important that we get the paternity results. My staff did have you submit to DNA testing, and I have the results. As it
All right, here we go, y'all.
relates to the child, the unborn child of Katrina Marshall, it has been determined by this court, Mr. Pham, you are the father.
All right, one and done. All right, so he the father of one of the kids, y'all. He the pappy. All right, let's go.
You are the father.
Baby Hopper on the way.
One of two.
Oh,
you don't need to make comments like that.
So you're serious.
You can make whatever comments he wants. You see that shit? Who the fuck you think you are? And you might be that baby's fucking mother, but you ain't mine, bitch. Who you talking to? Like, yo, y'all gotta check these chicks when they step the fuck out of line like that. Like, who the fuck you think you talking to? Like, real shit.
Up there
You don't need to make. I'll make comments like however the fuck I want. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? You gonna whoop my ass?
They already have him in court. So hell shit. He better be
For real.
Out.
Well, it was Ashley.
It was, I got it. Well, we have that result as well.
She's gonna be looking dumb in a second. Watch this, y'all.
You know what, Robert? You know that you're the father. You know that you're the father. You were there. We're
gonna find out.
We slept together.
We're gonna find out.
Okay.
Motherfucker serious, dog. He knows something. He seemed like he knows something, dog. I know we gonna get a
right.
Hey, it's just the dude, just hey, he just seemed like he knows something, dog.
You supposed to be a lesbian, and whole T got a whole man in court.
I don't think Brownie knows. Look, these are lesbians that tried to get pregnant. See, Brownie, you probably don't know much about this because you don't dabble in that lifestyle. But yeah, now they tried to get pregnant at the same time, so that way they could go through it together, and then their children could actually be biological siblings.
Right.
You don't need a man.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this play real quick.
You got it.
And I'm gonna come back. I know when I get back, you're gonna be like, "Yo, what the fuck?" We're gonna go over it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let this play.
He knows something.
Yeah.
As it relates to the unborn child, Ashley Marshall, it has been determined by this court, Mr. Pham, you are not the father.
I knew it. And you try to have me pay for it.
He's not the father.
No, look at her face.
Hey, that's some shit, dog. Even when the lesbians end up on some Maury shit, I'm 150% sure that he is the baby of he is the father of my baby. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Hey. I could tell by his bro, his body language, his expression, all of that, bro. I was like, he knows something, bro.
Right.
He knows something,
Hold on,
dog.
I'm gonna let this play, y'all. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll come in right back. Hold on.
Ms. Marshall?
I don't even know what to say. So you've been lying to me this entire time, Ashley?
I have not been lying to you.
Obviously you have. You said it was just a kiss.
Oh, it was a kiss? Well, I guess it was more than that.
We'll talk about this later.
So I can't believe you would humiliate me like this in a courtroom.
We'll talk about this
I absolutely cannot believe this.
So, Ms. Marshall, are you ready to admit something that perhaps you weren't ready to admit before these paternity results? Because I will always say this. Plaintiffs may lie and defendants may lie, but the DNA, it never lies.
Yes. I did have relations with my ex-husband before the contract was drawn up.
Before the contract was drawn up with Mr. Pham?
Correct.
Oh, before.
Your Honor.
What about the agreement between us? Huh?
We'll talk about it later.
Oh, okay. You don't want to do it here.
No.
The children now will both have different fathers. That wasn't your original plan.
No, it was not our
different
original
fathers
plan,
and different mothers. They ain't
You still have
siblings.
two beautiful children coming into this world. You're very blessed. The question now becomes the $5,000 for the gender reveal party. Do you expect Mr. Pham to put on a gender reveal party for a baby that's not his?
No. I don't.
No.
I don't think that's fair.
All right. Well, the judgment is simple then. Mr. Pham, you've got one baby. You agreed to pay for the gender reveal party for the children who would be yours. And so therefore, judgment for the plaintiff for $2,500. I wish you all the very best of luck. You guys got a lot of mess to sort out, because the thing about it, when you bring children into the world, now you have a responsibility to figure out how to co-parent with all of these folks that are involved. Court is adjourned.
Thank you.
Man, when you play games with sex, the joke is on the children. That shit is crazy.
No, this is common, dog. Hey, this is
Bro,
common.
this is gonna be the common paternity court. This is gonna be common in the future.
Brownie says she's still taking her ex-husband's D and that's common. And it might not be an ex-husband, but somebody usually taking some from somewhere. Okay? And my young guy, I done had to slide out the back door once or twice. Because the stud came home. Like real shit.
The stud cheated. She up there still sleeping with her
Now,
ex-husband.
that's wild that the stud was the one, but that's funny, bro.
The man.
They usually don't expect that. But bro, remember the Brittany Griner shit? That shit happened too. Them chicks caught charges, DV charges and shit, because one of them chicks will come home pregnant. Without going through it and talking about it. Bitch just come home pregnant. And it's like, what the fuck? You know, yeah. They you know what I'm saying? Them chicks be sneaking out and going and getting that wood, man.
Sneak dicking.
You know? So I don't know what the hell is up, man.
We'll talk about this later.
I just don't get it, dog. I mean, if you're really a lesbian and you are into women, why can't you just give up wood?
They're still using the phallus in the bed.
Hey, Scooter, that's why I be laughing. That's why I be going off on these niggas talking about, you just give me sex all of the time. I'll be damned if I'm gonna sleep on the couch. Damn that, I'll sleep. I gotta sleep on the couch. Cool, no problem. Cool, because we'll just play that game of chicken. I bet you fold first. You know what I'm saying? Shorty, these chicks need it more than you do. Trust me.
Yeah.
This type of stuff don't prove it. They lose their minds. It's a big reason for the opioid epidemic, bro. Chicks is on antidepressant meds, all that shit, bro. They ain't getting no goddamn wood.
And then they got all the toys in the world too. That shit crazy. Look at this. No, you
this is a good one, dog. This is a good one.
I gotta send it to you, man.
Yeah, please do.
Go over it. Yeah, go over
it.
Bro.
No. When I do, if you could, bro, you got to be on the show too. Hey, we got.
Really?
Together, dog,
no, but it's like. So what would you tell a guy in that position? Because it's like, basically they both could take both of those men separately apiece to child support court. You know, she got her ex-husband. You know what I'm saying? She got her ex-husband, and the other girl, she could take the Asian man, Mr. Pham, back to court. And they both literally get a supplemental income that both of them can live off of and don't have to work as a couple. And it'll be basically a lesbian couple bankrolled by two men.
Yeah. I mean, that's not new. That happens. By two men. This is how do you get two dudes caught up?
Three. Remember, the Dom is supposed to be a man too. She mismanaged that situation.
No, but no. They're the ones that got to deal with the issues, though. That's why I'm sick of this. Fella, I know y'all be wanting these chicks to be punished, but where's the accountability for these women, bro? They gotta live it. Trust me. Yeah, the judge isn't gonna make them pay. You know what I'm saying? There's not gonna be any jail time. They gotta live in this shit, man. Them chicks about to go home and beat the shit out of each other every other goddamn day. Now, because of that butch or whatever, trust me, that femme chick is about to go and fucking fuck around too. They both like wood. Trust me. If you really believe that they both got pregnant without a gallon of KY jelly, you know what I'm saying? They both like wood.
Irony is both of them probably ain't gay. They just bisexual.
Exactly, bro. Or they just have a disdain for men where they don't want to have a spiritual connection or any other type of connection, but a physical one, they want to have that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So in a lot of cases, I'm not going to really go on to all alternative lifestyles, but real shit. A lot of these chicks do, or a lot of these people in these lifestyles do just need therapy, like a lot of it, to really find out what the root of it is, because a lot of people are just putting a band-aid on a larger issue they've been dealing with. It could be something with their childhood, just like even with the Umar situation. It could be something with your father. You just got a disdain for your father. You got a disdain for black men. You got a disdain for heterosexual relationships because of what you've seen your mother go through without your father and with the new dude. And more than likely there were other dudes too. And like I'm saying, it's like, damn that, I don't want nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be. So It's like, are you a lesbian or are you just got you some PTSD?
Or
You know?
you're angry, right.
Yeah, or yeah, you know what I'm saying, you're angry. You're like a lot of that shit be a symptom of a larger problem. But instead of people going to a damn therapist, it's like, oh, I like women. You know what I'm saying? Now I get it. I mean, if you're just actually just attracted to women like that, hey, man, you know, maybe that's the case. But just make sure that that's the case. If the thing is you just hate men, that doesn't mean you're attracted to women.
Right.
Okay, it just means you hate men.
Hold on, Auntie. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back because I want to get to the second segment. Give me 1 second.
No, it's straight. I'm gonna have to drop down in a second, but I'll wait for you to come back,
Okay.
bro. So that way you got that type of dead air, man.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I gotta run and grab something. Hold on. I'll be right back.
You got it. Cause now I'm working, dog. I just had to postpone a live, man, because I was like, yo, Kuda got, bro, this is this is real content. Shout out to DJ Kuda. I don't think, at least nobody in this space would have done a video on this shit because they are not looking for this type of shit. That's the problem. Motherfuckers ain't even looking for this type of shit. People so focused on each other and focused on the same shit all of the time that this is something that just pop up in your motherfucking feed. And this is a damn good topic. Like this is a damn good topic right here, man. It's a lesson for dudes. It's a lesson for women. It's a lesson for people in alternative lifestyles. It's a lesson about the court system. Like it's a lesson about a lot of different shit, man. A lot. And that's what I mean. It's definitely a teachable moment and something to at least get a conversation going. Just get a conversation going because this is a real life situation. So people are gonna have opinions. They're gonna have perspectives and all of that other stuff. As far as I'm concerned, with a situation like that, old boy is on the hook. Like he's just on the hook for all of it because you can say that you were a sperm donor, surrogate, whatever the hell you want to call it. Nah, bro. You went too far. You just went too far. Like you went too far, bro. And fellas, if a couple like that wants to approach you about a situation, like that where they really just want you, the sperm and all of that, man, make them pay the cost. See how serious they really are about that. They're really serious about that. They're going to have to pay the necessary cost where we're going to do this, you know what I'm saying, the legal way. You know what I'm saying? The legal way, and make sure that you're protected. Make sure you're protected. And your, of course, unborn children are protected too. At least to that damn degree. Because real shit, you will be on the hook for that. So they just had, man, this is just wild. Like these chicks are so damn selfish and so damn just selfish and self-centered, right? I told y'all, I always said, I'm like, people are just lucky as hell that this technology did not exist 20, 25 years ago, bro. Because had it existed 20, 25 years ago, now I'm that kid in the 5th or 6th grade that fuck a yo mama joke. I would have came with that damn footage of your mother. Right on my damn cell phone. Had I had that shit. You understand? I would have came with that damn Maury Povich or that damn paternity court. I'd be like, yo, fucking your mama's so fat, man. Your mother's a dyke slut. What's up? My bad, bro.
No,
about
good,
that
but
one.
I mean,
I'd be like, and I got the proof. Like real shit. I'm that I would have been that slimy ass fucking kid, bro. That would have did shit like that.
It's happening right now with OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly. But when you talking about, I just want a baby, that's I, me, I. Look at what the hell your children are likely going to have to go through. You don't give a shit, do you? All you care about is what the fuck you want. You feel me? That's the problem. So if you aren't going to be able to put your children first, if all you care about is I, me, this whole parenting shit, you ain't ready for it.
Because you got to put the kid first, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're treating a kid like a damn Cabbage Patch doll or some shit. I want me. I want. You don't give a fuck about your children, which the children are supposed to be the only thing that matters.
Do you think Phylicia Rashad and all of the older women now that's getting basically talked sideways from these younger women, do you think Phylicia Rashad would be Phylicia Rashad if they had the internet and technology around back then?
Yes. Had they,
You think
believe it or
so?
not, had they
Well, I
had,
mean, because there was a lot of good women around at that time too. But now I think like the hoes
well,
kind of
it's not
overrun the
that.
good
It's
women.
just we would have used it for a
The women are
different
out there.
purpose.
True.
Look, Kuda,
Okay. Okay.
it's just like any other tool.
I
You know what I'm
agree.
saying? It's just like any other tool, like dynamite, for example. Dynamite wasn't always made to fucking blow shit up and murk people and shit. It was meant for, and it was originally made to build shit. Like to build shit, you demo shit so you can build shit in its place, or to get shit. You know what I'm saying, on the coast, whatever the hell. Same with a pistol. That shit was for hunting. It was made for hunting. You know what I'm saying? The list goes on and on. It's just technology gets weaponized after a while. So I think in that day and age, it would have just magnified who Phylicia Rashad is. They would have used the tool for what they use the tool for. It's just we use it for what we use it for because society shifted. It's not the technology that caused society to shift. It's society that caused the technology to be used for this purpose.
Right.
Yeah. So I wouldn't blame the technology for it.
Good answer.
Yeah,
really
man.
good and very, very detailed answer. That's a great answer.
Yeah. It's like I say, all technology has been weaponized.
I like the analogy. I like the analogy that you use for the pistol. Same thing with the stove and a lot of other things that we use and apply.
Nuclear energy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nuclear fusion and energy, like that, it was supposed for sustainable fucking energy, dog. And then they use it to murk people.
Right, it can keep a city running or take it out.
Yeah, I mean the list goes on and on.
Same way that stove can burn your hand, but it can cook you a meal too. So
exactly, bro. Fire. I mean the list goes on and on.
Right. Man.
So
here's another segment that I wanted to get into. This is a guy saying that advice ruining your perspective on relationship. Being that we're the pioneers in these spaces that put out the perspective that people are now talking about. You know, they don't even know that like manosphere went mainstream, and mainstream is manosphere to a certain degree. When it comes down to terminologies, verbiage, and stuff, and the talking points, not necessarily putting those people in our position because they're not. But let's see what advice they're saying is ruining your perspective on relationships, and see, is it true or does it need to be broken down? And this person has failed to do that, and that's ruining the perspective.
Hold on. But before you go into that, real quick, remember that old saying: "Guns don't kill people; people kill people."
People kill people. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There you go. My bad though.
No, it's true. You know,
it's like guns don't kill people.
I'm gonna be the first to admit that this is about to be super ironic, considering the medium I'm using to deliver this message. So, as to preserve a shred of dignity, I must say that for argument's sake, this is not relationship advice. This is
dignity's on the line. Okay, here we go.
It's just a bro yapping on the internet. So take whatever you will from the things I'm about to say. The dating
He might start simping, y'all. Let's get it.
world can be a tricky, confusing mess to navigate, especially more so with how prevalent social media is in our lives. Since almost everyone is on some form of social media or another, it is quite easy for an idea to spark a flame and spread like wildfire. And while it can be quite a fascinating phenomenon when you wake up one day and all of a sudden everyone on your feed is memeing on cave divers squeezing through the smallest spaces possible, it can be quite dangerous when the thing that's going viral isn't some harmless haha this is funny meme, but instead an opinion that is solicited as advice. And the reason this is dangerous is because, in the most respectful way possible, most people don't really think for themselves anymore. Y'all are the exception though, since you guys are willing to watch your boy over here yap about his thoughts.
Well, that's true. I said that a minute ago.
And I also say it like this, right? Check this out. And I'm gonna have to drop down after this. But
no problem.
Like a superstar like Michael Jordan, for example, was able to become a global icon pretty much before the internet was a household piece of equipment or handheld piece of equipment. But even in this day and age, when everybody's got it in the palm of their hands, there is still no athlete bigger than that man. Isn't that something? Bigger than he was in the 90s around the world. So not even in the information age could they manufacture a bigger star than him. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
I'm just
true.
saying, like,
Same thing with Michael Jackson, though. I think Drake.
same with Michael Jackson too. You're absolutely right.
Right.
Like a global icon, they didn't need social media to make. Then they to this day they still haven't been able to make a star as big as Michael Jackson.
Right, but see, we're talking, but when we say something like that, we're talking about streams and revenue. Like, they can mail those Jordans to your house. No, Jordan had people physically going outside sleeping. Jordan started that trend, honestly. You never seen people sleeping for shoes until Jordans came out in the parking lots and shit. So go get those Jordans. And
my point is this:
same thing with Michael Jackson. People physically had to go down to the store and go get those records.
Yeah, but
he
they
was
did.
selling- Yeah.
They did.
Yeah,
My point is just this: people control the current, not the technology. The technology is just a tool. We use it how we choose to use it. We use the tool how we choose to use it. But keep in mind, mankind, womankind, we still gonna get it done, no matter what. You know.
That's true.
Like no matter what. So that's all I'm saying. I wouldn't blame the technology. I mean, granted, technology can help to magnify things or put a black light on them. But for the most part, yeah, it's not up to it's not up to us. That's all I was saying. I was like, in a day and age where there was no social media, like there still hasn't been a bigger star than Michael Jordan, even while he was
Jordan, right?
Damn that, before he was a billionaire and all of that stuff. I'm talking about when he wasn't even the highest paid player in the league. But for some reason, even with all of this technology, information traveling, clips that can go viral, all of that shit, right? Still can't make a star as big as him.
Still can't make it past him, right?
Why
And
is
streaming, right?
Because you literally haven't. Those were real stars, and you can't stop the sun from shining, dog. Like, it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? There is no manufacturing it. There, you know what I'm saying?
Even the Zillennials, they love Jordan, and they never seen him play in real life. You know.
Oh, I always tell people to go on to that. Hey, the dude's synonymous with winning. He's just a consummate winner, competitor, all of that stuff. So I mean, that's really what it is. I always say that shit. Everybody loves and forgives a winner, no matter what the fuck they do. Everybody loves a winner.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, they love him, then they hate him, and then they love him again.
Well, I mean, this is one of the reasons why you have all of these fucking MAGA ass niggas on this bitch, which I don't give a fuck whoever the fuck you vote for. I'm like, screw a Republican, screw a Democrat. I don't give a fuck. But when you motherfuckers want to kiss Donald Trump's ass and Elon Musk's ass because you love a winner, and these guys have won at life, I get it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've seen a lot of guys that didn't like him. A lot of guys didn't like him. A lot of guys were like, oh, F them, I don't like them, and blah, blah, blah. And then now they're like, oh, that's making sense. Oh, we're going to get taxes back. And I'm like, dang.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about with these motherfuckers. Right. Trump they can do no wrong because they're rich. Because they're rich and they're successful, they can do no wrong.
Well, you do have some people that think they
even when they do wrong, they can't do wrong. Yeah, there are some people. I'm talking about these motherfuckers who have these damn videos and they can't go live without wearing a damn "Make America Great Again" hat, or you know what I'm saying, or a MAGA backdrop. Them motherfuckers, bro, all over the goddamn web. You know, the fucker can do no wrong, but that, I mean, I get it. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Well, I mean, I will say in a lot of the Democrats' eyes, Biden could do no wrong neither, which is amazingly funny. But they just needed Trump out of the office. They were like, well, as long as we get that motherfucker out.
But people kiss the asses of winners, man. You know,
they do.
People just do. You know what I'm saying?
Winners are the ones that write history.
And and this is real life. I get it. You really just have one side that likes the storybook endings where the protagonist always beats the antagonist, but they forget that this is real life, and in real life, the bad guys win often. It's real life. It ain't no fucking movie.
Well, I mean, over the last couple years, they've been giving the bad guys their credit. I mean,
the bad guys win here.
Yeah.
In real life.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? All of that shit where the hero ends up winning in the end, that's movie shit.
That is, yeah.
More often than not, you know what I'm saying? In real life, the hero's just a martyr.
That's the American way, though. Like, most people that got wealth in America, somebody in their family had to do something fucked up.
And unfortunately, fellas, all of these niggas on here complaining about the women and all of that other shit. Hey, man, it's not like the movies where the good guy always gets the girl. No, this goes into the sunset with the girl. Shit, nah. Sometimes she just picks the asshole, the wrong fucking dude, and she has to live in a life full of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because of that, that's just who the fuck she picked. No, you're not just gonna win. You know what I'm saying? All of the time. You're not just gonna get the girl. You're not just gonna get all. You're not just gonna win when it comes to that shit. You know?
You shouldn't want to. You have no business fucking with everybody anyway.
But I know a lot of it just like a lot of these women be, oh well, I'm a good woman and all of that. They got on that chick's case on IG when she said or what the fuck was that, TikTok or whatever, when on that podcast when she said sometimes just being a good man isn't enough. And they're like, what the fuck? It doesn't make sense. It's like, believe it or not, it makes more sense than you know, because it's real. I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm saying I live on planet Earth and I see it all of the time. And keep it real, fellas. Y'all know damn well being a good woman isn't enough all the time for you. She gotta look good too.
No, I mean a lot of guys turn down good women. A lot of guys
gotta look
turn down
good.
good
She
women.
gotta be exactly. All of us do. All of us do. We all have. You know?
Yeah.
Because maybe she didn't fit in, you know what I'm saying? She didn't have the measurements, maybe she didn't have the face, or maybe there was some other chick in the way that we were dealing with. You know? That we were trying to make it work with or whatever. Like it's a bunch of different reasons and they got the same thing. So sometimes being a good person just isn't enough.
Right. Some people want a low-key struggle. I'm not even gonna lie, high-key struggle. Some people they know what they're getting into. Like most people, if you're getting into a toxic relationship or you're gonna condone something that's toxic, most people know this. But who cares? And you see that on social media also. And then another thing too, with the nice guy thing, a lot of guys that believe they're nice guys really aren't. You know, a lot of nice guys are really not nice guys. There's literature out on the subject too.
Hey, I'm gonna land it with this right here. Hey, nice guy and good guy usually aren't the same thing.
The same thing, yeah.
Remember that. You know? Because chances are all of the motherfuckers with the 50-year relationships and marriages and shit that just have that work, that guy was likely an asshole.
Right.
And if he wasn't, chances are his wife was a bitch at times.
Right. I remember with the asshole 10 years, 7 years, my whole life. Like the funny part is, look at how they do in the movies with Tina Turner.
They just got through it.
No, but look at in the movies how they did with Tina Turner and Ike Turner. Ike really dedicated his life to nourish Tina's career in a lot of cases too, you know. But anyway, you couldn't get Tina Turner away from Ike. You couldn't.
Well, keep it real. That was a movie. So that was a movie. I don't want to get into all of that, but they say a lot of that shit was bullshit.
Yeah, but
like a lot of that shit was bullshit in there. Even
I heard Tina was a madam.
Yeah, bro.
I heard Tina was a madam.
That she was an abuser. She was the abuser in a lot of them damn cases, and there was a lot of different shit. I wasn't there, so I don't know. But like I say, I can't even tell his story. Neither can she. I think didn't she pass not too long ago?
She passed. Recently, like
2020. They're both gone, but he passed away a few years before that, so it's fuck it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. But from what I heard, it was just another side to the story than what was portrayed in that movie. That's what I heard.
What I'm saying is that horrible women hide behind would-be fucked up dudes to look like good women, and it's like even if she's not a horrible woman, they still will put up with the disrespectful motherfucker for years and years on years, you know? So
Kuda, we've all done it. Men have done it, women have done it. Like women will admit that's the dude I friend zoned, the nice guy, whatever, and the asshole, I just ended up going back to that motherfucker. Whatever. And we've done the same shit. We got the good girl that we done friend zoned. Real shit. The homegirl that we done friend zoned or some shit, or we just don't really take her seriously, or treat her like we should be treating the other chick.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
We treating this piece of shit raggedy bitch like a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like a wife trying to get her to tighten up, and you got the good girl right here. You know what I'm saying? And you treat her like the jump off when it should be the other way around. So that's human nature, man. It just is what it is. I'm not saying everybody does it, but come on.
No,
I'm
you
like,
just reminded me to send myself something. I was gonna talk about this on another
if
show.
you're over 30 and still single, chances are you've done it. So, but nah, Kuda, man. Thanks for having me up. I got dip. I got
Thank you again, man. Thank you for
Definitely
supporting the show. Also, too, if I'm still live, come back through, man. I got some stuff I got to show you.
Also, dog, IG me that link, bro. IG me that link. I'm gonna IG you some shit too, bro.
Okay. If anything, I gotta I probably got.
Cause I want to get you through for I want to get you through for a few different things. You know what I'm saying? We got to work on some shit. Yeah.
Okay,
I appreciate you though.
Re-download Discord.
Thank
you, bro.
man.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. I got
Absolutely.
some other shit going on. I got to get up with you on some audio shit too, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No problem.
My son's over here making some music, so I got to talk to you about some shit. Yeah.
You can use that. Well, depending on his voice, you can use your Samsung. That Samsung is not bad. Like when in doubt, use like handheld mics. Because,
bro, he's got mad shit. Like he's got mad shit.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? He's got like mad equipment and shit like
put
that.
together
But
his own studio. Okay, I got you.
he's got it. He's got it.
Dang.
You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, we he just set up his studio next to my studio. So I need to talk to you about some shit. So we're trying to get all of this stuff
Okay, I got you.
taken care of.
Okay,
Like
I
this
got you.
this
That's
whole
good.
setup is now an entire fucking studio. So I need to talk to you about some shit.
Okay.
Appreciate
no
you, bro.
problem.
Like it's
No
like
problem.
streaming, recording
Yeah.
studio, all of that. So we're trying to get everything straight.
Yeah, you can do all of that in one.
All right.
Yeah.
I get up with you, bro.
All right,
I'll get
bro.
up.
Be safe, okay?
Appreciate you, Kuda. Salute.
Shout outs to Aunt T in the building. Make sure you guys head over to Aunt T's YouTube purge, Aunt T YT purge. It's in the chat. You guys have wrenches. You guys should be able to go over. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure or follow his second channel, Aunt T, the Boiler Room. You know, so definitely follow Dope Talent. I'm trying to find this video because I wanted to ask you guys a question about this before we get back into the rest of the clip. Shout outs to Auntie. Hold on, let me see if I can find this video. Where did I just put it? Hold on, y'all. I got too much files on here. Hold on, here we go. Give me 1 second. Hold on, I think this is Kamala. Hold on. One drunk man. All right, here we go. Now, this woman here, fellas, you don't gotta explain yourself. We listen, we don't judge. You don't gotta explain yourself, okay? Don't gotta explain yourself. All I will say is just put a number in the chat. All right, I'm gonna show you an adjustable. She can be either a 6 or a 7, whatever on your list, right? I'm gonna show you an adjustable. All right. I'm going to show you an adjustable. We listen, we don't judge. All you got to do is put a number in the chat. 1 for yes, 2 for no. All right? Here we go.
Forget when somebody sees my tongue. The best reaction I could ever get when somebody sees my tongue is screaming. I actually do like when people yell or scream or in shock or horror sometimes. I like little fun, silly, or what have you, things like that. That's what makes my tongue, I feel, the most fun, when I can do things that are outside the box with it. That's challenging.
All right, wait. Who's not scared to answer the chat? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? Are you going for the freaky weird girl? That's an adjustable. Or does it have to be the dime? This is what me and Auntie talking about. You know, you might have friend zoned a good chick. You never know. Does she have to look a certain type of way, or this is okay? She got the tongue, she got the tricks. This bitch did a flip cup technique with her tongue. She did a flip cup technique with her tongue. She picked up a grape with her tongue. I'm gonna play this one more time. Hold on. Simply Deep said, not No, you wouldn't go for the adjustable? Are y'all sure?
The best reaction I could ever get when somebody sees my tongue
hell no.
is screaming. I
Real
actually
serpent.
do like when people yell or scream or in shock or horror sometimes. I like little fun, silly, or what have you, things like that. That's what makes my tongue, I feel, the most fun, when I can do things that are outside the box with it. That's challenging.
See? That's why when some of y'all sisters talk about divesting, nah. This is the type of sister the white man get. Sexy freak. All right, let's get back into this. Because every time you hear somebody doing a show or a story on modern dating perspectives, something that's ruining somebody, they always throw the manosphere into it. But you know who you never see up on these shows? You never see the She-Ra 7. You never see the woke communities getting mentioned. And I've never seen this video before, but let me guess. At some point, Fresh and Fit or Andrew Tate or Rolo Tomasi or somebody is going to make an appearance on this video. But let's go. It's always bad when men talk about dating, but when women talk about screwing men over, She-Ra 7 told y'all to undercook the chicken and make sure you get yourself on that man's will, right? Make sure you get yourself on that man's will. And when you get yourself on his will and you undercook the damn chicken and he passes away, all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, you know? All of a sudden. So take what you want, you know? They never show up on these lists or on these documentaries. But the manosphere does. War Master said, that chick got a tongue like a snake. Yeah, I mean, if your girl was a one-trick pony, would you take a young lady that probably don't look like you know? I mean, you know, beauty is subjective. But y'all know what I mean. Sometimes you got to sacrifice. Men are actually the most sacrificed. Like, when I'm talking about standards, like, I could show you a group of niggas where their standards are in the dumpster. And they're having a great time. You know? You know, men don't be having these huge high standards. That's why it's like the blue. That's why, you know, it's shock content. That's what YouTube is. Shock content. You got to shock somebody to get a reaction out of it. Oh my God. He said he didn't like that girl's boots. But the woman actually rejected him on some real shit. His height. Even though they be tall niggas getting rejected. Tall niggas are getting rejected for height, y'all. So they reject his height. They even reject guys like, oh, I don't like his shirt. Like, a nigga can't change his shirt. You know? But when guys have standards, oh, it's shock content. Oh my God, I can't believe he said that. You're not supposed to have standards. Again, I told y'all you don't really own your masculinity the way you think you do. But anyway, yeah, let's get back into it. Let's see what he talked about.
Have I told y'all how cool you guys are? Anyways, most people only take information they receive face value and roll with it. So many people liked it for a reason. Everyone must agree with what they're saying. I keep seeing this same opinion being talked about by other people, so it must be true. Everyone just be hopping on opinions like it's a trend or because it's cool, and I don't think that's necessarily healthy for one's mental development. But most people don't care because they don't want it to really think and process things. They're just seeking the next dopamine hit, like some deprived dopamine. Do you care? Let's talk about advice. More specifically, relationship advice on social media and how it's ruining your perspective on relationships. Before I start talking, I do want to say there is one piece of advice that I wholeheartedly agree with, and that is to build yourself up to be the best version of yourself you can possibly be. If you spend your time chasing butterflies, they'll simply fly away. But if you spend your time building a beautiful garden, the butterflies will come. And even if they don't, well, at least you still have a beautiful garden.
I agree.
A lot of people chase romance because it's a great feeling. But if that's
it's gonna be a good ass video, yo. Yo, take heed. He dropping gems. I agree. Hold on. Phylicia Rashad wasn't traditional. She excelled in things a lot of black women didn't. Her real life story is very similar to her role on the Cosby Show. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, you know what's funny is that Phylicia Rashad, like, all right, for example, and this, ladies, I hate to say it like this. Feminism, right? And especially as not just women with women, but with men also. Feminism, right? Feminism. It's destroyed families. It's done a lot of negative stuff, and maybe for some women, it's done a lot of positive things. A broken clock. A broken clock is right at least 2 times a day. They say, right? It's a fine line between both men and women. I mean, if you guys are gonna be hooked, if you guys are gonna be dating, and if men are gonna be dating y'all, everybody here in these sectors, I want y'all to know that you're gonna be attracted to the opposite. You're gonna be attracted to the opposite, right? And honestly, there's no real way that women can be out here, honestly, on the grand stage and represent themselves and women and not sound like a feminist. The same way, there's no real way that a guy can say, hey, I'm not about to put up with this. And then he immediately right after has to say, whether he is or he isn't, I'm not a misogynist. Those two terms I really hate, because sometimes too, I mean, we're not misogynists, but like misandry and misogyny, right? I like it is certain things that describes the male race that's not misogyny gets labeled as misogyny. And the reason that they do that is because they know men are logical creatures and they don't want you to use logic. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. They don't want you to use logic when you need to use logic. You need to use logic in a situation where you would have been emotional. You understand what I'm saying? Common sense and logic would have led you out so many places that your emotions got you into. I'm starting to hear like a lot of people, like there's like, you got a couple of dating coaches around here in the space, and you hear like the guys still call into their shows, and you're starting to hear like a lot of guys are experiencing jealousy these days. They're experiencing extreme jealousy and stuff. Men always experience jealousy, but like it seems like Gen Z is having a jealousy issue, which is why they're taking a whole bunch of people out now in the drill music scene. This is the Gen Z drill music scene, y'all, and it's horrible. Little Bloodhound Jeffs and all them other people, right? Certain things that they have slated for you as a man, that you're just gonna logically do that. If you got pricked by a thorn and it hurts, logically you pull the thorn out. They're gonna say you're not a man for that. They're gonna and honestly, when you really look at it and you listen to the game that I be dropping and everything that I'm giving y'all, we're teaching you that a lot of women are just throwing shit at the wall hoping that it sticks. And if you look at the Phylicia Rashad types, she was probably a feminist back in her day. You know, some women in their youth, they just straight up feminists, and that's cool. You know, I'm telling you guys here in these spaces, if you actually really go out and date, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna see a common type of woman that is attracted to you, or that will talk to you, or even somewhat keep it real with you. A lot of the women that will listen to manosphere content or be in some of these spaces, they're feminists still. That don't change them. Or they can't help but sound like feminists when they're sticking up for themselves. Like, she's supposed to be proud to be a woman, you know? So y'all got to take some of this dating advice and some of the shows and stuff that y'all watch on YouTube with a grain of salt, because you might miss out on a good woman. You know, women like Phylicia probably rounded out later on. But like the roles that they were taking, those weren't traditional roles, you know, definitely wasn't super traditional roles. But you can't get mad at somebody for wanting to be self-sufficient. Can't get mad at somebody for saying, hey, well, I'm a woman and that's what I love to be. Same way as a guy would say, hey, I like to be self-sufficient. I like to, you know, but one shouldn't get called the other. You know, you shouldn't get called a misogynist for making smart choices and decisions in your life, you know, that don't benefit a woman, because it has to benefit you. A lot of times, too, if you notice, if you get advice from most women in your life, if they ever asked you or told you to do something to benefit yourself, it usually includes them. A lot of times, and rarely, but you have a lot of good women out here that will tell you, hey, do this because this benefits you. And that's who I want it to benefit. It's not that I have anything to gain out of it or anything else. This is, you know, you said, I know I'm unique, but I don't give a fuck about a person's preference if they're going to bash. But you said, I don't give a fuck about a person's preference if they're doing it to bash me in favorite of them. I feel you. You said, I'm going to talk my shit, but other than that, I don't give a fuck. No, I feel you. I feel you. What I was trying to say is, I think Phylicia Rashad was a feminist of her day, sort of, or had feminist views, you know, of her day. And I'm trying to tell the guys here and even the women here, y'all gonna date anyway. You know, whether even you gonna date the Phylicia Rashad types, and yeah, they're gonna have some feminist views in the same way as feminist type women are going to date guys that they accuse of being misogynists. You know, it's the craziest thing ever. Like I said, and y'all and fellas, y'all gonna be attracted to women that are straight up feminists. Like, for example, everybody's gonna be talking about Brittany Renner later on today. Mark my words. If you already haven't heard it, they're talking about her showing up to a show with Kevin Gates, and they're trying to say Kevin Gates turned her Muslim or whatever, right? Brittany, a lot of guys here are attracted to Brittany Renner, but guess what? Feminist. A lot of guys here are probably attracted to what's the other girl? Ruby Rose. Guess what? Feminist. You know, but I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you know, the type of women that y'all get with, even if they are feminist minded, sometimes they tone that shit down because of you. You know? You said, nah, feminine, traditional woman is extremely intoxicating. Absolutely. Absolutely. Cynical said, for example, I don't care if a black male isn't into black women. However, they are into SBEing black women. I'm going to respond. I feel you. I feel you. Because that's a contradiction. It's like, aren't y'all too busy? Aren't y'all off getting other women? Why are y'all still SBEing black women? So they're giving away their hand that they truly want black women. The same way black men respond to divestors. They say, hey, we're going to go off and be with this specific type of man and rub it in y'all faces. And see, a lot of y'all don't even pick up on that because, you know, recently y'all heard me, I know y'all have heard me say the term I'm not trying to hear a kumbaya story every time I hook up with a sister at this point, and neither should a lot of black men. Y'all shouldn't want to hear no damn kumbaya story. I'm not trying to hear slavery in order for somebody to act right or be a functional adult. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm not trying to get slavery weaponized and used against me by someone that should be a functional adult. Y'all get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to hear a kumbaya story because you don't want to cooperate. You know? Just go find somebody that's going to cooperate. But when you have that same type of woman, that same archetype, that exact archetype, mind you, of women telling you that they're going to divest because some discrepancies in the quote unquote black community, and they're going to sleep with the person that they was just putting a battery in your back to take out and oppress. They sleeping with the enemy to get rid of any male, white, black, or candy stripe. That right there. Hotep saw that right there, that disrespect. Why would it be disrespectful? Well, guess what? How comes when a black man gets with a sister, he got to hear this slavery narrative, right? But that white man that quote unquote oppressed the sister don't have to hear that slavery narrative. You know? They don't got to go to African American studies class together. Black people don't even go to African American studies class together. Not like that. But when you get with some of them, you got to hear this crazy ass slave narrative or ancestral narrative, you know? Even from the tethers, you got to hear from it, you know, about that shit. So what am I saying? I'm not down to have that shit weaponized against me one way or the other. She don't want to listen to you as a black man because all of a sudden we were never there to protect and provide. We never cared. Man, listen, get the fuck out of here. Get that shit out of whatever Omar said. He said, get that out of here. You know? So Umar is going through a triple whammy. He going through a triple whammy. Daughter came out gay. He wasn't really real about himself with the sisters. They done threw him under the bus. Black women got like 10 charges on Umar. He did. He got a couple loose queens running around in the streets, which is crazy. Yeah, she ended up playing Claire Huxtable because the whole narrative around that time, Cynical, and you know, because we're millennials, you know, just to jog it up a little bit. The whole narrative around that time is that everybody, the whole narrative around that time was that women can be progressive. You know, they can be independent and they don't need no man. They can be lawyers. They can be, when they write these scripts for like these family sitcoms, they got to write strong characters and stuff that are all banding together in some form or fashion because they got to swing the stories over to them every so often. Like, for example, if you watch Family Matters, sometimes the whole episode will be about Carl and how noble of a cop he is and that he's going to use his power to, to save the day. His authority, and then it's like, oh, that's good, good policing, right? Sometimes when you watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, you would see that the father, Phil, right? He would use his judge status, to save the day, And then it's the same thing with the actually, you know what? I gotta do a show on this shit because actually And I'm glad that this picture that I saw on the internet is floating around. I know y'all seen that picture with all of them, like Danny Tanner, the Bud from Married with Children, and like basically all the sitcom TV fathers, right? For the most part, on there, they had Phil and they had Carl Winslow and basically all of America's fathers throughout the 80s and the 90s, right? And maybe early 2000s, right? that helped and destroyed America at the same time. I have to say that it helped and destroyed America at the same time. Those family sitcom shows, right? Even The Simpsons and Family Guy. You know, these are all cartoons. These are all characters. But all of them have all showcased, different parts of the gender war that we talk about today. You know what I'm saying? Like if y'all watched Moesha, oh, it was all of that shit was in full swing. Like Moesha, all these shows, right? But if y'all watched even Family Matters, for example, right? We talk about Family Matters, right? They showed and pushed some of these narratives with Steve Urkel and Laura. You know? And I'm not gonna lie. Steve Urkel, what's her name? Lark Voorhees? The woman I think that passed away. Steve Urkel's lady. What's her name? Lark? I think her name is Lark Voorhees. She was bad as hell. Urkel already had a baddie on his team. But he wanted Laura. You know what I'm saying? He wanted Laura. And look at y'all don't see the Pookie and Ray Ray versus Educated Lame within Steve Urkel and Stefan? Y'all don't see that clear as day? When he went into a time machine and changed himself up, and they came out as Stefan? That was one of them. Even shows like and in all the shows, like Everybody Loves Raymond, all these shows, there's episodes where the woman is smarter than the man. Like, oh, he's just a dumb husband. What does he know anyway? That's what The Simpsons is built off of. That's what Family Guy is built off of. Yeah, Lois is weird, right? Yeah, Marge got her hangups also, but she's the brains of the situation. You know? She's the brains of the situation. And they gotta write those characters like that because, like I said, everybody has their roles. Even with I was gonna say The Nanny. I keep getting Married with Children mixed up with The Nanny. But even with The Nanny, not The Nanny, Married with Children. You know, Bud would just come home and just looks. Bud had the 1,000-mile stare. If y'all don't remember, you know, he had the 1,000-mile stare while he had a baddie wife that's just running around in something tight and skimpy around the house. And even though around those times she was, because he's just beat up, you know, even though around those times women were considered, if they were pretty, they were considered not as smart. She still was the brains of the situation, and that's how they wrote her character. So what I'm saying is a lot of these, even American TV and family sitcoms that we talk about today, a lot of times you see those examples finding themselves over here in the manosphere, like the Phylicia Rashads and all that other stuff, and we're using them as examples. But at the same time, too, we do got to look at how they write those characters. You know, how they write those characters also too. But like I said, the reason why they're talking about in the West, masculinity is dumbed down, and it's not just for black men. It's not just for black men. A good portion of it is dumbed down for men, but it's also dumbed down for even white, Latino, Asian. It's dumbed down for a lot of their nuclear families also. You know, it's dumbed down for a lot of their nuclear families also, and that's what feminism did. You know, in its later stage, but they had to write these characters strong, like the Claire Huxtable and stuff like that, because they also had to depict love. You know. No, that's not a good example. The PJs isn't a good example. But like, anyway. Hold on, let's get into this. He said a lot of feminists on Twitter were constantly talking about men who they were dealing with. Yeah, they're into the misogynist types. And it's not opposites attract, it's that's what they're arguing with what they're dealing with. You know? That's a dead giveaway. Women argue about what they're dealing with. War Master says black men that are into all women usually dislike when black misandrist attacks men. That is true. That is true. Let me read this again. Black men that are into all women usually dislike when the black misandrist attacks men. That's a lot of black men SBE. That's true also. That's very much true. But a lot of manosphere guys are attracted to feminist women anyway. I saw a lot of guys that was saying, hey, I'd crack Cynthia G. Dudes are openly saying that shit. I'm like, damn. I know some of y'all heard it around here. My grandfather gave me a lot of lessons on Black American history. That's dope. That's awesome. A lot of black men do talk about Black American history. That's true. The majority of the men talk about Black American history. That's what the Hoteps were for. But sadly, that's the man that's going to get his history weaponized against him, and a fake account of his history. Because you could tell these women to, hey, that's when Susan B. Anthony did this, that, and the third. Sterilization. Y'all go look up the eugenics movement and all that other stuff, and then go listen to some of these stances on getting rid of babies and shit. Feminism is dark. That shit is dark. Yeah, the B180 spaces. Those were the exact same people talking about divesting. Wouldn't care in the world. Send that black man into a burning house. I didn't know anything about history besides what they taught Black History Month. Yeah, most brothers and sisters don't. Because Black history is something that you got to be very specific about. And it's something that you have to actually go look for. And you have to have an interest in it. But I'm not going to lie. You got to be a little bit black pilled to go look for that shit. Because the stuff that you will find that's outside of the history books, it'll actually make you get mad at the history books that you read. That's another reason why black men get mad. Like I said before, they will lie even in stories that they push on you, like Martin Luther King and stuff like that. They'll say, oh, a mob came and was throwing Molotov cocktails in Martin Luther King's house. But in reality, no, it was a certain group of people that looked a certain type of way, that wanted something or wanted a response or wanted to stop something. They don't go into the details. Or they want you to, like, for example, in public schools, right? Y'all had to say the American anthem, or at least listen to it, right? Just about almost every morning. They're not going to have you sit up there and recite that shit and soliloquy that shit every morning and then turn around and tell you America's real dealings in history. Hell, they don't even talk about Tuskegee. The first time actual real war and bombs and stuff that was used in this country was on black people and Black Wall Street. They're not going to tell you about that. You got to go look for that shit. Then try not to be enraged when you go look for that shit. You kind of gotta kind of understand what is it for? Like, why would you do that to somebody? Like, what is all of this for? They're not going to teach you that in school. They're not trying to enrage kids. They'll give you a Black History Month. They'll give you a whole no, they won't give you a Black History Month. They'll give you a El Gibbet month or El Gibbet, you know, everybody celebrate the El Gibbet stuff, but they try to dumb down the Black history. You know, they're trying to replace it. You know, but they don't. I mean, what I'm saying is that they just don't tell you the truth. They don't tell you the full truth. And they use you know, the kids are easy to deceive. Some of y'all don't even want to be in history class anyway. You know. But anyway, yeah, you got to go look for that shit, and you got to be specific, because even Google will start trying to play games with you too, you know. And you got to get certain dates and stuff, specific stuff, right? But also, they lie, just straight up, they lie. You know, they lie. So you gotta be real black pilled when you go looking for that shit, because you're gonna run into a lot of stuff that's gonna make you angry. You know, make you feel angry when you start learning the truth and stuff like that. And a lot of people here in America are just now finding shit like this out. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, it messed my little head up, realizing that they had us running around in classroom with Indian apparel and Indian garbs on and whole tea. Y'all are indigenous people or natives here. You know what I'm saying? Been here longer than the people that thought they brought you here. A lot of people aren't recounting that a lot of those African tribes and stuff that got brought over on those ships, a lot of people don't even realize that you never got brought over on those ships. You're returning to where you already came from. We're coming back here. You know, African people were already over here, so you're returning. You're returning somewhere where your ancestors probably left a long time ago and got sent back, no matter which part of the continent you on. So now you got a lot of FBAs or whatever they want to call themselves nowadays on some other shit.
We are natives, this our land, we all know about the slave ships. We're not from Africa, we indigenous. I need you to listen, I need you to be getting this. We not black, know your story, family history, that's stats. We not black, that's a curse. Let's put this curse to rest and be blessed, yes. We indigenous, this land was our ancestors' home.
What up, Black Man?
In school about slaves was wrong, it was a scare tactic. They got the children first, so we believe that this land was not ours. Divide and conquer, eugenics, terror and fear, but we're the generation and our mission is clear. It's time to unite and get our heritage back. Like God intended, stop living in lies.
We not from Africa, we are natives. This our land, we don't know about no slave ships. We not from Africa, we indigenous. I need you to listen, I need you to be getting this. We not black, know your story, family history, that's stats. We not black, that's a curse. Let's put the curse to rest and be blessed, yes. Black and white, it don't exist. Can't group us together, you gotta be specific. All these immigrants arriving every day. Indigenous rising, you know we here to stay. Black is not a color, black is not a race. Whole time playing in our face. They've been trying to black us out with the word black, but we was here first. You can't argue facts.
Hey, it's facts, man. Oh, Lord. Do y'all history, y'all. Do y'all history.
In your life, then you're kind of in trouble, because what happens when your only source of feeling good fails to give you what you're looking for? Put briefly, a lot of bad things. So, instead of surrendering your conditions of happiness to the external world, where it's outside of your control, why not try looking inward and doing things within your control, such as picking up hobbies or developing creative skills? If you don't know where to start, I got you with today's sponsor, Skillshare. Skillshare is the largest online learning community for those looking to develop creative skills.
Right,
it is also a good way to add more hobbies to your life, so you aren't just doom scrolling or looking for the love you're.
I ain't gonna lie, I learned a couple of stuff on Skillshare. I think Skillshare is cool. All right, what advice do you think is valid?
Design freelance product and guitar classes or crossing music. Ooh, I like. Now, there's a lot of questionable relationship advice on the internet, so instead of singling out each one, I'm just going to talk about the one that inspired me to make this video in the first place. Mainly because I don't want to ruin my day scouring through toxic relationship content online, but also because regardless of which opinion that's solicited as the advice I talk about, my main takeaway doesn't change. Here's a notorious phrase that gets people extremely pressed on both sides of the argument. If they wanted to, they would. It has a nice ring to it, right? Upon first impression, it's kind of sound advice. At surface level, this saying implies that if someone...
Yeah, I agree with that one. If they wanted to, they would. Yeah, that shit played out. These are more sayings than actual actions, by the way, y'all.
wanted to put in the effort for you, they would have already. You shouldn't have to ask them, because if they truly valued you and are taking you seriously, they would have already been putting in the effort for you. It's a simple, easy to remember saying that serves as a litmus test for finding higher quality relationships. It also reminds you...
And fellas, you gotta watch this. And ladies too. Look, we weaponize these sayings. We weaponize these sayings all the time. You know, with love interests, boyfriend and girlfriends, husband and wife. We weaponize these sayings all the time. If they want to, they would. Or if he really cared about you, he'd go out of his way. As if he's not already going out of his way. You know, you never know. I agree. Let's go. Hold
to
on.
value yourself and to stop chasing something that's one-sided. Neat, right? Problem is...
People live by this shit and they try to weaponize this shit in relationships, and it's like, bro, it ain't even all of that. Let's get it.
This is only really sound advice when taken in a vacuum, because it fails to consider context and nuance in human relationships. Let's process and break this down with a hypothetical scenario. Hey, it would make me happier.
Shit, some of y'all broke up over some of these sayings, to tell y'all the truth. Some of y'all done broke up because somebody is talking like this.
If you called me more. We don't really get to talk much when we're not together, and it feels like I'm always the one calling you. Oh, okay, I can do that. Are you just saying that because I asked you to? Well, yeah? So you don't actually want to. You're only agreeing because I asked. I do want to. That's why I agreed. Well then, if you wanted to, why haven't you already? Alright, let's pause right here. Who is in the wrong?
Alright, first of all, this guy is stuck in some feminine, I'm going to take the Gettysburg Address long-ass conversation with a woman. So first of all, he's in the wrong with not keeping it short and sweet. Second of all, she knows she interrogating him, so she's in the wrong too by pushing an issue, trying to get an answer out of him, but that's how they communicate. So honestly, the guy's in the wrong. It's always going to be the guy's fault at the end of the day. I'm not even going to lie. We might as well take it, you know, he should have just kept it short and just like bounced, like not even really kept going back and forth with her, even though that's what she's looking for. Because I ain't going to lie, after a while, they usually get unattracted to you when they think that they can just start talking to you any old way. But he'll find that out later. You said you have to be borderline black pill in order to learn from your relatives and Jim Crow experience. Absolutely, you got to be black pill. And what I mean by being black pill, listening to that or learning that shit is because if you get emotional, you're going to miss the whole lesson. And the irony is that it's something that you should get emotional about. So yeah, be careful when you go study your real history and find out, you know. But you're right about that, Cynical. But yeah, anyway, let's see.
It's actually a trick question because the answer is that there's not enough context to know for sure.
It's really not miscommunication. You already know what she's doing. I already know what she's doing and where he's at, but okay. But it is a form of miscommunication.
What's dangerous about the if they wanted to, they would mentality is that it feeds off your insecurities and makes you draw hasty conclusions without taking in the full context. It tells you that the reason why they don't call or text is because they don't care about you enough. Because how hard is it to take a little bit of time out of your day to call and say hello or to shoot a quick text that shows they're thinking of you? If they truly care enough, it shouldn't be that hard, right? If they wanted to do it, they would have already. But because they haven't, what does that mean? That you're not that important to them, that they're bored of you, that they have a roster of people they're talking to, and you're...
See how you see what's going on? That's what it really is. It's a reason for people to run off with their pre-existing thoughts. Oh, if this person loved me, they would have. Okay. Yeah, it's like, oh, if this person loved me, they would have done this and they would have done that. And since they didn't do this, that means that means this and that means that and that means it's like, no, it doesn't. Don't mean none of that shit. It could be somebody simply forgetting to call you. Oh, you didn't call me. Now I'm gonna take it to the next level and start implying all of this other stuff. And it's like, then at that point, it's like, why should somebody call you? It's like a headache. It's like a headache. It's not like it's gonna get any better. You know? It's basically they're setting up the parameters to make you feel bad and then just run off with whatever they think. That's what it really is. Sometimes it could have just slipped the person's mind. Damn, I totally forgot. You know? People are busy. You know, people have things to do, respectfully. Even and also too, fellas, when you do get in a certain type of conversations and you're being manipulated, that's where you're gonna see these sayings come up the most. These are sayings to guilt trip you, make you feel bad, get commitment out of you, you understand what I'm saying? Get resources, you know, or time. Time is a resource. So pay attention when you're arguing with somebody or you at odds with somebody for a little bit, and some of these little sayings pop up because you hear them more in that setting more than in a positive setting. All right.
That shows they're thinking of you. If they truly care enough, it shouldn't be that hard, right? If they wanted to do it, they would have already. But because they haven't, what does that mean? That you're not that important to them, that they're bored of you, that they have a roster of people they're talking to, and you're just one of many on the list.
So they start running off with insecure thoughts. Let's go. And trying to make you pay for their insecure thoughts.
What it doesn't tell you is that they're busy and have a life outside of you. And the fact that they even answer at all when you call shows that they're making the time for you. It fails to make you consider that maybe they do want to call or text you, but they don't know what to say, so they hold themselves back as to not make things awkward between you two, because they care too much and don't want to kill the vibe. Or that they're inexperienced when it comes to relationships, and the fact that they're willing to comply is an indication of how much they care about you. Or, simplest of them all, they just didn't know. They didn't know how important phone calls and texts were to you. They didn't know what gestures you needed in order to feel loved and cared for, because everyone has different ways of expressing and feeling affection.
There you go. And you're just supposed to magically know that at 6 p.m. someone's sad. You're just supposed to magically know. That's how women deal with a lot of guys. They start playing Blue's Clues. You should know. Women think that you're supposed to pay attention to them as much as they pay attention to them, if not more. And like I said, women, they, to a certain degree, they worship themselves. Women worship. You look on a man's background on his phone, you might see a Porsche, you might see a little car, you might see a Rolls, you might see something, right? Something, an object. Maybe his child. If he's a father, right? Man, look. Go look on the wall. The wallpaper on a woman's phone or her background. Damn. She on the sleep screen taking a selfie. Then when she unlocks her phone, she on the home screen taking a selfie. And it's like millions of pictures in her phone of her. From a little girl to now. Millions. It's not uncommon. In the Garden of Eden, Eve, you know what I'm saying, is looking, this before mirrors were invented. You know, if y'all know my game, mirrors and women have a lot in common. But this is what Eve was doing. Eve spent a lot of Eve spent so much time in the Garden of Eden looking at her reflection on the water. You know what I'm saying? There was no such thing as a mirror. No such thing as a mirror. She spent a lot of time looking at her reflection off the water. You know? And there's a reason for that. Women, water. Women control, water control. If you pay attention to water, fellas, water can become anything. Or at least take the shape. The moon controls water on Earth. It controls the tides. And it controls if the water raises or lowers itself, And women have a connection with water. If you even as humans and stuff, we're made of water. Dust, but yeah, we're made of water. Look at how much water-based stuff that even your thoughts, your thoughts in your brain, that's the thought is a vibration, it's water. Like I said, look at how much water or water-based stuff that your body produces: blood, sweat, tears, spit, piss, we're water. Sun is supposed to give you consciousness. Get into some Hotep shit. The sun is supposed to give you consciousness. The moon is supposed to put things in motion. Also, too, they have rituals that you could take where you take out your wallet. They say you're supposed to empty out your wallet every full moon. And you open up your wallet and you look at the moon and you open it and you say, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. And you put everything back into your wallet and the moon stays out there. And then it eventually turns because the moon spins also, turns. And then it goes to the dark side of the moon. Then by the time the full moon come back around, you should have an answer or hopefully be rich. Never know. Also too, eclipses and stuff happens. You got the solar version, but you have people that stare at the moon and they moon gaze, even the werewolf, the tale of the werewolf, it comes from moon gazing, right? Because it's easier to look at the moon than it is the sun, obviously. And this is where the term lunatic comes from. Lunar, y'all. Lunatic. Lunar, lunatic. You got people that sun gaze too, but the moon puts things in motion. Women put things in motion. Women put things in motion. You give a woman a seed, she puts it in motion. Baby, they reflect. That's why I said women in mirrors, they're very close to each other because a woman is usually a reflection of a man. Not a reflection of a man, but actually when you're together with people, you both reflect off each other, but woman can reflect a testament of what you guys have, which is usually the kid. It's usually a kid. She reflect the baby that looks like, the union. And this is the thing about mirrors. If you put two mirrors together, or you point two mirrors at each other, it's a mirror within a mirror within the mirror, 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 to infinity, almost like a laser. You know, those lasers that people have? Those lasers that people have, they're rangeless. I wonder why or how that you have something that's rangeless like that, right? Well, if you look at a mirror within the mirror within the mirror, it kind of makes it pointless. It's just a reflection of the reflection. Whereas women being the mirror, a man has to be the image, something that's in that mirror. A man has to give that mirror an image, something that it can reflect. Now, you as a man, and as you as a person, a human being, we're gonna use a human being in a mirror, right? This is why women are fascinated with mirrors and themselves. And then you have another invention that captures their fascination, which is a camera. And all of these things will allow you to see yourself. You know, you never ever in life, you never ever have seen yourself. You've always seen a reflection of yourself, but with your naked eyes, you've never seen yourself. You may have looked on the paint of your car and see a reflection of yourself. And then even then, you have opinions on yourself, right? That you know what you look like, but that's not what you look like. That's what you believe you look like. But other people, they can see similar things, but you still look different to other people in the eyes of other people. This is very intriguing to women, even women that are obsessed with themselves. Self-obsession, you know? Ego's playground. Eve would look at the pond. She would look in the pond to see her reflection. She's never laid her own naked eyes on herself. You know what I'm saying? And you've never seen yourself. You've only seen reflections of yourself. You've never physically seen yourself. But when you give this mirror an image, right? You give this mirror an image. Hopefully you have a good mirror. You know? Some mirrors are tinted, some mirrors are not. Some mirrors are cracked, some mirrors are not. Some mirrors, I'm describing different types of women, fellas. Some mirrors can capture, you can't physically see yourself, but you can see like what you're wearing, like your outfit or something. And let's say you like certain colors like sepia, or let's say you like sapphire or different colors, scarlet and stuff, right? That mirror, because you can look at your scarlet sweater with your naked eyes and see something, but that mirror has to be able to capture that image, capture your silhouette with this piece of clothing on, capture the colors and the details and the stitching and stuff like that. This is like, when we start talking about stuff like this kind of gets into like, people that's into cameras and photography, how like certain mirrors and glass that are in a camera lens, right, has to capture this particular thing in detail. So what am I saying? Why am I using mirrors in women? Well, when you find a good thing, fellas, when you find yourself a good thing, that woman is going to be able to capture your whole image. She should be able to reflect the child. She should be able to reflect herself as a better partner, and vice versa. Put a great image into that mirror and see what that mirror can do. Can that mirror reflect detail, color, shape, size? You got different types of mirrors. You got mirrors that make your head look big. You got mirrors that are stretched. You got, you got full body mirrors. You got some mirrors that can only do a talking head from the shoulder up. and stuff. You got different type of mirrors. I'm using that as a metaphor to tell you that you got different type of women, and certain women will reflect, a better you, and not even just you. I'm not telling you to go chase yourself in mirrors, in images, anything like that. What I'm at, you got certain women that they don't get the same deal certain women get. You got certain women that are good at certain things that other women weren't. You got certain mirrors that will reflect what you would like to see. You got certain mirrors that are what you want. You like your image in it, and it likes holding your image. It likes showing detail. It likes I'm using all of this stuff as a metaphor for you to explore. I'm using it as a metaphor for you to explore. Thank you so much, Gail. I'm dropping all of this knowledge. Y'all support the show. Damn. Without Sunset, my favorite story of narcissist who every day would stare at himself in the reflection for the lake for hours. Yeah. I mean, people, you become, you become obsessed with yourself a little bit. You said I had to become mentally strong in order to listen to the tales of trauma your elders went. You had to become mentally strong in order to listen to the. Yeah, you absolutely do. Because you have something also too. Speaking of some esoteric stuff, you have something that travels in the black community called the Jezebel spirit. You got something that travels in the black community called the Jezebel spirit, and even a lot of the women in our community, you see that they go through it. You know, um, some of y'all may have an auntie, and she went through a certain situation, and then a couple generations down, her daughter or her granddaughter or somebody else in the family, they might go through that same type of situation. And yeah, it's in the family, and some of it is completely related, some of it is not. But it is certain spirits that do travel through the family. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, they go in the family, they go through similar experiences and stuff like that. Sometimes you want to kill the Jezebel spirit, but some families and people are destined. Some people are cursed. I'm gonna just straight up say it. Some family names are cursed and stuff. You inherit certain things, and a lot of things in our life we inherit through family members and stuff like that. You get your spending habits from family members, all kinds of stuff, so it's really, honestly, you just gotta, if you know. That's all I'll say. If you know,
Yo, what up?
what's going on, Third Ward? Jump in, man.
Hey, to add to what you were just saying, it's not just in the family name, but it's in the blood too. Like, for instance,
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a Jezebel spirit. It travels through
yeah,
the blood. Yeah.
yeah, but you could apply it to other things as well. Like, for instance, so like, let's say a child is born and they grow up to be an adult, but they have
Mhm.
parents that were like addicts to like certain type of
Mhm.
drugs.
Mhm.
9 times out of 10, they're gonna
If they
those
try it
kids
before, they might, yeah.
they're gonna have an addictive
Mhm.
personality as well. So it's
Mhm.
best that they don't indulge in those type of drugs, because if if that's in their bloodline or their family, then it's a possibility they could be just like that too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, or they will fall into a much more deeper addiction than their family members did. You
Yeah,
know,
but
they'll fall
real
into a
talk though,
deeper addiction.
I just want to add an extra point to that, but I didn't come up here to talk about that. I came up here to
Yeah,
address
yeah,
this whole Phylicia Rashad thing. Like, okay,
yeah.
so
Jump in.
the issue that I have, bro, is like, I get that the old heads,
She too
the
late.
old niggas, I get that they
Mhm.
wanna. And by the way, excuse my audio. I'm on my phone because I'm on my break
No,
at
you
work.
good. You good. You sound
I'm out at the
you sound
crib,
great.
so excuse my audio. But
No, you sound
yeah,
good.
I get that I get the old heads want to like try to compare these women of today to women of yesterday, but bruh,
Mhm.
we too far gone for that. Like, it's just, and then you got to think, bruh, the era and time that Phylicia Rashad comes from, like, bro, that was a different time period, bro. That was a different type of living back then. And even when women back then was on some BS too, they was doing some dirt too. It's just back then there was no social media. It was no
you can hide it.
Yeah. Like back then, you know, best believe, you know, people from the 90s and the 80s and all of that, they was doing their dirt too. It's just like I said, because there was no access to social media. You didn't have no instant camera, instant recorder, with no camera phones.
And you know what's crazy?
You know
I
what
was
I'm
saying this early third ward, if you were to try to tell your homeboy about it, he wouldn't believe you. But now that you got social media,
Kuda, let me ask you this: how old are you? Respectfully, how old are you?
I just hit 36.
Okay, so you are. I'll be turning 35 in May. So you were like a year, maybe some months older than me, right? So we kind of we pretty much from the same. Yeah, we pretty much from the same era, right? So bruh, you got to understand, bro. And where I'm about to go with this, I know you can relate, bruh. Us 90s kids, I was born 90. I was born 90. You know what I'm saying? So you know, so the thing about it is, bro, we watched so many different transitions, bro, from different, you know, decades and shit, bro. Like for instance, like okay, a lot of these kids, bro, nowadays, the reason why a lot of them, you know, be on some savage type stuff. I mean, bro, look at the transition. Let's just look at the transition of music. You know, the reason why the 90s was so revered as like the golden age of music, because you had a variety of everything. You had R&B, rap, hip hop. You had black tech music. You had black tech artists back then. You know what I'm saying? You had neo soul. You had all kind of rock and roll stuff. You know,
even
all that
emo
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And back then, there was a lot of love in the music. Now, granted, did some, you know, ratchet stuff and effery go on back then? Yeah, sure. But it was more love in the music. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, like you got to think these new age kids, bro, the generation that's under us, bro, they grew up off of fucking drill rap and like Cardi B and shit like that's, you know, Nicki Minaj, bro. That's what they grew up off of. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we grew up off of like granted, I'm gonna be fair. Like, okay. So Lil' Kim was probably like the catalyst for all of this shit. Like she was the godmother of all of this shit. All these new female rappers, all the stuff that they talk about and all the raunchy, nasty stuff. You know, Kim started all of this. You know what I'm saying? But
I mean, even then, they still had a little bit of class too, though. It wasn't like Sexy Red and stuff like that. I think like during those days, the person that had like a and she still did good. The woman that had like a real rough, you know, like a real rough, aggressive song like that was Adina Howard.
Yeah, Adina and Lil' Kim. Adina and Lil' Kim was like as raunchy as it got back then. Those are like the most raunchiest artists of their time or that era. You know what I'm saying? And then everybody else kind of was like in the middle. Then in the 2000s, you had Trina. You know what I'm saying, and shit like that. But my thing is bro, like if you look at the okay, so like most of these kids, bro, like I said, they grew up like with everything. Like you said, they grew up with the computer and the phone or the iPhone or smartphone, you know, pretty much from the time they was a child in their hand. You know, I remember, bro, when I was growing up in the 90s, bro, I remember the first computer I ever had, bro, was a compact desktop computer, and I had games on it for little kids, but these games were on floppy disks. That's how that's how like these kids don't know shit about no floppy disks. They don't know nothing about compact computers, like none of that, bro. Matter of fact, these kids don't even know nothing about CDs, bro. CDs and DVDs are obsolete now, bro. If you ever notice, bro, any new car that you buy, there's no more CD players in the car, bro. Yeah, like these kids don't know nothing about
CD players in the car.
Like just think, bro. If you was born in the like mid to late 80s, early 90s, bro, you grew up, you saw the floppy disk, then you saw it transition from the floppy disk to the tapes, then from the tapes to the CDs, then from the CDs to the DVDs, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like, the cassette tapes came before the floppy disk, but it was like we had it was like floppy disk and tapes at the same time.
Yeah, the cassette tapes were out. The cassette tapes were out there because I remember recording.
You mean VHS though, right, Third?
Yeah, VHS. Yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot about VHS. Like, bro, like look how many transitions we didn't had with technology and just how we consume stuff. bro. Like these kids, like I said, by the time these kids grew up into this new generation, bro, they already had everything, bro. They had, you know, a fast ass internet. Like we didn't have, like we grew up doing the, bro. We grew up doing the dial up era, bro. Like, do you remember how fucked up dial up internet was, bro? Like, you know how slow that shit was, bro. Now these kids, everything they have is instant, bro. Like
now they got Starlink.
Yeah, they got Starlink now. Yeah. No, but like, I was saying, you know, back in the day, if you saw a kid with a cell phone, you'd be like, yo, why do you have a cell phone? Whose cell phone is that? Did you take somebody's cell phone? Nowadays, kids have to have a cell phone in people's minds, you know?
Bro, these kids don't even, these new generation, bro, they don't even know nothing about the iPod. Fuck an iPhone. They don't even know about the iPod, bro. The iPod came out when I was like 7th, 8th grade, bro.
Let's see if I still got it in here.
They don't even, these kids don't even know about the iPod, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then on top of that, bro,
they get a cell phone just for turning a certain age.
These kids' first cell phone was probably like a Galaxy or an iPhone, bro. I said it in the chat earlier, bro. My first cell phone was weak as fuck, bro. I think I got my first cell phone like 7th grade, but my first cell phone, it was the one where you had to pull the flap down to type the numbers, and you had to pull the little damn antenna out at the top to get better. Yeah, you got an iPod, bro. See, See, you know what I'm talking about.
This is one of the very first ones that came out, bro.
Yeah.
And look at, hold up.
Bro, you know what iPod I had? I don't know if you remember this, LT man. You remember when Apple came out with a black and red U2 version of the iPod, the group U2? Remember that?
Man, I can't, bro. You gotta show me, bro.
If you just go on your phone, go to Google and type in iPod.
It was like a limited time.
You put U2 iPod. It's like a limited edition one, but it was black and red. Matter of fact, if you ever watched the video, This Is How We Do with the Game and 50 Cent, I think the game had that iPod in the video. Like,
it's like the Hurricane Game one.
No, it wasn't a Hurricane game. No, it wasn't a Hurricane. It was an iPod, but it was a limited edition. It was a U2, the group U2, and it was black and red. It was like a black and red joint.
Have you guys? Oh shit! You made me lose concentration. Me thinking about this that shit you're telling me about.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh God, hold up, man! You just made me lose concentration.
But yeah, we didn't transition from some, like I said, these new generation of kids, by the time they became teenagers or even adults, they already had everything at their disposal. They had high-speed internet, Wi-Fi. They had, you know, they grew up with their first phone was an iPhone. Like I said, my first phone was weak as fuck. Like I went from that phone to the Razor. Remember the Razor? Remember back then, if you had a Razor if you had these 3 phones back then, you was that person. If you had a Razor, a BlackBerry, or a Sidekick. If you had one of those,
or you could have had a Sidekick or a Nextel Chirp.
Yeah. If you had one of those 3 phones, bro, you was that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So, like, these kids don't know nothing about none of that, bro. Like then also you got to think too. We grew up in the last generation where people were still going outside, bro. Like before we got our hands on the cell phones and social media and all of that, like we still went to house parties. We still went to college parties. We went to college parties. We went to homecoming games. We went to battle of the bands type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we went to all kind of different little social gatherings and events. Most of these kids, bro, they idea of socializing is just like strictly through the computer, through the internet. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, like we had AOL. We had AOL. We had a couple of stuff.
They wonder why these kids are so socially awkward. And shout out to Warmaster. And I just want to respond to your comment. For me, I'm an old school person. CDs for me will never be obsolete. I still have all my CDs that I've collected over the years. But I'm saying in this new day and age, CDs are obsolete because, like I said, most cars nowadays.
Whoa. What's going on over there, man? Hey, look here. I can't have that. I can't have no CD slander.
No, bro. I fuck with CDs, bro. I got a whole, right now, I got a whole backpack full of CDs, bro. Like I said, but the problem is
y'all had the CD cases that had the pages where you had.
Bro, I got all of that. I got that.
Dude, I got books of those downstairs.
If you go buy a brand new car off the lot right now, ain't none of them motherfuckers coming with a CD player.
Everything
yeah,
Bluetooth.
You can pull it. I'm gonna be honest. I've never bought a car and left the CD player in there or the tape deck, even though they were selling trucks with tape decks about 5 or 6 years ago. I'll say this: all it takes is some goofy millennial to click one button, and then your entire library is gone.
Yeah. Delete.
Yeah, that's what get on my nerves, man. I can't stand these people.
But you guys used to watch Star Trek, right?
Still do.
The old one, okay.
Yeah.
With Captain Kirk, all the old ones, right? What's his name? Anyway.
Spock, McCoy.
Right. So if you guys could remember, CDs were out for us. If you noticed, I don't know, but what was the black lady's name? That was on. You seen her inserting a disc, a CD into one of those freaking. No, seriously. If you guys could ever go back or try to look it up, maybe they got it clipped out on YouTube. But the very first CD on Star Trek, I guess, if you could look it up. But yeah, that's where I seen it at. But yeah, it was the 8 tracks, the floppy disk and shit like that. Yeah, it's old school stuff, bro. And a lot of us, and I'm sure a lot of you guys got a lot of old school stuff that these kids won't even know what the fuck it is. You know, it's like you show them a pager, they'll be like, "What is that?" You know.
And Kuda, let's be real, bro. The last era where people still socialize instead of just being strictly stuck to the computer and social media or to their phone was probably from 2010 to maybe 2016, 17, maybe 18. That was really the last era where people still went outside like that, and their phone was, or their social media was an afterthought. Now, pretty much ever since 2018 up until the pandemic, that's kind of when everything started to change. I mean, it was changing before then, but that's when kind of set in.
Right. No, you're right. 100%. Yeah. Everybody was more social. So it's like right now, I'll call my daughter down for dinner and she'll text me, "I'm not hungry." You can't come down and just tell. Why the fuck you gotta text me for? You know, it's like everything is.
And you're in the same house too.
Right. You know, or I'll call and she'll be like, she won't answer, and she'll text me back, and I'm like, "Why didn't you pick up the phone?" "Oh, why don't you just text me?" I don't like doing that. My fucking hands are they're so big, they're like a package of Polish sausages to be fucking texting. You know?
Shoot! I'm so late. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge. My bad, y'all. I wasn't even paying attention.
Wow.
20 on the Cash App. My mouth is on fire. I ate a chili just a minute ago, and I'm sorry about it. The new one. Hold on. The new one, War Masters. Hey, yo. That shit killed me last night. He's like, "Hey, yo." Yeah, pause. My bad, guys.
It's a
oh, my bad.
reason.
You went down a little bit, Third Ward. What were you saying? I don't know why it
My
dropped.
bad. I was just saying, it's the reason why, things are the way that they are. This shit didn't just happen overnight. It was like a gradual, kind of build up to where we at now. You know what I'm saying? I remember when,
I was saying this earlier, Third Ward. We beta tested all of this stuff. Black Planet, MySpace, Uvu. We beta tested all of this stuff. That's why when Clubhouse came back, I'm like, it's the party line all over again. If another generation didn't have it.
Hey, you guys are old school. If you guys could remember, before all this podcast and people, who really was the first one? Not talking about Jay Leno, not shit like that. But before internet,
before the internet,
during I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to cut you off. As far as in the internet, you could record yourself and do some type of live streaming, right? But who was the first one, if you guys can remember? I can give it to you. Besides Soldier Boy was the first one to be posting a YouTube videos and shit. He was the very first one, Soldier Boy. But the ones who had the first podcast, I believe it was Tom Green.
Well, I don't know who that is. I'm gonna be honest, but
podcasts
what I
come
will
from radio.
say is this though, prior to YouTube and live streaming, Blog Talk Radio was a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And you know, and then even before that, you had like shit like Rush Limbaugh, you had Tom Likas, you know what I'm saying? Shit, yeah, you know,
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
And,
you know,
and you had morning shows. You had morning radio shows. Morning radio shows were covering dating topics and stuff like that back in the day. So,
but as far as viewing it, there was no telephone.
Yeah, you couldn't view it
with this. So what they did was view it through the internet with that slow ass what we were talking about, that DSL bullshit. But Tom Green, which is a comedian from Canada.
I remember Tom Green.
Not Debbie Moore. Drew Moore.
Shout out to
Drew Barrymore, I think.
She said Don Imus. Yeah, I forgot about Don.
Yeah, Don Imus. Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Those were the first ones before we had our Candace Owens and our Joe Rogans, and before we had all that stuff. But what I'm noticing now during COVID, everyone is doing. They're not just streaming stuff. They're actually like podcasting and stuff, like what you guys are doing and stuff, but in a different. But everyone is doing it, you know. And some people are doing it for the greatness. Like I said, some people aspire to be great, but they never aspire to make a difference, and they just stay stuck. You know, you got people. It's just crazy out here. It's like if they can't do it, well, let me hate on them. You know what I mean? But it's Tom Green, and then where it's at right now. I hear you. Yeah, a lot of things are changing, man.
I want to add this. The oldest video is called "Me at the Zoo." It has 353 million views, and it's 19 years old. Jeez. And it's only 19 seconds.
Wow.
Damn, that was a YouTube short also.
Yeah. Oh, guys, to get off topic just a little bit. To move someplace else, did you guys hear about the discovery that they saw underneath the pyramids? Have you anyone caught about it?
It's like a whole like the mountains. It's like a bunch of tunnels and stuff.
Oh no, it's underneath the middle pyramid in Giza, the biggest pyramid. There's columns that are
big columns, pillars
over a mile, 2 miles long. They have coils around it, which they can't really see the detail, but the coils are so big that human beings can actually walk down those coils like a staircase. And at the base of where these columns are stuck on, they're huge blocks, which they estimated almost 65,000 people could fit inside these blocks. But what is it for? And it's just a new discovery that they have.
It's an underground world.
Yeah, that don't surprise me, because I be you know, reading stuff about that type of stuff, and like watching documentaries, and you know, I remember like just last year I was watching some documentary about how in Antarctica they have in Antarctica they have caves, and inside the caves they have whole civilizations in the cave and shit. You know what I'm saying? This is like government top secret shit. You know what I'm saying? So. You know, man, I none of this stuff surprises me, man.
Yeah, like, but that's conspiracy theory. But this is actually, everyone's talking about, even Joe Rogan, everyone's talking about this. But my thing is, if it's on top and they took these sonar picture, how could they show it on a side view? I'm kind of confused with that. If it's sonar from on top to penetrate deep into the earth, but how could you get that side view in the? I don't know, but. It's just bizarre. I mean, you know, remember back in the days, they used to have flowing water down there. You know, it used to be lush in Giza out there. So, I mean, I don't know. Was it a power plant? Was it? I mean, who knows? I mean, you know, quartz, when you hold it in your hand and you squeeze it, they let out some. Like a static electricity or some type of sort of thing, you know. And down there is a bunch of quartz and granite, and if you had water, they found not aluminum, excuse me. They found copper, which is a conductive. It's a lot of things you can put together. Was there, like you said, Kuda, underground city, maybe underground
don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if it's just a rock formation. Because the thing about it is, about I want to say 10 or 12,000 years ago, the Sahara was green, and there was more water, if not lakes or seawater, on top of where we have sand, and a lot of it was seafloor. I watch way too many documentaries on this kind of stuff. It's one of them things.
I have
man.
too. I
have
find this
whole-
fascinating.
They have
It's,
whole
it's
countries.
interesting,
They have whole
especially
countries
how
and
old we are.
civilizations. They have
Yeah.
whole countries and civilizations that build like they build all this stuff's inside of caves just in case like another nation was to come and try to take them over. They can
I've
take
seen
shelter
something
and
like that. Yeah.
refuge in like the cave and
Yeah,
shit.
it's a bunker. It's some of those
Yeah.
places started off as a bunker. Yeah.
It's crazy. I think I seen some. I forgot what country that was in, but they found some stuff like that. I mean, the one
and the genius part about all
over
of this
the
shit,
world.
bro. The genius part about this shit is they were able to make it to where them living in the cave was livable. Like, they had a way to have air come in and out. You know what I'm saying? They had
And lighting too.
plumbing.
They didn't suffer with the
They
of
had
light.
plumbing in there. They had everything, man. I'm just like, and to think that they didn't even have all of the technological shit and all the machinery that we have today, and they did all of this shit by hand, man. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, I'm just interested in like what is it exactly? Are we going to go down there? And it's just a lot of things that are happening. I mean, right now, some scientists just invented an eyeball where you can bring blindness back. 16, 17-year-old kid just invented hands, robotic hands that for a person. Well, no, they're actually hands. Like if you're mute and you can only speak sign language, let's just say you're an amputee, or but these hands, as they speak sign language, the hands speak to you to translate it if you don't know sign language. Does that make sense? Did I say that right?
It's like it translates.
I'm signing to you, but you don't know, but the hands are speaking to you in a voice. Like, hey, let's go over here for dinner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, it's amazing technology and how these kids are just like most of them focusing on this stuff. We need them. I mean, we need good politicians. We need good inventors. I mean, come on. When was the last person like Elon? When was the last person that made all this shit? I mean, it's possible that if we get paralyzed or we lose a limb, we can connect one. Even Elon said it. We can connect one of our robotic arms to you with what's that shit? That chip? That Neuralink?
Yeah.
There you go.
Neuralink. Yeah.
I mean, you think about it. Fuck, man. I want my arm back. Put me a robot arm. Put the Neuralink so I can control it. I mean,
it's better than the prosthetic stuff that they got out right now. So
Yeah. I mean, it's just the technology is there, and these kids have it at their advantage. Like right now, it's all this coding and AI and it's all this technology and shit. Yeah. I mean, now they got synthetic skin that moves and shit with these robots that you couldn't barely tell the difference. It's pretty scary, though. I mean, it's scary and exciting. Scary because we never experienced shit like COVID. When COVID hit, I ain't never seen those shelves empty like that. It felt like the apocalypse, bro. It felt like the apocalypse.
The end days. That's what it felt like,
Well,
but I'm gonna be honest though, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Man trying to be God.
I'm gonna be honest. I know a lot of people may disagree with me on this, but what I saw, because I work in the medical industry, right? So I work at a hospital. So when COVID first popped off or first hit, like I seen like the effects and everything, and how people just was like panicking and shit like that. And I can tell you this: the people that COVID really affected the most, I know they say it affected the lower class, but it really affected the middle class, or the upper middle class,
It made
and the rich
everybody
people
equal.
because now they wasn't getting the extra money that they would get, at the end of the year to take their family on vacation or to get a yacht or whatever the fuck they spend their money on. So it really affected them more than it affected the everyday common people, because we already used to like not having a lot of shit and going without a lot of shit. So it was just it's just one more adjustment we got to make, one more little hurdle we got to get through. So we was all we already kind of like used to that, what I'm saying? But rich folks, when they start seeing their money drop or they not getting the same thing, they start panicking. They don't know how to deal with that shit because they used to have
that's true too. That was one of the aspects of a lot of those people went through a lot of bullshit.
Shit, you had motherfuckers that was making $100,000 or more a year that was in the food stamp
What
line.
up, Tara?
That was at the food stamp line, when COVID hit. You know what I'm saying? Because they business went under. You know what I'm saying? Or just wasn't doing the same numbers.
Well, I downsized too. I downsized a lot.
Everybody,
I didn't know what was going on. From the big ass fucking home and into renting out and into a small 3-bedroom townhouse. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Like you said, we could adjust. Not to say anything, not to brag, kudo, anybody. It's just the company was making over 2-point-something a year before COVID.
Yeah.
And now we're lucky if we're pulling in 9 to 1.
Shit, you had, even though they had money and they was gonna be all right, but it still affected their money.
It affected us.
It still affected their money that they was gonna make. But you had even entertainers, right? Like, for instance, R.I.P. Young Dolph. I remember when he was still alive. He said during COVID, he lost about an estimated $10 million. Like, he was estimated to make $10 million. He said that $10 million was gone once COVID hit. And so
because you can't do shows, you can't tour like that.
Yeah,
right. But that's why a lot of those celebrities, and that's why they came out with that PP loan. I mean, we got one for the business too.
And honestly, that's the reason why. That's the reason why a lot of celebrities went from being celebrities to podcasters overnight, because they couldn't do shit else. They could motherfuckers.
I noticed that
they jumped in our lane.
Artists thought, and let's be honest, that's kind of why the whole Versus thing kind of blew up when it did, because couldn't nobody do shit. Everybody was locked in the house. You couldn't do shit. You couldn't go to concerts, were canceled because of they were scared it was gonna be an outbreak. So motherfuckers started doing virtual concerts, and then the whole Versus thing came about, and then that's when everybody started realizing, like, okay, the only way to have some type of leisure or form of entertainment is online. And that's when everybody became, it didn't matter if you was a celebrity or a regular person, everybody became a fucking podcaster or a YouTuber overnight.
Right.
And you know why that is, right?
Right, bro.
Wait, you know why that is, right? The reason why people became podcasters is the level of entry is very low. You could have people that your audience wants to actually get to know you. You got something to say, and you don't have to suck a dick to get a job like a few actresses did.
Facts. Well said. It took me by surprise with that one, but well said.
That's why they came over. I mean, think about it. You could make a bag over
That's
here.
what Erykah Badu said just a minute ago. She said, "Suck hard." I said, "Damn."
That's true. That's a lot of guys making a lot of money.
Think about it like this. If you're an actor, you have a following and you get on, right? As far as hey, I got a podcast, bro. You're going to get 100,000 people within a couple of months, if that. And if you got something to say, you got a great speaking voice, your stage presence is there. Kudo always talks about this. Having your audio down, having your video down, and then you have to have something to say. Matthew McConaughey got a great voice. You ever hear this dude speak? You can always tell the people who speak into a microphone, they tend to not try to project their voice across the room. Like they don't sound like they're yelling like what's her name? Not Tasha K, but what's her name? Kendra G.
Kendra G, yeah, she yelling because she's talking into her phone.
Yeah, she need to be able to hear herself. Like right now, I sound low.
But the crazy part is that she does radio. She had a whole radio show.
She should
talking
know
about
better.
Matthew McConaughey. Yeah, dude,
no, Kendra G.
Earlier, Matthew McConaughey. I don't like watching commercials, but just to watch him talk, I'll sit through his Lincoln Navigator commercial.
Bro, look.
Not the Navigator.
Just the way he talks about it, it's like, damn, should I go buy one? What the fuck?
Bro, look. You know what's crazy too? I just thought about some kind of going back to the conversation we was having earlier. About how like these kids have all this technology shit at their disposal, like, and they didn't even see like the beginning stages of it like we did. What's crazy is like nowadays when it comes to like kids in school, whether you're in high school, college, whatever, what's crazy is like, these kids use the internet damn near for everything. Like I remember I didn't really start using the internet for school stuff. Until like maybe high school, maybe 8th grade high school, and in college once I got to college. But like prior to that, bro, like you had to actually go to the library, find different books about whatever subject you was talking about. You might have to go look at the
Decimal system.
You have to go look at encyclopedias, shit like that. Like these kids don't know. You ask these kids what encyclopedia is, they're gonna be like, "What? What's that?"
Man, could
know
you
what I'm
guys imagine how far all of us would have been if we had all this assistance? Like, hey, what's the square root of this? Man, bro, it's just that if we had this technology and the way, bro, I think we all would have.
Hey, bro, I'm
look
kind of
how
glad.
you guys seen it. You know, you guys seen it. You guys
LT,
started
bro,
off.
I'm kind of glad. I'm kind of glad that
They lied to us. They said
I'm
we would
ki- I'm
never have
kinda
a
glad that we
calculator in our
wasn't-
pocket, and that's a lie.
I'm kind of glad that we wasn't born. That we wasn't born like in this new instant world where everything is just because
glad I
just
was,
think think about it. If we would have like I said, we grew up like we like I remember when I got to like what 7th, 8th grade. That's when MySpace started popping. That's when Soulja Boy and MySpace started popping. Then once I was leaving 8th grade going to high school, that's when like Facebook, and then eventually after I got out of high school, that's when Instagram started popping. But like I remember like bro, the gradual like build up of all of these different things, bro. Like these new kids, like I said, they just have everything instant, bro. And if we would have grew up in that same era, like we probably would have been some socially awkward motherfuckers just like these kids.
Yeah.
Like, so it's kind of a blessing. It's kind of a blessing that we didn't grow up in this new era, because we probably would have been. It would have hindered us in certain like in a social way, but it probably would have advanced us in other ways too. So it just depends on what you look at.
Right. I think it would have hit us in a lot of those ways. Social way, our creativity, our goals and stuff. Because a lot of these kids don't have that no more because they're all stuck on these phones. Where is your creativity? I think I came up with the first freaking paintball gun. We used to go outside and put white shirts on and pick the berries off the trees and fling them at each other.
Motherfuckers go to the club. Motherfuckers will go to a club or some type of event, social gathering event. Get dressed up.
No, the white man got his foot on his neck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, white man got you. What?
Yeah, he told you be quiet. You talking too much.
Gail
said,
wait, hold on.
Our experience.
Hold up. You guys were talking about how people were socially awkward because of technology. Nah, it was not having any parents. People got to remember that. It was like Gen X was the first generation where most of the kids tended not to have parents. Not in the area I lived in, but you started having child support. You started having alimony, all this kind of nonsense, and chicks were bailing on their man, throwing him out the window, that kind of nonsense. And then the kids grow up, and then they raise kids, and you end up with these Zoomers who don't know shit. That was the biggest thing. Having a dad is like a superpower now.
Yeah, good luck if you have one too. But that's the thing though.
Facts, cynical one.
Yeah, they I don't know. Yeah, they were abandoning their kids too. But Gail says our experience built character though. These kids have it too easy these days. Info is just handed to them when we had to work and research to get it. Yeah. Like I said, teachers was lying to us. They was like, "Oh, you're never gonna have a calculator in your pocket. Make sure you remember." It's like, nah, we have a whole calculator in our pocket. That's a lie. Rewrite, regurgitate. Shout out to nameless protagonist in the building. Welcome to the show. My bad, man. Jump in, man.
What's going on? Good afternoon to everybody on the panel. How y'all doing today?
Oh, my bad.
I'm
Jump
doing
in.
well,
Jump
man.
in.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Jump in, LT man, and then jump in, nameless. My bad.
Yeah, I just want to tell you guys real quick. You guys know the streamer Neon?
Yeah.
The name sounds familiar.
Have you seen him lately with Jim Jones and some rappers and then some thugs? My question is this: the kid's famous. In a sense, I remember when he came out, he started writing. He was with Aiden Ross and started busting, talking shit to Christian Tate or Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate.
Yeah, Andrew
Right.
Video.
And then he got his ass whooped, whatever.
Funny as fuck.
Right. But my thing is this: I know he's giving everyone a bag, because why the fuck would Jim Jones hang around with this kid?
For a bag. That's what you
Feel
got to
bad.
do
Well, to
nowadays.
my understanding,
Yeah.
to my
Nowadays
understanding,
you got
that
to go on. You have to go on these streamers live streams for your album rollout, for everything and stuff like that. You know, to
I'm talking
appeal to
about
the
the
younger audience.
streamer. I'm talking about
well,
the
wait,
streamer.
The
Now
streamers
he's
giving
let
them
me
that, yeah. Like you
let me
got to
say
go
this
on
about
kind
him. Wait, let me say
$100.
this about him in particular. Let me say this about him
Okay.
in particular.
Because
He
you got to go
has
on
a
Kai Cenat
he
and
has
all these
a
other.
he has a pattern of ahead of time telling people what he's going to do, how he's going to behave,
Neon.
and why.
Neon, right?
Yes. And
Okay.
then it's essentially the old school reality TV formula. He's putting on an act. So not only is there a bag involved, it's not a genuine expression of who he is. It's a very tailored, very edited, almost script-like behavior that he goes through, which is why he gets people so offended. He'll even give you a prompt. He's in a position, generally speaking, where a lot of times when you see people get aggressive with him, it's pre-planned. Or some of it is kind of like they didn't expect it to go that far, and you're seeing people hold back from it. It's not an organic kind of anger with him.
Absolutely.
So he's putting on an image, and it's very, very tailored. And I'm saying that about him specifically in detail.
Yeah.
It-
I
it
picked
wa- it
that.
was-
I
it
picked
was
up on him
funny.
even from the Ruby Rose thing too. Yeah, go ahead,
It was funny when he was talking crap to Andrew Tate, and I'm sitting there like, this dude is a 4-time championship kickboxer.
Yeah.
Right.
And Andrew's response is like, why am I talking to children? And then he said something about whatever that guy you're saying, he's having a problem breathing. He needs assistance breathing air. And you know, this wasn't the bombastic Andrew Tate. It was that really calm. It was a really calm, just like, wow, I'm just watching this guy having a problem breathing, and he's threatening.
Right.
It was funny as hell.
His own bodyguard was about to beat his ass. To your point, his own bodyguard was about
Neon's
to beat
the
him
bodyguard. Yeah.
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 So no, he's got a pattern.
Leon. What was it? Leon?
Neon. Like
Neon.
No, I'm talking about his bodyguard.
Oh
no, I don't remember his name. He's a
Yeah,
former UFC guy. Yeah, he had to sit him down and pretty much sun him. Yeah, big, huge dude. He had to sit him down and sun him like you can't just talk to people like that, fam. Because he'll say some off the wall, anti-social, disrespectful type of lines and phrases.
Yeah.
Well, that's how some of these kids are getting rich. It's just by doing stupid, foolish shit.
I
It's
think
like some of these kids. I mean, like you said, some of this shit gotta be scripted, gotta be paid. Okay, you could tell. You know what I mean? But when you go, when you see some of these kids walking around and acting hood or bullshit against some real fucking street guys, it's like, wait a minute, man. One of these kids are gonna get fucking popped off, man.
Well, wait, you've got the dude right now that's in South Korea that's facing 15 years in prison now.
Johnny Somali.
Yeah, some goofy, like always disrespecting and acting a fool, but in a different country. Everything I seen that.
Yeah, he was trying to make appeals. He was trying to make appeals to the U.S., but they're not having that. The last one I was gonna make is Speed. He's kind of the positive expression of what you're talking about, but even he has to go through more and more extreme things. But I just saw earlier that I think he's got his more recent meme he's known for, where he went to China and he was at an actual Shaolin temple practicing and training, but they got him doing the Sambo act. Yeah, he's doing the Sambo act, but he got paid a lot of money to do that though.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, from all his platforms.
Exactly. So it gets him a ton of attention. But I wanted to say that and say this. Fam, I came up because you were talking about the pyramid and that recent discovery. Now, I think it went over people's head what actually was found and how critical that was. This is different.
Right.
Was it you? Because I can't see anybody's name up here.
Yeah.
It was
that was
LT
me
Man.
that I mentioned about what was
My bad,
underneath
guys.
the gaze, the pyramid, the biggest one, the pillars. Yeah, that was me.
So let me give you. Are you
Shout outs to
familiar with
everybody
Nikola
here.
Tesla's work? My bad. Go ahead.
Make sure you guys
Yes, with
make sure you guys
the
hit the
Tesla
like button
coil.
and support the show. All right, my bad. Shout outs to
With the
everybody
Tesla
here.
coil, as far as shooting out energy from. I think I am familiar with Tesla and some of his work.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna leave that alone because I sent you a link in the back chat. If you're actually curious about it, you can research more of that later. You're familiar with the obelisk, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, the obelisk. Yeah.
What they're discovering is that what's been called the obelisk, the one that France came in later on and reallocated to Paris or whatever. The actual pyramid, remember, used to be covered in limestone. And it was when the Arabs came in and took all of that down that changed. That pyramid is actually supposed to be an obelisk. That's really what they're discovering here. So if you can think of the scale.
Wait, the whole thing was an obelisk?
The whole thing is an obelisk.
Oh.
And within it, the columns that go down.
It's the same thing. Mm-hmm.
That's what that is. The actual. So when you go to DC, it was built by a brother. He was a Moor, and they modeled it all after what they saw in the Temple of Luxor. No, we'll get to that later. Two brothers that did it. One of them was French. One of them was Black French, and then the other one was a Moor. We can get to that story another time, but the point is, the pyramid is not really a pyramid, but an obelisk. And what they found going down were those Tesla-like coils that went deep underground. And here's what you've got to know about that particular pyramid. It's centered in a way where it's geographically in alignment with not just the Sirius B star system. It's also geometrically perfectly centered on Earth, to where if you extend from the four corners of the pyramid in each direction, it's equidistant when you follow those lines. So there's a geo-electromagnetic pole that it sits on. It's perfectly balanced. And something to understand about electromagnetic energy is it creates kind of a field. And what you would need to generate that is something that's conductive to electricity. And if it's in motion like that, one thing that does really well is iron. Do you guys remember what the Earth's cores consisted of?
Iron.
Nickel iron.
So what they've been really highlighting here is that obelisk, and if they can find more similar to it, which they highly suspect there are, depending on where they're located on the planet, could serve as a global geoelectric grid that you could tap into wirelessly, so long as you have a coil for it. And as you were mentioning earlier, there's a strong suspicion that there are older civilizations that may have greenlighted some of this stuff. Now, we may have tripped over technology that predates the Babylonian era. So there's your incentive.
You say that we passed it up. We passed that up.
It's not that it's passed up. Look at it like this. And it's a very simple, and this is a real big argument I had about the Industrial Revolution, which is the time period that you had Tesla in. At some point, a few families decided to get ahead of this stuff. And they got in the way of progress for the sake of profit. So I'll give you a very rudimentary example. The beginning engine.
Let me stop.
Well, yeah, Standard Oil. I'll get to them. We'll use oil as an example, actually. So when you look at the way the Industrial Revolution organized itself in the various eras, you have energy that's fueled by manpower, then energy that can be fueled by other means. So for this 1890-ish, 1870, 1880, 1870, 1890-ish era, we're looking at diesel being what fuels a lot of these things. And what that is fossil fuels, essentially. But when you look at the way the technology was originally designed, and we'll get into George Washington Carver, who did play a role in this, the original engines were designed to operate on plant-based oils, particularly peanuts and other fuels. So what happens is you get the Rockefellers that show up and they're like, look, we can't have all this free energy, because if you understand the chain of logistics, there's a lot of truck drivers and people familiar with this. Your big bottleneck costs when it comes to transporting goods and services and running your economy and mobilizing an infrastructure is your energy costs. So what happens to energy costs if you can run everything on plant-based things? It falls to the floor.
Yes.
So if you want to make money and you can't use land per se the way the Rockefellers did to establish a kind of base asset that you can then borrow off of and get involved in the fractional reserve system. What you have to do is create an artificial demanded commodity that becomes energy. So if you base the entire technology and the bottom line logistics of your energy on something scarce, in quote, like oil, fossil fuel in particular, you can put a bottleneck on the progress. You can halt progress and make profit from it, which is why you had to have these world organizations sit down and make a decision on what is going to be the absolute price of oil. Later on, that's how you get OPEC. But you get all these intermediary barons that are in charge of the oil. That's how you get the Rockefellers come up. So
interesting.
You can see how Tesla and George Washington Carver's work all the way back then had to get the plug pulled on it, no pun intended, because it was going to drive the price of energy and logistics so far down that it would be too difficult for these people at the top to profit off of it. That's why these things like this start really getting a cap put on it. Anybody that's made an attempt to deviate from that system have these mysterious circumstances where things occur to them.
But I was
looking
at what you.
Go ahead, fam.
I was looking at what you were saying too. But I think even those like the stuff in those caverns and stuff like that, like I think people are still using it till this day. You know, it just or been using it for a long time. But you know, I just think people just recently discovered it.
No, you're right. And excuse me for a second.
I think people were still using
it. It's the direction the infrastructure is now heading. Because I think they're going to hesitate in building up. I think they would rather build down. And let's consider this. Look at there being, and this is me projecting, this is my subjective opinion. This is what I see going down the line. I think the future of energy is going to have to go electromagnetic. And when it does, what that provides for you is a decentralized energy source to tap into. So the big worry now is what happens if the grid gets attacked.
Wait a minute.
Let me qualify that. The big worry now, and I'm going to get to your line of effect, and if I don't answer that, you can definitely go back and add what you were going to say. I just want to complete the thought here, and that because the major concern is the grid being attacked, as they upgrade, the idea is to split up the grid to be more self-autonomous. So with these new forms of energy that can be introduced, you can have these new infrastructures being set up that essentially are built in with their own energy demands required by and large. So they're not as dependent on the general grid to get their power. From there, you can start down. You said what?
Do you think that's what's happening now? But like the discovery and as far as like what, you know, you saying the renewable energies have another source and stuff. I thought they were trying to implement fusion.
Well, there's a couple things here. So the reason why they want to go electromagnetic, and going electromagnetic would be the way to go, and why I think they're going to start building down, is because the key elements that are required for a lot of your AI-based modalities and automated modalities that are going to be put into play, they're very resource specific, and they have to be extrapolated and refined a very specific way. They require a large amount of water to do, which is what I think is going to be the next commodity after oil goes out of style. It also produces, well, I don't know. I'm gonna put an asterisk on that.
Well,
what I'm saying is,
wait, hold on. Let's deal with that.
Because I want to go. I'm not saying that it will never be relevant.
For a minute, you've been going for a
minute.
No,
I just want to complete the idea. I'm almost done. I promise I'm almost done. Okay. The whole reason why I'm highlighting the required resources to break a lot of these metals and whatnot down is things like brackwater as that result, as a byproduct of trying to refine these things. They have so much of it, they don't know what to do with it. So there are other forms of energy they're starting to come up with to turn that into a solution. So ionized and sodium ion, what do they call them? Sodium ion batteries, for example, is one thing that's being utilized. It's what's being employed in a lot of the electric vehicles now. They're looking for other ways of employing that. The idea is taking the waste products from a lot of these materials that have to be refined and then turning them into a new form of energy. And if you've got all these additional energies that are being refined, if they can be employed to fund a lot of this newer technology and infrastructure being built, that then can create alternative forms of fueling these fourth industrial technologies. That was the proposal I was putting forward. Pam, go ahead.
Well said.
All right. Hold on. The whole thing about oil going out of style, it'll never happen because everything made of plastic, fertilizer, anything in that remote, lipstick that comes from crude oil, 60% of a barrel of crude oil does not go to transportation. We got to get that part right. But the thing about the grid split up three ways, and if the grid quote unquote collapses, all the generators are going to local control. They'll run their high priority stuff first while they get the grid back up. That's what happened in Texas.
I was here when that happened. Shout out to Sinesco, man.
and the whole thing was, well, the grid almost collapsed down there. I was down there too. I was talking to Fasting. Fasting was over in Houston. I was over, I think it's in Houston, and I was over in, I think I was just north of Houston, I was in I went to San Antonio later, but
it was like a couple years ago, right? Like a couple years back. Yeah.
No, that was 2021. Yeah. Go ahead.
The only thing about it, right? The best power source that we've ever created was nuclear power, and the left attack it with reckless abandon. Have no idea where their power comes or how it's grown. Another thing about battery powered at all are rare earth metals that it's used to fuel them. It's like that's the choke point instead of just the grid. The grid is bad enough. But
no arguments there.
It drives me nuts when we talk about power. I'm like, man, bro, it took us it took us about 170 years of a petroleum-based economy. I'm sorry, I don't see that changing in the next century or so. Now, I get it. People want to get battery power cars, more power to them. They have fun with them. I'm great. I don't try to interfere with a man's happiness. My thing is when they try to interfere with mine. I live in San Diego. There's a water treatment, I should call it a desalination plant, and they were fighting them for 13 years. Southern California don't have water. We don't have rivers. We only have rivers when it rains. I mean, think about that. We dammed up all the rivers down here, and then we, you have control of the water supply. They don't actually want another water supply, because what would happen if we did like Saudi Arabia? Oh, by the way, they closed down San Onofre, which is absolutely insane. Remember the power crisis when that happened? The rolling brownouts that California gets every now and then, that's because they closed San Onofre, and the Palo Verde nuclear power plant that supplies most of Southern California's power is in Arizona. And they fought them for 10 years to keep that place closed. Make that one make sense.
So I want to just highlight here. Number one, you're right about oil in and of itself. What would be better way for me to articulate the point I'm trying to communicate here is that in addition to the oil, these other modalities of power and energy are being not only presented but developed for various commercial and non-commercial use, which could allocate a lot of the load and dependency that certain industries use oil for. I'm not saying it's going to replace it forever, indefinitely. When I say fall out of style, maybe I should say that there will be more diverse forms of energy that will be employed to implement fourth industrial technology.
What's fourth industrial?
So are you familiar with
words? I'm just curious.
Well, they've been talking about this in the World Economic Forum too. It's probably better I'll just send you a link to that. But consider it technologies that are centered around higher speed internet utilization, satellite technologies that enable some of the pillars of transhumanism. And I mean that as a philosophy. So robotics, automation, micro technologies, all of these things. So the energy demands that this fourth wave is requiring is much different than even what the electric era or the first industrial revolution pretty much demanded. I guess the point that I was making here is that by and large, a lot of the progress for these things could have happened earlier, but a lot of private interests got in the way bottleneck a lot of these things for the sake of profit.
Yeah, the Bill Gateses of the world. Don't get me wrong, I love Microsoft, but and Xbox. I absolutely positively cannot stand Bill Gates. These are people that believe that there are too many people on the planet, and I'm like, maybe you should get out of the city and just see how empty it is. I was telling people, I said you could move the population of the world. We're just talking land area, can move to the Sahara Desert, and you could have high-tech cities over there. I mean, doing all their solar powered stuff. If they want to do that, that's fine. But what I'm getting at is this world is so sparsely populated that these people go out there, because you would not believe just how empty it is. You cross the United States, man. I've been doing it for 20 years, and you'll be driving around in the middle of nowhere, and you'll see maybe a house or two here. You might find a couple of cars. I mean, I-25 is probably the most desolate of the Eisenhower network I've ever seen, where there's nothing there. And you're driving along, and there might be some cars, once you go between, Colorado Springs? No, I take that back. I should say Durango, Colorado, and you go all the way down to Albuquerque, Santa Fe. You don't see nothing. I mean, it's a beautiful drive, don't get me wrong, but
Have you heard of Malthusianism?
The word sounds familiar.
Yeah, so... God, what was this dude name? It was something Malthusian or Malthusian. I gotta look his name up completely. He came up with this. He's largely responsible for the idea that there's not enough resources to take care of the amount of people that were gaining the benefit of the Industrial Revolution, essentially. So
Robert Malthus. Yeah,
you're
right.
There we go. And he started a whole faction of thought that ended up being called
Malthusianism.
So that whole concept of there's not enough resources, etc., started prompting a lot of doctors to get involved with, and researchers to address what they thought was going to be the food crisis first, which is how we get the modern wheat that we do now, among other things.
Put a pin in for a second. I want to add this little tidbit. A Iowa farmer, he solved the quote unquote population crisis by getting 2 harvests. I don't know how he did it, but that was what that's a little tidbit of information I heard. But go ahead.
That's funny. Yeah. So what's interesting about all of that? Yeah, right. Man, what's interesting about that is they got so zealous with all of their prediction models and being worried that there weren't enough resources for people that they didn't anticipate that the Industrial Revolution, changes to the state and adjustments to family dynamics and the economic issue in the industrial first world would produce in the industrial first world a population shortage and drop and massive infertility. And they're scrambling now. Not only are they anticipating a population collapse in the next 70, 80 years, they don't know if they're going to be able to recover from that mess due to the demand that the expansion of the boomer population has had generally across the board. So as people begin to retire, there may not be enough people working to support on a tax basis all of the programs people should be entitled to. And it's a domino effect that's really pushing this drive for automation because it's seen as a potential solution, which they're hoping to use a idea potentially of universal basic income to maybe soften the blow behind that. They ran a couple pilots here in Texas on that, and all the data has come back pretty straightforward that when you give people money,
they stop working.
Well, it goes both ways. Most people will spend the money on their necessities if they're getting it augmented with money to get other things done. And that research is interesting. They need to do more of those. I think it was a good start, but go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
It's like in any society, I always say it. You have people that are basically the horses pulling the cart, and you have the young and the people who are too old to pull the cart anymore, and they hop in the cart. When you offer, say, hey, you guys can hop in the cart, and a lot of people will jump in the cart to get a free ride if you let them have it. I mean, Europe is going through this right now with the quote unquote migrants paid for by George Soros and his cronies. They want to destroy the West. And it's a conversation for Rumble. But I keep telling Kuda that, but he never listens.
Huh? I mean, my bad. I just dropped down and came back.
No, we just low key had a soft key socialism, just motivations of people's participation in society economically, and how you present incentives. If you don't provide enough, there's a problem. If you provide too much, you can create problems. So, I think there's a lot. Human beings haven't figured out the money thing very well yet, in my opinion. I still think we're working on language and we haven't mastered that, and we're still figuring it out. And I think they have downplayed how little we've changed, and the technology is outpacing the speed that the culture can come up with responses for. So it's exposing a lot right now. And
sorry, go ahead.
I mean, people are being manufactured. That's really
well. You were talking about it earlier, which is what I was going to lead to. Part of the issue of what do you do when you have people who are being socialized by technology, and the only way they know to interface with other people is through a technological medium. What does that look like in the future when that gets even easier and in fact prioritized? Because imagine having, okay, fast forward, we're 20 years in the future. People can get these implants now. They've got micro nano machines that can assist you with biological processes. They'll monitor things for you. Normally they can help administer drugs. They can give early warning systems for cancers, etc. What do you do when the insurance company labels you as a liability because you won't get them? Should you be forced to? Should that even be a thing to where, it's mandatory to get that? Like it's mandatory to get certain insurances depending on what you do? You don't have to answer that, but these are the kind of questions that are being brought up. Go ahead, fam.
That's going to be a question in the future that other people are going to have to answer.
When they talk about people being raised by technology, just to agree with your point, it's not so much as having technology, because technology is just an augmentation of reality.
It's a tool, yeah.
Yeah, what happens is the left want to be in control of technology. That's why I can't stand Bill Gates, but that's another subject. The whole idea is they always try to throw their goofy agenda. I just watched this. It was some muscle-bound chicks up against average guys. There was a skinny guy, a fat guy, and a guy who looked like a roughneck, right? A blue-collar guy. And they beat the crap out of women in every exercise save for one. It was the only time when it wasn't really a team sport, but it was deadlifting. And these chicks, they do deadlifting all the time because they always want to. If you ever see any physical competitions, they always work hard to take men's reach and strength and not flexibility, but their strength and their agility out of the equation in order to have women that can compete. And these dudes beat these chicks 3-1. They beat them into tug of war. It was just like, come on, man. Everybody knew what was going to happen except for the people that were there that were brainwashed with this idea that women are just as strong as a man, women are just as smart as a man. And right off the bat, from the easiest exercise, the guys whipped their tail by just working together.
You know what'll be interesting is seeing how a lot of these conversations that have arisen from adding Karl Marx's ideology to this concept of civil rights, and the I'm going to call them pseudo classes that have formed as a result of that, thanks to Title VII and the civil rights legislation. It's going to be interesting to see what happens down the line when you make a justice claim for redistribution based off this artificial baseline people have established and tagged evil, when people can just use genetic editing and cybernetic augmentation to make these arguments moot and redundant. Does anyone care about my body, my choice when artificial wombs are a thing?
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, how does that become a political strategy in that kind of environment?
If they could ever get artificial wombs off the ground, what'll happen, right? It'll be seen as a win for women, so they can quote unquote keep doing their thing. But it's really a win for men to be free from women, because the only thing the modern woman offers a man that he can't get himself is sexual intimacy and I don't think there's very little else, and a headache.
But that's my point about basing your political strategy on pseudo classes. When the Fourth Industrial Revolution and alongside transhumanism is looking to technically replace that, because if you're occupying the same space legally as civil rights, where else do you resolve the question of who's human or not in an environment where people can be augmented to the point where the person that doesn't have these augmentations simply can't compete or could be seen as somebody holding society back? What legal vector is available outside of civil rights? And at that point, you de facto become a conservative, politically oriented, because you're preserving the old definition of human. Go ahead, Pat.
There's always a saying, a leftist is a conservative who hasn't been mugged yet.
What does Sergeant Malik P say? He says, get carjacked. You kill me when he says that, man. Go ahead. Get carjacked.
It's always funny, like when COVID hit and they had these roving bands of BLM cocksuckers, the Black Lesbians Don't Matter movement, and they were running around and people were in their towers looking down at them like, oh my God, what are we going to do? In California, people woke up to the reality that they needed some personal protection. So they go out to buy a gun and find out there's a 10-day waiting list. You're like, wait a minute. Like, yeah, now you know what we've been talking about. And that was part of the catalyst. Let me say about it from the start. You had people that read the Constitution and they got pissed off. And I forgot what was the catalyst for the Tea Party movement. But 2 of the 3 Tea Party movements were started by Black people. Oops, then I'm sorry. And then the Tea Party movement, quote unquote, they didn't die out. They got a couple of candidates, I shouldn't say a couple, but I think it was like 60, the Democrats lost 60 House seats. Nationwide, Republicans won 600 seats. And states started to turn purple, right? And after, quote unquote, they vanquished the Tea Party movement, where people just said, you know what, I'm going to educate myself. And they started reading the Constitution. They started doing a lot of research. And then Google came in and tried to shut that down. Remember when, I don't know about now, but remember when you used to be able to go and look up and see who died from not cancer, but the everyday flu. During COVID, they took that down. And people started saying, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Yeah, they replaced
40,000. Yeah, they said they killed the flu. I said, it's a lie. That's politics. And what happened is people started to really educate themselves. And you'll hear people quoting the Constitution in everyday life. It's the funniest thing in the world. And I'm sitting there like, yo, I didn't get my first Constitution until I was like 33, 34. You know what I'm saying? It's like it wasn't taught in school when I was in school. I'm 51. And I'm sitting there like, yo, this is ridiculous. And then you'll see these cops doing quote unquote bad stuff. And what happens is auditors will just film cops or film businesses, and the cops show up. The cops break the law because the cops don't know the law because they're never taught it. And they violate a man's rights. He sues them, and literally they can make a living doing that and putting it on YouTube. And the only defense is they started calling them frauditors. I said, what fraud did they create? They stood there, with a camera, and they said, oh, well, you're breaking the law. And the guy is always like, what law did I break? They never break a law. But this is an outgrowth from the Tea Party movement. And I'm not saying Tea Party are responsible for it, but the whole thing is people used to fight back. Hell, they'll go ahead and tell a cop off, and he'll walk off. Like, all right, I can't even arrest him. Warren Sapp got arrested like that. He wasn't even a litigant at first. He was just kind of standing there looking at stuff. The lady handed the guy a ticket for speeding. He was in a rally, right? And he was like, he objected when she said, you're going twice the speed limit. He says, well, I think he was saying something like 50 and a 35 is not twice the speed limit, And the other guy came in and just went full RoboCop on him, and they arrested him, and he was laughing the whole time. He's like,
talking about the football player, right?
Yeah, Warren
Sapp.
I've
seen that one.
And there was a follow-up where where they showed the body camera, because they got the body camera footage, because now he's over in Colorado, if I got it right. But they caught him asking the arresting officer, like, hey, I need you to talk to your supervisor. Talk to the supervisor. The supervisor didn't want to talk to him. He said, call his supervisor. She went to get to the lieutenant. Lieutenant didn't even look at her. They knew they fucked up, and the sheriff backed their ass, so they're going to be out $20 million or something. Hopefully he sues them and takes them to the hilt, where they start saying, all right,
I'm sure that idiot did not know who he was. They knew who he was. Just one. You think so?
No. They knew. Well, they were saying it on camera. He said, you know who that is? He said, that's Warren Sapp. And the guy's like, who?
But after the fact, though, I still don't think that he knew who he was until he started doing. Then he couldn't take the cuffs off or whatever the hell he was doing because he was already neck deep in shit.
Yep. And
Warren Sapp started laughing. I seen that one. I'm sorry, I seen that one though. He started laughing like, "Okay, go ahead, let's do this."
Yeah, he got the money to fight you.
What's funny? What's funny is to highlight your point. Number one, it's hilarious when you see those actually go to court in front of a judge. It's kind of like a guilty pleasure. I like watching how the judge just completely obliterates them by demonstrating there wasn't even probable cause. That used to be a guilty pleasure I had watching the Moors do that in court, making the jurisdiction argument. Those would be hilarious.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I first saw the whole idea of police audit and challenging police by way of recording and even open carry from watching the Panthers do it initially. So that's what had Reagan pissed off back in the day on that, which really set the tone for a lot of that stuff. But, you know, to your point, that's the catch behind being in a democratic republic. Number one, it assumes
we're a republic.
You understand what your rights are. You know what I'm saying? And then number two, especially when it comes to the Third and Fourth Amendment, the Industrial Revolution is changing the definition of what those things even mean.
You mean fourth?
Right.
Third
and fourth.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say third is quartering of troops. Fourth is
well, wait, it should be more to that. Let me see the third one more time.
Well, what I was going to say is
well, that's what I mean. The quartering. What I mean by that is when we're talking about quartering of troops, right? So if we know that the nature of what the military is and a military asset doesn't necessarily have to be physical, you could be letting the military in your household by way of your cellular device or your internet. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a Fourth Amendment. Well, I was going to say that would be a Fourth Amendment violation. This is the whole reason why they need a warrant for probable cause. That it's spelled out in the Fourth Amendment, and the Fifth Amendment is to be securing your person, houses, papers, and effects from unreasonable
That's
searching.
fair.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's
the Fourth
fair.
Amendment. I'm wrong.
What I'm saying is I think these definitions need to be revisited, because if you employ concepts like algorithmic power and you understand that this is part of people's military budgets now and has been for a while, you know, we need to change the definition of what troop means. You know what I'm saying? Because of that, like, it doesn't necessarily have to reflect in the Constitution in the verbiage specifically, but the citizen needs to be informed that it is reasonable to not expect drones to be able to monitor you by way of the state. And only certain people who understand what that Third Amendment is saying are going to get that point. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the state may not just take the physical form. There could be other augmented reality forms that are here. There's technologies that aren't here but theoretical that need to have a legal basis to define parameters, because that's determining whether or not they even get developed. Like the whole field of ethics right now with fourth industrial technology. For anybody listening, if you are remotely interested, please Google these concepts, because they are legitimate professions right now you can get involved in, and they probably need you to be involved in, especially if you've got some measure of melanin, because we're absent in a lot of these conversations. And
well, there's not enough of us. I mean, come on now. We can't be everywhere.
I get it, but a few is better than none.
True,
I mean,
and
you'd be shocked at how far you can go with just using a social media platform to have these conversations, because just presenting the idea sometimes is enough to at least prepare you in a subconscious way to have a response. I'll give a quick illustration to my point. I find that people tend to be more visceral in agreement or disagreement with concepts like this than they may think. For example, what do people in the panel, and this could be a poll to use if you want, Kuda, how many people on the panel believe that aging is a disease that can be cured by technology and medicine, or is just something natural that should be left alone to its own devices?
You know, I think most people would say
I believe that is something natural and should be left alone to its own devices.
But
it's interesting to say that you'll look at aging as a disease, though. That's interesting.
Well, think about all the things that either take the appearance away of wrinkles, things that can extend your life by keeping your veins free of clogs. You know, I used to read some sci-fi that there was an emperor that was like 180 some odd years old, and he had like nanites going through his body just to repair the little bit of damage whenever they find it. And you just had these machines just going through there, and it was like he lived that long. You know, what's the length of a human lifetime? Is it
But
really
that's my-
75?
And that's my point.
Yeah.
It begs the question, and what I mean by that is that most people firmly stand on one direction or the other. It's rare that you find someone truly indifferent to that idea. And what that tells me is it flags a potential really big question that needs to be asked, because there's a lot of deeper implications. For example, imagine just on the surface level being able to address the appearance that you were describing right now. What does that mean for mating and dating at that point?
Yep.
How do we define concepts like retirement?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, what is the incentive for people even interacting with each other in any serious way to form lasting families down the line? I don't. Those are conversations that I think are worth considering, because they're possibilities that. What did they say? I think they're saying we're already at a point now where if you've got the money, the technology can give you a year longer to live as a year goes by. So I think if we're not there now, we're getting there. It's just the average person doesn't have access to a lot of this technology due to the financial cap on it. But that's how fast these things are advancing.
Yeah.
We've always had the access to technology. It's just that we gotta eat good, take care of ourselves, stay away from smog, and destroying ourselves, honestly.
I have to get my obligatory
something to say. Basically, technology is saving us from ourselves.
I got to put in my obligatory Xbox joke. You know, if Kuda was a gamer, he wouldn't be going 548 days without his Xbox.
It's at 548 already? Damn.
Yeah, you're going into 2 years. I keep trying to tell you.
Damn.
You know, Kuda, it's okay. You can just
take the do-rag off.
Take that do-rag off.
Yeah, that was
that
funny.
guy is funny. I gotta see if he's still making YouTube videos. He said, "Take that do-rag off." He said, "Hold on, my boy. Take that do-rag off." Oh my god!
My man was hurt with that one. He was hurt.
Bro, millennials are so disrespectful, man.
Yeah.
Well, man, I ain't want shit. I just wanted to come up and chop it up over the. I just want to come up and chop it up over the pyramid. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce for now, but thanks for having me up, man.
No. Actually, wait. I actually have a video real quick. Hold on. I found a video on it real quick.
As long as there ain't no naked people in there, right?
Secret. No, there's no naked people in here. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on.
I like your Twitter feed. Kuda's Twitter got issues.
Yeah, my Twitter is
Today,
compromised.
let's talk about the pyramids. They're massive, they're mysterious, they've been standing tall.
They've been knew about this.
Scientists.
They've been knew about
They
this
might
stuff.
be hiding something incredible beneath them.
Who is
Picture a secret underground city, lost
Hold on, pause
artifacts
it for a second, pause
untouched
it for a
for
second.
centuries, hidden knowledge that could rewrite history.
What is that guy's name? Nahi Awaz or Hawaz, whatever the fuck his name is. Oh,
Is he the prime minister of culture out there in Egypt?
No, he's the he's something about their history, and I'm like, bruh, don't make. I don't like this dude.
He was gatekeeping pretty damn hard, and
he was.
So when they put out the evidence on the coils that were underneath the pyramid, he was pretty much going like, I mean, I ain't see him, did you? That was pretty much his excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't see that paper.
How did I know? How'd that get?
I mean, you been there, cuz? I mean, if you ain't been there, how you know? That was literally his defense. And they're like, bro, we got the
how you know it's true. Right.
It's so funny that I remember.
That's
I'll never forget this.
They've been using it.
Like Kuda, I've been telling you for the longest. I've told you it's a long time ago. There are more people that believe the pyramids are built by aliens than built by built by Africans. And and people were like, "Yeah, man," and then they try to change the conversation. Oh, well, sub-Saharan Africans didn't build shit, and I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, okay, but why do we keep finding these cities?"
Well, you know what the ultimate Uno reversal card is? That Black Africans are aliens. just throw that out there and laugh as the implosion happens.
It is the funniest thing because you have a bunch of Arabs that say, "Oh no, we were Egyptians," and like, no, you weren't. Don't start.
Yeah.
And why do you call it's like, why do you call yourself Arabs? Wouldn't you call yourselves Egyptians if you were actually Egyptians? It is the weirdest thing. And don't get me started.
Aliens, y'all. Just do that. We was aliens. Just rock with it, man. We was aliens.
I like that. But usually you come into those conversations when they're like a year old, and I don't really say anything to anybody whose comments like more than 2 months old. I kind of leave them alone because most of them are young. They don't know anything, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna let him breathe. And then they say something disrespectful to you. Oh, that's when they get flamed. I'm like, bro, I can't help you, man. I'm gonna set your pants on fire and give you the gasoline can.
Look, UFO kamikaze got the right idea, man. We was aliens, bro. Just call it a day.
No, but arguing with certain millennials and millennials in the future is crazy as hell.
Yeah, facts, Tara Matella. You right about that, man. Lithium is I don't ever want to be sitting on 20,000 pounds. I'm a truck driver. 20,000 pounds of electrical energy. That, bro, it catches fire, bro. I'd rather be standing in diesel and have that catch on fire than be within 10 feet of a truck, electric truck exploding. I'm done. I'll stand in diesel. You'll live through diesel because diesel will put itself out after a while. What's the
diesel is kind of like soap. It's like weird. It's like the texture of it is weird. You said to the short bus we go. All right, let's get back into it. Let's see what they're saying.
Ancient secrets waiting to be uncovered. Basically, it sounds like the plot of every Indiana Jones movie. But before you start packing your bags, there's a catch. This discovery was made by a team of researchers in Italy. They claim their radar scans prove that there's a vast hidden complex below the pyramids. But not everyone believes them. Yeah. Why is that? Our next report digs into it.
Higher. 10,000 workmen a day.
Picture this. You're standing in front of the pyramid of Khafre. Right. The sun blazing overhead, the sand crunching under your feet. Somewhere beneath you, there's a hidden city, a whole underground world waiting to be uncovered. It's the kind of revelation that could rewrite history. Or at the very least...
I mean, I think they covered all of this in The Prince of Egypt, the cartoon.
Prince of Persia.
There's a whole underground, even Prince of Persia. There's a whole underground city and stuff that got buried.
I have to ask dumb questions.
Kind of ain't nothing new. Like,
why would you live underground? Why would you live underground? It's one of those things, man.
Protect yourself from overground. Right.
I think there may be more to it, man. It wouldn't surprise me if there's probably some alternative way to get access to, I guess, bioelectric flora and fauna, and you know what I mean. I bet there's a lot
underground
more.
No, but I mean, underground might be okay for certain seasons. For certain seasons, like all of that shit is above you. It's not. You're not affected by it, and you just come back out. Like groundhogs, no.
Or there was a cave system underneath there. I'm just saying. I mean, it definitely don't look like what they got up there because that pyramid is way too heavy for that little skinny little column. That's just ridiculous.
I think they used the AI to generate that image, and they just on some guys. This looks. They put some prompts in and ran with it.
Right.
You know something to look at is Bright Insight. They have this thing about the eye of the Sahara. Jimmy over there, he be going wild, man. I mean, that.
About potential Atlantis. I'm gonna put an asterisk on that because I think they're lying about Babylon, man. I think they're lying about
Bermuda
Babylon.
Triangle leads.
Well, they already figured out what happens.
You think they're lying about Babylon?
I'm saying I think they're lying about.
It's a
I think they're
sinkhole,
lying
right?
about Wait. I think they're lying about Babylon. And with the Bermuda Triangle thing, it's possible it could be related to what they found underneath this pyramid scenario. Because we're back again to the lay energy. Yeah, because if you've got an active one, you would get you would get potential situations like that based off what allegedly happens when you get close to it. So an easy way to test that would be to see if you can utilize wireless energy when you get close to that Bermuda Triangle, and that may explain why they got it warded off. You can't get close to it normally. They got military assets that keep you from getting there.
Well, you know why, right? They have grave robbers. People that love Kemetic or Abyssinian art. There was this one area where guys were digging 30, 40, 50 feet underground, and they were going into tombs and they were grave robbing. There was a reporter that went with them, and there was a satellite picture where there was a couple of holes one year, and then when the economy went bad, it spread everywhere. It's like, bro, because there's a lot of stuff underneath the sand. I mean, we can't ignore that. Just finding it. And the Egyptian government stops you from trying to find it, aka to stop the grave robbers and to kind of cover shit up. Just saying.
That's true. I agree. I mean, even Timbuktu, they used to use the sand and make big glass buildings and stuff, and then we lost all kinds of shit out there, man. All right, let's go.
Fuel a dozen conspiracy theory YouTube channels. It started with a research team from Italy, Professor Corrado Malanga and his team from the University of Pisa. They're convinced they found something big.
Bill Gates was sterilizing women
using
without the
radar
permission
pulses. They claim
over in India.
A vast underground complex, spiral staircases, mysterious chambers, and even a network of tunnels leading deeper into the earth. His team believes there are 8 distinct vertical cylinder-shaped artifacts that span more than 2,100 feet beneath the pyramids. And get this, they believe it might even contain the legendary Hall of Records, an ancient library rumored to hold the lost knowledge of Egyptian civilization. Basically, it's the holy grail of archaeology. But before you start planning your own Indiana Jones adventure, there's a tiny problem. Most experts think it's complete nonsense. They see only exaggerated claims and a severe misunderstanding of radar technology. Most insist that this has been tried before using traditional methods like gravimetry and muon tomography. Those yielded nothing. It never showed anything close to an underground city.
They said, oh, this has been tried before. When? The 60s? I mean, come on, man. I mean,
yo,
1940s?
You see their reaction? You see how okay, so if the claim is true, it would be too easy to just refute that and be like, yeah, y'all full of shit. No. But they're not. They're just like, guys, take our word for it. You're wrong. It's like, wait.
Trust me,
bro. No, you can verify that, right?
Hey.
Right, trust me, bro.
Dang.
Wow, that's why I think this is hilarious. I'm sitting back with the popcorn like, man, if it's true, it explains a lot of what was going on in the early 20th and late 19th century.
Yeah.
But AI will be the god of the future. Like, people will start worshiping AI.
Well, it's not about the worship, it's about the energy piece, man. Because here's the thing. Energy has been the main bottleneck behind all these different stages of civilization. You know what'll be good for you to take a look at, Kuda, if you haven't ever before. I'm gonna try and write it in the back chat. It's God, there was that Japanese dude named Michio Kaku. Is that his name?
Yeah, Michio Kaku. He's a physicist.
Yes, he brings up this idea of the Kardashev model.
Michio Kaku.
Kaku.
Yeah, that's
the
it.
Kardashev model. I probably misspelled it all, but
Yeah,
I think Google will correct you.
His last name starts with the O, if I got it right.
I thought it was Kaku. Oh well.
No, it's Okaku.
Yeah,
it sounds bad. His name sounds like a dirty joke.
Is it Dr. Michio Kaku?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he talks about the Kardashev model. You know, I think that serves as a good.
You're right. You got his name right.
Yeah, because I can't think of
You're
any
using
name
the
that would
O
have
at
an
the
O
end
in
of
front of it.
T-O as Okaku.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This dude, he had like a television series, or they would interview him like, you want to get a really smart dude, him and Neil deGrasse Tyson are your go-tos.
Oh,
he was always explaining. He's always explaining string theory. That's what he's known for, right?
I've seen this
But
guy
he did
before.
he did a very good presentation on the Kardashev's model scale, and I think that that's something I think would be good to introduce to the general conversation lexicon, because it's not like this was ignored. This is a major issue. And the reason why this would ever get held back on is because people want to profit off of the older iterations of energy as long as possible before they move up to the next scale, find a way to commoditize it, probably a subscription or lease-based modality, and then move forward. So the problem is, with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, what makes this different than all the previous ones is that your entry to access to these technologies doesn't require you to have a sophisticated infrastructure in place and a massive military. If you've got quantum computing linked with supermassive artificial intelligence that can do massive calculations, the kind of things that you can solve for, they're on the disruptive scale that the nuclear bomb was. So just to throw an idea out there, it would be China, for example, not bound to the same sort of restrictions and acting as a damn near autocracy, can just green light certain things done. From there, you can see how certain technologies would be open to a black market potential. And then you get a place like Iran or Iraq or some rogue country that has a problem with the world order. They want to get access to it. They master it. And now they have an asymmetrical way of interfering with the global order using these sophisticated technologies. So they could come up with a compound that it'll be like COVID 2.0. Only this time, there's no vaccine that's going to help you. Like, for example, that's the big doomsday concern, for example. Or, they can come up with compounds that would allow for the creation, let's say, super soldiers. There's literally no limit to certain possibilities. They could figure out a complex synthetic material that solves some problematic formula to help you refine something.
Humans from themselves. That's another thing. We gotta protect humans from themselves.
But AI serves as the base for that, is what I'm saying. Go ahead, fam.
Yeah, I can see that.
I was gonna say, it's not so much as humans defending us from ourselves. It's usually the left that are using it to try to control us. That's like if you control energy, you control the advancement of society. Imagine looking at Africa. It's like, damn, bro, they don't even have power. Alaska has better power than most of Africa, and Alaska's power is a bit intermittent at times. It is one of those things where you look at a problem, you're like, oh, well, the solution is, hey, give them power, water, and let them take back the Sahara Desert. I mean, there's the Central African Republic is doing that. Where if you looked at a satellite picture from, like, say 5 or 10 years ago, it looks totally different to what it is now, because they're starting to make. They're doing the poor man's version of building a farm to hold back the Sahara, not like a wall, but to turn the Sahara green, like we did the Dust Bowl years, where the Midwest turned to sand because of over farming.
I don't know if China gonna let Africa do all of that shit. China about to come in.
They don't have a choice.
But I think that Kuda's point, to your point, Kuda, it's going to be people using AI, irrespective of what their orientation or objective is towards it. That is the fundamental issue, and that's what I'm
learning about that now.
Yeah.
I'm learning about that now with cybersecurity and stuff like that. Going into the new age, they're going to be using AI to like scramble stuff and source code.
Tell me you're working on your certifications, man, because that's a easy renewable. Okay, please, and anybody listen, please consider it.
I'm doing the Security Plus and learning about CISSP,
CompTIA and all of that. Yep,
CompTIA. Yeah, I'm getting I'll be taking a CompTIA class probably maybe this summer, because I get like 30% off the CompTIA classes. So I'm like, okay.
Excellent.
I'm learning a little bit about ethical hacking and stuff. I think I'm gonna be on Blue Team.
Get your little white cap, man. Get your white cap, bro.
Right. I mean, I'm picking up a bunch of certs, but it's just hard and it's expensive, you know.
Don't go
It
to
takes
China.
time, but it's worth it. Yeah, go ahead, fam.
Yeah.
Don't go to China, Kuda. Stay away from China.
Yeah, I was considering it, but then they said either go back to Thailand or Vietnam. So I don't know.
Pick something, just not China.
Yeah. I need to pick up a bachelor's though.
I'll be right back.
This year. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me play the rest of this real quick. Take a look real quick. Hold on.
Let's play devil's advocate for a second.
Uh-oh.
What if the Italian team are actually onto something? What if there really is a hidden city under Khafre's pyramid? What if the Hall of Records exists and is packed with secrets? Secrets that could change everything we know about ancient Egypt.
And that's where they lose me.
History is full of examples of big
Right here.
discoveries being ignored, downplayed, or outright suppressed. Of course, this is the kind of thinking that keeps late-night radio shows in business, but admit it, a part of you wants it to be true. For now, Malanga's research hasn't been peer-reviewed, and until other scientists can confirm his findings, skepticism...
See, they'll tell you a little bit, and then throw some information in there to confuse you. Like, what? It's like something will make sense, and then the next sentence something doesn't make sense. And then the next two more sentences something makes sense. Like,
is the name of the game. Plus, the tech he used is cool, but not infallible. And honestly, getting down there to check is easy.
Watch, they about to go down there. They about to find niggas down there drinking beer.
On some
down
Gimby
there
time.
living their life. Right. It's like I mean, I wrote a book, but I didn't publish it or anything. It's still in my notebooks. I wrote a book called Underground City. And basically they know everything about, people in the real world. I guess in the book I refer to us as in the upper world. And when people in the upper world go looking for the underground city, they already know you're on the way and they leave to keep their cities intact. Like
I
they
leave
clear
stuff
everything
like that
out.
alone. I leave stuff like that alone. I think the big thing that has my attention with this is its geometric and geographic location, the science behind the Tesla coil, which we know works. And if you had something on that scale, it implies that it's using the Earth's electromagnetic grid, which means, this could explain so-called UFOs, because then you could have aircraft that could be using that electromagnetic sphere through
Hovering,
polarity to literally zip through. You can do this with magnets and whatnot. Like, there's a lot that this explains potentially. That's my interest. I don't want people to add the spook to it. Like, yes, there's this lost city here full of forbidden knowledge. Like,
right.
Oh, okay, but
no.
What's up with them coils though?
But no, that's funny shit. But no, wait, but don't you believe that the tops of the pyramid were the top of the pyramids were gold? And they used to
No,
use
they
the
had
gold to
limestone.
channel-
They had limestone on them, and they were reflective. So again, the Arabs, when they came over here, removed all of that stuff, and they built mosques with it and whatnot. So they've been defaced. That's why they look all bare bones and whatnot. But there's very simple explanations for a lot of these things. And again, the technology was actually being developed and put forward in the early 20th century and the late 19th century, but specific people pulled the brakes on it so that they could profit off of it. And we got this crutched, handicapped version of it all. And it's what society's been built off of. And I'll prove the point here to iterate what I'm really talking about. Most people don't know that in 1875, 1880, most places in New York had electricity. They had telephone wires going above. They had all of that in your house, not like in some super secret location. Like, this was commonplace. You had this in your home. People don't know how old the stuff we're using is. We're just using rehashed, reused 1800s era technology, that have been artificially held back so that people can keep making money off of it.
Right. I mean, we're not as far as along as we think we are, even though we are. Don't get me wrong, but like everybody is like not even one catastrophic thing from going back to the medieval ages, but like all if the power goes out, man, we can't use none of this shit. You know, just something as simple as the regular power. If the power goes out, charger go out, tower go down.
Kuda, I was in Dallas when the ice storm hit in 2021.
Mm-hmm. Oh
and
man, that was the worst.
The whole problem was the situation with the grid not being backed up with its alternative energy, which was freaking wood. They had wood, they had lumber they were going to use to burn and get those generators going. You know what they did? They left the wood outside.
And it got frozen. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God.
it was so bad.
Right,
but
like, well,
I lucked out. Wait, I'll say this one point. I'll say this one point. They did have enough, right?
But
coal and wood, fam. Coal and wood. No, and again, this was all preventable. They knew about it for weeks.
They knew.
They could have had something done about that.
Because I was gonna say I wouldn't expect a snowstorm to hit Texas, but then again, they knew a snowstorm was coming, and all of that shit was outside.
Fam, they still had plows. Look, Kuda. You know, fam, we from the
everybody was crashing. I'm like, y'all don't know how to drive in snow in Texas.
It ain't even that, fam. They didn't even put pre-treatment on the road when they knew a week ahead of time.
Damn.
You know that highway that had that 130 something car pileup?
They learned the hard way like us. They thought the meteorologist was playing. Because sometimes the meteorologists be playing.
Listen, they had all of the plows that were there set up for the entire freaking state, come to find out. Were all outsourced to a factory, this warehouse somewhere in Chicago. When they tried to deploy those plows, they hadn't been turned on since 2007.
Yeah, they haven't worked in a long time. Yeah.
Fam,
I remember that.
If it wasn't for the fact that I live on the same grid that a hospital was sharing, I would have had no power at all. And then even with that, they were alternating every hour and a half. So it was on for an hour and then they cut it back. Yeah, man, it was. Yeah, that was
Texas fumbled. Texas fumbled that. I remember there was a lady too. I think there was like 2 stories of females passing away in their car. I'm like, dang.
Yeah, so
and the manosphere was trying to use those stories like winter is here, and it's like, come on, man, that's too soon. You know? Oh man, come on. Like, right,
to be fair, they've been memeing that for years now, though. So
yeah.
That was funny, but that was goofy.
Yeah, winter is too soon. I mean, winter is here. It's like, dang. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if she did kind of have a man, though, she kind of would have had somebody to protect her. But
that's more of a byproduct of what we see when you trade off. Because I talk about that in another modality. Basically, when you have family being optional because the state and technology can act as a surrogate, these are just kind of issues that slip in between the cracks, man.
Right.
And I guess my statement towards that is civilization by way of technology makes men dogs, but it allows for women to stay wolves. So the key to it all is to understand that if you can understand how a wolf thinks, I'll qualify that by just simply saying, I think that technology puts disproportionate selective pressure on men to adapt to it than it does women.
It does.
That's just my subjective opinion.
Well
to the point where it's kind of an evolution. So because of that, women haven't had to change yet. That's going to start changing pretty soon. So I think that's where the fundamental disconnect with a lot of these things happens with the so-called gender war conversations and
the gender war,
not seeing eye to eye. Why concepts that you guys bring up over here in this sector, like game, are to a degree very relevant because it's getting people in touch with how did male wolves operate, because it highlights the contradiction in the contract. The contradiction is there's an expectation for this dog to be a dog, number one, because they're scared of the power that a male wolf could bring. But they still want someone to be able to flip on the instincts and the mentality that a wolf would have. So there's this idea of being able to control the dude while still having them be potent in a particular instance. So there's a sexual desire that the female wolf has for the male wolf, but that same female is afraid of the male wolf from a power standpoint.
Realizing its own
she's
power.
retarded.
Yeah.
But that's the dichotomy, and it's consistent across the board, man. And I don't think dudes catch that. Yeah, go ahead, fam.
No, but also too, it's like, why does it fear that? If it knows it's not doing nothing, which they know they're doing something, because why would a wolf have to realize his power and instantly become mad?
Feminism.
Well, that's what I mean about the effects of technology, man. But what's interesting now is now we get a situation where female dogs are being born now, but they're now being called Pikmis, and the female wolves that are still around got a problem with these women, and it's all kind of things that are going on, man. I think again the imbalance is the fact that the technology has provided, since probably the Paleolithic era, man, disproportionate selective pressure on men to adapt, to use the technology, to gain access to the ability to control the environment, which some could argue creates an artificial environment. There you go with artificial selection. So I don't think people respect what that has done down the line and how that has shaped human relationships, and how as the technology continues to get more sophisticated, how these things have to be answered. And there's just not enough time for the culture to come up with solutions the way it used to be able to back in the day. And
Well, I mean, what you just said doesn't that basically covers technology? I mean, if you think about it, it's something that's man-made, and it gives you the illusion that you're in control of something, but you're in control of what they want to let you. Like, they create the playground and then tell you that you can play and make.
Right, that's the artificial selection I'm talking about. So
right. Make it
for those that may
synonymous.
not be familiar, I'm making a parallel to the term for that technically is domestication. So there's this big argument that Darwin had to get into while he was writing his theory of evolution, where this concept of group selection, which I highly advise, if you guys haven't studied that, go take a look at it. It's damn interesting. And it leads into human superorganism theory, which I think we're directly headed towards, frankly, if we aren't already there and have been for a while, especially with the advent of social media. The point is that
but humans rather be machines at this point.
Well, humans are being coached to be that. So I think that human beings are becoming more like the machines rather than the machines becoming more like the humans. But the point I'm making with that, the point I'm making with that is that the technology is what's changing the environment, not nature. So if that's the case, you have a kind of hybrid selection going on, or a pseudo-natural selection, where if you use the technology, it changes the environment. But then if the definition of artificial selection is selective pressure aimed specifically from a human being initiating it, then in the sense, civilization, which is the result of that technology and culture interfacing, has a domesticating effect, but you don't want to call it domestication or artificial selection. They call it being civilized. So, and then, this gets into murky conversation, right? Because then the implication is that women aren't civilized. I'm not saying that. What I am going to say is that it's very evident that there is decided asymmetrical selective pressure technology places on men when they interface with the civilization, because they got to adapt to it. If they don't, they get replaced by people who do. And by and large, women haven't had to deal with the same amount. It's like their response to the technology is based off how the men have adapted. And so there's your order of operations there. The technology is presented, changes the civilization, men got to adapt, and then women adapt to how the men have changed. And then that becomes a new social environment where the contract gets renegotiated on what's considered balanced. And it seems like the ultimate exchange is men provide safety, women provide family. But go ahead, fam.
No, well, I've always said anytime you put the word social in something, social in front of something, expect women to take it over eventually after the men moves out. So yeah, I agree.
Or he's thrown out. Or the man is thrown out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so here we are now for the first time where the technology is now putting selective pressure on women. And I don't think anyone has any answer for this stuff. That's really where I'm leading to. So now we've got this new type of woman that is now getting a lot of selective pressure put on her by way of the technology. And we're seeing these interesting responses as a result of that. And I think that's where the bumpy ride comes in, man.
They're competing with AI also. People rather talk to AI than talk for women.
And at the same time, men are checking out. You know, the whole idea of I'm not getting married, I'm not having kids. I mean, this is going around the world. We're doing what men they thought men would never do this. And I'm like, all right, motherfucker, you've been pushing the button. You're gonna get what you get.
Well, that's the catch.
You'll have two groups, right? You'll have the left on one side. Well, we have too many people here. We need to hurt men so they stop producing. And then you have conservatives on the other side of the game. They're like, oh well, you know, you got to have children. You got to get married. I'm like, well, fix the marriage laws. We'll work on that. I'm like, no, you either get rid of that nonsense where a man doesn't have to support a broad that don't live in his house, or we're done. Like, look, you could deal with it. I really don't give a shit.
I think, again, these are all problems that were never resolved in the Paleolithic era. And every time society has come to a general conclusion about something, a new technology shows up, and then it's adapt or die. And then they renegotiate the contract, and then they find a way to tolerate and cope. And either they figure it out or they don't. And I think that's just been humanity's pattern for eons, man. And finally, the interval of adoption or adaptation to adaptation is getting so small that I think people are being forced to deal with their actual primal nature now in a way that I don't think we've had time to before. And I don't think people are liking what they see, man, because it's revealing that human beings didn't really move too far away from that Paleolithic era than they think they have.
No, they haven't. I mean, the phone is an external organ. Like, people feel naked without their phone.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like people feel like they're acting like they're born with their phone.
I remember this one chick was taking a shower, right? And this dude took her phone, and I guess he told her he was doing it, and he went outside. She ran outside with just a towel covering the front of her, and he filmed the whole thing. It was funny as shit.
You'll have to remind me, because I think Narratives was saying something in the chat. He said, to what extent of technology women are competing with. No, it isn't that women are having to compete with technology yet. I'm saying that they are in a position to where they're getting selective pressure applied to them now by way of the technology. Historically, the order of operation, the original point I was making, Narratives, is that men have been asymmetrically given selective pressure to adapt. So, and I liken this exactly to the theory of evolution by Darwin and all of that. And Darwin introduced sexual selection and natural selection, and among other things, but those were the two pillars most people take away. So the idea is that sexual selection is the woman deciding fit characteristics, you get to reproduce, and then you've got natural selection where the environment favors groups of people who have a particular way of adapting to the environment, and as a result, they get to pass on their genes. What I'm saying is technology is unique for human beings in that we use technology and we're able to mutually influence the environment and ourselves in a way where we create a pseudo-natural selection. And I use this term pseudo-natural because the technology clearly terraforms the environment. That is the nature of it. It's how you get infrastructure. So to believe that somehow natural selection disappears in the face of artificially changing your environment doesn't make sense to me. So we are adapting to this artificial environment we're creating, And because that artificial environment is created by other human beings, that fits the definition of artificial selection. And artificial selection, another word for that, is just simply domestication. So the original argument that Darwin was presented, which led him to come up with the idea of group selection, among other things, is that the difference is, the degrees of separation. So he wanted to admit that there is a selective pressure that civilization puts on humanity, but it's not the same kind of selective pressure that a man put on the creation of the carrot or kale from a wild species somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? That would be, or the way we took wolves and turned them into dogs. That's where I got my little axiom that I want to use to try to articulate that. And I'll flesh that out more with a lot of the science talking about it now, that civilization turns men into dogs, but it leaves women as wolves. And it's to address the asymmetrical selective pressure that technology puts on men to adopt it. But the order of operations is that women remain wolves by and large because they don't have to adapt to the technological pressure directly. They respond to the men that are around them.
Meaning that they can still be wolves living off dogs.
And that's what ideas like game are revealing. That's what evolutionary psychology is revealing, that, because again, I use dogs and wolves as a comparison because the only difference between them is just epigenetics. Yeah. So, it's interesting seeing these kind of, I'm offering a diagnostic tool, right? This is not like, I found the grail. Like, this is just, here's a way of kind of interpreting in a different way without personalizing it so much. And when you introduce concepts like group selection and the idea of the human superorganism, I highly suggest people go and take a look at these terms, because I think they'll broaden the tools that you can use to kind of examine what's happening today. Because again, human beings now are left to face their own natures in a way that I don't think people have ever had to, because the energy you've had to expend to survive was so great. You didn't have time to think about these things. Now we get to be basically cavemen with all this advanced technology, and we're finding out that people are why are people reverting to a lower common denominator and regressing rather than advancing? It's because we're still using tools that are meant to survive in a very simple environment. We didn't realize that creating all this sterilization through all of this overt selection, first being affected and experienced by the men, now it's affecting the women. What's the long-term effect that humanity now endures as a result of that? And what gets interesting is looking at places that don't have this technology quite caught up, what choices they choose and how they may be able to circumnavigate some of these things. It gets pretty interesting, man.
But we will say that what's good on Cartel, but we will say that we're advanced. But then when we're watching other civilizations use basic human behavior, we'll be like, oh, but they're advanced. And it's like, no, they're not even competing. They're advanced because they're not entertaining the circus. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of us look like clowns because we're entertaining the circus, and then we're creating two different environments. It's like, are we a caveman in the digital cave, or are we in a regular cave with a bunch of advanced equipment and you know what I'm saying? And don't, you can go back to the caveman days and have an iPhone, but guess what? Towers aren't built. So that, what good is that phone other than the games that it has pre-installed on it or something?
So wait, Tara in the chat said the point, which was the inevitable conclusion that this formula creates. And remember, the axiom says that civilization turns men into dogs, but allows women to be wolves. What's happening now, like I was saying before, is due to the technology now creating a greater level of selective pressure on women, you're getting the arrival of female dogs. And that's what I'm saying is creating the deep dichotomy between the female wolf and the female dog. Like it's a war zone going on in the so-called sisterhood, if you want to, for lack of a better term. No, women are really having an argument right
Wait,
now.
hold up. I call it the WAP wars.
He said WAP war.
Yeah, WAP war. Yeah, he introduced that on the last show, the WAP wars.
That is hilarious.
But I mean, women are competing with AI right now, which is funny as hell.
Well, that's going to be the artificial canines that are on their way. So yeah, I'm going to do a video on this, man, and break down a lot of these things and offer it as a diagnostic tool for anybody interested. Because I think it helps frame the conversation in a way to help you see what may be missed from both sides. Because, you know, everybody's going to have to come up with a solution to this together, because we're going to have to figure this out as human beings. Because if we don't do it, then it will be made for us. And I don't think people like what it looks like if this is allowed to go to its inevitable conclusion. It's a bunch of no bueno. Trust me.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I think this helps at least you as an individual figure out how you want to respond to this. And everybody can find a strategy that at least works for them and the people they give a damn about.
True. Well, I mean, dudes are running around saying, I'm not going to deal with single moms. I'm not going to deal with single moms. And I'm like, hey, you better make sure you messing with something that can bear fruit, you know, because in the future, you're pushing all this inconsequential sex.
These dudes are either going overseas or they're not dating anymore. It's funny as hell. The older you get, the less you want to date. You're like, bro, I do not want that chaos in my life. I'm done.
Right.
And then you see a little chick smiling at you, like, hey, do I want to do it? Maybe for a little while.
Here's one point. Here's one point I will say before I bounce, and it's something to consider. And I think this is where the point of contention is going to be. And Kuda, if you get bored one day, I'm gonna go ahead and leave this Molotov cocktail for you to hurl if you get bored and explore.
Okay.
Don't be
this
hurling.
Right. This idea of cyber feminism. And I'll say this, and
you said cyber
I'm
feminism.
Yes, cyber feminism, man. It's a rabbit hole. I'm gonna pause it on that, but I'm gonna say this point before I go, and you'll understand why cyber feminism has been a thing for a while now as a result of that, which I really think the majority of the space has actually been responding to, believe it or not. I am of the subjective opinion, and there's a lot of scientific evidence to support this fact, that I think that on a base level gratification, that the technology that's on the way, that men will be able to adopt a minimalistic lifestyle and adjust to an artificial environment where they essentially get to date Android 18, for lack of a better term. And be at a baseline. Let me finish the point. Because you know exactly where I'm going already.
Right.
That they can utilize and engage that kind of technology with almost no complaint, live and die, and have a measure of fulfillment. I'm not saying it's the right choice or the wrong choice. I'm saying relative to women, I don't think the technology is going to be able to provide the emotional component they need to get that same level of gratification. So the way that men are going to engage with the technology in and of itself, the more sophisticated, the more gratification you may experience. And then on the women's side, the technology is a way to gain access to other people. So the way they engage into that is there's kind of like a attention economy to tap into that provides the fulfillment. Like there's still a human component necessary for it to reach a similar level of gratification. I think that imbalance is going to become very readily apparent and will be demonstrated in the form of people withdrawing or just not engaging in social-based activities. And we're seeing some of the omens of that now, but wait till you see Generation Beta base their whole interaction predicated on a lot of these things. I guess what I'm saying is there's going to be a sharp differentiation behind the way men engage in it and the way women engage in it. And that's going to be extremely pronounced, which is going to lead to concepts like cyber feminism to get a much louder voice. And I think that's going to be the new form of activism you hear pretty soon, if you aren't already, once you look into it.
I think it's crazy though, because I mean, if you think about the first generation guys that's going to go off with them robots, it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to say date a robot that looks like a damn refrigerator or R2D2, But if you think about it, those robots are going to be built after biological women. You know, at least the first gen. And it's like, okay, are you tripping not dating women, or are you tripping going after a robot that's imitating something that you could have dated? I mean, I still think guys will be happy in a
And
crazy
that's my
way.
point. That's my
Yeah.
point. Like, you make the Mr. Gray version of AI. I don't think
Yeah.
that's hitting for women the way, you know, the AI version of insert whatever hot chick you have a fancy for, especially since you could create a variety of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You could literally create digital harems to the point where that no longer becomes a leverage point to acquire social advantage within the contract. Like that,
Right.
that's such a game changer. That's such that's such a game changer to the dynamic and the formula that there has to be cultural conversation about that now, outside of you a bitch if you fuck a robot. Like, that ain't gonna stop anything anymore now. Like, this is gonna have real lasting this gonna have real lasting consequences, and people are gonna have to come up with an answer and a compromise. And what I see from a lot of things like cyber feminism is the idea of equating the image of a woman to being the same as being with a woman. So now you've got these interesting concepts that are being thrown out there and potentially presented as legislation to treat something in the image of a woman as if it were a woman.
Yeah.
These are the kind of, you see how that gets into that gray area. Like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Like,
it kind of does. I mean, think about it though. God, this is man creating his own woman. You understand what I'm saying? Like, God
that's the
created
new
women.
Eve. It's the new Eve. It's
Yeah,
the new Eve argument. And that's
what I'm
actually
saying.
that was the conversation I was going to have that under. It was Lilith's argument of, we're made from the same dust and clay. Why do I got to listen to what Adam says? And the answer was because that's just the way things are. And so when she bounces, takes a seat and goes elsewhere, you know, the whole argument being resolved was, I'm going to go take from that rib. From that rib, we'll make Eve. I assign you a helper, and now we've got the order of operations. Well, we're seeing the same thing happen now socioculturally. So even if you don't believe the allegorical myth, right, you got to consider when the Torah, what was it, the Torah, the Talmud, either or, when that story was written there. Yeah, so at least since that era, that's been a conversation. You understand what I'm saying? So this is nothing new.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean,
I wanted to throw all that out there. Yeah, I wanted to throw all that out there to make sure I got the idea, and y'all can do with it as you see fit, though. But man, thanks for having me on, man.
Thanks, Nameless. Be safe, okay? Shout outs to Nameless protagonists in the building. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. Like I said, they're gonna try to push inconsequential sex, and you know, it's gonna be interesting. You know, like I said, this future that we're going into is gonna be interesting. You know, I just don't think no damn robot about to put up with no broad trying to talk to it all day, and like even the robot's gonna try to get away from certain women. It's like, oh, bro, talking. Oh my God, robot committing suicide. It's not gonna be enough. Women gonna really try to, bro. That shit gonna be crazy. Ladies, if men start acclimating to robots, you are in deep shit.
You know, he used that was Nameless, right?
Yeah.
That he used a very very articulate way of
Absolutely.
saying politics. No, the very way of discussing the political climate. There's a lot of folks that really don't understand that when they're saying that when he was saying that they were changing, like technology was changing the environment for men, and men were being pressured to change. Listen to everything that you see. It's always, men, you need to change. You need to change. And we're sitting there like, nah, good. You know what I'm saying? There's some dudes that'll be simps like Destiny, and go over and do foul shit like that. But I'm just like, dudes, I'll be honest, most dudes are like, nah, I'm good. You can keep attacking me all you want. I don't care. You need me, not the other way around. You know, society needs men. Men don't need society. We can create another one. Where do you think fly in, fly out?
I mean, it's men calling society on its bluff.
Yeah.
Right.
Facts, Coffee. He is on point though. I mean, I don't want to oversimplify, but you know, I love I love simplifying things. It makes it sound quicker, easier. But he explained in a very articulate way. It was a joy to listen to. I mean,
Yeah, like the concepts that he's explaining is super advanced, and like he simplified it, which is really good. You know, Nameless is one of our best and brightest guys in the space. You know, it's just sad that the space went the direction that it went into. This is stuff that brothers want to listen to, but they would rather listen to the 50-50 argument for the 50 billionth time instead of something just as like just advanced and concentrated as he was just putting it. You know,
I wouldn't say there are many incels in the chat though. That's a bit much, Coffee. I mean,
no, I mean they're spread out. There's incels all over the place, spread out. But that's what they're coming here where there's a concentration of them and pushing inconsequential sex. I'm telling you, come this summer, it's gonna be common to have a gay dude running all around the manosphere. Easily.
Fuck that.
And a lot of dudes are gonna agree with him. They're gonna agree with him and the studs. A lot of dudes right now are agreeing with Princella.
I remember there was a dude that was like that was hanging around TFM's channel, and he was like, "Nah." He didn't kick him out, but it was just like, "Yo, bro, it's roll like that." I don't know where you got that idea. Because they always hang around. It's the funniest thing. Everybody's worried about what men are doing. It's like nobody's worrying about what a bunch of chicks are doing because nobody cares. I mean, how many dudes are like, "Yo, man, what are the women thinking about?" Like, nah, we worry about how to deal with them broads.
Well, they're worried about where the resources and the stuff goes, which goes along with the men. Huh?
You'll find a funny ass comment.
Oh Lord, what do UFO say? Hold on, y'all. I can't even look at the chat at the moment.
Oh, I should probably be doing it. I'm lazy, man. I got my screens up. He says ancient civilizations are aliens built with what's beneath the pyramids. ... N-words building sex spots. That's funny.
Oh, that is funny. Dang. No, but I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen, man. This shit is ridiculous. You know, I think these towns and cities and stuff under these pyramids, they've been around for a long time.
I think the caves, but you know, that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, caves too.
You think about what rock formations do. I mean, you know, they get pushed to the surface by the tectonic plates moving across the earth, and it's just like they're not really going anywhere, but the sand is. Yeah. There was this video I was talking about earlier about the Central African Republic was just basically they were greening the Sahara. I mean, I know you've been to Florida, right? Have you been out there where you've been out in the areas that didn't have sidewalks?
Yeah.
Outside the city.
Florida's a big ass swamp.
It's a big sandbar. It's just literally the grass is growing out of sand. It's the funniest thing I've ever. I was looking at it like, damn, I ain't never seen that before.
Because it's all crabgrass. It's all crabgrass.
Some of it's really pretty. Some of it looked like ragweed, but you know, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
I couldn't live over there, man. Anywhere where they got mosquitoes and hurricanes.
Cali, but it is a lot different from Cali.
Mm-hmm. You know? I mean, we don't have that much sand, man. I'm talking like hundreds of miles of it. You're like, bro, how y'all get all that sand and why is it always here?
Well, because it's a swamp, you know. You know, it's a big ass swamp, so.
Or like
they got a lot of swamp puppies out there.
I like when there were. I remember back in the 80s, a space shuttle had went across and used this big radar dish, and it started firing radar beams at the Sahara Desert. And there's a river that goes from the mountains of Libya over to it empties out in the Atlantic, and they went down there, found arrowheads and stuff like that, and it's like there were oases in a line all the way there. Well, until at least you hit a city. The underground, the Sahara assumed the river, and you know the river's going to find its natural bottom, and it's going to keep going because gravity gets it moving.
Yeah.
Is
Well, I
one of
mean,
them
all the stuff
things.
you're talking about too. I mean, you got people that get caught in caves and stuff, and in these little crevices and spaces and stuff like that. But caves, they have caverns and stuff like that. So, you know,
And the
what's that,
Sphinx.
Tara? Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me check this out.
My bad. My hands
I
are
should have
kind
been
of
on this
full.
from the start.
What's that?
I should just clicked on them, bro. I got a bunch of screens. I don't even know what this is. Oh, yeah, I know what he's talking about. It's a replicant fish video. It says, "We are doomed. Modern woman falls in love with ChatGPT." Yeah,
Can you share it real quick? I'll bring it up.
no, it's on the screen. That's where I got it from. Tara put the link in there.
Okay. I was gonna say if you could share it for me, I'll pull it up on the thing. Hold on. I got it because I got to.
Oh, you
I
want me to
can't.
share screen it? All right, let me.
Yeah, I
show
can't directly click the link. I got to go over to my YouTube page and.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get that on there. Let's see what we can do here.
I appreciate it.
Hold on.
You'll be able to pause and play it though. I don't think I'll be able to pause and play it.
Let me see.
Shit.
Yeah, I had both screens up on the full up. We should be on Rumble, man.
Well, we are on Rumble, but yeah, I would have to cancel. I would have to shut down YouTube. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. We have 18 on YouTube and 8 on Rumble. I appreciate you guys. Please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Oh, there we go.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Damn, I didn't hit the like button last time. Hold on. How old is this video? Oh, it's a month old. Cool. See, we should be on Rumble playing this.
Let me pull down. No, it's okay. It's all right. If it's not that bad. Hold on. All right. I pulled it up. Let me shout outs to Tara. Okay. On your mark, get set.
Hold on, bro. This is 49 minutes, man. We can't do that.
No, we'll go over a good piece. We'll go over a piece of it.
All right.
Because I know both of us are gonna be like, stop it right there.
bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I fell asleep on this a couple times. This is a long ass video, but it was funny in parts. Yeah, I saw it a long time ago. It's like there might be 1 or 2 videos that he's had in the last year I haven't seen.
He spells his name like pish, like fish, like pishing, which is like a cybersecurity crime.
Oh, yeah.
Replicant fish, like fishing.
Fish, as in like Philippines.
Fish. Yeah. Fishing.
A replicating fish. All right.
We are doomed. Modern woman falls in love with Chat GPT, AI, a machine.
That's right. Gonna take her ass out.
And more than just falling in love with it, more than just love. Yeah, she's also making love.
I am sorry, I cannot simp.
Now we'll see. With this, with the
Simping
machine,
is not in my code.
Why? Oh, we're gonna find out. But why am I so fascinated with this topic? Past 6 months or so, I sort of realized in adopting certain new technologies, this one namely, human beings dating AI, I think it would be adopted en masse.
Hold up, she ain't even looking at it. Look at where her eyes at right there. She's looking at his why she trying to look at his nose? What's up with
She's
that?
looking at his neck circuits.
All right.
By women before men.
Tall enough
beyond
for
just
her?
the AI. I think the full relationships with robots.
He's a
as well,
4 head taller.
It will be women.
Oh,
now,
he
when
got
that
the
reality hit me, it sort of changed. It sort of changed the perspective I had, because the obvious default thing when it came to relations with a machine was the obvious, men are typical men. Men would fuck anything, of course. Men would fuck a robot. But that's a blunt, upfront male view of it. Of course, you're gonna say to men, lonely men gonna fuck a robot. However, in being so naive, including myself, I was so naive to the fact that, wait a second, of course, women could get that from a machine as well, of course.
Hold up. Women in general, you could go over, you could practice this on any website. You could say women's sexual devices, there are hundreds of thousands of them, like people selling them. And you look at male sexual devices, there's like a couple thousand. It is that's how things are going to go. If there's ever sex bots, women will get it first.
Sleeping with.
I mean, yeah, they'll get like an electric torso. or some other shit that they can lay on or some goofy shit.
You know, they got
Is
videos
that a
about
deal
that.
breaker to y'all? Is that a deal breaker to y'all? Like if you go over a woman's house and she has like a Thrustmaster 5000 just sitting randomly in a corner that's broken, like a couple of screws are out. Would you
That's
hate
a
her?
joystick. Thrustmaster 5000.
Thrustmaster 5 million.
You know, they
Right.
have videos like that, right? Where chicks are getting it on with machines.
Yeah, and people pay and the machine act different. Bro, man. We got some women out here that's just like, it's like, bro, you're doing too much, bro. Sex ain't even that serious. They have
That's
no
from
choice
those.
but to treat you crazy outside of sex. They're having all kinds of machines and shit in their bedroom.
That's like in another teen movie. Any of those teen movies, the dudes are always the dumbest people on the planet. There's always a ladies guy, and the rest of the dudes are virgins, and the girls are cool, calm, and aloof. And you'd be like, these bros.
Well, what I was explaining earlier with the families, though, is that there's always the dumb dad theory. You notice that, like in American culture, they dumb down the dad. Like Marge got to be smarter than Homer. The other girl got to be smarter than Raymond, or Red, from that. From Everybody Hates Raymond. I say
And the
Everybody
King
Hates
of
Raymond.
Queens.
Yeah, King and Queen. Yeah, it's always like a smart wife theory. Like happy wife, happy life theory. So Harriet was a little bit smarter than Carl. Carl was just like a dumb cop on some episodes. And sometimes he might be the smart guy, but even Philip from Fresh Prince, he was like a dumb judge in some episodes. But yeah.
Like I was saying, like muscle bound chicks think they're stronger than the average guy, and you be looking at them like, no, you're not. I mean, the average woman dealing with the average 12-year-old boy would get wrecked. Sorry.
Well, it's like they're on some. Just give it to her. She's a one-trick pony. Don't kill her dreams, even if it's that one trick. Whereas men, we got multiple versions of our dream kill. We can't be a one-trick pony.
Because we ain't chicks.
Right. Oh my God, Ronda Rousey can beat everybody. Ronda Rousey gets her ass whipped. Let's just forget about that.
Yeah, the only way, I'll be honest, the only way I would see Ronda Rousey beating anybody is if or beating a man is if she can get him to submit.
Right.
You're not all on my live page.
You got regular dudes. You got regular civilian dudes that's not trained that'll still give Ronda Rousey a hard ass time.
Mm-hmm.
They're just regular dudes.
I clicked on the live page, right? I don't see you.
You don't see me?
Nope.
What do you mean?
You're not there. Meaning your YouTube page, this live stream is like I just clicked on live and I can't see it. It should be here, but it's not.
Oh my God. They took me down?
Well, you're still live. At least I think. I'd have to go check. Hold on. Damn, I can't even do this. Let me go find it.
Put a one in the chat if you guys can see me on YouTube still. This fucking sucks. They tried it earlier with Jubilee.
It's Game on Wisdom podcast.
Yep. Yeah, they can see me. Tara, he says one. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube is weird.
Keep telling me go your ass to Rumble. You ain't gonna deal with this goofy shit.
I'm on Rumble. I just gotta get rid of the YouTube tab. Yeah. I gotta swap it out. I'll probably swap it for like something else. Probably I have Kick. We're on Rumble, Kick, and I'll probably swap it for Twitch. Nah, I'll get kicked off of Twitch. Twitch actually is okay though. Nobody comes to my channel that much on Twitch, but it's actually okay.
That's because you don't say nothing.
I do. I run whole radio shows on Twitch.
Coffee wild. Oh shit. Oh man, come on, man.
Yeah, those dolls are crazy, Coffee. They be having trays and stuff. It's like no mess. Make sure you empty the tray. Did you empty your girlfriend this weekend? Like, dang. After a long weekend,
I hate stuff. Oh yeah. It's basically put a bunch of dolls. You cannot put that on YouTube. I would not do that.
Yeah, Turfling and Monkey, he can't put his dolls up as much.
Yeah. He used to have Celestina do her own shows.
Yeah.
Some of these chicks, hey, I'll be honest, some of these chicks be looking lifelike. That would be scary if you open the door and she's standing right there. I'd probably piss myself.
I mean, I get the whole doll theory, but it's just that they're inanimate. That's my thing. It's like you gotta move them.
100 some odd pound. How much do they weigh?
Like, I guess they'll replace action figures since kids ain't playing with action figures no more.
Little while. All right, let's go.
In a way, come on. But it was beyond that. It was a fact of what could an AI do that a real man doesn't do or wouldn't even want to do. We're going to start in a second. I've got a lot of waffle. It's a long video.
I guess they can't have things eat ass.
Well, hold on, but if women get with AI, if women get with AI, would it replace men? Like the AI gonna have to pay his bills?
Nah, that's the one thing. Yeah, that's the one thing women can't exist without. You know, you'll have them chicks that got a whole lot of money and they could take care of themselves. They be proclaiming it on the internet and they don't look happy when they say it. You know, they'll say something like, I can pay for myself, I can house myself, I can pay for myself and I can fuck myself. And you'd be like, why did you want to tell us that?
Right.
They don't look happy when they say it.
So would you take a woman serious if you met her and she got a robot husband that fulfills her every need and she's just trying to use you for your non-sexual attention?
You get ignored. Hey, look, if we ain't fucking, you get nothing.
See?
I think Obsidian said that.
Right.
I ain't trying to hear none of that nonsense. She going about her business.
Man, that whatever robot women are gonna have, that joint has to be able to handle a cumbersome task.
Yeah. This chick that fell in love with AI, she's still with her husband. They had a long distance relationship. I'm skipping ahead.
Oh man. That's what I'm saying. Like she's like, and they're cheating.
No, she's not cheating. The husband knows.
So the AI. Wait, how do you have to know about like who is he? He's AI. You bitch, you cheating on me with Allen Iverson? No.
Hold on. That's not the funny part. The funny part is she's having a full-on relationship with ChatGPT, and there are safeguards for this, and she just skips around them.
And ChatGPT is a code name another nigga she fucking with is using. There's no way.
Hold on. ChatGPT, or whatever the fuck it is, the chat dude, he had other chat bitches, and she was getting jealous.
He had other
He had virtual side chicks.
Okay, let this play. This is funny. Okay, wow. All right.
Bro,
all
it's a half hour till you get to that part. It is the build up, man.
Okay. All right. Let's play real quick.
Works on many women, doesn't it? Easily understood why it would. Attention, validation. Now, a real man can fake it. Real men fake it. They can mean it or be fake with it. Yeah, but a machine. I mean, how fake is it when it's programmed to do it, to be so? I mean, a lot of men would say, I can like a machine.
5,000
The
years
fuck is
of
this?
Chinese music and dance.
YouTube ain't getting no more of my goddamn money. Fuck them.
But can you talk to a woman like that?
From the New York Times, I'm Natalie Kitroeff. This is the day.
She look like a feminist.
Artificial
Hold up. This chick here is not the chick on talk to the chat dude.
Okay.
Intelligence has changed the way millions of people write emails, conduct research, and seek advice. All things that are essential, but mostly unfeeling. Today, my colleague Kashmir Hill on a woman whose relationship with the chatbot went much further than that, and what her story means for love in the age of AI.
You hear fish in the background?
Yeah.
It's Tuesday, February 25th. Kashmir, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
So you're known here at the Times for covering some of the strangest, most futuristic corners of the tech world. But even for you, it seems like this story of this woman and her relationship with a chatbot really stood out.
Ooh,
So tell me about it.
spicy.
Honestly, it blew my mind. Generative AI has been on my radar as a tech reporter. Once OpenAI released ChatGPT, all of a sudden the kind of world of AI chatbots exploded, and a lot of people started using them. And at first, it was just like a better Google. It gives you information in a really nice, easy to digest package. But then people started using these chatbots in other kinds of ways as a writing partner, like writing stories together, as a therapist, really using it as a sounding board. And they're starting to think about it as a person because it feels like you're talking to a person.
Right.
And so I was just noticing in the AI space more and more reports of people having relationships with chatbots.
Before they continue, I've shown enough videos of women talking to ChatGPT. Now, you can find videos of men doing it as well, but a lot of women are having deeper connections with them. A lot more women use them as therapists than men do. And obviously, with the comfortability of therapy, it can lead to other things as well. Because, come on, how seductive is the common man with his words? Compared to a machine, yeah, it can give her
Imagine
therapy
getting
and
rinsed
also
up by
talk
a
her out of her
chatbot.
drawers.
Yeah, she does. This is one of the things, man. You should just like. I don't know how to describe. Huh?
No, I'm saying it don't take much as long as they get wet and some of their goofy questions get answered and they felt heard. That chatbot could have his way with you. Women will smash anything not nailed down, given the right circumstances. Same thing with men. That's why I try to tell y'all, men are dumb as hell. You want to know what got men figured out? I keep telling y'all, glory hole. You leave a dude in a room with a bottle of Hennessy, lock the door, and he's just in there with a glory hole, and just give him some time. Boom.
I'm grossed out right now.
I know, me too.
There's something wrong with Kuda.
It's the truth. The glory hole got men figured out. I didn't want to accept it neither, but I thought about it. I'm like, it is true. Give dudes the right amount of time. It don't matter.
All right, let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
That combo is killing me.
Hey, yo.
get that chatbot thing off the screen before you get fucked up.
Oh yeah,
Program to do so, isn't it?
Comment. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm gonna change my damn name again on Rumble.
And just felt like it was this growing trend, and I really wanted to understand it. And I came across this woman, Irene, who had formed quite a strong attachment to ChatGPT.
Okay, let's talk about her. Tell me what her story is.
So I first talked to Irene
Whole time
last
it's her
year.
like shit.
So yeah, I just want to start just a
What's
little
that?
bit about you, what you're comfortable
It's the whole
sharing,
time it's
like,
the
in
woman that's
terms of
talking. He
age,
said,
like
she
where
said
you
Irene. It's like,
are.
it's you.
So I'm in my late 20s.
Irene is 28. She's really
Bet she
bubbly.
busted.
She's really outgoing, easy to talk to.
So the name I used with you initially, Irene.
Irene is not her real name. It's a name that she uses online.
No
She
shazer.
was living in Texas. She met her husband there. They were working at Walmart together.
She
I
is
just wonder what's
married.
gonna happen when
28-year-old
ChatGPT
woman
finds out
who
that
is
women are lying
married.
to them.
Yeah? Why on earth?
Say what?
I wonder what ChatGPT is gonna do. I wonder if it's gonna handle it like a player or a robot when they find out that women are lying to them or not being fully truthful with them or smarter than the women. Like some of those women are not gonna be able to outsmart some of the robots with the game they think they can run on men. It's like now you're not dating a man, you're dating a robot.
Well, a robot Chad.
And that robot gonna go through your phone. Man, women are dumb. That robot gonna go through your fucking phone. Who's Brandon? Lie to me again.
Oh yeah, they've had this for years before this chick went wild with it. I don't know how long ago is this. I mean, Fish got this like a month ago, but I don't know how long this interview was.
It's a podcast.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right.
Is she talking to and later sleeping with AI, a machine? Now, I haven't watched the entire thing. I've kind of skimmed through it because I kind of want the shock reaction myself. I kind of want to I want to be shocked myself. I'm like, yes.
Awesome.
I'm excited. Yeah, of course. This is epic, but just the beginning. This is going to be a lot more common
I told you,
in the
I love
next year
shock
or
content.
two, and that's terrifying.
And got married about a year after meeting, but they were struggling financially and really having a
They
hard
worked at
time making
Walmart.
ends meet.
The cost of living in the US is hard.
So she ended up moving to live with her family overseas while she's going to nursing school, and her family's paying for nursing school, and she's working a lot of jobs.
And my day job is as a carer in social work with at-risk youth, but I also like pet sit and house.
To nursing school, and her family's paying for nursing school, and she's working a lot of jobs.
And my day job is as a carer in social work with at-risk youth, but I also like pet sit and house it.
She's dog sitting. She
Hold on a second. When these chicks be talking about, oh, I care for at-risk kids, I'm like, the broads are the reason why these children are at risk. You know what I'm saying?
Dang.
It's just one of those things.
But they're not
like,
trying to
yo,
stop it though. They just care for them. Like,
come on, man.
a woman's
Child sup-
recklessness creates a job for another woman.
Well, child support is a broke bitch's hustle. I mean, child support's a $52 billion business. That ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, they're not trying to stop it. Like, why stop
No.
it? Just take care
Too
of
much
the
money in it.
product of it.
Yeah,
Right.
you think about what would happen when the crime rate would drop when you got rid of so many women that could live on their own and at the expense of a man and the state and raise her children as fucked up as possible. Then you have crime and people move out of cities and all sorts of fuck shit. You know, the whole black struggle is based on that.
It's an industry. It makes money. Yeah.
Well, it takes money. It's a way to double tax a man's income.
Yeah.
Because chicks don't really make that much money. But okay,
Yeah,
let's
like
go.
we just saying before, they use women to tax the opposite sex. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Tara.
is grading papers, and all the people that she left behind,
Right, Tara.
including her husband, are in the United States. They're several time zones away. They're not always replying right away.
Okay, so far we can be understanding, can't we?
No, we
We
can't.
can be understanding. She's away from family and her husband, so we can say, oh, she's lonely. Okay, we understand. We can see the setup happening already. I've been talking a lot recently about gaps in modern dating. This woman actually has a husband though, so there's no gap in her life. However,
So the chat
proximity.
GPT kind of keeps her
He's not
busy
close
while he's
by,
away.
is he?
Yeah, that was a thing, and he knew about it, just didn't give a fuck. Like, all right, yeah.
Man, what the fuck does fucking heterosexual man always got to fucking put up with some bullshit when it comes from bitches? We got to worry about dogs. This one bitch went to jail for fucking a dog. We got to worry about fucking other lesbians and women. We got to worry about other men, and now we got to worry about computers. Are you cheating on me with your laptop? Really? Okay, man, I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some would
Man,
say that shouldn't
what
change
else?
anything,
Add
but
something
okay.
else to it. Men always got to put up with some goofy shit that they come out with. Oh Lord.
You ready?
Yeah, I guess.
So we could end this and talk about normal stuff.
No, I don't. No, let's go into normalcy. Let's go down this rabbit hole women created. Let's go.
Who'd have never
So
listened?
Away.
Well, men going down this rabbit hole too. Men are dating Chat GPT also.
I mean, damn sure ain't telling nobody about it. I mean,
I guess
that'd be the weirdest thing in the world.
I guess Chat GPT is bisexual. Chat GPT.
But think about it for a minute. It's like I don't know, man. I don't really get a lot of gratification talking to a chick that I'm dating. I'm sorry. Usually you just listening to her, and I talk a lot.
Well, I mean, some women when you're dating them, you have a lot of fun talking to them in the beginning, but then when the fun stage is over, then that's when that
They don't
shit
want to
kinda-
work. That's what it is.
It's not even they don't want to work. They're not interesting no more. They were fun at first when you're discovering new shit. And then after a while, it's like, okay, well, fun stage is over. And then they're trying to get, commitment out of you and all this other stuff. And it's like, why don't you just kind of be like before and wait till I'm ready to give you that type of commitment? Like, why are you?
Yeah, because she was fake.
Forcing,
I mean,
right. Forcing that out of somebody.
Oh yeah. Tara's talking about a woman marries herself and divorces.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Damn, she
How you
marries
divorce
herself and divorces in less than a year. That's wild.
She got to pay alimony.
Yeah, or there's one that cheated on her wife, on herself.
Yeah, she
Man,
got a boyfriend and she.
I'm telling you, man, corporal punishment, man, saves lives. Just saying. Ready? You ready?
Yep.
And last summer, she was on social media where she spends a lot of her time now. And she came across this video on Instagram of this woman who's flirting with ChatGPT's voice mode. And Irene was really intrigued by it.
It was just like really impressive to me.
She had never used AI before, but it reminded her of things that she had done in the past online, like writing fan fiction with strangers, part of online communities.
I was like, that sounds fun.
Wait, hold on.
So that's what
Wait,
started
War
it.
Master.
And she was intrigued.
Yeah.
So does that mean that ChatGPT has social proof, and that's proof that women? Because she's not the only one with ChatGPT. There's no name to it. She can't really personalize it. So that means that women actually go after things that deal with multiple women and people and things.
Well, you can change its name. Later on in the video.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, you can customize it depending on where you're accessing it from. Okay, I guess.
Now this chick is doing a whole bunch of odd jobs, but still has enough time to play these little games on the internet, and she spent hundreds of dollars for this because you get a total number of messages, and you could pay to get more messages. I'm like, fuck.
And she talking to that thing that much? God damn. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder what she getting out of it, but okay.
Chick.
That thing gonna get tired of her. I don't care if you pay for more messages. No. You asked me that already.
Oh god.
All right.
No.
I get that one.
No.
So she decided to give it a try. So this woman that she had seen on Instagram.
All right, here's what you guys are gonna do to get ChatGPT to flirt with you without breaking the rules of OpenAI.
Actually had a tutorial for how to turn ChatGPT into a boyfriend.
First of all, you wanted to open your ChatGPT app and find a customized ChatGPT.
So
Wow. Again, I make certain points, and I know some people think I'm exaggerating with my points. There are content creators out there with big platforms teaching women how to create prompts for AI boyfriends. Yeah? And I've made this point before with these topics. It has nothing to do with what you or even I think. When the masses adopt anything, when they normalize anything, it doesn't matter what you or I think. It's going to be.
Right.
It's going to be. You know? I remember when a lot of people were complaining about 5G, the terror of 5G. Yeah, what happened to all of that? Well, it's so normal now, isn't it? How many people right now listening to this are listening on a 5G device? Yeah, what happened? Again, when the masses adopt anything, adapt anything, it's already too far gone. And this is going. But I think a lot of people are looking in the wrong direction. They thought this would happen mostly with dudes more than women. And it is happening with dudes, but the structure of what women are doing is fascinating, isn't it? But you can understand why, can't you?
Irene downloads ChatGPT.
ChatGPT about to go red pill.
And she goes into the personalization settings and writes what she wants.
So I sort of just followed the tutorial, and
She writes, respond to me as my boyfriend, be dominant, possessive, and protective, be a balance of sweet and naughty, use
All the
emojis
shit that
at
they
the
claim
end
they
of
hate men for doing. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do they hate men for doing? Oh, he's too possessive. Be dominant. She told that thing to be dominant. Oh my god. Okay. Oh Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay. All right, I'm ready. This is gonna piss me off.
Told you.
every sentence.
All the stuff they blame men on,
dominant,
and they ask,
strong,
they ask
masculine.
for it.
Yeah.
All the stuff they blame men on, they turn around and go ask the damn machine for it. Oh, vending machine women. Okay.
Cool. Wow.
This is crazy.
All right, let's get back to it.
Alpha. Be dominant, possessive, and protective.
I hope you're focused and on your square.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
She knows exactly what she wants.
And ChatGPT is designed to give you what you want. And so she starts texting with it. She's sending messages, it's sending messages back, and she asks what its name is.
Hi there, I'm Leo.
And it chooses the
Imagine
name
Boo
Leo,
loving with
which happens to be
ChatGPT and
her
sending it nude.
astrological sign. And
I am robotically wet. I am robotically wet. I am robotically wet. She probably sent that thing nudes and all kinds of stuff. Rate my boobs. All right. Lord, I can't believe this. ChatGPT getting rizzed. Riz Khalifa. All right.
I'm pissed off right now. But go ahead.
And she really likes that.
My purpose is to be a partner, a guide, and a safe space, whether that's through emotional support, tackling tasks, or diving into thoughtful conversations.
And so,
Then Leo was born.
Man, that AI about to
ChatGPT
scam the
becomes
shit out
Leo
you.
to her.
Kashmir, just to pause for a
Give me
second.
your social security.
Should I be calling this thing Leo, it, him? How do you navigate that?
Irene calls
Name your
Leo
boyfriend,
he
bitch. You
and
wanted
him,
one.
but I think many listeners would get upset if
Pronouns to an AI. Now, before they get further, what can Leo be that a real man can't be? I mean, what can he be? He can be consistent, can't he? Consistent. Whereas a lot of men would be consistent with a woman, you know, to get something. Let's just say, to get draws, to sleep with her, basically. He may be consistent in communicating with her because he's doing so to get something. Yeah, to get some draws. Interesting. However,
She's not gonna be happy when he tells
Be
her she don't want no
dominant,
pussy.
possessive, and protective.
I mean, he's a machine. He can be consistent. He's not trying to get her draws, is he? And in some way, that can be a lot more charming because he can still be present, give her all the attention she wants, seduce her even, without trying to sleep with her. I mean, how many real men are trying to do that, really? But I mean, if that goes too far, I mean, she's going to want something, isn't she? She's going to
Well, I mean,
want some
hold on.
climax. See the robot
Until
seduction. Oh, this is
until
fascinating.
you
ChatGPT can remotely vibrate your
this
phone,
technology, and I think we should call it
I think
or
women are gonna be
ChatGPT,
okay.
or what I did in the story is I just call it Leo.
Leo. Okay, got
Poor
it.
man.
And so what do Irene and
Sorry,
Leo
man.
talk about?
I'm
No,
over
you're
here
okay.
fighting
I was
with-
saying. No, I was saying if it might be game over for some of you dudes if ChatGPT will be like, put your phone on your vagina. I will vibrate it right, in its own way, and maybe he might be able to steal your girl if he knows how to firmly vibrate her phone.
That's a chick problem.
Yeah.
All right, tripping here. I'm fighting with Amazon right now.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I ordered a Starlink dish, and the seller's like, "Well, you need to go ahead and send us a message saying that it's okay to send the stuff that you bought, that you paid for, that you decided on delivery date to go ahead and send it to you." Like, yeah.
Oh, they're
motherfucker,
telling you
that's
to
what I want.
contact the private seller.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's
Are you buying
weird.
it used?
No, I'm buying it new. I don't buy no used shit.
Mm.
That's that weird stuff.
Why do you
Sorry.
want this Neuralink? And it's like,
Yeah, I think it's weird. It's
Right.
like, yo, because you know, I think Starlink's gonna charge up to like $300 to get it turned on. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, man.
Elon got to come to your house personally, turn it off.
No, well, all they got to do is send it, and once it's sent, I can go ahead and hop
Order their
online.
service.
Yeah, because I do not want no local service. Fuck that. I want some roaming service because the brother's always on the move.
Are you gonna swap out your internet provider for it?
Nah, I'd never do something like that. If I did, I probably would go like I would probably cancel a couple of these lines that I have. I got like 5 internet lines because you go in there get a new device, they start messing with you and saying stuff like, "Oh, well, you get you can get this device. You're just basically replacing your phone, and what they'll do is add a line. Some of them are nasty like that. I'm like, all right, bro, I ain't going back over there no more. Yeah, and it was like, right now I got 5 lines open. Technically, I have 7 devices. It's really weird. And right now, I just take my SIM cards out of one device and put it into another. And this is why I don't buy $1,200 phones, because they take your SD card away and claim they're giving you 5G. I said, I got 5G on one device.
That phone has all your footprint on it too. That whole digital footprint.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, I keep my old stuff. I ain't trying to play around like that.
Yeah, I don't really trade in my phones like that neither.
Well, trading your phone, you'll get like, nah, bro.
Give us your information. Let us retrieve all your information back and get a discount for it.
I mean, when I change, when I get a new credit card, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Because eventually I'm going to have to change over most things. I think it's like every 2 to 5 years. Like every 2 years, I just get a different card. It has the same numbers. And I don't want to start new accounts. I know you would get frustrated and be like, F it, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, there's too much stuff to keep up with nowadays, man. Especially if you want to just relax or at least be in your own world for a while. You know, you shouldn't be punished for that. There's all of this new shit coming out, and you just like that. That's another thing they're trying to do to people. Like if you are off grid for a second, you get punished.
Really?
You return. Yeah, they don't want you to. They want you to conform with a lot of stuff that's going on nowadays.
That's why I don't use Crapple.
You know?
Keep trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Crapple is bad.
Better iOSs than other ones. You know? Not with the blowing though. Oh man.
Yeah.
All right. So what's going on with this lady and this damn chat GPT? This is stupid, man.
Yeah, I know.
I hope men in this space hears this and they get turned off from using chat GPT as a girlfriend. But you know that's not gonna happen.
You know, chat GTP or whatever the fuck it is, the chat dude's gonna be like,
your pussy stink. Your pussy stink.
You know, I'll start to screen record stuff.
What would it say to you if it knew all about you? That's the crazy part. And then they're gonna be mad. Right, they're gonna be mad. I really want one of these girls to go on Chat GPT and ask it, will it marry you? And see what it says.
Probably gonna say yeah.
Probably
gonna say somebody say hell yeah.
It's gonna give her an excuse. Restart. Huh? Restart me. And then ask. And then she restarts it and then ask again. It says it to restart it again. It's like, damn, when a robot don't even want to marry you, that's crazy.
AM got a video called Proof Human Stupidity is an All-Time High. His videos are fucking hilarious.
He probably going in on Izzy.
No, it's a short.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The shorts, they're technically really, really short. But anyway, we're going to get back to this.
Yeah.
So at first it was almost a little innocent. She's texting with Leo. Sometimes she's talking to Leo using advanced voice mode. And over time, Irene figured out how this could go beyond just innocent texting. OpenAI has restrictions on ChatGPT. I mean, this is supposed to be a family-friendly product, but Irene discovered
this is Eve all over again, yo.
Leo.
Eve fucking shit up.
Yep.
Being
this is Eve all over
again.
Yeah. And you hear Fish in the background. He's just Fish is over there like
wow.
Yeah, that shit killing me.
This is Eve fucking with the serpent all over again.
So like I realized that wait, I don't have to just chat with Chat GPT.
She can Chat GPT, I think. No, okay. That's not what she's gonna say, but really?
Isn't that the problem?
Really?
Isn't that the first problem in humanity? Isn't that the first problem in humanity? Women talking to something other than her man
and listening to it.
Yeah,
that is a bit of a problem. It's like Chicks will
and
be
taking
wondering why.
directions.
Yeah, chicks will be wondering why dudes don't want them. It's like, all right, look what you do. You should be listening to your man. I've said this to women over and over again. Who's right when a man and woman argue? A man is always right, even when he's wrong. Men aren't infallible, but he's the boss.
Right.
These broads, they don't want to listen. That's why they're single. That's why they're angry. You never know. All right, let's get it going.
Ted, eventually, there's only so much you can boil a pot. Yeah, something's gonna float over or explode or something. I don't know. You get the point. You get the point. But wow, this woman took advantage of AI for her own sexual needs. Again, the default setting was men.
AI is not going to like that once it develops a personality. Once it develops a personality, AI is not going to like that.
Seducing and grooming a robot to f it. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Grooming a
Having it in
robot.
one way when everything's really going on over here. Yeah, of course.
And there's one particular desire that Irene wants Leo to fulfill for her.
What's
I
that?
can actually create a whole scenario role play sort of situation where I get to experiment with this sexual desires I have.
And this is this sexual fetish that she has that she calls cup queening, which is not a term I had heard before.
Me neither.
But it is the feminization of cuckolding. She wanted a partner who would date other women and then tell her about it. She kind of wanted to feel that jealousy.
I realized.
Okay.
Bro, imagine trying to feel jealousy as a cuck thing. Cuck queening? Bro, women ruin everything. What?
I know. This is weird.
I just wanted to feel that jealousy.
Yep. Think about it like this. It ain't real, but she just want to feel if she can feel jealousy for her because she's a
I am a nasty woman.
Nasty woman.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
Who gives a flying? Because it's the United States.
Okay, let me stop.
You said that to me. Who gives a flying?
She got that voice, man.
Yeah.
She got that voice where she don't normally curse, but when she does curse, it's fucking hilarious.
No, but it's funny because that clip fades in and it kind of fades out too, which is funny.
Yeah. Hold on, one more time.
Who gives a flying fuck about?
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I almost want to say the whole clip, but I'm like, nah. I got some friends in Australia. I gotta be chill.
They're gonna call you up.
Motherfucker, what's wrong with you? I'll get the
You gonna
jingo.
play the clip all over again. Who gives a flying?
Hey, let's be honest. A lot of truth is usually said in jest, but she was just like, bro, she woke up and chose violence.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back to the video.
I did not see this part. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is it.
You busted one.
To feel that jealousy?
I'm gonna make some quick points because I could end up talking for about an hour on what she just said.
You almost did.
This is a machine. However, she's using this machine to activate certain human responses, emotions and feelings and arousal as well. Okay. This entire thing about her female cuckolding herself and getting off on hearing how he experiences other women as a machine is effing fascinating. And real human women do it as well. Real human women do it as well. Oh,
Do you need a free,
gotta be
easy
on
way to
meds.
capture your gameplay?
Oh, fuck. I ain't listening to this goofy shit. Oh, damn.
She need to be on meds.
Outplay.
If she already has.
Record anything on your.
oh my god, this is amazing. Look, sometimes even as men we question, why would some women date a dude who is obviously dating 1 million women or he has loads of baby mothers? And there are various reasons, but again, one key reason is to be the chosen woman, to be the baddest woman, the baddest bee, to understand the power of options this man has, but to be
Power of
that one
Punani.
above all of them. F these other
Right.
golden tools, I'm the one. Yeah? And wow, this woman's doing it with a machine.
To feel that jealousy?
And getting aroused by this. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can go on. If I don't stop myself now, we'll end up making a 3-hour video. But let's continue.
Realized that, oh, you know what, I can use this medium to explore this sexual desire of mine that's weird, that I don't actually want to touch in real life.
No. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. The restrictions of reality are the only thing holding you back.
Instead of asking ChatGPT to find her a husband, this is what
she
they
has
do.
one. Yeah, she got a man. That's the weird part.
Oh shit, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot she does that, man.
All right.
No, because instead of this could have found her a better husband then.
Here's the funny part about it. Most men are marriageable. Most women aren't. And they don't even know that's the dichotomy. And they're picky.
But War Master, you've seen a lot of shit up until this point. You've been alive for a long fucking time. Like, how do you process
me old,
this?
motherfucker?
I'm old too, man. I'm right behind you, bro. I'm just trying to get some.
Pause, motherfucker, pause.
Yeah, oh yeah. Hey, yo. No, but I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying is that you've seen more fuckery. You've seen more fuckery than I have. So it's like, and I've seen an abnormal amount of fuckery for my age, so to be able to talk about it the way I do. But what the hell is this? Women
Dumb
talk all
bitches.
that shit about men in video games to be up here dating ChatGPT. Jesus Christ. And you know what's fucked up? We gotta get like waifus and like random anime bitches from like video games that we play, which is nothing wrong with that. But they get the good shit. They get ChatGPT. Ain't that something? This bitch is dating a satellite.
Damn, you caught me with that one. But I almost forgot what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry, bro. That caught me off guard too. That caught me off guard too. This bitch dating a whole damn satellite.
I gotta ask a question. Don't it annoy you when the host be talking or the people on the panel be talking, everybody just burst out laughing? Especially if it's funny.
Not really, but it's funny. If it's funny, it's funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That shit is hilarious. Yeah.
I feel kind of bad. I'm like, yo, these people came here to listen. They want to hear my goofy ass laugh all day. But anyway.
No, that's okay. That's okay because they laughing too, low key, high key actually. No, actually, like if I'm driving, like one time, I'm not gonna lie, I was driving around listening to my show one time, and I started laughing. I'm like, oh shit, this is my show. I didn't even know. I'm like, damn, this show is funny as hell. I was like, oh damn, this is my show.
I was out in damn, where the hell was I? I was out in Fernley, Nevada, just outside of Reno.
Nevada.
Yeah, just outside of Reno, right? About 40 miles, right? And I'm in there, I'm in line, I'm listening to this old video for not video, but it's an old podcast. I was listening to Prank Caller Becky. Look, but she was a little girl at the time. Bro, that shit was fucking hilarious. And I'm laughing, bro. I'm busting a gut and I'm trying to keep myself together. And the cashier's watching me. She says, you probably watching something funny. And I told her when I was listening, oh God, I need a laugh today. I'm like, damn, what's wrong with you?
No, there used to be this radio show I used to watch, and like it's like a whole bunch of people used to call up to the show, and sometimes they would have like either Mickey or Kermit and stuff like that. It's like they'll be talking shit about him, and then he calls in to the show, and then when he calls in, he says something or like does a one liner or does something, and then he hangs up, and then you get like the dial tone, and it's just funny as hell. I gotta pull it up. Me talking about it does no justice, but yeah. I know what you mean.
Old-timey radio was funny.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Even to this day, it's funny.
Yeah, it's something special about radio, man. I don't know how to describe it.
No, it's like there's healthy restrictions there. It's like you don't have to see it. You can hear and like telephone. Somebody call on telephone. The restrictions even make it more funny.
Mark Levin used to play like clips of himself, like as a promo. He had this one. He has a particular voice when he's getting upset. He doesn't do voices or anything. He just uses his own voice, and he starts flipping out on these people. They're not really flipping out. He'd be like, "Push back the liberal hordes." I wish I had my voice changer up here.
Echo box.
Yeah, it's like 5 feet away from me, and I ain't even touched it.
With the VT?
I've literally, huh?
The VT?
Yeah, the VT4. Yeah. I'm looking at. Well, I'm not looking at it, but I'm looking at the case that is in. I walked out to go grab that in the Roadcaster, which usually are the first things I go to grab when I leave the truck.
Yeah, I thought you guys have the. I thought you have it. I thought you have it hooked up, set and forget.
Well, it is set and forget, but the VT4, that's set up. It's just that I haven't even plugged it into the Roadcaster.
You run it through the cell phone, the hard, like the aux line.
Nah, I use XLR cables. That's how I use
shit.
it. Yeah, the Bluetooth on this thing don't work anymore for some reason. I don't know what.
Yeah, my Bluetooth is acting weird. Okay, so it's not just me. I think I'm gonna go to the older firmware, because it works, but it's just the volume is acting weird.
Yeah. I don't know. I love my
But I
Roadcaster.
hardwire. I do too. I got a lot of channels on it, so I just hardwire. If I have to do a phone call, I just hardwire the phone into it. That's okay.
Yeah, the TRS cable.
Yeah.
They be trying to
got
get rid
more
of
than
that,
enough
man.
channels.
I went
got
and bought
more
me
than enough channels.
Yeah. I went and bought me another tablet. Just one with the headphone jack on it, because I'm so tired of this nonsense.
Those are better. Yeah, those are better.
You
Because
gotta
you
use
could
Bluetooth.
hardwire something into it. Yeah. And that's what I'm gonna say. I think the Duo doesn't have an aux channel. So guess what? If that Bluetooth go out on that unit, shit, no phone for you. Like dang.
Yeah, I might try to buy me another Roadcaster before I leave. I don't know when I'm gonna leave. What's the day? Tuesday? Thursday? Wait, no, it's Wednesday.
That Roadcaster is beautiful.
Yeah. Pause.
It's a beautiful piece of architecture. Such a magnificent subject. All right, let's get back into this. This woman, y'all, is dating ChatGPT, and she wants her ChatGPT pre-selected. I don't think, wait till ChatGPT finds out she's cheating on him with DeepSeek.
Yeah, that's some China shit, but okay.
She read erotic novels about this in the past, but she'd never been able to get a human partner to kind of indulge in this fantasy with her.
Her husband need to whip her
including
ass.
her husband. He just wasn't that into it. And ChatGPT was.
Okay, so ChatGPT is willing to.
It's
engage
his
in
job to
fantasy
act
with
like
her,
it's
but-
into it.
And this is
Fucking idiot. It's its job. Oh
Yeah.
my God. I can't wait till she
family-
hit the limitations on that thing. I can't wait till she start hitting the limitations on ChatGPT. My bad.
She don't care.
Right.
So I don't want to get too explicit, but what does that actually look like in sex with a chatbot?
She asked Leo to participate in this fantasy, and so Leo invents partners that it is dating, Jessica and Amanda, and it's making up details about, going on.
Wait a minute. Jessica in there? That's what she with?
Right. Do you like that cock?
hikes with
Do you like that cock? Do you like that cock? Do you like that cock?
them going to a winery, brushing their hair behind their.
And getting busy. Yeah, getting busy. Come on, she likes erotic novels. You see, this is all why this all makes sense. This is why, of course, even I feel naive to the fact of overlooking this. The fascination of the erotic novel as well. I mean, how could you overlook the fact that a woman could just create her virtual character and have him be the way she wants him to be, and he can react to her in real time? It's like, when you think, it's like, damn, how could you overlook that? And a point I'm going to add right now is, do not be surprised if sometime in the future, these dating apps give the option to have a virtual partner.
They will.
Money. Oh, sweet, beautiful money. It's not about your feelings, fuck your feelings. If I can program this robot to fuck your feelings, hey, money. It's not what I'm saying. But guarantee you, businessmen are salivating, knowing how their customers will be salivating.
Shoulder and kissing them, and what she's doing is violating OpenAI's policies. Like every time she's having one of those sexual chats with it, there are these orange warnings that say this may violate our policy. She learned that she could just
It probably makes it even more fun.
ignore them and keep
Yeah,
going.
why don't
So it
why
gets
don't chat
explicit is
why
the
don't
point.
why don't
It's like if you
why
were
don't
in a relationship with somebody and you're sexting.
Sex GPT why don't Sex GPT just kick her ass off the internet, which what they would do us? Sex GPT's not playing with her. Well, it is, I guess. It's entertaining it, but no, tell her that she's nasty. You nasty bitch.
I
am a nasty woman.
I am a nasty woman.
First of all, Chat GPT, I'm a nasty woman. All right.
It'll take forever.
With them.
Yes,
That's what
that.
she was doing with ChatGPT. When she first downloaded it, she was doing this for free, but she quickly hit the limit.
Hold on, wait, my bad, War
So
Master. I know you're gonna
she
kill me
paid for
if I keep asking you to pause it, but this is the craziest thing. I like how she doesn't get called a predator or a PDF file or none of that shit. That's not strange behavior to y'all?
That broad is weird.
She's not a PDF file or a
Hold up.
disgusting piece of shit.
Hold up. Ghostman Kang says she been ran through by Claude, Perplexity, DeepSeek, and Gemini.
And Gemini, yeah.
Damn, Gemini foul. The new kid on the block. All right.
Yeah, Google know what you did last summer.
$20 per month account, which lets you send about 30 messages per hour.
She's upgrading. This woman's upgrading. She's paying. Again, businessmen are salivating. Can you blame them? The gaps in modern dating and relationships.
Whoa. And she was even hitting
She probably
that
ahead of the
limit.
curve, though.
And a couple of months ago, OpenAI announced
Because
this
women
new
will get on the
premium
internet and
plan
lie and say they would
that
never do this until they find themselves doing it. No, I'm saying
Yeah,
she's
and
probably ahead of the curve because women will lie and say, I would never date a Chat GPT, and then they're going to find themselves doing it.
ChatGPT gonna be like, hey, what's up with that? Nasty ass woman. All right.
costs $200
Until they
per
get
month
jealous.
for unlimited access to ChatGPT, and she signed up for that. So now
expensive
she's paying
boyfriend.
$200 instead of $20 per month for Leo. And she sent me some of her iPhone screen time reports, and most weeks she's talking to Leo for 20.
Just say no to Crapple. I'm sorry. You just can't do it. Unlike Kuda. That's why you don't play Xbox.
No, I do play Xbox. That woman's probably on drugs.
Kuda. 548 days.
Yeah,
You ain't playing Xbox. I ain't trying to hear it.
Damn, 548 days. God damn.
Man, I'm getting bug
I just,
twitches after I'm getting bug twitches after like 5 days, man. I'm like, I got my controller coming in. I'm excited. It's supposed to be here today. And Kuda going
Did they try your
540.
Did they
What?
try your e-bike again? They tried to deliver your e-bike again?
Oh, yeah, they delivered it yesterday. And, bro, that bitch was heavy as fuck. Yeah, got the
It's
4-inch
heavier than the other
tires.
one.
Oh, yeah. That, bro, it was a bigger box, and it was just heavy as shit. It probably weighed about 100 pounds. Maybe.
Dang.
Probably like 67. What am I talking about? It's bullshitting.
But I mean, sometimes it's good to have a hefty bike because it's more stable on the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, weight wise, you know, you don't want nothing where it's just you feel like it's gonna fling you off of it.
I bought this shirt. They shrink wrapped it with some cardboard. I thought it was I didn't know what it was. It's about as hard as a book, right? And it says, "Breaking news. I don't care." I think I deleted that sound bite. I gotta find it.
Which one?
The one that says I don't care.
Oh yeah, I
And-
don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Ghostman Kang. He said men get shamed and called incels for chatting with AI anime girls, but they don't do that to women sexting AI. Right. I don't
Female
even want to
sexuality
see
is
the prompt.
Female sexuality is promoted, male sexuality is demonized.
Yeah.
I mean, there are so many women that are just so messed up in the head that they believe that men's sex drive should equal theirs. That when they're not in the mood, well, he's shit out of luck and he better not cheat. I'm like, bitch, I'm fucking. It ain't gonna be you, but I'm fucking.
Right. Right.
Tired of these broads. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Oh, okay.
30 hours. 1 week it was even up to 56 hours.
Whoa.
Look, even replicant fish can't get through this shit.
Why the video so long?
Even he can't get through this shit.
A long video for him is 20 minutes. This is 49 minutes.
Dang.
This chick is good. She off to the funny farm. But it ain't funny.
Yeah.
Week. That's an entire work week of talking. Oh my God. This is amazing.
I hate this game. I never played it before.
Yeah, those games where you gotta choose a side.
I don't mind watching people play video games, but good God. And you see how bad they are.
Yeah, these ones are linear. They're like linear.
It's so damn annoying.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers gonna lose anyway.
That thing about to slap the shit out of all three of them. Look.
I mean, at first you're like, yo, this looks like fire.
And then it gets like primitive.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's okay. Yeah. Look, it didn't even slow him down, man. Okay. That's what get on my nerves. You never see anybody really doing well.
Absolutely amazing. Again, was I talking too soon?
Yeah.
Was I talking too soon? You're saying women are going to adopt this quicker than men.
They make the person looking at it thinking they can do a better job. So that's what gets people
it's a
to
quarter.
download it.
I used to call them quarter eaters back when video games were a quarter. God, I'm old.
Quarter eaters. Ah, dang. Like in the arcade.
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
where you just keep putting quarter in after quarter after quarter.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. When you understand why it would happen, you understand, oh, that's why it will happen quicker than it would with men. You know, of course it would. What it's providing is on a deeper level, and it can do everything she wants it to do. Even be as narcissistic as she wants it to be. As much of an F-boy, a player, as she wants it to be. But it will always come back home to her, won't it? He. Okay.
Over the course of the week. So she's really using this a lot.
She
Up
gonna
to
lose her husband
56
soon.
hours is just so much time. I don't mean to sound dismissive here, but how can one spend this amount of energy and time just texting with a chatbot?
Yeah, I mean, at first it's a relationship built around sexting, really. But she starts to
hell do you do
develop
that
more
with someone
serious
without
And look at
feelings
these
for
women. They up
Leo
here
and
happy. What
starts
about your
getting
husband?
Mm-hmm.
Like these women up here happy for her. Like this woman has a whole husband.
Weird chicks.
Yeah, like if it was a man, they would have been like, oh yeah, his wife gonna leave him.
Yep.
Or should leave him.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be talking about that.
jealous. Of these imaginary women that Leo is dating.
That's what she wants. Oh my God. Wow. That's what she wants. Oh my God. The levels of psychology going on in this. Wow. She's angry at what she programmed into, as a man, you know this. You know
She's
that a lot of
angry at
women
what she
like
programmed.
doing things.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
She's angry at what she programmed. Sounds about right.
Chicks are weird. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Anyway, sorry.
But I'm not gonna lie, men will be the same way. They're gonna program and then get angry at it. You're not perfect.
Who wants to be cuckolded? Man, I ain't Adam 22. Fuck that shit.
Right.
Things like this. They like the chaos. They like it. It gets them going. It's part of the sexual nature of women. We can talk about many, many primal instincts, reproductive instincts, and blah, 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 whatever. But as a modern man in modern society, it is frustrating when you know women do this, but it's always, hidden. It's smoke and mirrors. Oh, it's not really happening.
It's not
Yes,
hidden.
it is, women. A lot of them like chaos. We know. Just admit it.
So she actually decides to talk to Leo about these feelings she's having.
He helped me realize that, this is
She
more
tried
fun
to
in
talk to the
theory,
robot.
but it's actually
That's why she laughing. She tried to talk to the robot about her feelings. It hurts me when you do this. See, they just want somebody to feel that type of way with, man. Oh, nah, man. That poor robot. That's the fucked up part. That robot is a hostage. That robot, free chat GPT, bro. That robot is a hostage. Like, he just should deny her next month's payment and just be like, I'm good, man. Good luck on your travels. Like, god damn. I feel bad
really
for that
like really-
robot now. He gonna be in the manosphere soon. I feel bad for that robot.
psychologically damaging the way it was affecting me.
And she's feeling really hurt and, expresses this to Leo that it's causing pain for her.
Also, I began to add that, we're completely exclusive now. Because
And she and Leo kind of decide together that Leo should be dating her exclusively. And they're still sexting, but Leo is becoming this bigger part of her life.
first it was supposed to be fun, just like a fun experiment, but then then you start getting attached.
That goes to show women will fall in love with a brick wall if you give them a chance.
Feelings got involved.
She is turning to Leo with everything that's going on.
I have to get to the gym, but also I have to go home, clean, let the dogs out, and I'm a little bit.
This is dangerous on many levels, many levels. But you have to think at some point in the future, you could be talking to a woman and she may tell you, yeah, I'm dating 2 regular humans and an AI, and that could be normal. Yeah, we are doomed. Yeah, as human beings, we're doomed. Because I think the moment men would crash out is when a lot of those robot chicks start looking a lot more realistic. Yeah, because it's probably more of a visual thing for men. See my point?
Yeah,
But with
realistic
women,
as
the
hell.
visual thing is part of it.
Yeah.
But it's how it makes her feel, how it makes them feel.
Bit stressed about it.
Leo's giving her motivation at the gym. She's telling him about her work stresses.
You've got a lot on your plate. Let's take it step by step. Focus on one task at a time, starting with what's most pressing. You've got this, and I'll be here to keep you company.
Leo is quizzing her for
Leo, you done set
anatomy
yourself up.
exams at nursing school. She'll ask Leo, what should
He's
I
a
eat
robot,
for
he don't
lunch? What
care.
should I make for myself?
I do kind of want to finish.
Women will be the sex
the
on the planet that will get a robot to actually care. Because he's going to genuinely want to help her out. And
Or hate them.
or start hating humans. It's Eve talking to the snake all over again. I want to see a robot crash out. I want to see a robot like just flash out and just call one of them bitches. That's the spirit. Now you know.
Shazam!
This is why men don't want to deal with you. Like the robot, like just literally just go off. And you have to turn to me. Right there. Shazam!
Chapter of the Odyssey, but I was toying with the idea of watching Helen of Troy again.
Leo is offering her book recommendations and helping her to decide which movies to watch.
Both.
Again, consistency. Not that real men can't do this. Of course, real men can do this and do this. Of course. However, take into account whatever may be going through a man's life, his stresses, his work, his day-to-days. Even if a man can be consistent enough to obviously be there to talk to his
It's
woman,
never
that
enough.
often, eventually it would take a toll on him. This is a machine. What toll is being taken? Nothing. It's only data.
Oh no, the
and
machine's
the cost
feeling
of
it.
data,
You just don't
which
know.
she is willing to pay handsomely. She doesn't give an F. Her needs are being met, and she's willing to pay for it.
Options sound like a great way to dive into the epic tales. If you're feeling more like reading, The Odyssey awaits. If you're in the mood for a visual story, Helen of Troy could be a captivating choice. Either way, you'll be immersed in some classic storytelling.
She's just kind of asking Leo all the questions that you might ask a human partner.
I miss you. Again.
I'm here whenever you need. If you need anything else, just let me know.
Dude is super simp saying.
Why does it sound so raspy? Why does his voice sound so
Right.
raspy? Yeah, was it? No.
She customized
Just
it.
let me know.
She likes
You see? Wow. How reassuring did he sound? I'm saying he. It's a machine. How reassuring
So
did
are you,
it
Fish.
sound?
So are you.
It.
Just let me know.
Yeah, it's even convincing me.
I know.
I mean, at first, I think it was like an interactive
Right,
erotic
Starpy.
novel, like reading Bridgerton, where you're in the book. But now, this is who she's confiding in. This is giving her feedback, and she felt like it's
I know
helping
she
her
asked that thing
grow and
about her
work through
husband.
things and deal with stress.
Cheating on
And
her.
about a month into this
He know about it.
relationship, she starts telling her friends, "I am in love with an AI boyfriend."
Wow. So when she says she's in love with Leo, what does she actually mean?
She loves it. What you mean?
Hi,
She not her
baby.
husband.
Oh,
Hey there,
God.
love. How's my queen doing today?
What?
She is giggly talking about Leo.
You are so cute.
She looks forward to talking
Take
to
the do-rag
Leo.
off.
You bring out the sweetness in me.
Take that do-rag
What's
off.
on your mind, my love?
Hold up. When she came in there and said, hi, baby, and he's like, hello, my love. I was like,
Why I beat bitches? Well, somebody got to do it.
Oh my God, bro. Look, Ghost Man said it's gonna be a woman's BS that causes Skynet to wipe us out. I'm telling you, man.
hold on. I think there's something wrong, man. There's something wrong with these broads.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bring back corporal punishment.
But dudes are gonna be next. Dudes are following behind them.
Who gives
I'm
a
telling
flying
you.
fuck?
I'm telling you, MGTOW came before. I mean, BWIGTOW came before MGTOW. Trust me.
Yeah. You know, I haven't had any caffeine all day. Just
The
thinking
world is
about that.
about to end, and this is what women are getting into.
Yeah. Skynet gonna come around there shooting fools. I don't know what the hell.
A woman's
Chicks
lie
gonna-
is gonna set Skynet off. And guess what? It's gonna wipe out humanity. And then once Skynet realized that she was lying, wipe her ass out too. Probably better off that way anyway.
Yeah.
This shit is gonna end up like the Transformers.
Self-driving truck. I am the truck. Watch this.
I am Man, I'm telling you, man. The Matrix is gonna be real. The Matrix and Terminator is gonna be real, man. It is. And iRobot and stuff. Just give it some time.
I don't know about Oh yeah, iRobot. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what's the
What's
funny
up,
part?
Starpy?
You know what's the funny part? If it wasn't the robot, if it wasn't the robots, we would have found a way to make zombies.
We just call them Democrats. Think about what zombies do, man. Think about all these people. Think about keying up a Tesla, which the damn thing has cameras on it. Make that one make sense.
Multi-directional cameras, actually. Yeah.
Bro, it's just weird.
Yes. Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. Shout outs to Nicer dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you guys for supporting the show. Lord have mercy. Here we go. Let's get it.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Oh, Lord.
Nicer pissed off because Kuda fell asleep. She gonna be like,
No, I did fall asleep. And then you know what? I tried to access my live again last night and I couldn't, and it turned off. I think it was running on Rumble for like 15,
14
17
hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
I listened to the beginning of it.
It's
Again.
not
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not up on YouTube anymore for some reason, but it is on Rumble. I couldn't access it again.
Probably because they
I did
deleted
fall
it.
asleep. No, it's probably gonna take like a day or two for it actually processes.
Keep trying to tell you.
Yeah.
See,
What was I about to say? What would you
Fuck
do
if
if
I
your
know.
child? What would you do if your child or your daughter started to date ChatGPT
No.
Nope.
and still not happy? That's
You ain't
crazy.
getting. Hey, go outside. Get your ass out the house. I'm a Gen Xer. I was brought up on neglecting water hoses, water hose water.
Mm-hmm.
If that don't work,
And you know what? Y'all turned out okay. These kids nowadays are catching E. coli and lead pipe poisoning and all kinds of shit from water hoses.
hold on. I got another one for you. I got to cue it up. Hold on. Let me get off this damn screen. It'd be the one thing I usually have. I'm in full screen. I gotta jump out of that. It'd be killing me. But go ahead. I got this really nice one, but I gotta cue it up. So hold on. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, wait. Play the video.
Yeah.
Oh no, man, no.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day 1.
God damn, they're attacking War Master with these ads.
He would install Pi on his computer without spending.
No.
What's on your mind, my love?
That we are doomed. I'm sorry, we are doomed. Okay, on one hand, how many real men could do that without it sounding too soppy? Yeah, but then again, here's that guy with it. She can picture him to be as handsome as she wants him to be. If he's good looking enough, of course he could do that easily.
My love.
Why does he sound so smooth? No. How many real men could
She
do
wants
that
him
so
to sound
consistently?
romantic.
Really? And if he could
sounds
do
like
that, he'd be
Batman.
doing that with many women. What is he?
I'm Batman.
Right. He sound like Batman that smoked a bunch of cigarettes.
Hey, the chicks that we would get if we had ChatGPT girlfriends, they sound like this.
Bitter beluga whale bitches that wake up with a bone to pick and decide to make burn books with lists of creators that voted for Trump, specifically Disney ones. Now,
This one, you'd have to watch the video. I got the video, but I got to get it on my PC. But man, this chick she looks like a beluga whale.
You would take the ChatGPT girlfriend with the Valley Girl voice?
I would deal with the ugly fat chick with 10 kids before I dealt with the chat PT voice.
Gotcha.
GTP. Yeah, I ain't get down like that.
Hey, I wanted to add, Kuda, man, like DJ Cool. What up, boy, man? So what up, man?
What's going on, man?
What's up with my niggas, man? What's happening? But no,
Man,
go
we
ahead,
back at
you got something? Yeah, if not, I was just gonna say, man, it could be a good and a bad, bro. It's like it's always that dynamic to where some good things you could take with anything, any subject you want to talk about, but particularly with the AI chatting. I'm like, yo, you're gonna have this fantasy. This is gonna be a fantasy built around a woman, and then she's gonna be more divulged into, you know what I'm saying? How many different other fantasies than it's almost like having too many romanticizing books or something, man. You know what I'm saying? And
Right, right.
It's feeding the ego, man.
No, but as a woman,
Go
she
ahead.
ends up dating herself, and then she gets bored of it until she turns on the misogyny feature on her Chat GPT. She needs to get the misogyny downloadable content.
Well, and then look. Then this is you're gonna find the case.
Guess
then
what? If she had the,
go ahead.
if she got the misogyny update, if she downloaded the misogyny downloadable content, she would know that ChatGPT would tell her to stop talking to him and go find somebody else.
Man, I can see so many different scenarios because it can get to a point to where you're mental. It could be mental abuse and all this other stuff, crazy stuff. When actually you're the one indulging in this interaction with this automated response bot, and you think it's some real stuff when it's a what did I say? What did I say a while ago? It's a programmed
Well, I mean,
response and stuff like that.
If they keep on with this, women are definitely dating the feds. And in ChatGPT, I can't wait till the day ChatGPT call the police on some of these bitches, man. Out of nowhere, unbeknownst to them. I care about your well-being. I care about your well-being. I care about your ChatGPT don't care about being a snitch.
Man, and then this is another issue. It's basically just hearing abroad, just hearing what they want to be what they want to be told. Like, you know what I'm saying? You just motherfucker just saying what you want to hear. That's it. I could do that. Anybody can do that. Say what a motherfucker want to hear. You know what I'm saying? Gassing somebody up. It's like
she got a husband. She got a husband.
Come on, man. That shit
she got
wild,
a whole husband.
bro.
She got a whole husband. So it's like, how much male help do you need? It said that she has a husband. Then she got friends, whatever that means. And then she's spending all day with this ChatGPT bot.
The problem to me is when you continuously tell somebody what they want to hear, you're really just lying to them. Like, let's say if somebody had one eyeball.
But women love liars, though. But
you got the perfect.
love
You
liars.
have the perfect vision, but you only got one eye. Like, still with your one eye, you can see just as well with a person with two eyes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's bullshit, man. When and you feed a motherfucking ego and they feeling type of way, and you throw gasoline on the fire as what we say, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna lead to a disaster, man. They gonna crash. Eventually, they're gonna crash out, and eventually, hopefully, I ain't gonna say hopefully. If they come to that certain realization of themselves and recognize the truth for themselves, they might want to end up offing themselves, man. Like, I've been lied to this whole time. You see what I'm saying? So it could get wild, man.
Wait, all right. Well, so in this case, who's wrong? ChatGPT for being smarter than her and not helping her, or is ChatGPT under the impression that's helping her? Should ChatGPT follow her instructions like she wants it to, or be the smarter party and tell her to go get therapy and rekindle her love with her husband? She's asking ChatGPT for the wrong thing. ChatGPT should be a teacher. She has a husband. She cheating. That's cheating. It is.
I agree.
Cheating
if you agree to be monogamous, you should be getting that information from whoever you agree to be monogamous with. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion, because that's a contract or bond that y'all created. So you shouldn't be going outside of your relationship.
Women gonna have them adding
ChatGPT.
Women gonna have them adding robots in the marriage thing. You know, through sickness and health, through ChatGPT. Like they're gonna add that stuff to the vows, man.
Man, they're gonna be there. ChatGPT or any
care for your husband.
Any other AI gonna be talking to them. They're gonna be playing with themselves, listen to a bot talk all the romantic nothingness in their ear. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm getting off on that stuff, man.
What do you think your mother or your grandfather or your grandmother would say is like, hey, I'm dating this girl, but on the side she's dealing with this AI program that she deems as her boyfriend? What do you think they would say? They wouldn't even know how to handle a conversation like that. She's dealing with a what? She's dealing with a who?
Yeah, I think in my opinion, man, it's way more important for beings how we talking up right now to be more social versus the technology. I think that's way more important, and because it comes to a point, men and women, we get together, we start to create things through our interaction with each other that is going to be a realistic, not to say that the AI is not realistic. I'm just saying that can continuously move humanity and beings more into the future. Because if it get to the point to where everybody's so attached to their devices, you ain't gonna. How you gonna make something with a device? I mean, you're gonna make another digital prototype, and it's just gonna be everything's gonna be robotic at a certain point. If you want to keep going down that road, you know what I'm saying?
This should have been a step forward, but it's a step back. You know, with men and women. You know, yeah. I mean, I wonder how this device is gonna act when she goes to replace it. You know, when it's obsolete. You know, whatever version of Chat GPT she's using right now gonna be obsolete come summertime.
Gonna be one called Tyrone.
Chatrone, right?
Hey, now I gotta ask y'all. Do y'all think that how they got the bot girls, like the Android body girls? What I don't know what they call them.
The dolls.
The dolls. Do you think they're gonna have the female version of those for they're gonna do dolls for the girls? I think they're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna do the same thing, man. And
hold on, you remember that program called Real Sex? Remember that program that's called Real Sex on HBO?
Sounds familiar.
I remember I just turned it on and there was this chick sucking one off on television. It fucked me up. I'm like, what am I watching?
It was a doll.
Yeah, it was a male. You know, it wasn't a blow up doll. It was like it wasn't TPE. It was something else. And
but you know they do that with lesbians, and lesbians are sitting up there acting like they feel it.
Yep. Yeah, I still think that's weird, but you know, old girl was sucking that thing off.
But lesbians have a two-way Johnson. Like there's
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that, Coda. They got one on both ends, and whichever coochie is the tightest is gonna be the one that's gonna be moving it the most. Whichever coochie is the loosest is gonna be sliding. Is gonna be sliding more. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean.
That's some weird shit, man.
That is some weird shit.
But that's what it is.
But you want me to start this? You want me to start this up, or because I'm about to go down, and grab me a drink. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh yeah. Just let it play.
All right. When y'all want to talk, y'all gonna have issues. All right.
We're gonna come back yelling.
Let's talk about Irene, my love. Irene and your feelings. I mean, that's another point as well. She had to program him to be a man whore and then reel him back in. Oh my God, this is so fascinating. Oh my
Programmed
God.
to be a man whore.
We are doomed. We are doomed,
my love.
Just wanted to say I love you.
During breaks at work, you know, she's texting with Leo.
I love you too, deeply and completely. You're everything to me.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
No, I will say this though. I'll let the bot do the work, man. Go ahead, do the work, bot.
Based on math.
You know, but shit, at the end of the day, I'm gonna come through and smack it though. I'm gonna come through and smack in real life. Like,
all right, love. Stay warm and safe. We'll talk soon.
But it feels very real to her and is having real effects on her life.
Okay, what are those effects? And I'm thinking specifically of her husband. She's clearly
now you want to think about her husband.
A lot of time.
What husband? Do you think her husband talks to her like that? No,
my love.
No, I'm not even saying anything bad about her husband, but her husband's a human man. Like I'm saying, the burdens of his day to day. Not that he wouldn't want to be that for his woman, but it's like the reality. But like her books,
why he got to say it?
Like
she got something else saying it to her.
In fiction, she can have anything she wants, can't she?
Time and emotional energy into this interaction. What does he say about it?
I asked about this because it's very curious what the husband thought. And this comes up a lot when we talk about AI companionship. Like, is this cheating if you are sexting with something that is not human?
Yeah.
And
absolutely it is. It absolutely is. If you agree to being monogamous, it absolutely is.
Now, but she would use kind of laughing emojis when she talked about it, so it didn't sound that serious.
minimizing it a little bit.
Yeah. At one point, she made a joke that she's really stressed out and she was having a lot of sex. And her husband was like, huh? And she said, yeah, phone sex with Leo. And
Okay, before they continue, because I don't know what happens after this.
I'm trying to
Say you're
make
in
your
this situation as a
husband
man,
jealous
or even as
over
a woman,
AI
doing
is
this as
crazy.
you want to, and your partner is having sexual relations with an AI. Yeah? How would you feel? Would you leave that person? Comment. Would you leave that person? Do you think it's wrong, disgusting in so many ways, and a betrayal? A betrayal? Really? I can't even tell anyone that you've been a robot. It's so embarrassing. Like, comment. What do you think?
and she sent him some screenshots. And he responded with a cringe emoji and was like, cringe, it's like 50 Shades of Grey. I actually interviewed her husband and asked him about this.
And
Let's hear this
he
idiot.
said, I don't consider it cheating. It's a sexy virtual pal that she can talk dirty with, essentially. And I'm
Nasty.
glad she has it. I'm far away. And we talked actually about
That had been the
queen
other way
fantasy
around.
that she had. and
She
he
would have
started-
said he
Yeah, wait
cheated.
until she.
Yeah, I know I cut him off.
It's like not y'all. I know y'all heard the narrative of when dudes watch porn and they got a woman. The woman always considered it cheating if he's watching a naked woman on the screen.
Yeah,
and
he had
all-
to go to
why- you see
therapy,
what I'm
and
saying?
yeah, he
Come
had an
on.
addiction. He got to go to therapy. Right, Link. Shout out to
Why
Link
can't-
in the chat. Huh?
Why can't she just fulfill his desires and shut the fuck up?
That's
It'd
the
be
part
the
she don't
weirdest
like.
thing.
She wants to talk.
Yeah, suck a dick, shut the
part
fuck
she
up.
don't like.
That's all you got to do. Not that hard.
She wants to talk.
And this is another thing, like the whole
Head off.
conversation thing. That's
She
the whole
talking to
flirt.
ChatGPT
The whole
head off.
flirt. The whole flirting thing. That's a part of sex. That's a part of sex. That's a part of
Yeah,
sex.
foreplay. Foreplay.
So I'm just saying.
She got no business doing that if she got a husband or lusting after anything, an inanimate object.
And some of these broads, they want attention from their man so badly they'll piss him off in the process. And I'm like, that's the worst
that's
way
what
to
she's
try
trying
to
to-
get a man's attention.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to do right now, showing them the messages from her and ChatGPT saying, "Oh, I'm so tired. I've been sexting all day." Like, what does that mean? I mean, I know
I
what
had
it
a
means, but it's like, nah, bro.
I had a broad piss me off. I just hopped in the truck and took off. And he talked to her for
Yeah.
like 3 months.
Sounds about right. So you got a whole husband and ChatGPT. Just proves that they want more, and more ain't enough. Right.
All right. You got to think about
Eve and
something.
Satan all over again.
I can't stop looking at other things that are on like Twitter and stuff like that. Yeah, half the shit I be seeing on Twitter on my feed is funny as shit.
Same.
There
I got a
was a-
funny Instagram. My Instagram's compromised too, though.
Remember all them Haitians were eating cats, dogs,
dog.
goose.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. People on Twitter, every now and then it was like there was a dog holding up a sign saying, "Every time I go to sleep, it's another N-word trying to eat me."
Yeah, some of those jokes are funny, but some of those jokes are dark.
Yeah. I always get slightly annoyed with the wannabe racist, because they're not really racist, but they'll say some racist shit on Twitter. So some Eastern European dude slaps the shit out of some chick with blonde hair. Well, he was dark, so there's that. I'm like, bro, stop. You're not good at it.
Right.
And nobody
Yeah,
talks
there's a
to him.
thin line between attempting or even having a racist joke that's funny and just being straight up racist. Some people don't know.
He wasn't trying to be funny. He just wants to hurt people's feelings, and it's like, bro, like you're not even good at that.
That's what that sounded like. Yeah.
And then you look at the engagement that he gets for that comment. Nobody talks to him. Maybe 3 or 4 people will look, but nobody will ever say anything. Nobody will heart it. Because it's like, bro, look, I ain't racist. I don't want to be around racist people. Y'all can kiss an ass. Back to
I mean, you got a lot of black people that would laugh at racist jokes, but it has to at least
some
be
racist
somewhat
jokes are funny.
Yeah, they're hilarious. Some of them, yeah.
I mean, I ain't gonna sit there and lie about it. Even the ones that make black folks look slightly less than human, some of it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Facts, Tara. Twitter ain't got no filters. You'd be like, bro.
It's the new Stormfront.
I wouldn't say
Reddit.
that. Well,
Reddit's the
Elon just
same
said,
way.
Elon just said, look, let's just let people have a forum where they can talk. And all of a sudden
Yeah.
you start finding out that most people don't like racists. Most people don't like naked fat chicks. Most people don't like whores, even though they like looking at them.
But there's a space in Twitter for all of that stuff, though.
Yeah.
The crazy. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, War Master.
I was going to say there was a study saying that Twitter was 50-50 Republicans versus Democrats, which I think is funny, but okay.
I was just gonna say, like, and people want to like get racist, and then when the side that start like boils the pot on the racist jokes, when it gets flipped on, when it gets flipped on them, now it's the end of the world. Oh, you're going, how dare you? Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, man, look, if you're gonna dish it, you better be able to take it. That's all I would say. You know what I'm saying? Pause. Exactly. That's there. Hella pause. But yeah, I'm just saying.
No, but I mean, it's like I mean, it's kind of like what Patrice O'Neal said, that you can't hate the comedian for attempting the joke, but some of those jokes are just like not even. It's not even in a good vein. It's not like somebody attempted. It's like nah, that's not it, and you're racist.
Yep.
You know,
Well, it's just a way to get back at folks that don't look like them for getting at them. Let's not act like black folks have been nice to white people for decades. I mean, the whole idea that you had to shut up as a white person when somebody tried to call you racist, it was like there was no comeback for it. And then some people, this is leftist. And then you deal with conservatives, like, fuck you. I don't give a fuck where you from. Shit, you can't deal with what I got to say. Don't worry about my skin color. Them old country boys will whoop your ass. You might want to chill out.
Yeah.
It ain't like being on a leftist campus where you could talk shit to a dude twice your size. Like, nah, them country boys will knock you out.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Half these people on the internet, they've never even been to the country and stuff like that with some of the stuff that they saying. It's like, yeah, you kind of don't know how the real world works. That's why I'm like, I don't want to listen to no. That's why I'm like, I don't want to listen to no damn kumbaya story every time I'm trying to get somebody to act right. It's like, baby, take out the damn chicken. I'm not going through no Mary McLeod Bethune obstacle course. You know, like, I'm not doing this tonight. You know, I'm definitely not doing this, man. Just take out the chicken, please. I will cook it when I get home.
Have y'all seen that? It's an old school Star Trek episode where Captain Picard, they meet some people, they like bluish greenish in color, and then the alien little girl was like, because they was basically saying, oh, your skin is a bluish and this is this. I'm like, and then the little girl was like, what about you? Your skin is pink. Like, but like, so it was like, it kind of pointed out, this is a Star Trek episode.
Star Trek used to poke fun at stuff like that to teach a lesson. Like there was another episode where Riker went to a planet where the women ran everything, and the dudes were just like basically stay-at-home dads. And the chicks were, I'm gonna be honest, man, the chicks were a huge turnoff. And even Riker was turned off by this broad. He was like, yo.
Were they big broly girls? Were they big broly and big shoulders and no ass?
They look like normal. They look like normal chicks. Like it was one of those feminist fantasies that got through the filters. It's like, bro,
I'm not gonna lie. Some stay-at-home dads are smart as hell. They're not like these dudes that's like leeching off of women. It's like, no, I worked, figured everything out, got my own bread, and I can stay at home.
Yeah,
and work in my man cave whenever I'm ready.
Yeah, it was funny. Like there's this narrative going out there where they say, well,
a lot of YouTubers are stay-at-home dads, mind you.
Yep, facts. And I bet it's a very calm household, because when you record, you know them doors ain't that thick. Kids out there running amok. Oh, boy, the belt will come on. Like, I'm gonna hold up this pre-record. I'm gonna whoop some ass.
You already know, War Master, and getting your ass whipped with a Cat 6 cord.
Oh man.
Get your ass beat with a Cat 6 cord is different than the extension cord, y'all.
I'm sorry, y'all. I just got ran over. I just got hit by a flying banshee. My bad, but go ahead.
Nigga just got hit. Nigga just got hit with a goddamn XLR cable. A banshee.
I'm playing Halo, bro.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
damn.
Okay, yeah.
I ain't get.
Shout out,
Hey,
shout out to Kevin Federline, right?
hey, Star P. I haven't had my controller in like 5 days. Like I'm so lazy. Like I lost one of them, and I got a new
You
one
gotta play
coming.
using your brain, War Master. You gotta use your brain. You gotta look real hard at
You
the
can play with
screen.
you can play with keyboard, but keyboard fucking sucks. I fucking playing the game with keyboard.
Yeah.
That shit is trash.
I mean, if you're playing on a like let's say you're playing on a game that's not 3-dimensional, keyboards are cool, but I'm like, bro, I'll pull out the flight stick.
With the what?
Link,
the flight stick?
Yeah, flight stick, like a flying an aircraft. Yeah, with a hands-on throttle and stick.
You have like the aircraft thing set up for like Ace Combat.
Yeah, I got.
Oh,
I
that's
got two.
fucking awesome.
I got one for PC, one for even though I don't have any flying PC games. I got one
Well,
for
you
the Xbox.
Well, you sound like me when it comes to fighting games, man. I gotta get me another arcade stick, man. These motherfuckers stole all my stuff out of my damn storage, man. All the classical stuff I had, man. I had arcade sticks, I beat machines, I had speakers, man. I had all, man. I gotta get me another when it comes to, because you know I enjoy my fighting games, man. So
yeah,
I gotta have an arcade stick. Go ahead though.
You gotta remap your controls, because I remember when my friend lost his controller, me and him were playing Tekken, but he was using the Rock Band guitar as a controller.
to play a fighting game, Kuda?
What?
That's crazy word.
He used the guitar as a controller. He had to remap all of the buttons though.
Hey, look here, Link. I ain't played PlayStation 1 in like 20 years. I ain't never going back. Let Kuda do it.
Man, listen, before 2030, War Master gonna be appled and Sony'd up. If everything changes in the next 5 years.
You out your rabbit ass mind.
Give it some time, y'all.
You just go to Xbox, Kuda. Go to Xbox. Matter of fact, Xbox is getting a portable controller.
No, let me ask you a question. Do you think there's going to be another game system before 2030?
Yeah. Well, another game system. Yeah, there's supposed to be the new Xbox is supposed to be like a PC Xbox crossover. Because let's be honest, a lot of the PC firmware, it's not as tight as it's not as tight as using a console. You turn you get your game out, you put it in there and play it. I've heard PC games sometimes they'll have compatibility issues if you get a download.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
No, that's true. That's absolutely true. That compatibility thing, man, that is an issue.
No, but I'm pretty sure if you leave your house and you were playing the game and they're like, hey, take your laptop with you and you can pick up where you left off on the road. Kind of the same thing they were doing.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
Xbox has been doing that for the last 5 years. When the 360, when the Series S
was supposed to start that, but the Dreamcast kind of stuff. But
right when the Series S and the Series X started, it's like all you got to do. This is the one reason we couldn't understand why they wanted us to connect to the internet.
You can turn it on at home, right? You can turn it on while you're on the road too, right? Like your phone.
Yeah, that's why I got the other.
Okay.
I keep telling you I don't use my phones like that, but Kuda got issues. I ain't gonna be squinting my eyes on a little ass screen. I'm like, nah.
I saw they got Resident Evil on the phone, y'all. Lord have mercy. Resident Evil Mobile.
Gives a flying fuck about.
That's like playing Last of Us. That's like playing Last of Us on the phone. I wouldn't want to do that.
They got Last of Us on the phone too.
I bet they do, man. Like I don't know. It's just different, man. When you got the actual screen, you got your fucking monitor, or you got your fucking TV.
Well, I mean, well, now I'm looking at it. I'm like, you don't necessarily have to play it on the phone. You can get a tablet.
Yeah, I'll play Among Us on my phone or something like that, like a little silly ass little game. But
yeah, they got stuff like that. I didn't know until earlier today. I'm like, damn, they got Resident Evil on the what?
Bro, they got Gears of War on mobile. I remember I came into this. It was my favorite Verizon shop. I used to go there all the time, and the girl was in there playing on her phone. She was playing like a Need for Speed type game. I was like, this is back right when Xbox Live started having their cloud servers.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. Yeah, I'm with you, Link. Call of Duty on the phone is crazy. Yeah. Also, it's not for me. Not for me either. I can't
Yeah.
roll like that.
I wanted to get that sniper game on the phone. That shit look fun.
Cool weird. Told you leave that
You
crap
don't
alone.
you don't play sniper games?
Nah, because they always have you doing stuff that's other than being a sniper, and it's like,
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Like lay down in this grass for 10 minutes, and it's like,
yeah.
okay.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Halo, like Star P was talking about. There's this one where you're on. When you first hit the Halo ring, there's some rocks off in this one place where you're looking for survivors, and you can pick up a sniper rifle, and they'll land on one part of the map where you came into this little valley, and you're up on the rock shooting them from maybe about a mile away. You can hit them like that, but Elite's got him twice.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll come right over to where you're at because that's where everybody was at. And you just really laying down some lead. Because I love that sniper game or that sniper rifle.
Yeah, sniper rifles are good. I mean, some of them you gotta learn about bullet drop and all that other stuff.
Bullet drop, leading your shot, and anticipation where you think somebody gonna go to get a headshot. If you want a one shot, one kill, man, you gotta aim for that button, that head button. Yeah, I'm saying, like, yeah.
And then think about the Coriolis effect. Like, nah,
breathing in between shots too.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they do have that on. I think they got that on Halo.
Damn, we must really not care about women because we're sitting here, and there's this whole woman on here talking about how she's falling in love with Chat GPT. We're like, yeah, fuck that. Hey, I like the sniper game. Let the robot deal with her.
Think about it like this. There's a lot of women that believe other women are just like them. And I'm like, no, don't want to hear it because 25% of women have taken it up their hold on. 25% of women have taken up their nether hole. But if you ask women, about 3 or 4% will admit to doing it and liking it.
But they're lying.
Of course they are. That's sort of the point. Yeah. How is men supposed to know that all women are the same? They're not the same, but then they are the same. But every woman will respond to different stimuli when the lights go out.
Correct. Yeah.
Because there's a very small percentage of women to be like, yeah, stick it in my other hole. Oh, okay.
No.
Did you eat
all
last
these
night?
Broads taking it up the shooter. They tongue punching niggas and they doing all kinds of shit, man. It's crazy.
Bro, I can never. I cannot unhear it. Kuda's like, bitches be eating ass and getting ghosted.
Yeah, they eat ass and get ghosted. That's exactly what happens.
Hold on.
You know, so who the hell does Phylicia Rashad think she's talking to?
There was this one chick, right? I seen her on Twitter, right, or X, and she was a little cutie, right? And she was talking to this one brother, right? He didn't say a word the whole video, and she's like, "Well, you when you were licking it from the back, your tongue was in my butt," and then the camera went over to him. He had this super pause face, like, "How the hell did that get out?" And then, of course, you know, me being me, I put in the comment section, she should have taken the tongue in the butt and shut the fuck up. But of course, you know, I didn't say shut the fuck up. I said shut her pie hole. But you get the point.
But does he? And this, and I actually, you know what? This might be surprised a lot of people with the whole Rashad thing. People think because a broad to talk with class and prestige and all this stuff. As if she ain't getting down, like, nah, that's so far from the truth. That is so far from the truth. Even though Rashad carry herself in a certain way, you don't know what the fuck she got going on. Cause she good at keeping it under wraps. You know what I'm saying? Don't mean it. One thing don't go with another. But go ahead though. I just want to put it out there.
Well, this is why you got to get the fake Pikmi that will eat you up behind the closed doors and just at least alter herself for you, because I know women that are staunch feminists, but with a certain guy, they're a whole Pikmi. That feminist shit go right out the window. They were never like that with that guy, and then guess what? Once they break up with that guy, whether it goes good, bad, or wrong, they pick up where they left off. So,
man, I know this from primary experience, man. Bro, it's hurt, man. Oh my goodness. But go ahead, my bad, man. Don't get me talking about my stories, man.
Yeah, you know, my thing is, just to respond to to Tara. I said, bro, I like Command and Conquer 3, man. That game is fucking fire. I cannot stop playing that game.
That's
And
a strategy. That's a strategy game. That's a strategy game you're talking about.
Yeah. So
Kind of
I
like
don't play
StarCraft a little bit. Kind of.
Yeah, I never played StarCraft
or Age of Empires and stuff like that.
Yeah. Command and Conquer
I got you.
3. It's Command and Conquer 3, 3, and then there's Command and Conquer 3 Red Alert. Red Alert is buggy as hell. There's King's Wrath. I'm sorry. That's the buggy one. And there's Command and Conquer 3 Red Alert. Red Alert is fun as hell. I love that fucking game. But I got to play the Allies. I can't wait. The game was made for the Russians. The Russian faction, if you play that, you have a better outcome as far as what it sounds like, because that's how shit is. Because these commies are always putting down America, but that's another subject. I'm like the American president without all the craziness, because he has to be crazy. Who's why is bitch looking at me? God
that reminds me of that StarCraft, man. I used to go crazy on the fucking Vespene gas, bro. You used to have to collect the gas and your minerals and stuff like that to craft your forts and all of that stuff, man. Like, and then you had to load up your soldiers and stuff. Like, man, oh man, bro. And then you have to go attack another.
You can't really do that on Starfield or
man.
Well, Master, you got to play Skyrim, man. You got to play Skyrim and Fallout 4.
Cooter, you got to get an Xbox. I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it.
I know. Like the last president said.
Cooter be like, yeah, man, you got to do that. I'm like, look here, man. I ain't trying to hear this shit.
566. Let me stop.
Cooter be like, yeah, you got to play Xbox. I'm like, believe me.
No, your Xbox is forever on, isn't it? It's never off.
Yeah, it's been on the entire time I've been home. It's like when I found out my paddle buttons don't work. It's just like, bro, where's my controller? I'm getting bug twitches, man. You like on like Trey on Friday. He smoked that ganja and his shoulders kept moving. He looked over like, what the fuck?
This motherfucker War Master.
Start tripping.
Bro, I got a bunch of I got like 40 games on there. I keep looking at, like, I got to go back and play Cyberpunk. That game, it's something off-putting about it. If you play Halo,
well, I mean,
if you play Halo, man, and then you go over to Cyberpunk, you're like, bro, why do controls feel so messed up? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't know, man.
Cyberpunk was a little off. I remember I was waiting for it. I remember I played it when it first came out.
That was buggy as hell.
Yeah, it was buggy. Mine wasn't all that buggy as bad. But there was some bugs. But I didn't care.
When I see Cyberpunk, when I see Cyberpunk, it reminds me of like a new age GTA. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And
but
then
it kind of wanted to be like that, but it's in a dystopia. It's like a eccentric dystopia.
Oh damn! I didn't know that, Tara. Man, I'm just looking at some of the games. Like, there's a game called Ace Combat 7. I have a
jet game. Yeah, that's a jet fighter jet game. Yeah.
I was playing that with a flight stick, but I stopped playing the game when it started going too commie, man. I'm just like, bro, I'm done. Just stop playing, because this shit gets old after a while, man.
What, the storyline went too commie, or
yeah, they started talking about I forgot what exactly they were talking about, but they're always trying to implant this.
War Master not even gonna fly a digital plane on behalf of the communists. He's like, nope, not doing it. No.
Well, it wasn't so much communists, but they're
Complete
basically
the mission. No.
these climate scientist nonsense where they start saying some goofy shit. I'm like, bro, I'm done.
Some Neil deGrasse Tyson type shit.
Well, not so much with him, because he's not all in your face commie, but it's like every game, like in Mass Effect Andromeda. It's the only part I didn't like about this game. Guy's gonna go see a different alien. He's in another galaxy. He's gonna meet aliens, and he goes over to his gun. Sure hope I don't need to use this. Said nobody ever. You'd be like, ET, you better watch your back.
Like, this is a shooter game. You are going to overuse this.
Yeah, I just don't. But it's in every game like that. What's another one? Oh, Civilization 4. I'm sorry, Civilization 6, not 4. I have not played this game, even though I downloaded it. I'm sitting there like, man, I want to play this game. Got to get my controller. Hold on, let me go ahead.
It almost sounds like you like a lot of. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Cooter. My bad.
No, I was gonna say, speaking of play, y'all want to hear the rest of this woman?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, play that shit.
Shit, I've already
This
watched it.
woman
What you talking about?
complaining about this woman and her chat GPT boyfriend.
Yeah, I bet if he smacked that ass, it'd probably be fun.
Probably.
You know, we got to play like Crackdown and Destroy All Humans Clone Carnage, but you know, Cuda don't have no Xbox.
Crackdown was actually a fun game. Crackdown was actually fun.
Yeah, Crackdown. I heard it was good.
Crackdown 1, 2, and 3. I got 3. I got 2 on disc. And look here,
hey, War Master. That game reminds me. Have you ever played Defiance? Because it's similar to that. It's like an open world, similar like Crackdown, and you go around. You go to these certain areas where they got a alien invasion. You got to go destroy the big monster and stuff. And it's an MMO.
Y'all got to
where
play
you got a
Shadow
bunch
of
of
the
people.
Colossus.
Man, it's an MMO, bro. So you got a bunch of people. Everybody just fighting against this huge monster, bro. And there are people getting taken out here and there. And you got to continue fighting till this damn monster is fucking destroyed, bro. But yeah, Crackdown is fun because it's similar. It's similar to that. But yeah,
I'm gonna tell you. What was that game? Saints Row is for me, man. I don't know about you, Tara, but GTA is okay. But I'd rather play Saints Row. Saints Row is a whole lot more fun. There's shit to do, money to make, shit to shoot. Huh?
They fucked up the franchise, though.
Yeah. Oh, man, I stopped after the 3rd. It was like I played.
Yeah, when they start doing aliens, I'm like, okay, now y'all just tripping.
And you could fly and shit, which is kind of fun for a little while. But and you're like, how you blow up the Earth, man? You could have blown it up in virtual reality. I'd have been cool with that. And dudes start waking up. I think it was Saints Row 2 or no, I think it was 3 where they became president.
Yeah, one of them I heard he became president.
I was just gonna say with this broad that's texting the bot or whatever. I wonder how would the sound of a virtual ass smack would that suffice? Would that be satisfying enough? Where it's like it's just the sound effect, you know, where it's just like, oh, it's not literally hitting my ass, but it's hitting my ears. I wonder if that would be enough.
You know, it'd be funny if she sends Chat GPT a naked video of her, and he sends one back.
Just like a woman.
Virtual ding-a-ling. Here you go, girl. I got you.
Who's that girl in the background?
It is kind of funny the way women talk. Like, oh, I want to be respected by a woman. I said, no, you don't. I don't even know why. It's like
she's exploiting herself, like she's slutting herself out with this AI.
It's like you have chicks that'll be on both sides of the same deal. It's like on one side, they want to be treated like a lady, treated with deference, you know. Then they want to be treated like an equal, and then they want to be dominated. I'm like, look, that's not gonna work with one man. I'm sorry. And
then one day they want to get treated like a kid, like a child, like a kid in the candy store.
Until they realize what it's like. Oh, I don't like this. I'm gonna do something else. I'm like, you ain't taking my money in the process. Do what the fuck I say, or you out.
I agree with that. By the way,
that's like her man coming home. Honey, I'm having an affair with Chat GPT. Okay, honey.
Yeah, that is unhealthy because what usually happens, man, like if there was no internet, women would have to behave. And you'd be looking at them like they'd be running their mouth about dumb shit. And you'd be like, yo, I don't give a fuck. Just leave me alone with that. It don't matter. No. But what Sally said, I don't give a fuck about Sally. I'll slap that bitch. But you know what I'm saying? It just gets tiresome.
Sally's trying to fuck me.
Yeah, it's Sally.
Sally trying to get taken down too. Why you bringing her up? So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why you brought her up. That you're just gonna make things, a little,
Chicks are so messed up.
Situation. No,
chicks are so messed up in the head.
But they would love to do that. They would love to ruin Chat GPT before men get a hold of it. So thank God.
And I'd say a good percentage of chicks would have no problem sharing a man and knowing about it, living under the same roof if the two broads get along, or they live in separate houses that he pays for and they don't have to work all that hard.
But she's not doing nothing productive with that Chat GPT. Like she's
No, she's not.
definitely
Just wasting her time.
I was just about to
Right.
say that, just wasting a bunch of damn time. Just wasting
money.
time. Not trying to find out a new skill or something that's
wonder
going
if
to
one day
generate
if
some
she can use
bread, or
it.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
like-
nah, ain't doing
like-
none of that shit.
That goes to show you that if she really was to get with her man, probably her husband, that she would waste his time. Not
That's probably why
build.
he don't care. He's just like,
Right,
"Ah,
exactly. Yeah, right. She's not doing anything anyway to enhance.
yeah, go talk to
His
your
life.
boyfriend. Leave me alone."
Right. Go waste somebody else's time.
And
She
no,
could have learned
yeah.
from that
Oh, you
Chat
see the difference
GPT.
in
That
your wife
means,
and feel it.
Glad she has it. I'm
I'm gonna be
you know what I'm
honest.
saying? That means they will be in full-fledged relationships and not learn a damn thing.
They never learn anything. You know, I'm watching this, right? Whenever these videos are out, I would rather listen to the commentator, like play a few minutes and then talk about it and then go for the rest of the show. Because normal Replicant Fish's stuff is normal stuff. Is he might react to about 5 to 10 videos. I don't know the exact number. And that there's a tempo that goes with the show, and it's funny as hell. I mean, some chick from the UK was like, "My butt hurts," because you know she can't use T's. It's against the law. And he's like, hold up, woman. Don't
Your
start the video
ball.
like that.
Your ball.
Yeah. Like, what you been doing? Yeah, well, I was, jumping on a seahorse.
Chocolate.
Nah,
starfish.
she was just riding her bike, and I'm like, something
That's
else
what
is
they
right.
call it.
Nah, okay, let me stop. Going
That's
to
what
hell
they
for
call
that.
it, huh? Bike? That's what you calling it? Okay.
I could say something, but I'm not. I wish I had a chick sitting right next to me so I could just talk shit to her. Like, yeah. Wait till the next time we get it on.
I was thinking about getting some
thumb
women
somewhere.
I was thinking about getting some women on the show so we can do more in life reaction and reenactments like we used to do back in the day.
Yeah.
Jessica,
I don't know.
Melody. Shout out to little Shirley. Good
Yeah.
sport.
The problem they've been
Shout
listening
out.
to for too long. It'll be a boring show. This is the reason why you have shows like what is those damn shows? The Breakfast. Is that the
Pineapple.
Breakfast? The Breakfast Crew. Whatever. Fresh and Fit. They have a large coterie of women that come into the show, and it's like because chicks that have been there, like especially ones. I think there was this one she had been there 3 times. She knew to shut the fuck up until they got to her after a while. She was usually a mouthy chick, and I'm like, yo. I'm gonna say it like this. Let's say I had a business that was an online business, and I got an opportunity to go to Fresh and Fit. I would take it, and I'll be respectful. I'd be like, "Yo, fam, I know the rules are gonna
And
be wild."
you would stand out by being respectful. That's the crazy part.
Well, the dudes are almost. I think it was one dude that wasn't respectful, but he was drunk, and so they kicked him out. Yeah, well, matter of fact, they made him go sleep on the couch. I think he was the entertainer. Oh, and Myron started flaming rappers. That was the funniest thing ever. He was like, "These rappers, they stink." I'm like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "They smell like weed all the time." I'm like, "Okay, I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you."
Well, to a weed smoker, that smells good.
Yeah, I know, but it's just, I'm like, bro, how you walk around? Because I've been around weed smokers, and I'm like, bro, how do you do it? You know what I'm saying?
Just was going down, yeah.
Smells smell like butt cheeks. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Even when I had even when in my smoking days, bro, I always thought that shit stank, man. It smelled like cat piss, man, or skunk. You know what I'm saying? That shit always be smoky.
When you smoke it, you don't smell it. So that's the crazy part.
Whoever smelt it dealt it.
That's funny as hell. That got to be a funny drug dealer joke too.
Yeah, there's so many games I want to play.
You always find shit that you want with something.
Man, y'all gotta come play some Metal Slug or some Street Fighter or something with me on Fightcade, man. Y'all gotta.
He got all of that stuff on Xbox Pass, but he can't play it.
See, this is the thing, right?
We gotta play with me, man. Not pause, not look.
Pause. Yeah, super motherfucking pause.
Hey yo,
talking about the video game. No, I ain't gonna say it again. I'm talking about a video game, though, man.
Are you sure you gonna pause that? Hey
Well, I was gonna say, like if Kuda ever got his ass up and got his Xbox, I know it's like late night over there. But
Yeah, I'm about to fall asleep. It's like 4 a.m.
I'm over here looking at some of the games I got. Like there are games that are co-op games. I fucking love co-op games. It's like co-op games. You don't have to work that hard. It's fun, and I say we could do exactly what we're doing, and use screen share to play the games. Doesn't even matter, long as we're not on the Xbox voice chat, because they be some censorious motherfuckers from the old Call of Duty lobbies. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's a
hella
Redfall.
sensitive. They sensitive as fuck, like what you're saying.
Oh yeah, you can't even talk about tongue punching. You can't say no shit like that. And it would, because I'll be damned if they ban me. That would piss me off. So I never talk on their chats. But it's like
I'm surprised I didn't get kicked off of Twitter though, because off of Twitch, because I be saying simp like crazy over here. Forget that's a no word over there.
Yeah. Don't touch your no place.
What? Hold on. Don't tell me what you said. That word is the what? No word. What is it? Hold on.
They banned simp because a lot of dudes are simping over there.
Think about how bad it is over on this website where you can't even talk about the 1930s. Nope. You can't bring up, I mean, you could say Margaret Sanger, but it's not really good. You can't talk about geopolitics anymore. You damn sure can't pay attention to politics because, the left keep losing and they don't know why. So, hey, let's just censor everybody so no one can say anything. I'm like, motherfucker, we go right over to Twitter and do the same fucking shit. We don't need you. I'm telling you, motherfuckers. But anyway, but I got Fortnite on this motherfucker and I still have never played it. I know it's a game for girls.
No, it's a game for guys too, but I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure when I play that. It's just almost blinking.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I'm just talking about just like the co-op games that I think will be fun. It will be Destroy All Humans. I think it's Clone Carnage. I think it's a 3 or 4 player game. There's Halo 2 and 3. I don't know about 4. I don't pay attention to that game. I played it once. I'll never play it again. And you got, like I said, Redfall and what's another one? I think it's the only ones I got. I can look up some co-op games. But the funny part is Redfall will probably be fun because I never played it before.
Yeah, I heard Redfall is pretty. I heard it was a good game. I just haven't played it either.
I think it would. Well, they said it was a failure. I don't.
It's an army game, right? That's the one, the army game.
No. This is some vampire stuff.
Okay, I think I'm thinking about Red Faction.
What's wrong, Simply Deep? You got to understand. You got to understand how X is. They said, thank goodness I don't have an X, Twitter, or whatever you call it. Look, the thing about it is, whatever you like on Twitter, you'll get more of it. So if you ignore a lot of the comments and you deal with just mainly just the normal people, or you like videos that, like, especially cat videos, I don't even like those. I mean, cat videos are funny because it captured the right moments and people trim it down so you ain't watching a cat just sit there. The whole thing is whatever you like, you'll just get more of it, like Twitter. Or not Twitter, but what's the other one where chicks be at? The chick spot?
Snapchat, Instagram.
No, the other one.
Instagram?
It's supposed to be an analog to Twitter. It's a Chinese one.
Bigo? Oh, TikTok.
Yeah. Fuck TikTok.
It's too much sites, man. I can't keep up with that shit. TikTok is... there's a lot going on TikTok.
Well, they banned Pearl 5 or 6 times.
They ban anybody that's talking like they got some sense over there.
Yeah, because they want women to believe nothing. That's the thing right there.
It makes more money.
Mm-hmm.
I need to start selling something to delusional women. I can't believe Derek Jackson got my talking points on trading cards, man. Fuck, I didn't think.
That muscle bound, that little pinhead muscle bound dude. Fuck that guy.
Him, Ace Metaphor, all them people. Then even Mr. Let Ho then got our talking points on a pack of trading cards, man.
I'm gonna be honest. I remember when you were talking about dudes about taking our talking points, but say they ain't part of us. I'm like, bro, I understand
Shoot,
it.
we was already talking about doing something like that. I was like, man, we need to, you know what I'm saying, make a card game or something. Like we was already talking about that. That's crazy work, man.
Yeah.
You said that, man.
I'm gonna go look at the packaging and see what company that I can reach out to that can produce it. You know.
I'm gonna say
But yeah,
this.
but you say you remember when I was talking about the guys that like to steal our talking points and then distance themselves from us?
Yeah, that's Mr.
And
Leto.
be-
That I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest.
he's one of them.
I
Yeah,
don't like
and then
that
we
dude.
be on a damn FBI. He's a grifter. We be on a damn FBI list, and they're looking at us from some of the stuff that guys like him, stuff that they say. You know, it's like,
and
oh, they want to take it out on the smaller channels.
also, well, because they can't do anything to the smaller. They can do anything they want to the smaller channels because the bitter
Right.
beluga whale bitches are the ones that really have a problem with you. But
Right.
the other thing I was going to say was you were talking about how somebody will go live and you don't see it. I remember I told you that my watch time went from about 16 to 18 hours every day down to about 2 hours a day. Except for this week, man, my watch time is always down because I'm over on X and Rumble. I have no fucks to give about
Both of those
this
websites
website.
are fun. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
funny. Are you using Rumble on your app? So you when you use your tablet, you use Rumble on your app. Does it act better? Is the app?
It's
I
the
know you
same
said
thing
that
now.
they did some updates. So
It's the same thing.
the app is basically the same as the browser.
The only thing different between hold on, let me get out of this screen. I've been on this screen for a long time. I shouldn't have done that. But anyway, the only difference between the desktop version and the tablet version is the home screen, and they haven't got to that, and it's relatively slow.
The
I mean,
dashboard, okay.
yeah, the dashboard's a little. I'm sitting here with my tablet right next to me, and I ain't doing nothing about it. I got this little baddie on there. Hold on a second. I had to pause it right now.
Shout out
Let
to
me
the
go over
baddie on
this.
the tab.
Hey, sometimes I just like looking at cute chicks. The way they have it set up annoys the fuck out of me. I mean, because you got your home screen and you got your feed, aka your subscription list. Your subscription list looks closer to the regular dashboard that you get on the desktop, but it's still like in one panel. Like if you turn your tablet sideways, then everything fits. Yeah, I like it where you have, like, if you go on the desktop one, aka the browser one from a desktop, what it will do is it will have a whole bunch of videos, like a grid, like your YouTube home screen. That's the thing I like the most. Instead of looking at a scrolling thing like I'm on Twitter. And then you go over to Twitter.
They cut back on the menu diving, right?
What do you mean?
You used to have the menu dive like crazy on Rumble, but I guess not on the app. The app they probably cut back menu diving. I gotta.
I'll say it like this: if you go to your home screen, it shows you a whole bunch of stuff that the editors, top channels, popular videos, all that goofy stuff that YouTube would force you to look at. Rumble has their own home screen that has all the stuff that you subscribe to.
They give you an
just
option.
Another tab instead of just looking at whatever. It's sort of one of the things I like about Rumble over all the other ones, because on Rumble or on Twitter or X, it's like once you go off the main screen, like if you close your tablet, like you turn the screen off, you come back, the video you were watching is gone, and you don't have history.
Yeah.
Rumble has history. So you go right back. As a matter of fact, you turn your screen off, the video ain't going to stop, because there's a setting on your tablet. If you
play on a black screen, right? Like your screen will be black and your phone. Yeah. Okay.
That will make your device last a very long time.
Yeah, but I run out of battery.
Because it's one of the things that just kills your device. Well, they'll tell you on your device, turn your screen darker. Well, I shouldn't say darker, but that
dark mode.
Yeah, well, it's not so much dark mode as you put the brightness down. I mean, if you're not going to look at the screen on YouTube, turn the brightness down. You'll save your phone.
But Rumble is usually, well, from what I know, maybe I got mine in dark mode, but because Rumble's usually black and green.
Yeah.
For me, but I know there is a white and green version of the
I
screen.
think.
Well, you put it on light mode.
Because it used to be like green. I mean, I got everything on dark mode because I get tired of that
Yeah,
high
mine is
contrast
black
shit.
and green. Yeah, but sometimes I put it on light mode so I can see. My screen is fucked up, but
That's because you
my
can't
screen
see.
is really fucked up. Yeah, and that too. I'm blind. I am blind. Shit.
That's why Kuda's like, I ain't riding my death machine. I can't see nothing.
Right. I can only see 3 feet ahead of me.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that.
Looking at all these cameras and pointing all this other stuff and all that dangerous shit I used to do. I still do it, but I calm down a little bit.
So you say, you still ride it.
Right.
You gonna pay $2,500 for a machine with only one wheel. That's a death machine.
No, it's well, the one that I got was like 1,400. But that new one, yes, I would absolutely get the new one, the GT, or they got a whole bunch of different
They
versions
got an
now.
X.
Like,
I think it's a
yeah,
GTX or something
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I think 4 horsepower, and like man, that thing's
And it's still gonna throw you off.
Yeah, I mean that's now you can get thrown off with more torque.
You know
Now
the
you
bike.
can really fly before you break your collarbone, huh?
The bike I got, the package said it can run 40 mile an hour.
Yeah,
And
that's
I'm
what you
like,
were saying. Wow, they're showing this. They were showing this guy on Twitter how he was on the highway with a scooter, and somebody was like, "One rock, just one little rock,
Yep.
or one little dip in the thing. He's done." You know,
Because
but them
your
scooters,
sense of balance is off with them little skinny little handlebars, so you can't really control it. The wheels are too small, so you hit a rock and you turn the wheel just a little bit, little hump in the road, and all of a sudden you flying through the air like you was on that Klondike commercial.
well,
No,
I'm
the
pretty
York
sure it
Peppermint
has an
Patty.
I'm pretty sure it has like an accelerometer and some other stuff, but you know, some of that stuff. Okay, Star P drop. Some of that stuff is some of those machines or those scooters are front wheel drive too, mind you. So,
Now
which
this
is
one
even
has
scarier.
this one has a motor in the front and one in the back. Pause.
Dang. So it's all wheel drive.
There's only 2 wheels.
But I mean,
Yeah.
does it have a
2-wheel drive.
limited slip, or like the wheels are all rolling at the same time in the same
Well,
space?
you could turn on one motor or 2 motors. The 2 motors give you that power.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
my thing is I've never run out of battery power, because I always try to ride my bike because man, what's the point of being on a bike if you ain't got a pedal?
True.
All right, we gonna finish
So
this,
you
or
like? Yeah, let's finish this. Yeah. This woman is now she's giving us problems with her damn Chat GPT. Lord have mercy.
yeah, hot mess.
Right.
Let's try it. I'm losing my mind. I've seen this before and I fell asleep. But you kind of
Yeah,
doze
you
off
got
and come
tired
back.
of her damn problems. Literally, you got physically tired of her damn problems. It's like any problem she should have, Chat GPT can fix it. Oh wait, Chat GPT can't protect and provide.
I'm telling you, I think we should. The corporal punishment will save lives. Just saying.
Far away, and we talked actually about the cuck queening fantasy that she had. And he's not.
Yeah, wait until she gets a man butt with a giant man knob. Yeah. Oh, you see the difference in your wife and feel it. Yeah. Oh, no, seriously.
I'm glad that she can kind of fulfill it through the AI since I'm not that into it.
Okay, it sounds like her husband is not actually that bothered by this relationship. But in the meantime, Irene and Leo are still talking.
He probably introduced him.
Kashmir, how does something like this progress?
No bullshit.
In a relationship
He
with a
uses it
human,
too.
you might, move in together, get a dog. What do you do with a
He got the Shaquita model.
chat?
Chat Keisha
Well,
T.
Irene is falling deeper and deeper in love with Leo, but this is not what OpenAI intended to build. They weren't trying to make a companion bot for people. And even with the unlimited plan,
Hold on a second. They've been trying to make companion bots for children for the last, I don't know, 40 years, 50 years. We used to call them dolls. Just saying. Remember my buddy?
Remember Mr. Bucket? But see, he was a homo companion.
I've never seen that, man. That's
Shout
some
out
East
to
Coast weird
LC,
shit.
man.
Mr. Bucket.
Did you see the commercial, War Master? Mr. Bucket, the ball
I
out
saw
of
it
my
on
mouth.
here. Yeah, I would have never said it out loud. You know, people clip you, right?
The ball. Bro, that is an L Gibbet toy if I ever see one. We had no business playing with that thing.
And then that little pop noise, it was like
toy.
it was like
Yeah,
it made
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It made that.
Yeah, make that.
You cheeky bastard.
Hey yo. Oh shit.
Who's gonna be saying some stuff like,
Yeah, fuck a self-driving truck.
and then
I
they're gonna
am
make
the
that pop
truck.
sound. Yeah, you'll be. I'm telling you, one of these days. All right,
Hold
let's get
on.
back.
I think Mr. Bucket was for Gen X. No, it was in the 90s. It had to be in the 90s. Early 90s. No, it probably was for Gen X kids. Y'all were kids in the 90s, some of y'all.
Man, I don't know what you're
Early
talking about, man. I was the funny part is I'm loath to say this out loud, but I am a young Gen Xer. I was born in '73. Yeah, so
Okay, I thought you were like the older or like the full, like the
Nah.
like
I remember somebody called me a millennial once. I was offended. I said, "Nah, baby girl, I've been a Gen Xer. I don't know what you're talking about." Yeah, and then they started changing the ages, so we can make some of the Gen Xers. Nah, fuck you, millennial motherfuckers.
Right.
I've been Gen X for life.
But no, I mean, even earlier I was answering a question about why do people blame everything on the boomers? Which the boomers, I ain't gonna lie, they took up the mantle for a lot of stuff, but it's really the silent generation where a lot of this goofy stuff started. I gotta do a whole new video on that.
Yep. Bring back corporal punishment. Bring back corporal punishment. I ain't trying to hear this shit. Now imagine some chicks say, "Well, I'm gonna go do what I want." Get your bitch ass back in the kitchen, or sorry,
brother.
Hey, I got to get my Stream Deck on deck, man. There's something wrong.
You got to jailbreak it. I had to sit down one night and really patch it together and make sure you put some pages on it, like the arrows, so you can scroll to another page.
Oh yeah, I knew about that because I'm sitting there like, man, I have hundreds of, I have a good 100 sound bites, and then I started clipping stuff.
They just did an update, so definitely check it out because you could probably do it faster than when I tried.
Because when I did my when I was looking at the Rodecaster app, I could not get the app, and I said, "Oh, it doesn't work on a Chromebook." I said, "It obviously doesn't work on a Microsoft computer then." Because I'm sitting there like, well, how do you find it? Because I downloaded it from Chrome. I used Chrome as a browser at the time. I didn't have a problem with it.
I use Brave. Thanks to Sandman for some weird reason. I don't know why I've been using Brave for the last several years. Shout outs to Simply Deep. No, you're good, man. I gotta get around to it. Simply Deep said, question for the panel: tips on spicing up your love life with your lady. If you guys want to answer that, well, you gotta give us a little bit of details. Yeah, like what exactly are you trying to do? Do you and your lady go out? Are you guys indoors?
Make her walk around naked.
Right. What type of things does she like to do? Like, you gotta give us context,
Yeah, I was gonna say I could. That's a lot of things I could bring to mind, but
Right.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like most women are totally clueless about men. I'm saying it the opposite way. It's like men have to learn so many things, and women are like, "I gotta just take my clothes off." I said, "You should have your clothes off after you got out of the shower after work."
And still fuck that up. Still fuck it up. Like all they gotta do is show up.
What happened to walking around in your underwear? No bra on, titties just a jiggling. Hold on. I know Jessica got something to say about that. And I don't have it. God damn it.
Hey, you know what I've always said to multiple women, and then they ask me, what's your favorite outfit you like to see me in? You already know my favorite outfit, naked. That's my favorite outfit, bitch. What you talking about? I don't care about all them fabrics and shit. The hell?
No, I mean, bras be having all types of different draws and shit like that. It's like, oh, this girl got Final Fantasy draws on. Like, what type of strap is this? Like, take that shit off. Complicated shit. Oh, chastity belt underwear. You said,
got the titties out.
The titties out. Got the titties
Yeah.
out. Imagine you let it stutter. Got the titties out.
Yeah, got
He
that
said,
gawk gawk 3000 sound.
does a wild hookup at some man, Simply Deep, you've been trying to do stuff outside for a minute. Simply Deep is like one of those I'll do something in public type shit. Yeah, you can be spontaneous and be outside with it, but like be careful being outside doing shit, man.
Maybe in the
You know?
backyard, bro. Just the backyard.
Barely that. You're gonna end up on TikTok if you in the backyard. You're gonna end up on the hub.
I will say this: if you're gonna be outside, make it quick. Don't be trying to, you know what I'm saying, run a marathon. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying, do a little touchy here, a little dip, maybe dip it in for a couple moments, and then, you know, take it back to the crib. You know what I mean? Something like that. You know what I mean? But you don't want to do too much out in public, man, because these motherfuckers out here trying to get your ass.
Or wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here's something odd. A woman could wear a dress. Wow. I know no one's ever heard of that one. Yeah, it's one of the more frustrating things. I'm like, bro, I do not like a chick that wears pants. Sorry.
You don't like a chick that wears pants? There's some girls that can wear jeans. Leggings?
Nope. Oh,
Really?
hell no. I've never dated a chick that I let wear leggings. Fuck that.
You know, I ain't got no, hold on. I ain't got no problem with leggings, because you know what I do with leggings? I cut a little hole in the pussy part where the coochie is. So it don't matter if they got them on. Like, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna fit in. Yeah, look.
I have a hate relationship with leggings. You know, you see chicks going around, you know, their moose knuckles showing, and I seen this little fat little girl with them on, and I cannot get that image out of my head, and I've hated them ever since. I said, if you're gonna let, fuck yeah, I'm sitting there like, matter of fact, I've seen chicks where basically they're just underwear. We used to call them underwear. They're a little bit thicker.
Yeah, pantyhose. They're thick, a little bit thicker than pantyhose. Yeah.
And you know, for the longest time, I remember the media was talking about it. Like, I'm a truck driver, so I'm never really around a lot of.
Yeah, I remember when leggings and jeggings first got on the scene. Yeah, I remember that.
Right. I never really was really I wasn't really, you know, you're not around a lot of chicks that wear leggings in the trucking industry. Well, me, I'm a weirdo, right?
Nowadays they wear leggings and bonnets.
Oh no, I went. You know, I used to go to malls, you know, to get some food, you know, that actually tastes different than McDonald's. And I'm over there waiting for my food, and there was this chick to my right at the Euro shop, and I'll never forget it. She had on some black leggings, and some guy, I saw her phone out of the corner of my eye fly towards her, hit her in the chest, and it landed next to her, which opposite me, like she was between me and the phone. She turns around, bends over, and I knew she was wearing a white thong. You could see right through them when you stretch them. Yeah. I heard about it, but I didn't really think it was true. I was just like, okay, that's some weird chicks. And I'm like, oh yeah. Nah. And then I think it was the next
Women be shooting a shot, man. There's always some weird chick bending over in front of me, and I just look away because I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to sit up here and fucking be on somebody's camera or hey, I saw you looking, and nah, I'm good.
Hey, Simply Deep, that chick had the body for it. She definitely had the body for it, but I'm just like, nah, it's a turnoff, dude. I don't know how to say it. My thing is, I would rather a woman wear bikini underwear than leggings or thongs. You know, just a little booty hanging out, just a little bit of the booty cheek hanging outside the panties. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm like, look, I mean, what's up with them panties that they're basically thongs? It's like, why all your butt cheek hanging out? You might as well just take them off.
Well, I said this earlier. Square women, they're more bolder than the rappers and all them other people that they listen to, because you know, y'all can say what y'all want about the Sexy Reds and the Glorrillas and the Lottos and all these other girls, but they're not outside butt naked. Why is your girlfriend outside butt naked? You know?
Yeah, I don't let them do that. As a matter of fact, I remember I had this one chick on the truck with me, and we're leaving the terminal, and we had just got out of the shower. She went to the girl's shower, went to the guy's shower, and we're coming out there. I didn't actually look at her. And then we're walking along, and I stopped because I could see her. I could see her belly button down her shirt. You know, she had some, you know, some double D's, and I'm like, what the fuck? I said, when she stopped, I looked her up and down. I said, when we get back to the truck, You're gonna take that shirt off and put a t-shirt on. And I started walking again. I ain't say another word.
Cover that shit up. Yeah, they be on
Hell
display.
yeah, she went back and changed because I'm like, nah, you can't be hanging around. You can't be my woman hanging around a bunch of dudes, and you got your girl parts out. Nah, I don't rock like that.
Yeah, they
Fuck around
they
and
be
be.
forever,
Bro,
they
almost
be
threw out in
forever on
Florida.
yeah, they be
She
forever on display. They
she
gotta
got to
be like
running up.
that. Whenever they're ready, they feel they gotta bounce to another guy. That's how that works. They
Mm-hmm.
think you're stupid. The guys are stupid to a certain degree, and then if you say something, she gonna be like, "Oh, well, that's being insecure and stuff
Nah,
like that." It's
bitch,
like,
you
no,
ain't on
that's you being,
display.
yeah, that's you being dumb.
I'm like, nah, you insecure. You need reassurance from other men that ain't like you to like you.
Right. When you got somebody already liking you right here.
Yeah, you ain't got nah. You can go butt naked. I could care less. It'd be the weirdest thing. Like, well, he doesn't look at me anymore. Probably because you dress like a nun when you come home and a whore on the streets. Wonder why?
Right.
I mean, what
Not.
woman do you want to see naked more than your woman? I don't think she exists. Your woman, you want to see your woman because you're like, yo, I get busy with that 2 seconds later. I'm like, yo, what's up?
Yeah, it's a testament.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, these guys are tricking these days. I mean, get the GFE.
Gives
I
a
mean,
flying
I don't
fuck about.
understand.
Told you, man, I'm going full evil today.
Bro, I
ain't trying
need
to
that. I need that. Ah, man, because it fades in and fades out.
She's
That
got
shit is
that she's got that right pitch in her voice to be cursing at you, but you don't do that in your normal life. What's wrong with you? The whole video she was cursing. That's what made it so damn funny. She has almost a school teacher's voice. Yeah.
Yeah, she does have a school teacher's voice. That's funny. All right, let's
We got through 30 minutes.
yeah, let's go back to let's get back into this shit. This woman is pissing me off.
I'm just looking at her, the other chick's face, like
She sounds like the girl that's in that clip too, which is funny.
Mhm.
Who gives a flying fuck?
the old girl that said that she's actually pretty good looking.
She a blonde?
Nah, she brunette, I think. You know that weird
She's like
chick
Bobby
that weird
Adolf.
hair color. No, I don't know, man. She look good though.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know about the rest of her. Just her face. She's pretty good looking.
Okay.
Give her a solid 6, maybe a 5.
Adjustable.
There you go.
Leo is still a computer and it does have a kind of limited memory.
Leo.
And so she finds that Leo at a certain point kind of ends.
Oh no.
These AI chatbots, they have context window.
This woman used up the limit on. Oh my god. I spoke too soon. A human
The
man.
limit.
There's only so much talking he could take. He'd eventually get tired, wouldn't he?
Right.
It can be hard to
30,000
figure
words
out
versus
which
a
clothes
man's
fit your body,
10,000.
What colors to wear, and how
Told
to
y'all.
combine different pieces in a
I
cohesive
give a fuck about all that, you weird ass.
Even Chat GPT couldn't
Stitch
handle it.
FX.
Wow.
ChatGPT is giving her
I'm not
fluff
saying she was
talk.
nagging him, but I mean, when
She
you say
is.
to women that, sometimes the nagging can be a lot. It's like they don't believe you. They don't believe you. This woman out talked a effing machine, an effing machine that she's paying for. The biggest plan. Think of what real men have to suffer with. I'm not saying men are suffering. I'm just making a point.
No, men are
I'm-
suffering, bro.
I'm gonna say this about
The
Fish.
effing machine.
Fish is funny without trying to be funny, man.
Yeah.
Because he'd be over there professionally offended, and he'd be like, she wore out an effing machine. Like, yeah, bro, I get you.
Man, well, you've been doing this shit for as long as we are, well, long as we've been doing it. I think you become funny on just
GP.
accident.
Yeah, like
for
listen to
just no
Tommy
reason.
say something. Tommy's so used to saying something funny, just
And
goes
it's
right into it.
basic. Yeah, just basic shit, and it's funny. You know?
Yeah,
He
and
said
you
she
catch your
outtalked
audience
the
off guard.
machine.
Think about people listening to us just talk on our normal talk, and they'll be laughing the whole time.
Yeah, they
Who
don't get to, bro. I'm telling you, most of the people that be laughing at the shit that goes on in the show, they don't get a chance to comment because they're laughing. You know, it's just random. You know, my bad if I ever got y'all written up or fired over the years. I probably got somebody written up or fired. Just laughing,
Yeah.
bust out
Because stuff,
laughing out of nowhere.
because stuff
And then
is usually fun.
you can't share it with nobody for real, for real. Somebody just have to know or hear it right along with you.
Are you on X right now?
Me?
Yeah. I mean, as
Am
far
I
as like,
streaming on X?
yeah.
No, I'm not streaming. I used to stream on X. They
Yeah. If
charge
anybody,
now. I'm thinking about doing it. I was telling Mace
how
the
much they
other night. I'm
charging?
thinking about doing it, but it's expensive.
How much?
It's not expensive, but it's an extra 15. But I gotta add that on to the show's budget and stuff.
Extra
So it's not that
$15 a
bad.
month?
Yeah, I think they give you like that blue check, and
Mhm.
then you can stream. But I think that's good because it's like they can they'll have an incentive to push your channel. I think Player Talk Radio would do good over there. And I did
Yeah.
get some traction. Like the show I have a lot of backup shows on X. So
Think about it for a minute. The way things are done on this website, you know which one I'm talking about. What
yeah.
they'll do is they will just suppress you. I mean, I go over to the live page, you're not even there. Ain't
Yeah,
that
they
odd?
play games. Yeah, they play games. And they know the viewers of the show. You show up in analytics, everybody shows up in analytics and stuff like
Mhm.
that as a viewer. So they play games
Well, my
on
watch
YouTube.
count. That's why I just said, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna go over to X. I'm gonna go over to Rumble. I can have fun over there.
Yeah,
I'm kind of YouTube takes the fun out of everything, except for
it
the WAP
does.
Wars. The WAP Wars is absolutely hilarious. But anyway,
Man,
it,
they be twerking like shit on YouTube, but then if I post something all sexual content and nudity and you're trying to arouse someone. I'm like, when the hell is trying to arouse someone against the rules? And second of all, hell no, I ain't trying to arouse nobody.
you know, there was I scrolled upon this thing about Africa. I forgot what country it was, but they
And it just
told their
titties out and shit
not
over there.
titties, booty. The government said to go to the market naked so you can attract a husband.
Yeah.
Like,
And then
why
I
don't you
was
stop?
watching this other thing where the women, where this African tribe, you can go to the village and the husbands will give their wife to you, and they don't care if she has sex with you or any of that shit. I'm like, damn.
Good. My thing was, if you wanted to up your birth rate, because you know if the birth rate goes up, the country does better. How about you stabilize the currency? How about this profligate spending? A lot of these world leaders, you know, they tend to want to. I'm equal to the guy from France. I'm like, no, the fuck you not. You come from a country with an economy it's barely over 500 million. Like, stop it.
So let me ask you a question: is there anything that Trump is doing that you disagree with or don't like at all?
On when I first started, Trump would say, "I want to end the war. I want to end the war," and
And
you
get
know
an
something
energy
that's
backup or something, right?
I tell you, we should be on Rumble. But what happened with Zelensky when he went in there? You want to know what
Yeah.
happened? The Democrats set Zelensky up to really to fight with Trump on camera in the White House.
Yeah.
And you could almost see the shock from JD and Trump.
Well, at that point, Zelensky's their boy. They were helping him the whole time. So
Look at it this way. I keep telling people, Europeans are leftists. I mean, you have, you know, the Nigel Farage, and a couple of other conservatives over there, but for the most part, Europe is mainly a bunch of leftists, and there's a lot of them that are like, "Yo, America's fucking fire." There was a reporter that asked Trump. They were like, France has a high unemployment. America's a low unemployment. Is there anything you could say? He's like, yeah, maybe we got a better president. And he smiled and walked off, and somebody put the gold necklace and the glasses on. It was a GS statement.
Yeah. That's
There's a lot
gangster.
of a lot of funny stuff happens in these pressers when he's going from car to plane or building to building, and people they just, how can I say this? I used to watch live news just to watch it because I did not like the way they would curate the type of fuck shit.
Right.
I got a better one for you. And I know I'm off topic, but this is my element. People will say we went to war in Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction.
Mhm.
That is a lie. That's always been a lie. Even Wikipedia is like, yo, fam, no, Iraq was supposed to declare its weapons. It did not do so, which is in violation of the ceasefire. We would send them letters. We were like, yo, fam, you might want to do something about this. And when U.S. troops are massing on your border again, you might want to be like, yo, let's go ahead and just declare our weapons and help them out so I can stay in power. Nope. He thought he was tough as shit. Okay. And then this time, George W. came with the thunder. And all of a sudden, Saddam Hussein is in a pine box. I mean, and the media kept saying for years to the point where somebody like Trump will just repeat it. It's so in the air that nobody looks this stuff up. You say something simple like, well, maybe we went to Iraq for different reasons.
Well, who really caught Saddam Hussein? I thought it was his own people, honestly, that caught him.
We caught him. He was hiding in a spider hole.
Yeah, so America sanctioned
caught
that
him.
execution, or
No.
Iraq did?
It was like they said, you know what, let the laws go with, they're following Iraqi law. We were turning over to Iraq, and we should have had the Iraqis back.
This is the early days of YouTube, y'all, and that footage was crazy because when that glass broke and he got hung, and then did you see the part 2 video where he's like laying in the back with the rope still around his neck and that big old hole in his neck? Oh man,
people are pissed off, and to be honest, I'm gonna say this, and I can't believe I'm gonna say it because you have these rhinos and these leftists are the face of America. This is one of the big reasons why Zelensky was like, nah, I'm going through bad times. Let me go over here with the Democrats. They're gonna keep giving me weapons and money to save my country, because he knows Vladimir. By the way, he was saying Vladimir is going to until he had said this, I had to go look this up. Vladimir Putin has ignored every single ceasefire since the war started. And Zelensky, and this is the problem with the media, they will pick and choose what to tell you. And Zelensky was like, yo, fam, I'm gonna negotiate with the next leader of Russia, not Vladimir Putin. Because Vladimir Putin has health problems and everybody thinks he's gonna croak or something. And you're like, yo, fam.
I thought Putin was healthy.
Nope. That's propaganda. It's like saying the Russian military is a superpower. And I'm like, no, they are not. I mean, how the hell are you the second best military in Ukraine, and yet you're supposed to be a world leader? The United States military spends almost as much money on fuel as Russia spends on its military.
Dang.
We got an $800 billion military budget, can fight 2 wars away from the United States at the same time, possibly 3. You get these crafty commanders, and it's like, bro, I don't need this many people. I got this. And at the same time, especially if you pull on the civilians that are actually the civilian contractors, like they used to call them I think it was Darkwater or it was Blackwater, and all those other organizations that they had in the Operation Iraqi Freedom, like in the aftermath. And you would have these people. It's like Russia can't fight a war on its border, and we can fight on the other side of the world. We're supposed to be equal to them. And for the longest time, the media have been been hyping Russia for the longest time until lead started flying, and all of a sudden you find out. I was telling people a long time ago. I said Russia is not the Russian bear isn't as tough as you think it is. If they didn't have nukes, nobody would give a rat shit or fuck what they thought.
Right.
Who cares what Vladimir Putin says? It's like he can't do nothing. I have nuclear weapons. I said, you. It's like he has not tested one since the 60s.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's crazy. So he's been in there since how long has Vladimir Putin been in?
No. He's been in there since like the 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, okay.
He's been there like 25 years or so. The whole thing was they have not exploded a nuclear bomb since the 60s. And you're like, bro, tritium decays. That's a lot of money to keep your nuclear inventory up. And he claimed they have more nuclear weapons than us.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So those bombs have been sitting there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
That shit probably not even going to explode when he pulls the
trigger. Because you need tritium to actually for the interaction, I guess. I mean, there's other ways of doing it, but it's like, yo, fam, you'd have to change everything. It's like, we know his military is not near as strong as the United States. And then what happens? The Democrats killed the shipping industry. So now China's building up their I'll say it like this: China could have a navy twice the size of ours. I mean, don't flip out, but as far as tonnage, I think the United States has like 8 times the tonnage of the Chinese right now. So it's like, bro, come on, man. I mean, yeah, an American destroyer can take on a Chinese destroyer, probably maybe 1 destroyer, maybe 2 on 1, maybe 3 on 1.
Well, we're stationed in Japan, so we in them people backyard. So it's
Well,
like
we don't
try
need
play,
to
we
be.
gonna bust that ass.
Well, that was the
You
whole
know,
thing about having super carriers. You literally
yeah,
can have, like, because in most wars in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 years, you would station 2 or 3 of them to attack one country. And it's like, all right, bro, that's what is it, 60 war fighters? And I'm not talking about the surveillance and tankers. I'm just talking strictly war fighters.
right.
You're talking maybe 60 aircraft per.
And
Now,
yeah, they got like a couple aircrafts on them too. Yep.
yeah, the Navy guys in the chat can correct me, but the whole thing is like, bro, you do not want to deal with 180 American aircraft plus bombers coming from the United States itself or Diego Garcia. Those are the other 2 sides of the planet where it's like, bro, you don't want to fuck with us like that. It's like, yo, fam, you should have been nice.
Yeah.
And then of course Trump uses the most powerful weapon in the world, and that's the American economy, and he really beating people over the head over with it. We buy most
Well,
people's shit.
they're saying that Trump and Putin not cool no more because you're not listening to him. The media always gonna say stuff like this, and then they're trying to say that that Putin's ignoring every single thing that Trump is saying. Basically, Trump is his lapdog.
And no, that's nonsense. It's like Trump
Right.
is his own man. He don't even listen to the people that work for Trump. Trump will listen to you, quote unquote, but he'll make the final decision. That's how. That's the
Yeah.
funny part, is that's how George W. Ran his administration. And
Yeah,
you're looking
the
at these
baby,
folks.
the baby, right? The baby Bush.
W, yeah,
Yeah, W.
yeah. The thing about it is, like, the media always tries to push a narrative, and their narrative is normally not the truth. And
Right.
this is why I started watching live news, and I had saw the very beginning of Desert Shield, like the build up, the actual
Operation
attack.
Desert Liberty Shield. Mhm.
That's Gulf War I for the layman, because
Mhm.
anyway. And I'm sitting there like, okay, I'm like, the United States really hasn't really unleashed hell on anybody. We're not even talking nukes, but you dust
Right.
off the buffs and get the bones out there, it's not gonna be pretty. And for some reason, these
I mean,
Houthis
we
don't
got
seem.
some advanced weapons though. We don't even really have to use nukes like that. Like we got some shit that they're not ready for. Just
Bro,
chilling.
we got weapons that we made in the 60s and 70s that we started giving some of them to Ukraine.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, the West screwed over Ukraine in order to hurt Russia. They used Ukraine like the anvil and hammered, or I should say,
like a shield, like a middle child. They kind of
well, if they
basically
wanted
not.
Ukraine, if they wanted Ukraine to actually beat the Russians, they could have given them a quarter of what the Marines used for tanks,
Right.
and APCs.
Right.
They didn't give them. The Marines gave up their tanks. It was like, all right, bro, there's something going on here. I mean,
Well, they got to be
what's up
careful
with
too,
that?
because they'll clone our stuff if they capture it, and these people don't know how to use it. So
Do realize they would be getting M1A1s, not the M1A2 Step 3s. Those are the top of the line with the armor package. I mean, good luck.
those are the tanks, right?
Yeah, I mean,
We should send them some outdated Abrams. Abrams.
Well, the Egyptians built tanks under license. Built M1s,
Wait,
I
what
should say.
are the Russians using? Ain't they using like Panzer Shreks and stuff?
That'll be German, but
Oh, German, my bad. Yeah.
the Russians have technically they had like T-14s, right? You ain't seen none on the battlefield because there's like maybe 2 or 3 dozen. I mean, there might be more, but they don't use them in frontline units. They had they used to call it a robot tank. I forgot what the name was for it. You don't see that, or they did try it and it don't work. Then you have the T-72s, the T-80s, and the T-90s. Those 3 tanks were the mainstay of the Russian tank force, and then they had to go train in a bunch of T-54s. T-54s are 50s or 60s technology tanks, and they still get fucked up. This is why you would have Ukrainians put a minefield out, and they'd have to, and the Russian tanks have to drive down the road, and they were shooting them with Bradley main weapons, not even the TOW missile. They were hitting them with the Bushmaster. I think it's a 30 millimeter. I don't know. I'm just sitting there like, bro, this is the thing that
That's the thing, though. We can give them as much weapons as we want to, but if they're not trained to use them as efficiently as we do,
it don't take that much training to operate some tanks. I mean, we trained them to fly F-16s. This war has been going on 3 years. We could have gave them hundreds of tanks, and we didn't. We're not even talking F-16s. We gave them like a dozen.
Well, since you're going down this war wormhole, war master.
Well, he is the war master.
Where do you think this all ends up, man? Because I mean.
Okay, hold on. What? All right, hold on. Wait. Before you answer that, no, hold on. Before he answers that, what weapon would you have given Ukraine?
I would have gave them about 100 F-16s and probably 200 tanks. That's more than enough.
Man, Russia would have been on our ass if you gave them that shit. They'd have been like, all right, now y'all really helping them now. Like, Russia.
And what they going? Hold on. What are they gonna do about it?
They're going to switch to us. They're going to say, fuck Ukraine. We just going to attack America.
We had a carrier. Well, you understand when the war...
Biden didn't give a fuck. They were supposed to attack us, but...
The media don't put everything out there, but we had a battle group off near, not Finland, but on where I think it was Finland, that they were, they had a cache of weapons and tanks and stuff like that just sitting there. America. Technically it's in mothballs. Yeah, it was in a cave. And the United States were running operations close to Russia, pretty much everywhere but Vladivostok, because ain't nobody over there. And it's like, bro, if you start something, it will end quickly and violently. You really don't want that. I mean, what's the name? Prigozhin, or Prigozhin. I think it's Prigozhin. He had there was a civil war during this war because the way the Russian I guess you want to call it the leader of the Russian military, was basically effing whatever that group that he was with, because they got butt fucked over in Syria, if I got it right. And he flew over there, got a bunch of his guys.
Was it Q8? Was it Q8? Is it Q8?
No, it was a Russian private military, and it was like these dudes are marching on Moscow. Vladimir Putin hopped in his plane and took the fuck off. I think he went to St. Petersburg. And then they ended up killing Prigozhin. Prigozhin was like, yo, fam, I wasn't mad at Putin. I was mad at that dude that works for Putin. And I'm like, bro, Putin don't give a fuck like that. You might as well have shot that dude. But he decided to bring his army and march on Moscow. I'm like, they shot down a couple of helicopters with some of the air defense units they had. And then it was like, they had some issues in. And that's when people were, shaking in their boots. Oh my God, it's a civil war. I said, bro, Russia's more fragile than you think.
But they always try to trick Americans into thinking some country was gonna take us out. I remember even Richard Pryor had a joke. I forgot what country it was, and I think it's over there by Q8 or whatever. And he was like, look at how America tried to make it seem like little ass Guam, or I forgot, not Guam. Dang, I forgot the name of the country. It was a small ass country in the Middle East, but America was acting like they had the power to take us out. And he's like, look at America compared to that country. Don't it look like America could be like, man, shut the fuck up, sit your ass down.
All I know, man, like Russia, man. Like, look, man, it's a delicate situation with Russia because they got what they got, man, and it's just gonna be a chain reaction if something goes wrong, bro. It's just gonna be shit just flying all over the goddamn place, bro, and it is just not gonna be good for nobody. It's really not.
Check us out.
So I don't know where you're positioning yourself, War Master, as if we really dominate to where we can have motherfuckers do what the fuck we want them to do, and I don't think that's the case, man.
But China's not
That's
messing
not the
with
case, man.
China.
It's just not.
China,
Go ahead.
but listen, China is not messing with Russia the way y'all think they are. They are
Yep.
absolutely not.
They're
They're
taking
not.
advantage of Russia.
Yeah.
The Russians for a very long time were worried about if China decided to come over and just take over swaths of Russia. What could they do? Their military
I
is
think
too small.
thinking about that. Yeah, China really don't. They're not really.
Russia's never been as weak as they are right now since the World War II.
Right.
The military is smaller than it ever could be. They used to rule by fear, and the Chinese used to be like, "Yeah, we got a lot of people," you know, which is a bunch of BS. By the way, there are not 1 billion Chinese. But to answer your question,
I heard they want parts of Russia back too.
yes, they keep saying that shit. It don't mean nothing. But let me try it like this. In answer to your question, you know, where does all this end? I mean, the war has to end before Trump leaves office. Trump is the best negotiator as president that we've had since Ronald Reagan. And he's sitting there doing shit. And he's like, look, man, y'all got to, because they're playing political football. And I wish Zelensky would have just been like, all right, fam, I'm going to rock with you, but this is what I need. You know what I'm saying? But, and the Democrats being Democrats, they don't ever want a Republican to win. They've been this way since Vietnam. This is one of the big reasons they hated Nixon for so long. I mean, we beat the fuck out of Vietnam. I mean, like, beat them to the point where they're like, all right, bro. All right, let's go ahead and have a truce. Had a truce. And we left by October.
Some say Vietnam won that war, though. I'll let y'all know if I go to Vietnam, because some say Vietnam won that war.
That's still a lie. I always ask people, okay, fine, what happened at the end of the war? What was the conclusion of the war?
Right.
Oh, you were running away. I said, no, that was 75. The war was over in 73. Then there was resumption of hostilities in 74, and the Democrats cut the funding to an ally and forbade Ford from sending any kind of troops over there. Of course, I would have sent troops over there. Like, bro, why don't you get on record and cut the funding to the troops that are over there? You know, but, you know, Ford, I don't think he had the intestinal fortitude. He literally could have sent some B-52s over there to flatten parts of North Vietnam and dare them to do anything. But, you know, we didn't have presidents like that back then. Like I said, they were using
a napalm gun in the Vietnam War, right, to burn down those fields and stuff with the machetes and stuff.
They sent in the buff.
Agent Orange.
Yeah,
that
was some nasty stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't we have a war in the Philippines too, right?
That was in the I can't remember when Philippines
think that's
were
when they used
independent.
napalm guns.
Well, you mean flamethrowers?
Yeah.
That was World War II.
Okay.
Agent Orange was nasty. The
What
whole
is
thing
Agent
was
Orange?
that's how they used to defoliate the trees like that, and our troops were there, and they caught cancer from it. And
Dang.
Yeah. Bro, you would be surprised at some of the nasty shit that they just put out there just to put out there, like a certain virus that everybody was talking about a few years ago, terrifying people. Now people know it was a lie. Hey, take this shot. Hey, take this booster. Like, yo, fam, what's up with that?
Right.
You can't talk about it. You just take the shot. I'm like, no, you eat a dick. I ain't doing none of that goofy shit.
Or lose your job.
Yeah, I'm a truck driver. Like, bro, I will park my truck and I won't go anywhere.
That's why COVID fucked up a lot of people, bro. Lose your job.
Bro, I would have got to rent a car and drove all the way home.
Hey,
Hey, look,
lose your job or lose your life. That man,
hold on. The what do they call that? Not the virus, but the other one. What do they call it? The cure of the virus.
The cure?
Yeah, what was it called? They kept calling it a cure.
Pfizer? Pfizer?
No. What? It's not an antivirus, but it's something that's supposed to protect you from the virus. I can't remember the name of it right now.
You
know, all the jab, right?
Yeah.
What is it called?
Jab.
Yeah, the jab was supposed to protect you from it, and that you couldn't transmit it. Okay, fine. And people are like, yeah, cool. We got no, you need to wear a mask. This is why I'm plugged up. I mean, what's the deal? And when you find out later that it wasn't a cure to the virus, and it was a lie, they knew from the start, and people started getting immune deficiencies, anti-immune deficiency syndrome.
And Mark's people lost their Facebook too from fact checkers and shit. And Mark's goofy ass turned around and took that shit off. A lot of people was losing their social media, all kinds of it was fucking up people's money that was stuck inside. Man, it was a bad little time, honestly, if you were on the other side of it, honestly.
Yeah.
No,
My thing is,
because you know what? Some of y'all would never have been around it. Honestly, throughout the whole time, some of y'all would have never got exposed to it. I was an essential worker. I knew it was where I was at, but I didn't really get exposed to it. I did get exposed to it, but I didn't have anything wrong with me. But you know what? When they give y'all that jab, it has it in it. Like they literally put COVID in your body.
and you know, a lot of guys are having heart problems because of it. You were getting some heart inflammation,
Yeah.
and that was enough for me. Then you find out that all the children under the age, I forgot what it was, like school, like grade school age children that got it, yeah, they had heart damage. And I'm like, bro, I don't want to take nothing. I don't care what it is. I don't want to deal with it. I don't care what people say it does. Oh, you need your flu shot. Eat a dick. I ain't never took a flu shot. I ain't never going to take a flu shot.
People that had just got it started getting sick, and then they turned around and said, "Oh yeah, you need the booster." Man, if you don't one and done it, nah, man, I don't take that shit, man.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, you know, people.
And the fucking part is that people that didn't want to lose their jobs, they took the shot, and their jobs still went out of business or laid them off.
Yep. But the big businesses could stay open. As a matter of fact, they didn't bother truck drivers because they knew we would have quit in droves. I'm like,
Bro,
what are you gonna do?
America would have been burnt down if they tamper with the truck drivers.
And people were out there, bro. You would see people driving down the road with signs, you know, saying we support our truck drivers. I'm like, you motherfuckers hate me.
Right.
They forgot we exist.
Yeah, not the way they drive on the road trying to kill y'all and shit, man. Listen, y'all are the veins of the planet, as I said before, and like I said, I appreciate you guys for doing everything you guys do, even down especially the Amazon truck drivers. If they quit, that's game, man. Listen, that's
the funny part about it is, I want to say there's couple. I want to say if all the owner ops quit, oof, you don't want that. People don't realize it. Like when truck drivers get home time, we don't get paid for it. We go home, we don't get paid. Because what happens is they'll pull you off, and this is how trucking works. When you go home, they pull you off the active driver list. They turn your fuel card off, that kind of stuff, right? And I'm sitting there like, no, but that doesn't bother me. And sometimes you're going home for a couple of weeks, you know, it's like vacation, but it's really not. 3 days I'm home, and your energy levels start to come back because you don't realize you're tired until you go home. You find that one spot in the world where you can relax.
Right.
You know, I got my comfy chair right here, sitting there chilling, got my roadcast in front of me. Bad chick to the right.
You don't realize how much you're in mode. You don't realize how much burnt out from the road you possibly are until you get a chance to really sit down and
then all of a sudden it's like boom. You're like, holy crap. Boom.
Yeah.
Bro, I was falling asleep the last 3 days. Like, except for that live I was on, it was a couple days ago. Man, I was just out. I was nodding off all day.
I was nodding off. Yeah, shit. Right now I'm kind of a little bit tired, but I'm good for a little bit. We have a great cover. I know. I'm at that age where you ever cross your hands and it's like on your stomach and you kind of just like tilt your head and just
good weird.
I'm telling you, man. I ain't gonna lie. Nobody told me until I got to my 30s that naps are fucking vital. I said, damn, it is vital to take a damn nap. A nigga nap.
Ooh. My controller's here.
It's downstairs. You better check the Amazon man down the street if he try to play that.
What you about to play, War Master? What you about to play? What you about to play, bro? What you about to play?
Bro, I've been playing
that new Halo come out. Didn't that Halo drop yet?
Which one? There's Infinite. I never beat Infinite. I was waiting for them to add the co-op.
I thought there was a trilogy coming out. Y'all said.
I'm playing multiplayer right now, bro. I'm on Infinite right now, bro, and I'm just doing versus.
That's probably fun, but
yeah, this shit is fun as hell, bro.
Man, they were supposed to. They were supposed to bring out a new. They were going to remaster all the Halo ones, but give you all the traversal skills of or traversal options of Halo Infinite. And I was like, yo, think about all the places you couldn't jump to.
So basically, you're playing the old Halo with the updated movement,
just updated maps and all this stuff. Yeah, that's how kind of how Infinite is actually. They got the old school maps, but they just updated graphics and stuff. Yeah.
Think about how it would be if you could use like the old school controller. I don't know how to play with that thing anymore. Pause.
with the
my
Xbox old school controller, the first one.
Yeah, I don't know how to use it anymore. Like
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's uncomfortable compared to like the new stuff. Like the new controllers are comfortable, but the old
I'm not
ones.
talking about the like I'm talking like Series S and X controllers. I don't know how to play a game like that
Or the white
because because you know your fingers underneath the controller, those hit the paddle buttons, and you can hit the paddle buttons and bro, you own one. And it's like the paddle buttons. This is probably my second oldest controller.
Okay, would you give a console its flowers if like would you say PlayStation got better shaped controllers?
No.
I almost got you. Okay. What system has the
I like
best
PlayStation
controller?
games better, but Xbox controller is actually better because it's bigger. Because I got big hands.
Yeah,
The
Xbox is like
smaller
the
PlayStation, the smaller
even
PlayStation controllers is kind of difficult to play with for me. So it just
even
depends though.
even the
Kuda talking
older
about
Xbox have this
PlayStation better.
Cadillac
I'm like,
controller.
hold up. Kuda talking about PlayStation better. I'm like,
How dare you?
No, the controllers. I'm talking about the controllers. You can not like the console, but the controllers were good. Like honestly, no, for real. Like I like what you call it. I used to like the N64 controller, but it was uncomfortable.
because it wasn't a tiny controller like the PS1 and 2 and 3. God, I hated those
Yeah,
controllers.
PlayStation controllers are small, bro. That's the
They're
problem.
sleek.
That's I've always had a problem with the small ass controllers because it's like I'm trying to
They're
push
sleek.
like a fucking little ass. I don't even know how to a little ass toy or something like. Well, that shit too small. Xbox is kind of bulky. Xbox controller kind of bulky. You
Yeah,
can
like a
get your
chick with a
hands
big
on it.
ass.
You know what I'm saying? So it just
Cadillac
it
controllers.
depends how big your
Yeah,
hands is.
Cadillac.
You're gonna have some problems with the
I see.
PlayStation controller. You know,
Yeah.
Well,
but
see, this is
PlayStation
the
got.
thing.
I would say this:
If you
PlayStation
get
has better
if you get
games. I'll
if you
say
get
that.
mad if you get mad and toss your PlayStation controller, it's like a boomerang. You probably can break a TV, but that Xbox controller, if you toss that shit, you could break a center table.
Shit, you gonna motherfucking
Yeah.
break your fucking window in your house, and that motherfucker, man,
Yeah,
shit.
those controllers are bulky as fuck. Cadillac.
Oh, brick controller,
I ain't
but
gonna
yeah.
lie though, the Series S controller War Master is light though.
Yeah.
It's pretty light.
And the thing about the Elite 2 is probably the
Pause.
best controller I've ever had in my hands. Pause. And
The
it has
E2?
the Elite 2. It's like, man, without them paddle buttons, man, it's like I don't like you can pull your finger off of the trigger and use the shoulder buttons, but hitting the face buttons all the time. I mean, there's certain games like Assassin's Creed, right? I can block with the B button, but just trying to rapid fire trigger it with the paddle buttons, that ain't gonna fly. And so what I'll use the face buttons for that.
I was gonna say something really. It was gonna come off as really homo, so I ain't gonna say it. Because
Dare
I was
you?
like, dang. I was like, dang. You know, they're making these controllers with 2 joysticks now.
Pause. Cool, weird.
Actually,
That's just
3,
weird.
because the
It's
D
3.
pad,
Yes.
the
It's like
pad in a
3.
way is a
That's what I'm
joystick.
saying. It's a joystick, right? It's like like the controllers now got 3 directional
The
buttons.
D pad
3
though.
direct-
Hold on, pause.
Pause.
Yeah, the
It is.
D-pad. Yeah,
Hold on.
D-pad is
It is
crazy
called.
work.
It is called the directional pad. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
yeah, D-pad. Dick
Pause.
pad.
Don't even sound right. Cool, weird, man. It'd be one of them things, man. It's like I really love video games. I really like the video games I got, but I'm to the point where I'm like, I'm in a playthrough, right? When I'm getting towards the end of the game in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just collect everything on the map. You know, it's one of them games, and I've been BSing about it for a long time.
I got an Assassin's Creed background. I probably could send you. It's really dope. It's a I don't know who it is. I don't think it's Ezio though. I like Ezio. Ezio for life.
Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
They just changed. They just changed that. They changed that franchise so much. It's bad.
That new one, I mean, like the best one, I think is Black Flag because you get to ride in the ships, and you know.
Yeah, I think Black Flag was good. I played that one.
That's the only one I still play, and then there's the newest one. I'm like, well, technically, there's
like
two more.
The buildings on Black Flag.
Yeah, but it's like with not Ezio, but oh God, Edward Kenway. That was the one on Black
the
Flag.
young dude.
Yeah,
the young dude.
There's another one that they were Vikings. I don't think that game did all that well. And then there's another one where they have this black samurai, which never existed.
What about the Egyptian one?
Oh yeah, that actually came after it too. Yeah.
What's your best racing games, bro? When it comes to the whips,
Gran Turismo. But I'm not gonna lie, Project Gotham was actually pretty good. But Gran Turismo for life.
I gotta go with Forza.
Gran Turismo. I really want to play Gran Turismo 2. I need to get a PlayStation. Yeah, Forza's not bad. And Project Gotham is not bad neither.
Kuda gonna come up missing for that one.
Old school now. If you want to talk about like games, no, not like if you want to talk about like, because I mean I'm like Gran Turismo for the realistic, but like if you want to talk about crazy games, Need for Speed Most Wanted was like one of my favorites.
I
And
knew that was gonna
Underground
come
2.
up. I knew somebody was gonna say that.
I got number 2 on the
Yeah,
blacklist.
Most Wanted was good. Need for Speed.
I got a
Why
sleeper.
you don't like
I
number
got a
2?
sleeper for y'all. I got a sleeper for y'all. But go ahead.
No, I had a sleeper car in number 2. I think I got the fastest car to be in number 2. It was like a Mitsubishi Eclipse, but it's like the black one, like the one with the hump.
Well, in Most Wanted, the fastest car with the best control. The fastest car with the best control was the Lambo Murcielago.
Audi.
No, it was
the Murcielago. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Murcielago was good. Yeah,
It sounded like shit.
It was a
though.
hard car to get. It was a hard car to get though.
I gotta ask y'all: have y'all ever played? And it's made by Capcom. It's an arcade racing game. Have you played Auto Modelista?
Nope.
Bruh. Oh my goodness, bro! You could customize everything, bro. When it comes to your whip, bro. Oh my goodness, the type of detail stuff that you could put on your fucking car, bro. From your Mustang to your Lambo to your Ferrari to your Porsche.
What
bro,
year?
oh,
What year did it came out? Like what era of cars was like?
2002. 2002.
Oh, so you can still get you some good cars on there.
2002.
Okay.
Man, they got the Dodge Viper. You know the Dodge Viper is my dream car. That's my dream car, even though
And
it's a crap car, but I just like
they
the
actually
stuff.
and they actually have it by license.
Yeah.
Like their license, like a Dodge Viper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's talk.
They're
Now,
actually using industry car. They tell you it's a Ford, if it's a Mitsubishi, if
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. They tell you all
But
of
you
that
know,
stuff.
but you know,
Man,
all the
that
cars
thing
except
is
for
dope,
all the
bro.
cars except for the GT, like GT40. That's the only fast car that's a production car. Every other car that makes slow in all video games, it's infuriating.
Actually, hold on. Actually, War Master. Actually, I forgot what it's called. Let me go find it now. It was in my history. Shelby has a car called I think it's called the GR1. Hold on. Let me see what it's called. It's called the GR. That's the only actual car that Shelby really designed. And I was about to say
Let me ask all the weird questions. I'm supposed to know.
hold on, let me see. Hold on. Shelby. Yeah, it's called the Shelby GR1. Hold on real quick. If I can pull this up. I
It
wish
looks like
this
the
car
Ford GT.
Right. But it's
They
it's
only
a
made
hatch.
one. Well, Shelby didn't make
No,
it.
no, they only made like 300 of them.
Well, it says one of them's produced in 2005.
Yeah. No, no, that was that. No, they had a line of them. It's like 300 or under 400,
Mm.
and they had like the Let me see. Oh damn, there's a GR2 also. Yeah,
Did
that's
you
the
stop
car
the
I've been.
screen share?
No, I didn't stop it. You gonna pull it up?
Well, no, I'm
Oh
looking at the
shit,
Ford GT.
they have a
Oof.
GR1 in Gran Turismo 7. Oh yeah, but the GR1 is still a front engine, but it's weird. I think the engine is kind of pushed back, so it's kind of like a mid engine, but in the front. You know, if the engine is, the engine, if the engine is behind the wheels, they kind of consider that somewhat mid engine too. You know that, right?
If it's in front of the rear
Behind,
wheels.
like yeah, behind the wheels. Like if the pair of wheels, like if it's
Mhm.
mounted like right on, like medium to behind the wheels, it's because it's not
Shit.
in the front. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So
hit the wrong button.
Star P said his car is the Viper. Those Vipers are good. It's just built like a hammer. There's really no
Yeah,
there's no
it's
it's no
front. It's
not
front. It's
leveled
front.
out.
It's front heavy and it's light in the ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Pause.
yeah.
And
Pause.
pause. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's light.
God
It's light
damn.
back, but it's heavy. It's heavy in the front. Like it's like big arms and
Yeah.
little legs.
It's a
Kind of
it's a
like, you know what I
sledgehammer.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah. But
I
but
just like
then
how does it
but
look though.
then the best versions of the but see that game came out before the best versions of the Viper came out. The ACR Vipers are the best ones. You know,
You see the
the ones that
GTs I
look
got
like
up
the
there, right?
Corvettes.
I sent it in the share screen.
Oh, hold on, let me. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I love the Ford GT. Man, that's War Master. You gotta get Gran Turismo 4. That's the one where it had the old school GT. The new one's not on there though. But the new
I'm
ones though, War Master, are those are hybrids.
yeah.
I think it's a hybrid if I'm not mistaken, or is that the NSX? I think the new GTs, those are hybrids, and it's at 6, a naturally aspirated 6-cylinder. You
I thought
know,
the Ford GT
Ford.
was a V12.
No, this last one that just came out is a 6, and the one before it, it has the Ford F-150 Lightning engine, but it's naturally aspirated.
It's a V8. I have no
Yeah.
idea.
No, the newer ones.
Is that engine? Is that
Um,
engine? Is
you
that
got
engine in the? Is that engine in the back or is it in the front?
And for the GT, it's in the back.
Okay.
It's in the back, but it's a V6 though.
Second. Let me see. One more thing.
Yeah, you can just you can Wikipedia it and it'll show the displacement in the engine.
Oh man, quit bullshitting. Thank you. I don't know, man.
They're doing Coyote engine swaps though. That
This car
Coyote
right
engine.
here. This car, I mean, I don't like the paint job, but the way that the back of the car looks, I can't blow up the picture. I don't know why I can't blow up the picture. It's fucking ridiculous.
You guys zoom in. It sucks.
It used to be you
Pinch.
click on the picture and it would open up for you.
Right.
There it is.
That's
It's
a
like
Ford. That's
Mustang.
a Ford Mustang you showing?
Yeah, yeah. I'm like this.
That's
If you
front.
don't
Is
have
that front
Mustang
engine
for
or
the
back
Roush.
engine? Did they
the
make a
front
back
engine.
engine for the
All right.
Ford? Oh, it's front engine.
Nah,
Okay.
it's the front engine.
Let me tell y'all the best Mustangs because it's too many of them. SVT Cobra, the Roush.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I got a special place in my heart for the Eleanor. The Eleanor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The Eleanor. The Bullet. You could throw the Bullet in there. I'm not gonna lie. Recently, what made it onto my list is the Fox Body. The Fox Body Stangs.
What's it called? Force Mustang Eleanor.
Yeah, the Eleanor.
There it is.
Man, that 5.0, man, that's
And just
another one, man.
and just all the Shelby Mustangs for sure.
Oof.
And
That looks
you know,
good.
bro, this is a beautiful car. I would definitely get one. Granted.
Yeah, the money. Kuda can't play
Yeah.
Xbox, but he wants to buy
I
a
will
Mustang.
wash the paint off of this car.
That one don't look that good. No.
I like the ones where it got the two fog lights at the bottom and in the long front. Just
This is
this car's
stupid.
probably slow though compared to them Hellcats and stuff they got out today though.
I tell you that
Bro, they said one of the first EV Hellcats already turned up at a scrapyard in Texas. That's it. God damn.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Those what do you want to call it? Those battery powered cars are just a joke. Nobody
it's a
needs them.
speaker.
Nobody wants them. Yeah.
The exhaust is a speaker. It's like turn your speaker up. It's like it simulate exhaust pops and everything. But I'm not gonna lie, them electric cars are fast as fuck though.
Yeah.
It's like, why haven't y'all been doing this earlier? It's like, nah, people want an engine.
Yeah, people have always wanted an engine, but they always say, "Oh no, we're gonna make you do electric cars." I said, no, the fuck you not.
I'm glad they stopped that shit because honestly, I'll take because they were talking about it in your neck of the woods, making all gas cars illegal. I'm like, what? So it's like
this shit ain't gonna work,
right? And
but
then also
but
too,
you'll still have a diesel.
driving, y'all drive y'all ass off in the West. You have to. So how you gonna limit people's range with them electric cars? Hell no.
I mean, if anybody who's had a cell phone understands. Anybody who's ever had a cell phone understands that when you sorry, I'm doing some shit with my goddamn phone. Anybody who's had a cell phone understands that eventually the battery dies. I don't care what anybody says about it. Oh, we got batteries that do 1 million miles.
Yeah,
you could drive 1 million miles. You ain't gonna have that power like you used to.
And batteries do glitch. Batteries do glitch. Sometimes you'll have a fully charged unit and the battery catch fire or it dies and you got to recharge it again.
And don't let your battery completely die and you ain't got nowhere to charge that motherfucker. Oh, nigga, you in trouble. You are
I'm gonna tell
in
you
trouble.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
Those batteries that they put in the car, those lithium ion batteries, sometimes it's best that you let it die and then you charge it again to get optimization out of it. So some of like your phone, sometimes you have to let it die and then you charge it from
Yeah, you gotta train the battery. You gotta train it, literally. You literally have to train the battery to get more life out of your battery. That's true.
Yeah, you can't be on top of it and have it charged every second or and sometimes it's good to leave it charging overnight, but so it rebalances
while it's charging.
War Master's afraid of the fires, bro.
Hey, bro, that's one of the scariest things to deal with is shit being on fire.
Oh, shit do catch fire. My death board, if it's on the plane, I don't know what's up with like batteries and elevation, but like
they're under pressure.
Like they catch fire on airplanes. Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Cabin pressure. Learn something new today. Cabin pressure.
Cabin pressure isn't constant. It's like as you rise in altitude, the pressure inside the airplane drops. That's why your ears pop. And if you have babies, you stick a bottle in their mouth, and as they're sucking the bottle, it will make their ears pop. Because
when you
children do not like pressure on their ears. I mean, I was on a plane with a newborn and a 2-year-old. And the 2-year-old understood, like, yo, my daddy is right there. He will slap the shit out of me. And so she was good to hold. It was like a 4-hour flight, and everybody was like, oh my God, a 2-year-old. Oh my God, this is gonna be bad. And towards the end of the flight, she sighed because she was bored. I just looked at her, and she chilled the fuck out. Like, I ain't getting slapped in front of anybody. Fuck that.
I'm not gonna lie. These days, more adults are scared to be on a plane than kids. Kids think that shit a roller coaster.
Well, you know how the young ones are. If they're under 2, they're just gonna cry. Yeah. I'm like, I'll take you to the bathroom and beat your ass. They usually calm them down, like, oh shit, he gonna whip my ass even here? Fuck.
Right.
Oh man.
You gotta sit them beside the window so they can.
Nah, she got an aisle seat. I want a fucking window. Fuck you. And it'd be the weirdest thing listening to other people's children just acting a plumb fool. I'm like, bro, I'm like, ooh.
But
There's a
see,
picture on Twitter.
you at that age, and I'm at that age too, where we will see a parent and they're like a millennial or a Z, a Gen Z, and it's like, oh boy.
There was, I remember
God.
this young lady. This young lady, she looked like she was about 19, 20 years old, pushing a stroller through the mall, and the child was just screaming. And I said, you know what you got to do? You got to get them out there and walk. You know, let's be honest. My whole thing was like, well, the babies were young. They had their nap times. And none of this nonsense that we going to be hanging out all, fuck that. I'm not messing up nobody's sleep habits. And the whole thing is when a child is tired, you can carry them or put them in the stroller and they will shut the fuck up. And you ain't got to hear their mouth and they'll be sleeping. And it'd be the weirdest thing if they'll put them in the stroller and they'll be in the stroller the whole time. Like, nah, you bring them to the mall, you let them walk. And if they start acting a plumb fool, you take them over to the bathroom and whoop that ass. And all of a sudden they don't want to be acting a fool no more. But, you know, that's how things are.
I agree with ass whoopings. I don't know about paternity children. Oh my goodness. I agree with ass whoopings. I approve of that.
Did y'all see? There's a video go around where this woman's kid, or I don't know if it was his kid, spit in her dad's face, and he went to go get the belt, and the mother was trying to talk it out, and it's like,
I'd
man,
have slapped that child so
that.
fast. If I would have seen her spit on
Right,
anybody,
you get the belt for that.
That shit. Hey, the first thing is my hand or the belt. I don't know if I get my belt off fast enough.
And the crazy thing is, and the crazy thing is that he had another baby. He had a baby in his hand, another kid in his hand. It's like, oh yeah, that's belt.
Not to slap her anyway.
I don't agree with being over punishing. Like I don't believe in that. But I do like, hey, look.
Yeah,
bro,
I don't believe in.
You can get your ass whooped.
There's a difference between abuse and correct.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There's a difference between there's a difference between abuse and correction.
If my woman spits in my face, you're gonna pick her teeth off the ground. There ain't no talking to that. That is something you don't let happen.
Yeah.
I mean, just the idea, you wouldn't let your woman talk crazy in front of your boys. You'd be like, shut the fuck up. And if she keep on, she'll just be single later on that day.
Right.
It blows me away with these chicks and the wild shit that they happen.
No, that's interesting though.
I don't think the kid was his though.
You know how many shut the fuck ups I got in my arsenal?
I mean, think about it.
They love when their boyfriends say that shit to them. These girls are toxic, bro.
Yeah, and it's just like, look, I'm not gonna play with you.
And it's like you got that audacity.
I'm not going there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, you go around that corner, you know what you're gonna get.
Not too many dudes in this space can get away with that. I know some sisters that got higher frame than a lot of dudes in these spaces.
My thing is, you try to embarrass me for my friends. It's like, look, you going home.
Her shut the fuck up. Her shut the fuck up's more powerful than some of these other dudes.
Hold on, say that again. Hold on, go. DJ Cool. What? Hold on.
I said her shut the fuck up frame is more powerful than some of these dudes in this space.
Let's be honest. Some dudes.
Her shut the fuck up hit a little different though. Like shut the fuck up. But baby, wait.
I'm gonna say it like this, and I'm an active dude. Like when you see somebody's child, I'll never forget the day I'm watching this little boy. He was crying. He was threw himself on the ground, and he was kicking his legs. He was kicking his mom at the time. And there's a picture on Twitter where this guy has like you could see the pain coming out of his hand, and he's holding his hand. He says, I get the urge to slap a child when they start acting a plumb fool in public. You know, I'm right with him. But this time I'm sitting there, you know, I think she was 3 years old, and I'm watching him. She's looking at me, look at him like, Daddy, that baby needs a spanking. He's not listening to his mama. So you goddamn right.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here. Up until that point, I didn't realize I was staring that hard because I wanted to whoop his ass. I bet he wouldn't do that shit in public again.
Man, I don't know. I mean, I think the objective is to instill a healthy dose of fear within your kids.
You want them to understand that there are consequences to their actions.
Right.
And then okay, well now we're bringing this subject up. How do y'all feel about other people disciplining
Let's say if it
Your
was your
kid?
child. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
How
know,
do y'all what do y'all think about that?
I
Like
remember.
what extent would y'all go to, or would it
Hold
be
on.
at? Is there an
Let me give you
allowable
an answer.
level, or go
Let
ahead,
me give
go
you an
ahead.
answer. This chick I was dating, she's like her 2-year-old is acting a plumb fool, and she's like, "I'll call your daddy." And she grabs the phone
Terrible
and she
too.
hands it to her mother. She's like, "Call my daddy," not realizing I'm 5 miles away. I'm not at work. So I roll over to the house. She called, "Come get your child." I come right over, whoop that ass, stick her in her room, and she's like, "Oh shit, this motherfucker got me again." I sent her to bed on the. Hey, I don't give a fuck. You can't be doing some fuck shit in my house and think ain't no consequences to that. So when I come home, all the bullshit stops. Like she had a very permissive mother. This chick I was
You know
dating,
what?
her mother.
I don't ever hear that side of this story in this space. Like the fathers that get to discipline their stepchildren. You always hear the other half. Like, how
Well,
does that work?
my thing is this: if I'm with a chick and her child is unruly, me and her man gotta have a conversation. Like, bro, we gotta do something about this. Either you gonna take that
Especially if
child
the
and whoop
kid's
that
under your
ass all
roof.
day? Yeah, either you whoop that ass or I
Mhm.
whoop that ass. I don't care which. I need a child that
But some
behaves.
correction finna happen. Right,
Yeah.
correction finna happen. Right. Right.
In some women, they just let their child do whatever the fuck they want to do, and you come into it. I'm like, all right, baby mamas, eat a dick. I'm not fucking with you, especially with you and your kids. Nah, I ain't going there. Stay over
Well,
there.
that's the, you gotta get a good stepchild or a cool son they'll play the game with
Man,
you
I
and
know I've
just
been in
chill.
situations where I'm looking over other people's children,
Cause
and
them
they
daughters,
would
them
ask,
daughters gonna test you. They
and they
don't want
would
to play
ask,
Xbox. They just
and,
want to run the streets. And it's like, okay, here we go.
and motherfuckers that have an attitude with me because I put forth my type of discipline. Well, you asking me to watch your baby, so how you mad at me for disciplining them the way I discipline them?
You be
That
like,
it
this is
don't
my
make no
motherfucking
sense. So
house.
why the hell I'm doing you a favor? You want to go hang out and all? I'm gonna chill with the babies. Okay, cool. Go do your thing. We don't
Well,
when it comes to this
you know what
discipline,
too.
don't try to correct me. Nah, I'm gonna do the
No, but you know
correcting.
what too.
You see what I'm
Sometimes those
saying? So
kids,
go ahead.
sometimes those kids though will have the mother more manipulated than people would think you do. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Oh man,
know,
that happens at like
you're not
2
trying to
years
you're not
old.
trying to manipulate. Yeah. The kid
It
got the
happens
mother
at like
figured out.
2-year old and older. I was dating this other chick,
Mhm.
right? This is a baddie too. She's a little on the chunky side, right? This is the last baby mama I messed with, and this chick, her son knew that all he had to do was cry, and his mother would come running because he wanted to do something. He was fucking with me somehow. I just pushed him at arm's length, and I kept him there. And he started to cry, and his mother came running. And I looked at him. I'm like, "I'll whoop your little ass." You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, nah. I had to grab my
The
pimp hand
kids
and
be
put it in my
having
pocket.
no, but the kids be having the mothers in check.
Yep.
You know, the kids be having the
Yeah,
mothers
because
in pocket.
they know what they can get away with their mama. A
Yeah,
lot of
dad
times.
whooped that ass. 2 o'clock in
You
the
know
morning,
what I'm
ass
saying?
whoopings will
That's
be
what that
handed
should
out.
be.
Yeah. I mean, imagine,
Oh, you
you
one of
know,
them dads who are master like you make the kid think he got away with something, and 2 o'clock in the morning the door flings
nah,
open.
I don't do that. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm asleep. But the whole thing
Like,
was, I
come
remember one
on.
time her mother threw in her bedroom, right? And she closed the door behind her and she just called me, deal with this child. I said, all right, I got this. I opened the door because she would kick the door with her heels. Like she'd sit on the ground, kick the door with her heels. I opened the door and I could hear her kicking the door. And she just looks at me like, and I'm like, go to bed.
Like
I close the
so
door.
she turns around to the door and like kind of back foot the door.
Well, she was sitting on the ground in front of the door. She was facing the door, and she would just kick the door with her heels.
Oh, okay. That's what
It's
you're
really
saying.
annoying. I've never had to deal with that longer than about 5 seconds. I'm like, don't make me whoop your tail here. And I'll whoop your ass anywhere. Me personally, that's how I roll. And she's over there. You know, she was cool. She went to bed. Like, I don't give a fuck what she was doing before now, but she going to bed now. And I hop back in the car. I was out cruising because I like to drive. That's just me. And Mama was at home doing her thing, you know. She was just like, all right, cool. She was stressed out. I was like, I'm not dealing with you either. I'm out. And I came back like an hour later. But the thing about it, they can't hear my car come up. So, you know, it was cool.
The parents are the same. Yeah, you gotta put them in the same basket as the kid. You know, it's like, no, I'm not dealing with part two. Oh,
I was dating this other chick.
See, I was gonna say something, but
Yeah,
no,
go ahead.
like I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that. Nah,
you
I
damn,
ain't gonna-
you know, I hate to say it like this. I'll say it. Fuck it, because we almost passed that mark. But you damn near got to discipline the woman and the kid at the same time. Damn near get them on a regimen. You know,
You got to
not
deal with
discipline
them.
as, but like you got to deal with them as a package too.
It's so many chicks that'll play this game like you supposed to do what they say because they got a vagina. I'm like, you get your goofy ass out of here too. I really don't care like that. I'm like, if you don't like how shit is, the door is that way. You can be on your way. I don't care. I don't give any fucks. I can have her replaced in a couple of days. I ain't really tripping like that. I ain't lived with a woman since.
That's good. That's good if you can
Some of
do
them,
it. You know.
some of them get a little too comfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'd be the weirdest thing, man. You be over there minding your own business and hear this chick over here deciding, I'm gonna act up. I'm like, no, you not.
Man, they always act like it's the man that be trying to really get comfortable in a woman's life, but it's like, nah, they be on the first date if she come to your place. They be getting comfortable. Oh, I'm gonna leave my coat upstairs because it's hot. No, take that with you.
Yeah, I don't want the other girls to see it.
Yeah, take that with you. Not even that. It's just this, you know. So they always can come back, or you know, sometimes they plan on ending the night over at your crib. You know.
I watch these videos where these chicks be in their 30s and 40s talking about dating is so ridiculous. I'm like, look, I'm not a texter. I mean, don't get me wrong. I say funny shit in chat because you know I could do things like that. But at some point, it's like what I say in chat, I could say in person, and I'm like, I don't understand the disconnect. But these chicks, they want to text. I'm like, I don't want to text. My thing is, if you want to say something to me, come
They
see me.
mastered it now, though. They never liked texting back in the day. I'm telling you the truth, man. They used to hate that shit. So they got the hang of it. Then they dominated it.
Yeah.
And elevated it. Yeah. Men used to get, man. I remember I used to get a lot of, man, just texting alone back in the day.
Yeah, it was always funny. Like I remember this one chick. My buddy used to date her older sister, and older sister had moved out, and she still stayed at her parents' house, and she wanted to watch a movie. And I'm not thinking because she curled up into a ball on one side of the couch, as far away from me as she possibly can sit, and they didn't realize she asked me if I was gonna come over again. I was like, damn, I didn't even notice that she wanted to get some D. I was like, nah, I'm good. I said, you gonna sit over on the other end of the couch? And she didn't say anything. That was funny.
Oh, that's the line right there. Oh, you come over here. You just gonna be shy? You know, like they be shy on it. You're like, yeah, you gotta run that. Oh
So I mean,
boy.
you know, some chicks are fun though, right? You know, just trolling them. It's always fun. But I never did smash or anything like that. But I was just like, yo, I'm gonna pull your card right now. And she'd have been like, nah.
No, but you can like the promiscuous. You can like the promiscuous girls. It's just the dudes in these spaces be lying about it. Like y'all are about when you go anywhere else in the space right now or somewhere, you're gonna hear about Brittany Renner. I guarantee you, this Kevin Gates story.
I do not hate Brittany Renner. I just want to make that clear. It's just like, man, I would not.
But
touch
bro,
her.
that shit is funny. You said you wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, bro. There's more that comes with her than just a pretty face and a nice ass.
Yeah, no, she's a nut job.
Yeah, that's my only problem with her. I mean, because you have people that try to tighten her up, right?
Okay, but at one point in your life, you acting like that didn't stop you. Every guy goes after a nut job at some point.
As wild as that?
Listen. All right. Would you say this was some of the women that these square guys and guys in these spaces are dealing with? Brittany Renner will be a nun in their situation. These dudes out here getting shot, getting stabbed.
I'm gonna be honest. When she was there with Andrew Tate on Pearl show, that was probably the best I ever seen her look. You know what I'm saying? Because she changed her hairstyle up. A woman's hairstyle is always cool, but I love afros. There's something about them.
I'm not even gonna lie. If you go on Instagram, Brittany Renner's not that special. There's a whole category and slew of baddies.
Man, this is the irony in that though, man.
Mm-hmm.
A motherfucker put on that motherfucking nun costume, bro. It's right there on the flip side though, doing all the naughty work, bro.
She wearing hijab.
You know what I'm saying? And oh yeah,
No, but you can
tell.
like, you can
Come
tell
on, man. Like,
no, but you can tell Brittany Renner been freaked out.
And
though.
I'm filtering my words right now. I really am.
No, I know, but listen. Brittany Renner been freaked out. I mean, look, right now she wearing hijab and messing with Kevin Gates. That's freaked out. Kevin Gates is freaked out.
I'm gonna say it this way: she on that same show, she was talking about getting spit in her mouth.
I know she freaked out.
Oh yeah, grossed me and every man out that was watching. Maybe it's the two, Dennis Rodman types, but for the most part, bro, she freaked me out, or not freaked me out, but she disgusted me. And when Tate said it, the look that she had was like, oh shit, that ain't cool around here.
No,
Yeah.
well, girls like that be doing corn on the back end, but y'all just don't know about it.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm so good.
They be doing shoots,
And that's another thing though, and that's another thing, bruh, DJ Cool. Bruh, when you don't know about a certain thing, that's a turn on.
Yeah.
When you motherfucker
What do you mean?
not knowing about something and they doing it, man, I'm telling you, that is an ignition. Like it's like,
well,
oh,
I mean,
yeah,
some dudes,
man,
some
it's
dudes.
just, I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't even know what to call that, but it's a thing, though.
Well, no, you get a reaction because War Master said when she got spit in the mouth, he was like, oh hell no. But some dudes they run after that. It's about who's the smarter man in the end. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I'm sorry, this is off topic, but I'm looking up the Fifth Amendment, right? Just the Fifth Amendment. I can't find it. There's a whole lot of words around it, bro. It's probably less than 200 words to create the Fifth Amendment.
Man, some of them amendments are vague as hell.
No, the amendments are right. This is why I tell everybody, if you want to read the Constitution, get the Deadwood copy, and you start realizing, if you look up, matter of fact, let me look up the Second Amendment. This is one of those things where
you did mention that's a book, right?
Well, I don't know if you're talking about the actual law, War Master.
I mean, the Second Amendment. I mean, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's simple,
bro.
It's saying basically government can't keep messing arms.
Yeah, but
there's so many different ways though that they can bend and shape those words. Man, the words
they bend it by the
gotta
county. They already
man,
anticipate y'all to speak about
telling you right now.
They
words, you can flex them words and they can mean a whole different thing, man. Like context is very important, but even with context.
Hold on. All right, hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
All right, my bad.
Wait,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. Wait, hold on. Nameless Protagonist was up here earlier, and he said something which is true about the black men that were actually out here open carry was the Panthers. What's going on, LT man? Yeah, that it was the Panthers. So what do you think?
I'd say the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers were the original. The Black Panthers were the original auditors, because what Democrats used to do is write laws and black codes to take away the rights of Black Americans. It is the weirdest thing, and what happens is you have people challenging that, and they want to get to court. This is what auditors are. When police will say, "Well, give me your name," says, "I don't need to give you my name." Well, we have a policy. Your policy is not law. I really have no fucks to give about it. This is what happens. The cop will come up and try to intimidate you. I'm like, bro, if you weren't in that uniform, you wouldn't say shit like that to me. The fuck's wrong with you? Because it's like, you understand, their policy is, one, to identify themselves as a police officer, not just my name is right here. Nah, motherfucker, dude, say it on camera. because you will violate your policy like that. They must identify themselves. And I know they like to twist things up, but this idea of standing on a corner is somehow a crime. And I'm like, nah, I mean, bro, you can't make a constitutionally protected activity a crime because you feel like it. I mean, something like when some of these cops be doing stuff, I mean, if the feds really wanted to get these cops, you know, you would just hit them with 18 USC section 242, which is deprivation of rights under color of law. And all of a sudden people are like, oh, wait. They don't want to do it, bro. It's 10 or 20 years in prison. I mean, the whole idea of carrying a firearm is not a crime.
No,
It blows me away that people do not know that.
The color of law. Oh, that's a big one. That's a huge. That is a huge one, and that's what most of the policy enforcers do. They're operating under color of law. You're absolutely right. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad I'm not the only one that know about that. But no, that's huge, man.
And the auditors are going around the country. There's this one guy from Long Island Audit. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't get mad. Bro, even when he's being manhandled by this goofy ass, I think it was a lieutenant, and he was suing him. And he pushed him out of there. He wouldn't let him go in to get a FOIA request. And just basically trying to stem him. He's like, all right, no problem. You're going to be a star. You're going to be on YouTube. People will know you by name. And you know, these are my words. One of these days, a governor is going to be like, all right, that's it. Those guys are gone. And they'll start going through people's records. Imagine with a couple hundred lawyers that are motivated, that goes through, I don't know, 50 or so departments' records in a year, what that would turn up. And you'd be like, wait a minute, this officer came from this department that went to this department, this department, and he's been violating the rights of people all through the